Whole Story Quest Audiobooks presents Dark Triad by Robert White, narrated by Nicholas Cam. Prologue. He dropped William in the hole and covered him with earth. He'd killed the cat the previous night by crushing its body with his bare feet. The animal had fought for its life, of course, and his ankles were lacerated. Even so, it had been worth the pain. His crush fetish had begun early in his life, alongside the hatred of his father, his seemingly unquenchable desire for sexual relief, and his unquestionable self-worth. As he'd matured, he'd developed a cynical disregard for morality, a lack of empathy to anything or anyone, and a focus on self-interest and personal wealth that was only matched by his propensity for violence. His huge intellect had simply crushed his peers at Oxford. No one could even get close to his prowess. He'd always known he was destined for greatness. Yet some things were not so cut and dried. Until recently, a mixture of BDSM and his love of zoosadism had always given him the sexual relief he'd needed. However, as time progressed, he found he required far more than to flog a willing participant or to simply masturbate over a gasping animal. He needed a very different kind of woman. A woman who would bow down to his obvious superiority, who would agree to his every sexual perversion without question. A woman who not only craved the same fantasies as himself, but who would see him for what he truly was. A living god. 1. Monday morning, Preston Police Station. "Do you run in all the way from Buckshall Village, Sergeant?" Stryker was toweling himself dry after his shower. The question, formed in a strong South Yorkshire accent, came from a probationary constable, Steve Willis. At just 22, Willis was the youngest recruit in the station and cycled to Preston Nick each tour. He often bumped into Stryker's massive frame in the gents' locker room when he was on the early shift. It was just after 05:30 hours. "Most days, son," said Stryker, his gravelled mix of US and Irish accents filling the small space. "Keeps the blood flowing and the mind active." "Must be 8 miles," offered Willis. 7.4 door to door, son." "Not bad, for a man of your age, I mean," said Willis, smiling cheekily. Stryker pulled a black T-shirt over his head. He straightened each sleeve in turn, displaying his infamous Maori tattoos that covered both his massive arms. "How long you been a cop, son?" he asked, his deep-set blue eyes flashing with mischief. 4 months, Sergeant. Why?" "Response or foot patrol?" Willis gave Stryker a quizzical look. Nobody walked the beat anymore. Everyone knew that. "A response, of course, Sarge." Stryker nodded and pushed past the young recruit. "Have a good day, son," he said, disappearing through the door. Willis finished dressing and wandered the short distance to the parade room. This hallowed part of the Nick had been given its name back in the day when uniformed officers would still stand in line, trousers pressed, boots bulled, and produce their appointments for examination by the often ferocious shift sergeants. Those appointments were the officer's truncheon, handcuffs, and pocketbook. No stab vests, pepper spray, or tasers for them. Over the years, the service's military-style past had become so watered down it was almost non-existent. Modern-day officers slouched at desks, dressed in polo shirts and baseball caps as they waited for the harassed shift supervisors to issue them with their daily duties. Ronnie Harris had been a response sergeant for 11 years, an achievement in itself. Most fell foul of stress-related illnesses long before they reached anything like Ronnie's milestone. He slapped down a pile of papers on his desk and began to issue his meagre shift with their beats. As he came to Willis, he looked up. The young cop detected the merest flash of a smile from his sergeant as he announced, "Steve, as we have a full complement of response drivers this morning, find yourself some waterproofs, lad. Take Brookfield Foot Patrol, will you?" There were ripples of laughter from the rest of the cops in the room. One older salt shouted, "Have a big hat in me locker, Steve. Bet you've never worn the tit, have you?" Willis turned down his mouth and shook his head. "Striker," he muttered, "you old dog." The 33-year-old dog was sitting where he parked his bulk at 0600 hours most mornings, next to Daisy Warren. Daisy extracted data from the station's systems and issued all the relative departments with everything she considered germane to each. From the chief superintendent down, Daisy ensured each branch head knew what was going on in the division. She delivered a summary of all the salient overnight crimes and incidents, together with a copy of the collator's bulletin to each office. However, not to Stryker's. For a start, no one other than the 3 detectives working from the recently formed Serial Crimes Unit could gain access to the room, as the door was always locked. And secondly, the firewalls installed on the computers used by the team ensured that nothing could be received electronically without their express permission. Moreover, Stryker insisted on reading each and every sordid event in the previous 12 hours of Preston's criminal history himself. Daisy was a jolly woman, bordering on clinical obesity. She had worked for Lancashire County for 27 years, knew all the tricks of the trade, and probably more about the city's criminal population than most cops. Stryker not only liked Daisy, but valued her wealth of knowledge. "You're determined to do me out of a job, aren't you, Stryker?" she said, pointing a packet of chocolate digestives his way. Stryker held up a hand as he perused the screen. "Not at all, Daisy. You know my opinion on summaries. They're just that, so they are. A brief statement or account of the main points of something. And that's no good to a man like me, who loves a fine detail. Anyway, it's your company that draws me to this place each morning." "Have a biscuit," said Daisy, blushing at Stryker's compliment. "I will not. How many times have I told you? Carbs are the enemy." Daisy waved the pack ever closer, a twinkle in her eye. "Oh, come on now, Stryker. A big strong fella like you needs a bit of something to grab hold of at night. These skinny minis are no good to a strapping bloke like yourself." Stryker broke into a rare smile. It wasn't that he was a dour man, it was just when he did allow himself the odd expression of mirth, he gave the impression of being ever so slightly insane. "Who I choose to grab in the wee small hours is none of your business, Miss Warren." He tapped the screen with a thick finger and gratefully changed the subject. "This has just come in, I see. This missing cat." Daisy twisted her seat. She faced the bull of a detective with a knowing grin. "So, is this why you ignore my summaries, deny me my moment of glory each day, so you can follow the plight of the city's missing felines? I didn't have you down as a cat lover, Stryker." "I'm not, although I recently acquired 2 of the hairy beasts." Genuine sadness fell across Daisy's face. "Oh, yes, Maureen's pair. So sad. It was ever so kind of you." The team had lost Detective Maureen Simons during a recent major investigation. She had been murdered by a local prostitute, Ruby Ward. Stryker had adopted Maureen's 2 cats, Felix and Tom. Kindness doesn't come into it. Necessity would be the word I'd use. Anyway, as I said, the missing cat. Daisy lowered her voice. "It came in via the front desk an hour back. Oh dear, bless her. She still sat there demanding to see a detective. The girl on inquiries told her that the report had been processed and there's nothing more." Stryker stood. To the right of where the pair sat was a thick smoked glass wall. Beyond it was the station's inquiry desk. At one time these public areas, often manned by a uniformed police officer, were a feature in every station, large and small. Sadly, due to the swathe of cuts to all the country's public services, the inquiry desk was fast becoming a thing of the past. Stryker printed out the report of the missing animal and peered through the glass partition at the complainant. She sat on a plastic chair, gripping a small red umbrella, soaked to the skin. The woman in question was Gladys Dobson, lived at 3 Laxley Grove, Holmes Slack, Preston. This meant that the lady, who according to the report was 79 years old, had walked for over an hour in the rain to make the complaint in person. Drawing in a full chest of air through his nose, Stryker stepped out into the public area where Gladys Dobson sat shivering. He took one look at the woman and felt his anger rise. The civilian inquiry assistant sat behind her desk, seemingly oblivious to the elderly female's plight. Stryker slapped the counter with a massive hand. The assistant almost jumped out of her skin. "Call the sergeant in the custody suite, for God's sake," he barked. "Get this poor woman a blanket and a hot drink." The young assistant took on the look of a hare in the headlights and dialed. Gladys looked up into Stryker's face. "Are you a policeman?" she asked. "I am." "A detective?" "A detective sergeant, ma'am." Gladys scowled. "You don't look much like a detective. You look more like a blooming rugby player." She pointed her dripping brolly at Stryker's face. "What's happened to your nose, lad? You forget to duck." "Something like that, ma'am." "Aye, well," she said, "about time you're here and all. I've been sat here an hour. When my Albert were a copper, police used to treat the elderly with a bit of respect." "I'm sure, ma'am," said Stryker. Moments later, a skinny-necked kid in a G4S outfit came scuttling to the desk. He carried a prison-issue blanket wrapped in cellophane and a cup of dubious-looking tea in a blue plastic mug. Stryker shot him a look, and he scurried off just as quickly. Turning his attention to Gladys, he opened the mercifully clean blanket, draped it around Gladys's shoulders, and passed her the mug of tea. She sniffed at it and pulled a face. "I don't taste sugar," she said. Stryker never did have a bedside manner. "Ma'am, the sugar not only helps to prevent shock from taking hold, but it has been medically proven that it makes people less aggressive and argumentative, something I feel you're in need of." Gladys looked into Stryker's inquisitive eyes. She may have been in the twilight of her years, but hers were equally sharp and very much alive. The detective thought he spotted the merest hint of humour in them. She sipped her drink. "Well, at least you tell it as it is, lad. I'll give you that." Stryker sat his massive frame next to Gladys. "So, you're here about your cat?" "William," said Gladys, sipping more tea. Stryker nodded. "And what makes you think he's been taken, rather than him just wandering off looking for a mouse or two?" Gladys turned her head, the cup still at her lips. Stryker noticed the liver spots on her frail hands. There was the merest hint of a tremor there. "What's your name, son?" she asked. "Stryker, ma'am." "Not your last, lad. Your first, the one your mother called you." "That would be Ewan." Gladys nodded and handed Stryker her empty cup. She shrugged off the blanket and slowly made it to her feet. "Well, Ewan," she said, "why don't you take me home, and I'll show you." Stryker helped Gladys into his Audi and gently closed the passenger door. Once he was behind the wheel, he checked her seatbelt, then moved off. Gladys rubbed the fine Napa leather upholstery with a bony finger. "Very posh," she said. "My Albert never had out like this in his day." "Where did he serve, ma'am?" "Here," offered Gladys. "Preston. Born and bred lily white he was. Not this station, of course. He joined up in 1953, the year we were wed. In them days the Nick were up by the open market, Earl Street. Of course, in 69 they built Lawson Street. He was there till he finished in 82. "And now?" asked Stryker, knowing the answer. Gladys studied her hands for a moment. "Oh, lad, he's long gone. 30 years of shift work in all weathers takes its toll on a man." "It does so," offered Stryker. "I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am." The old dear turned in her seat and smiled as if recalling better days. "Don't be sorry, detective. Me and my Albert had some wonderful times. A smile faltered. "I do miss him, though. Be even worse now, with William gone." "Let's see what we can do," said Stryker. Gladys took on a resigned look. "Aye," she said. The home slack area of Preston sits to the north of the city. Blacksley Grove was a small cul-de-sac off Ramsey Avenue and sported a mixture of semi-detached bungalows and houses. Gladys Dobson's home was the second bungalow in the street. Stryker helped the elderly lady from his car, and she led the way. The bungalow was oppressively warm inside. "Your central heating is working a treat, ma'am," offered Stryker, shrugging off his jacket. Gladys ignored his comment and handed him a framed picture of a cat. "This is William." Stryker examined the shot. "And a fine-looking animal he is, ma'am. But—" the old dear held up a wrinkled palm. "This way," she said. The pair walked through a small kitchen before Gladys opened the rear patio doors that led to a neat and tidy garden. "William likes to be outside," offered Gladys, "but he chases the birds if I don't fasten him up." On the patio were two cat bowls. One contained a few biscuits, the other water. Secured to a stake driven into the small lawn was a brightly coloured leash. At the end of that was a collar. "There," said Gladys. "I told you." The sergeant hunkered down and picked up the collar. Unless cats had recently developed opposable thumbs enabling them to undo buckles, William had indeed been stolen. Stryker had always been a perceptive man. Even as a child he had known things that had made others around him uncomfortable. His mother, now deceased, had called these happenings a gift. With each passing year, and particularly following the murder of Tag Westland, these occurrences had become ever more prevalent, and their physical attributes ever stronger. As he stood in the small, well-ordered garden, millions of pieces of cerebral code flashed before his eyes, pouring into his senses and overloading his brain. He felt light-headed. Then, with flash-gun accuracy, he was left with one single image, and it sickened him to his stomach. As Stryker regained his composure, he saw Gladys looking straight at him. "I had a great aunt who had that," she said. "What?" asked Stryker, desperately trying to rid himself of the final picture etched in his conscience. "The visions," she said. Stryker's head cleared and he held up a hand. "Oh, now, ma'am, I don't know anything about that." "Yes, you do," said the woman sharply. Gladys stepped forwards and gripped Stryker's hand in hers. It felt cold and bony, but there was strength there nonetheless. "Don't fight the visions, son. If you fight them, they'll harm you." She tapped her chest. "Inside." Gladys released him. "How do you know these things?" asked Stryker. "Well, I know this," she said. "The beliefs of the many can't change what you know to be real. Just because they don't experience it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Wind the clock back 200 years, son, and no one would have bat an eye." "They burn me at the stake, ma'am." "That we would lie with royals." Gladys bit her bottom lip and looked into Stryker's eyes. "He's dead, isn't he, my William?" Stryker nodded. "I think so." The old girl took a deep breath, unclipped the leash from its stake, picked up the bowls, and shuffled inside. 2. As Stryker drove back towards the station, his listening pleasure, currently provided courtesy of Dave Brubeck, was interrupted by a call from Detective Chief Superintendent Errol Graham. Graham's rich, deep Jamaican tones, masked by his long-time association with the capital city, boomed through the Audi speaker system. "Please tell me this is not true, Stryker. My best detective is out looking for a lost cat." "Stolen, sir, not lost." Even so, sir. A crime is a crime, and I have a feeling—" "Oh, God, not another one of your feelings, Stryker." "Sir, do you have a pet?" No, but you do have children? You know I do, Striker. However, so if one of your children had been abducted from your garden, would you be upset? Of course, but you and Gladys and Arthur Dobson didn't have children, sir. William, the cat in question, was the complainant's only companion. And I feel for the lady, but have you any idea why a person would steal a 10-year-old cat, sir? No, but I get the feeling you're going to tell me. Well, some steal for bait, sir. They take older, smaller, weaker animals for their fighting dogs to tear to pieces. That's gross. But not in this case, sir. No. No, sir. I have a bad feeling about this one. Fliss Abbott sat at her desk, typing furiously and sporting her new hairstyle. Gone was the geeky blonde. Hello was a softer new cut and plum colour. You did something with your hair, commented Striker. We'll make a detective of you yet, said Fliss. It's what women do when they get dumped. Men go to the pub and get drunk as girls get a new haircut. Striker looked about him, even though he knew they were in the office alone. I didn't dump you. No? No. This is not the time or place to discuss it, Abbott. Oh, sorry, I'll make an appointment. He ignored her. Fliss continued to type. Anyway, where have you been? Cat hunting. Haven't you got enough with Felix and Tom? He tossed a crime report over to her. Taken from the aggrieved party's back garden. Cat was on a leash. Whoever stole him undid the collar first. Happened between 5 and 8 p.m. The old dear walked the streets half the night looking for him, and walked to us this morning. Bless her. Any reports of dogfighting in the area? That's not what I'm feeling. Fliss sat back in her chair and removed her glasses. Striker thought she looked very pretty with her new hair. Felicity Abbott was the force's psychological profiler. She had trained in Quantico, Virginia, and her expertise had been critical to serial killer Henry Stott's capture. She also knew all about Striker's moments. Are you telling me you had one of your precognitive episodes? You make me sound like a freak. Fliss shrugged her narrow shoulders and took a deep breath. If what you are suggesting is something even more sinister, something that our unit might want to become involved in, there are plenty of instances where serial killers harmed animals in their early days. David Berkowitz, son of Sam, shot his neighbour's dog. Brenda Ann Spencer set local cats and dogs on fire before she began shooting children. Jeffrey Dahmer impaled a dog's head on a stick and displayed it in his garden, whereas Albert DeSalvo, better known as the Boston Strangler, trapped cats in a box and shot arrows at them. Should I go on? What about timescales? What, between torturing innocent animals and becoming a serial killer? Yep. That's a tough one, Striker. It's a bit like sex offenders, starting with stealing underwear from washing lines, then flashing, then moving on to serious sexual assaults. But there is no doubt that there is a connection between animal cruelty and serial killers. Fliss found a pack of gum in her bag and popped a piece in her mouth. You could be wide of the mark, of course, and it could just be a sick sod who likes to see their pit bull tear some defenceless pet to pieces. Helpful, muttered Striker. Fliss shrugged again. I never said it was an exact science, boss. Anyway, where's Bob this morning? He and Kath are at his daughter's graduation in Reading. He'll be in tomorrow. And Maureen's replacement? Doesn't start until the 11th. That's today, Ewan. Striker checked his watch. So it is. Then he's late. Andy Sykes was 30. Despite leaving Durham University with a first-class honours degree in criminology, he'd found employment hard to come by and was forced south, where he'd finally found a job as a uniformed constable with the Met. From day one, Andy loved London. The bright lights, the massed crowds, the melting pot of British culture, it all fascinated him. Unfortunately, Sykes lacked the physical qualities of a beat cop. He was tall enough, indeed, he stood just shy of 6'5" in his stocking feet, and no one doubted his courage. However, Andy was thin to the point of emaciation. He liked his food and ate well and regularly, but to no avail. Each day when he stood on the scales, the needle stubbornly refused to budge from 10 stone 4 pounds. The police service, as with most male-dominated professions, is an unforgiving place for anyone who stands out from the norm. Sykes had suffered name-calling all his childhood. He just wasn't prepared for it in later life. It appeared that the nickname Beanpole was determined to follow him to his grave. After 2 long and dangerous years walking foot patrols around Hackney, Sykes decided that maybe brawn was not his forte, and that his brain was his best asset. Within weeks of the end of his probationary period, Andy successfully applied to be a detective inside a unit specializing in fraud. Sykes' attention to detail and near photographic memory served him well. That aside, the only difference his choice of department seemed to make to his nickname was that it was shortened to Bean, after the Rowan Atkinson character. On turning 26, Sykes met and quickly married Cynthia Smallwood. She was Andy's opposite, the yin to his yang. Cynthia was fiery to the point of unstable, and despite her diminutive stature, a full 2 stone heavier than her spouse. Determined to further her husband's career by constant bullying and temper tantrums, Cynthia pushed Sykes from the relative comfort of the fraud office and persuaded him to find a role within Vice, where she assured him not only promotion but respect would follow. The move proved to be a masterstroke. Andy could finally use his greatest gift, his ability to understand psychosis and violent sexual deviance, and predict their next move. He had only been with Vice for 2 weeks when girls on his patch began to be brutally murdered, and the department was transformed from one of prevention to one of detection. The killings were well planned and in pre-selected locations. Each victim was kept captive before their murder, with the killer thriving on sexual bondage and intentional torture. Death was either by means of strangulation or stabbing. All these traits pointed towards a paraphilic, a person who experiences intense sexual arousal to atypical objects, situations, fantasies, behaviors, or specific individuals. This was Andy's arena. The case was solved using Sykes' intellect and guile, and he would never be called Bean again. Unfortunately, he would not be so lucky in love, and Cynthia ran off with a man who she described as normal and not a fucking weirdo. Errol Graham had used Sykes' services during his time on Operation Trident, and when Andy had seen that the detective chief superintendent was looking for a DC to join an elite team up in Lancashire, he'd applied without a second thought. Sykes stood and stared at the numerical lock on the door of the SCU office, and wondered if he should knock. A deep, angry voice emanated from inside. It was the strangest mix of accents. East Coast America and the Falls Road Belfast fought with each other for supremacy. "If you don't knock, son, you'll be there all day." Andy looked around him for an obvious CCTV camera, but found none. "I can hear your feckin' breathing from here, lad." Sykes gave in and knocked quietly. The door was flung open by a man his own height, but close on double his bulk. His black T-shirt strained to cover his muscular frame, and his huge arms were covered in what Andy could only consider to be some form of tribal ritualistic images. The man had flame-red hair that was cut sandpaper short to match his beard. His deep-set ice-blue eyes examined him. Sykes considered he had seen several psychotics with the very same gaze. "You're late," barked Stryker. Andy was knocked firmly out of his stride. He did his best to hold onto his briefcase, balance his hold-all, and hold out a hand. "Sykes, sir," he offered. "Andrew Sykes. I'm your new—" "Detective," finished Stryker. "I know who you are, son. Obviously that arrangement is not reciprocated. You see, I'm not a sir. I'm a sergeant." The brute of a man gripped Andy's outstretched hand. "Everyone calls me Stryker. It's easier, son." Pleased to meet you, Stryker," stuttered the new Jack, in his quiet, cultured accent. "Sorry about the late arrival. Damn train was late leaving Euston." Stryker growled under his breath. He pointed to where Maureen Simon's desk lay empty. "That's yours," he said. "Thank you," breathed Sykes, and dropped his bags on the top. Fliss made her way around her own station and held out a welcoming hand. "Felicity Abbott," she offered. "I'm the department's profiler for my sins." She shot Stryker a look. "We're not all as grumpy as the sergeant here." "Nice to meet you, Felicity," said Sykes. "Fliss," she smiled. "Fliss it is, then," nodded Andy. Stryker stretched his huge frame. He held both hands above his head, fingers interlocked. There was a noticeable cracking sound from his neck as he twisted his head, first left, then right. "When we've finished with the niceties, can you answer me a question there, Sykes?" he asked. Andy unzipped his holdall and began to place various items on his new desk. "I'll do my best there, sir. Stryker." The sergeant spun in his seat. "Why would someone steal a cat?" Sykes looked puzzled. "A cat?" "Yeah, you know," said Stryker, waving a hand. "Furry, 4 legs." Andy dropped into his seat and eyed his boss. "Pedigree?" Stryker shook his head. "Age?" 10, offered Fliss. Andy sucked air through his teeth. "Dogfighters, maybe," he said. Stryker leaned forwards in his chair, resting his elbows on his knees. "I read your CV whilst I was waiting for you to turn up, son." Sykes looked sheepish. Fliss gave him a reassuring shake of her head. "And it says that you have a degree in criminology," added Stryker. I do," said Andy. "I specialize in psychotics." "Lunatics," spat Stryker. "That's one way of putting it, Sergeant." Stryker allowed himself a smile that unnerved Sykes more than most of the inpatients he'd interviewed for his dissertation. "So, if I said to you, it isn't a dog-fighter, what kind of nutter steals an old deer's moggy from her garden?" Sykes cocked his head. He had a long, narrow face that matched his long, narrow body. His blonde hair was prematurely thinning, and he had the beginnings of a widow's peak. Yet he had a handsome, welcoming countenance and a naturally likeable disposition. He was, however, a total geek. "Are you suggesting that this person or persons has stolen the cat in order to harm it other than for fighting purposes?" "A la Berkowitz and friends," offered Fliss. "Ha!" said Andy, instantly warming to the conversation. "Well, if that is the case, then you could easily be looking for a young teenager, or even an older male who has problems forming relationships with the opposite sex. IATC is associated with the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder." "Speak English, son," said Stryker. Andy smiled. "Sorry, I mean, as Fliss has already alluded to, IATC, intentional animal torture and cruelty, is a common behavior among serial murderers and rapists, particularly those with psychopathic traits, selfishness, lack of remorse, and such like. They began by torturing and killing animals in their childhood. Some take this into later life. Take Dahmer. He collected animal roadkill, dissected the remains, and masturbated over the animals he had cut up." "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," said Stryker, shaking his head. Andy didn't appear to hear his boss and continued to unpack his holdall. "So I take it we found the cat. What were the injuries? They are very important, you see. The method tells us a lot." "No, Andy," said Fliss, eyeing Stryker warily. "We don't have the cat. Sergeant Stryker visited the complainant this morning, and, well, he sometimes experiences certain types of episodes at crime scenes. The boss feels that this theft is more sinister than meets the eye." Sykes' head shot up, a smile on his face. "Are you suggesting that we have a precognitive in our midst?" There was silence as both detectives eyed the new recruit. Fliss didn't think Andy's eyes could grow any wider. "Fascinating. Oh my, I just knew this job was for me. I mean, I've read all about the Stott case, of course. Fantastic work in identifying the doctor. Well, first class, simply first class." He pulled a large glass ball from his holdall and rested it on a small black stand. Sykes shrugged his thin shoulders. "However, chaps, as for precognition, I think we may as well just look into this." Andy tapped the ball. "Present from the ex-wife, her idea of a little joke." "Not a believer, then?" asked Fliss. Andy gave a thin smile. "Sorry, no. I believe what the sergeant experiences is a false perception by which he infers from data he has previously unconsciously learned that a certain event will probably happen in a certain context. When the event then occurs, that former knowledge appears to have been acquired without the aid of recognized channels of information, hence his feeling of déjà vu." Stryker sat back in his chair. "So all these questions I'm asking you, I already subconsciously know the answer to?" "Not all, but some. That's a possibility," said Sykes awkwardly. Stryker nodded. "Where are you staying, son?" Well, things happened a little quickly, so I'm in the B&B until I can find a flat to rent. All my stuff is in storage until then." The sergeant checked his Amiga and stood. "Okay, Sykes, you get yourself sorted and we'll meet at the 12 Tellers for a spot of lunch, say midday. You look like you need some protein there." Andy looked to Fliss for support. 12 Tellers? "Pub in town," she offered. Stryker pulled on his leather jacket and gestured for Fliss to do the same. She quickly followed her boss to the door, leaving the new recruit to unpack. The sergeant tapped the numerical door lock that kept prying eyes from the small office. "Battle of Hastings," he said. Andy looked bewildered. Stryker turned to Fliss Abbott. "Hell, the guy's right. I already knew he wouldn't know the answer to that one." 3. As Stryker and his team pondered over the thorny issue of lunch, PC Steve Willis had just about dried off. His long, slow walk from the station to his given patrol area, Brookfield, had taken him just under an hour. Stryker's little prank had ensured that he'd been soaked to the skin, and he made a mental note never to try any further verbal jousting with the burly sergeant. He'd spent most of the morning wandering the streets of the sprawling council estate, and had just managed to find himself a warm drink in one of the small shops on Langcliffe Road, when his radio burst into life, calling him to the report of a house burglary on Cromwell Road. Apparently, the owners had returned home to find their property ransacked. Steve, of course, was very young in service to be visiting a house burglary without supervision. Most shifts, his patrol sergeant would ensure that he was paired with a more experienced officer. However, with a recent epidemic of flu in the division and the fact that Preston North End were at home to Blackpool in the Cup later that night, manpower was stretched to the limit, and Steve was alone. Willis didn't mind flying solo. In fact, it made him feel good, trusted even. He was a tough and streetwise lad who came from a working-class background. Not being the most academic of students, he'd struggled day and night to pass his public services degree. Unlike some of his more intellectual peers, Steve was determined to make his hard work pay off and show his family and friends that he was more than capable of succeeding in a job other than hospitality or factory work. He'd been forced to move from his hometown of Sheffield to Preston, to take up the only police vacancy he could find north of Watford Gap. Steve's father and 3 brothers were all steel workers, hard men from a hard town. As the youngest sibling, he had taken some stick about his newfound occupation. That and the ultimate sin of crossing the divide from the white rose to the red. But Steve knew deep down that all his folks were behind him. They were that kind of people. Family came first. Willis was single. Not surprising considering the number of hours he worked. Nevertheless, the young cop believed the temporary lack of female company in his life was a price worth paying. Being a police officer had been his dream. From a tender age it had been all he'd ever wanted to do. That and play centre forward for his beloved Blades, of course. Football aside, when it quickly became apparent that his striking prowess was not up to Premiership standards, Much to his father's concern, Steve had concentrated on his studies and gaining entry to the job. He was a tall lad, just over 6'3", with the lithe muscular frame of a keen cyclist. One of the reasons he often bumped into the rather scary figure of Ewan Stryker in the Knicks' locker room was the fact that he cycled into work each day. The 22-mile round trip was small potatoes to Steve, who thought nothing of hitting a 60-mile thrash around the lakes on his days off. Before he discovered cycling, Steve, his father and brothers had all boxed. Being the baby of the family, he had always felt the need to prove himself, and fighting both inside the ring and on the streets of Sheffield had become an all-too-prevalent occurrence for the young lad. University had been his saviour. It had taken him away from the Yorkshire council estate, where the scalp of any of the Willis brothers was considered a major prize. He'd found himself in Leeds, where he was just another student trying to make his way in life. As the need for fighting diminished, cycling grew to be a necessity, not only because Steve couldn't afford a car. Turning those pedals kept Willis fit, but it also calmed him, ordered his thoughts, and put things into perspective. Steve Willis needed all those things. He required discipline, and, if he was truly honest, strenuous physical exercise stopped him from punching people, even if they deserved it. The house he was looking for was situated close to the Brookfield estate, an area not noted for its salubrious, wholesome residents, yet despite Cromwell Road's geographical proximity, it was far removed from the rambling council scheme. The road was home to some substantial properties, its obvious wealth thumbing its nose at its noisy neighbours. It seemed to serve as a boundary, a thick black swathe of tarmacked affluence drawing a line between the haves and the definitely have-nots. Steve had struggled to find the place, due to the property being named rather than numbered. He couldn't help but mentally chastise the owners for making the emergency services job just that little more difficult. However, with the thieves long gone and the chances of a successful detection slim, Steve Willis didn't suppose it mattered too much. He stood outside the property, ran his hands through his blonde hair and cricked his back. The large metal gates to the property were wide open, and surprisingly there were no cars on the long drive. Steve trod to what looked like a newly painted front door and rang the bell once, twice, 3 times. He checked his watch. The job was less than an hour old. Surely they wouldn't go out. Willis blew out his cheeks and walked along the building line until he reached the garage. To the left of the double up and over doors was a tall arched wooden gate. He gave it a shove. The second it opened, he could hear her. A woman crying. No, not just crying, sobbing. Was that it? Sobbing? What could be worse than sobbing, he thought. Because it was worse. Much worse. The noise was low-pitched, but definitely female, a moaning dirge interspersed with full, hollering cries. Steve had never heard anything like it, not even when the priest came to tell his mum his gran had passed. His feet crunched on gravel as he negotiated the narrow path that led the length of the garage and led to what appeared to be a large, well-tended back garden. The as-yet unseen wailing female continued unabated, but he could also hear her talking now, jabbering to herself between the sobs, spitting out odd words, someone grieving yet full of venom. The young cop had been so compelled by the sounds the woman was making that he hadn't noticed a smell of burning in the air. Indeed, Willis saw the plume of smoke before it registered in his nostrils. He stopped, took a beat. "Hello," he called. "Police officer, is that Mrs. Benson?" The crying stopped instantly and was replaced by someone taking in large gulps of air. Someone doing their best to get it together, to put on a brave face, a stiff upper lip. The young cop popped his head out, looked around the garage wall and set eyes on the source of the noise. "Hello," he said. "I'm P.C. Willis." The woman was red-faced, and her eyes still streamed with tears. but at least the wailing had stopped. She stood next to a pile of clothing that looked suspiciously to Willis like the contents of her underwear drawers. Everything from plain Jane White to Victoria's Secret's racy had been dumped on the grass next to a large round barbecue which blazed away merrily. "You're PC too fucking late, that's what you are," she shouted, picking up a handful of lacy numbers and adding them to the flames. "I'm just here to make the report, Mrs. Benson," offered Steve, "and to see if we can help." "Just how do you think you're going to do that, sonny?" she spat. "Turn back the clock a few hours, return our watches, my mother's engagement ring, my grandmother's ruby wedding necklace." Her voice, her anger, her frustration was rising with each sentence. Tara Benson picked up another handful of what appeared to be stockings or tights and tossed them onto the fire. They crackled and flashed. She sneered at the young cop. "We can buy more of those, can't we, Constable? A few pairs of stockings, a sexy little garter belt." Benson gritted her teeth and grabbed what looked like a corset. This time, rather than throw it to the flames, she held it out towards Willis and shook it. "What do you suggest I do with this, sonny? Do like my useless lump of a husband suggested and wash it? Fucking wash it? After those bastards, those fucking scummy bastards have been through every drawer, touched all my beautiful underwear with their grubby hands." The woman stepped forwards. She was unsteady and, despite the hour, smelled of alcohol. Tara Benson was 38, a handsome brunette with a gym-honed, personally trained figure. She sported tattooed brows, extended lashes, collagen-enhanced lips, and a Botox regime that ensured her forehead looked like a slab of solid porcelain 24 hours a day. She should have been the picture of modern beauty, yet she exuded ugliness. Her wrath, her resentment, her rage, all-consuming. She pushed the black lace corset under the nose of Steve Willis and scoffed. "Maybe they sniffed this. What do you think, Blondie? Do you like to sniff your girlfriend's skimpy numbers? Men do, don't they? It's a fetish." Steve drew his head away and gave Tara Benson a look. She snorted a laugh. "Oh, is our very serious young copper a bit on the bashful side? Well, how about this? They left all the drawers open, pulled everything out onto the floor. What's to say they didn't just toss themselves off over the lot, eh?" She pushed the item under Steve's nose again. "What do you think of that, sonny Jim?" Willis grabbed Tara's wrist. Not hard, but hard enough to take control. Her eyes widened for a second, and he considered that she enjoyed the firmness of the contact. "Mrs. Benson," said Willis quietly, "Tara, I think we should go inside." He looked into her face for a moment, then raised his brows the way she could not. "At the very least, you can decide what to burn next." Steve walked the substantial house room by room, hands in pockets. The place had indeed been ransacked, every drawer, every cupboard emptied of their contents, and the items strewn across the floor in a frenzy. Cushions pulled from sofas and chairs, boxes with their insides tipped out. The place was a disaster zone. Willis felt suddenly out of his depth. "I'll need to take a few details, Mrs. Benson," he said, "and I'll get the scenes of crime boys over as soon as, so you can clear up." Tara stood close by, her tears still evident. "Whatever," she said flatly. Willis scribbled some thoughts in his notebook, then scratched his head. "How long was the property empty?" Benson began to root in her bag. Finally she found a pack of cigarettes. "We were out for dinner last night and stayed over at a friend's house, you understand. We left here just after 7 and got back." She lit up, exhaled. "Around 9:30, maybe 10 this morning." Steve looked up from his pocketbook. "Is that something that you do regularly?" "Eat, you mean?" she said. "Stay overnight," he offered. "Suppose so. Once, maybe twice a month. Sometimes we reciprocate and we party here." Steve looked around what had been an opulent lounge. "And where is your husband now?" he asked. Tara blew smoke down her nose. Her eyes flashed. "He's out. Business." He has important business. 4. Mind if I join you, mate? The scout's voice emanating from behind Stryker was none other than his long-standing colleague, Police Surgeon Phil Grover. Grover had a specific role. He wasn't a pathologist, more a forensic medical specialist. After the first responders, he was the team's first medical opinion on plot. To Stryker, he was indispensable. Phil was tremendously bright and at the top of his game. He could easily have been working a nice steady practice, yet he chose the long hours and late nights that the police surgeon role often demanded. A Croxteth boy, born and bred, he spent many cold hours on the streets of that delightful suburb of Liverpool, more noted for its drug and gun culture than pleasant vistas and coffee bars. He'd been the only one in his family to ever attend college, and it was his intellect, persistence, and a parade of minimum-wage jobs that saw him through university and beyond. He was the only police surgeon that Stryker had ever known to hold the diploma in medical jurisprudence. Phil Grover knew his shit. However, if you really wanted to wind him up, all you needed to do was remind him that Wayne and Colleen Rooney lived on the same estate as him once. Phil bled Liverpool red. Stryker turned and patted the seat next to him. "Sit, oh great one." The doc slid his half-pint of Lancaster Bomber onto the table and plunked himself down. "And who's this new face?" he asked, examining the team's latest recruit. Andy reached across the table to the Liverpudlian. "DC Andy Sykes," he offered in his quiet, refined way. "I've just transferred from the Met." Phil took his hand and shook. "Not a Chelsea fan there, lads, I hope. Don't care for them, see." Phil screwed up his nose. "Never could do with that Frank Lampard. He's got one of them faces." Andy shrugged. "Sorry, I don't follow football." Phil looked crestfallen. "What are you doing with these new lads, Stryker? You'll soon have the old Nick a footy for his own. Does nobody realise that association football is the sport of the working man?" "Not everyone has had the benefit of your misspent youth there, Phil," offered the big detective. Grover downed what was left of his beer. "Well," he licked his lips, "there's some stuff you don't learn in a classroom. The life lessons of standing on the famous cop, for a start. Another, anyone?" He received 3 shakes of the head and made to the bar to replenish his own drink. When he returned with his second half-pint, Andy Sykes was still considering the doc's last statement. "I know the story of the cop, Doctor. Both Anfield and Preston's own ground, Deepdale, have terraces that are named after the Spion cop. It was the site of a battle during the Boer War. The British Army fought to capture the hilltop, and many perished in the attempt, most of whom were from Lancashire, and many from the city of Liverpool itself. That pinnacle's name was Spion Kop, or Spionkop, in Afrikaans, meaning Spy Hill, and that's the origin of the name, you see." Phil Grover eyed the team's latest member with suspicion. "Is that right? Well, you listen to me, soft lad. That snippet of military history that you so glibly reeled off from some textbook you were made to read by Sir at your posh boarding school resulted in 243 British fatalities." He pointed a finger. "Now, if by chance your folks were brought up where mine were, in the Liverpool Dock area, or Scotty Road, chances are one of your relatives is buried in those trenches, buried just where they fell." Phil took a drink. "The whole thing was a cock-up by the big bosses, the generals, the publicly schooled toffs. Men died because of their incompetence. No change there then, eh, Andrew, my lad?" It appeared Andy had unknowingly dropped upon one of Phil's pet topics. The Scouser raised his brows and continued. "There were some real big hitters present at the time too, pal. Winston Churchill himself was commissioned as a lieutenant after his well-publicised escape from Boer captivity. He acted as a courier between the Spion Kop and the useless toe-rag generals back at headquarters. One of his messages said, Corpses lay here and there, with wounds of an horrible nature. The splinters and fragments of the shells had torn and mutilated them. The shallow trenches were choked with dead and wounded. Phil pointed again. Dead and wounded from my city, from my street. You get me drift yet, Andrew, my lad? Sykes was open-mouthed and ever so slightly pink. Even fucking Mohandas Scandi was there. He was a stretcher-bearer in the Indian Ambulance Corps. He was decorated for his bravery too, was the lad. So don't quote your textbooks at me. Grover sat back and finally gave Andy a welcome smile. Sorry, pal. I'm a bit of an anorak when it comes to the mighty Reds. Grover's rant had brought a smirk to Stryker's face. However, it was short-lived. The sergeant's phone vibrated on the table in front of him. He opened the call and listened. Fliss watched his face. She knew Stryker as well as anyone could. They'd had a brief relationship during the Stott inquiry, and she'd hoped that, given time, it might have blossomed into something more permanent. But it wasn't to be. She knew of the losses he'd suffered as a young man, how he'd revered his father and still grieved for his mother. She knew of his love of modern jazz, good coffee, and classic German sports cars. Yet despite being bedfellows, there were still massive gaps in Stryker's history that he had never offered to fill, and Fliss had never found the courage to ask about. Even so, as he scribbled details onto a small pad, she knew all too well that he was receiving bad news. "We're on our way, sir," he said, and closed the call. Stryker let out his trademark sigh. It was filled with pain and sorrow. He sniffed. "Reckon you should leave that second beer, Phil. Report is of a murder. Office is on Winkley Square. Young girl, 19. Her throat's been cut. Uniformer there now. The chopper's up. They believe the offender has escaped on foot. Male, 6 feet plus, wearing army-style combat clothing and a black balaclava. That's all we have right now. Errol Graham wants us on it." Everyone stood in unison, except Stryker. He sat, head bowed, eyes closed. Sykes noticed that the sergeant's hand shook. Moments later, Stryker raised his head and Sykes examined his eyes. They were glazed, like someone had delivered a massive blow to the big detective, knocking him senseless. Moments later they cleared, the distant look, the unfocused retinas replaced by sharp ones, demanding clarity. Stryker turned his attention to Andy Sykes. "Put this into Google Maps, son. PR16EN. Sykes hurriedly removed his phone from his jacket and did as he was asked. "Okay, Sergeant, done. Gives me Ramsey Avenue, runs between Holmes Slack and Brookfield areas." "So it will, son," offered Stryker. "It will also give you the location of Laxley Grove, the scene of the theft of our missing feline." Sykes looked flustered. "I don't understand, sir. I mean, Sergeant, we have a murder recently committed." His voice faltered into a nervous laugh. "Surely you don't expect me to spend time on a missing—" Stryker slammed his massive fist into the table. Even a few of the locals enjoying their lunch jumped. "You will do as I feckin' tell you, Detective. I want every household spoken to in that postcode before you go home. Missing cats, dogs, budgies, rodents, whatever. Am I clear?" Sykes was pale but not downtrodden. He spoke quietly. "If this is somehow connected to your so-called precognition, Sergeant, then I really must Fliss grabbed Andy's hand and squeezed. He considered just how strong she was for a female. She caught his gaze and wrinkled her nose. "Do as the boss asks there, Andy, eh?" She pushed a set of keys into his palm. "Take my motor, red Mini. It's on the rooftop car park at the Nick." The standoff over, Sykes reluctantly turned on his heels and was gone. Phil Grover also knew about Stryker's moments. There was, of course, no medical or logical explanation for them, or any evidence that he actually saw or knew anything of real evidential value. But he'd witnessed the phenomenon often enough to know that these hunches, as he preferred to call them, were more often than not on the money. "I'll follow you to the scene," said Grover. Alanica was a small call centre that specialised in debt recovery. It nestled on the first floor of one of the most beautiful Georgian buildings in the city. Winkley Square had begun life as an exclusive residential area for the town's gentry, but in recent times had become home to insurance companies, solicitors, partnerships, and the like. In the landscaped centre were peaceful public gardens. Today they were anything but. Stryker, Abbott and Grover stood at the cross-street side of the gardens, under the shadow of a statue of Sir Robert Peel. They watched as the circus unfolded. The crime scene tape was up, the road closed. Men in forensic suits were carrying shiny metal boxes up the stairs towards the office. The unused ambulance still sat outside, doors open, lights flashing. 2 green-clad paramedics were in deep conversation by the vehicle. "While we wait for our suits and the invitation to the party," said Phil, "I reckon I'll have a chat with the folks from our wonderful NHS." Stryker nodded and watched as Phil wandered over and introduced himself to the pair. Fliss looked up at her boss. "You sure of a connection to this and the missing cat, Stryker?" "Did I say anything about a connection?" he snapped. Fliss knew better than to push the matter, and the pair fell into silence as they watched the police surgeon chatting with the ambulance crew. Finally Phil strolled back to them and blew out his cheeks. "Nasty one is this. Cause of death is definitely down to the throat wound. Medics say that he's sawn right through to the trachea. He sliced the jugular and carotid. They say it looks like he intended to sever the head." "Jesus, Mary and Joseph," muttered Stryker. Phil nodded. "The medics were here first and all. They say it was chaos. The majority of the staff are young women, and most of them are in various stages of shock. From what the guys can gather, our perp has just run up the stairs and attacked the first girl he's come across. The victim has suffered some minor wounds elsewhere than the throat, defensive wounds to the hands and arms, for instance, but nothing life-threatening." Phil turned down his mouth and spoke as much to himself as the team. "If you're going to murder someone with a knife, there are easier ways than cutting someone's throat in front of dozens of witnesses, don't you think?" "Have they found the weapon?" asked Fliss, deep in thought. Phil shook his head. "Not yet. The search teams will do a full fingertip sweep of the area, but the NHS crew don't seem to think he's dropped it anywhere local to the body. I'll have a better idea of the size and type of blade when I see it myself. Then once the Path boys get her on the table, we'll know for sure. One thing is for certain, the medics say it had to be one big fuck-off knife." Stryker saw a uniformed inspector walking towards them. He carried 3 sets of protective coveralls. "Looks like we're all going to get a closer look," he said. The 3 of them kitted up whilst the inspector briefed them. He was in his 30s, of diminutive stature and somewhat pale-faced. You didn't need to be a psychologist to see he was struggling with the events he'd witnessed. "The emergency call was made just after 1300 hours, began the inspector. "The offender gained entry by pushing past an employee as she opened the door to exit the offices. Seems the majority of the staff have lunch on the premises, although some nip out. She was one of them. The killer has then run directly up the stairs and attacked the victim in front of the remaining workers." "Do we know who she is yet?" asked Stryker, pulling on his overshoes. "She's one Charlene Major," said the inspector. 19, Caucasian, blonde, pretty. Worked here 2 days a week to fit in with uni. She was studying English literature at UCLan. "What made you mention she was pretty, sir?" asked Fliss. The inspector's lip began to tremble, his anger rising up, overtaking his professionalism. "Well, she was, detective. Very. At least until this bastard." Stryker held up a hand. "We understand, sir. Thanks for your brief. We'll take it from here." Stryker stood at the only entrance to the office. It was an unremarkable opening, no more than a door in a wall, really. Security took the form of an electronic keypad to get you in. On the inner wall, a large round green button ensured a timely exit. He stepped inside, closely followed by Doc Grover and Fliss Abbott. There were bloody footprints on several of the risers, and a long brushstroke of claret swept down the right-hand side of the pure white wall as if the killer had deliberately wiped his blood-stained glove along it as he'd made his escape. On reaching the landing, the stairs turned to the right, and just 2 steps further brought Stryker to the offices of Alanica. The layout of the small private call centre was as expected. In front of him were 4 rows of desks, 16 in all, each separated by acoustic partitions, allowing individual callers some modicum of privacy. Past this block was a further row of 4 well-equipped stations, furnished with larger desks and comfier-looking chairs. These, considered Stryker, would be the supervisor's posts. Beyond those were a pair of glass-enclosed offices. Each of these, he assumed, were home to senior management. That said, for the moment the fishbowl-style rooms were crammed with what appeared to be the whole of the traumatized workforce. Amid the wails and tears, uniformed officers struggled to take the details of those workers who would never forget this terrible day. Stryker examined those disturbed souls held behind the glass, trapped spirits, broken individuals, unused to such carnage and bloodshed. The sergeant looked to his right, where the room extended out across to what appeared to be a newly built section of the office. At the far end of this area were 4 vending machines, dispensing hot and cold drinks, sandwiches, chocolate and biscuits. Ahead of those were 4 square tables, each with 4 plastic chairs around them. Tragically, directly in front of these tables, where ordinary people went about their ordinary lives, lay the twisted and bloody corpse of 19-year-old Charlene Major. "I'm going to want to speak to the woman he pushed past at the front door and any member of staff that was close to these dining tables or vending machines when he struck." He stepped closer to the dead girl, closed his eyes and released a long, painful sigh. "Once we know who everyone is, the rest can go home. We'll get the action team to take statements from the stragglers." Fliss nodded. "Okay, boss, I'm on it." Stryker blew out his cheeks and looked to his long-time colleague, Dr. Phil Grover, who was kneeling at the body. "Tragic," he said. "Tell you what, the inspector was right about this one, Ewan. She was a real looker." Stryker was deep in thought. He just nodded, his eyes unfocused, mind elsewhere. Grover left the sergeant to his musings and turned to one of the forensic photographers who was busy removing a second camera from a metal case. "Are we okay to move her now, mate?" The guy held up a hand. "Give us a sec, Doc. We need to turn her and get shots of what we can't see. And we need to bag her hands for fibres. Once you've done your prelim, we'll arrange transport to the morgue. We can get whatever else we need there." Grover nodded his assent, stepped back and stood alongside Stryker. Both men couldn't take their eyes from the huge amount of blood that had sprayed from the victim's neck and splattered against the once white walls of the small dining area. "Don't think there's much question about the cause of death, mate," said Grover. "This is a frenzy," pondered Stryker. One forensics guy finished tying plastic bags over Charlene's blood-stained hands before the photographer helped him turn Charlene over. Less than a dozen flashes of a camera later, the men were done. "And she's all yours, Doc," he said, and busied himself labelling samples. Grover began his initial examination of Charlene's lifeless body. Stryker had seen many police surgeons, countless undertakers, and dozens of pathologists at work, yet he had never seen any of them treat a body with such reverence as Phil. He handled each and every victim as if they were his own flesh and blood. Gently moving Charlene's long blonde hair away from her neck, he fully revealed the wounds inflicted by her killer. Then methodically Grover checked the rest of the body. Stryker waited patiently as the doc muttered away to himself. Finally, the big detective could wait no more. "Come on, Phil, for feck's sake. What have you got there?" The Liverpudlian shook his head. Despite his many years of experience, he was still appalled by the futile taking of human life. The level of depravity, the brutality, the senselessness. "Well," he began, "obviously the staff who saw it will be able to tell us for certain, but if you look at these wounds here—" He gestured for Stryker to come closer, to kneel by the body. See these small nicks just above where the deeper cuts are? I mean, I can't be certain, but it looks like he held her first, with a knife to her throat, threatening her maybe. It would appear that at some stage of the attack she's tried to fight him off, that or just try to get away. See here, the slash marks on her arms and hands. They're defence wounds, definitely. Phil swallowed hard. I think she's tried to get past him and away. Grover stood, turned his body and raised his hands to mimic the killer. But as she's got level with him, he's grabbed her, more than likely by the hair, left-handed, pulling her head back, stopping her in her tracks and revealing her throat. Then he's hacked at her. I can't be 100% yet, but I would suggest right-handed, from behind. As he's done so, her body spun, hence the spray patterns on the 3 walls. Phil took a moment to reassess the blood splatters that surrounded him. Slowly he turned back to Charlene's lifeless body and shook his head in disbelief. God knows why, but then he's continued to saw at her. I've never seen anything quite so frenetic and single-minded in a knife-killing. It's as close to a beheading as I've ever seen. Stryker didn't move from his kneeling position. He could feel the tension building in his neck. The tightness was always the first sign. First the muscles constricted, then his tendons burned. He tried in vain to focus on the body of Charlene Major, but once again he was unable to fight the masses of electrical activity flooding his senses. He let his head fall, locked his fingers behind his neck and closed his eyes. His breathing shortened, 5, 6, 7 tight breaths, before the sheer deluge of static caused his body to jerk violently. With one final gasp of air, it was over. Stryker opened his eyes. He steadied himself, one gloved palm planted on the floor like a punch-drunk fighter waiting for his head to clear so he may rise from the canvas. "This is personal," he said, head still bowed. Then, turning to the doctor, "This ain't random, Phil. This girl was his target. If he didn't know her personally, he admired her from afar. More than that, he needed this stage. He needed his audience as much as he needed to kill. My question is, why? Why the shocking show, the public performance? Why would he choose to murder this poor young girl in such a setting, if it wasn't to make some kind of statement?" "That's probably a question for the psychologists," said the doc. Stryker took in a long, deep breath through his nose. His eyes stretched wide in an attempt to focus on reality. He stood unsteadily, then slowly paced around the body, his chest rising and falling as he continued to fill his lungs with much-needed oxygen. He knew where she worked, so he could easily know other things about her, where she lived, maybe, her routine. What I'm saying is, why here, and in the middle of the day? City lunchtime traffic, people everywhere. Why take this chance? Fliss had returned from organising the witnesses. She'd observed Stryker's episode too. "Well, he certainly got on his toes quickly enough, boss. Not a single sighting of him, either coming or going. So he's either got the luck of the Irish, no pun intended, or he's extremely well organised." She watched as her sergeant's eyes refocused on Charlene's forlorn body. His moment over, he was finally back in the room, and his temper had arrived with him. He curled his lip, and those once dazed eyes now flashed in anger. Thick, rope-like veins twitched either side of his massive neck. "You know what, Phil?" he growled. "I don't think this evil bastard tried to behead her. I think he got overexcited. He was on his 3rd encore." Stryker waved an arm towards the witnesses still huddled in the 2 rear offices. "He was playing to the gallery." Fliss wrinkled her nose. "You can't be sure he knew her, boss. This still could be very random. I mean, this is a call centre debt collection, isn't it? If we are indeed dealing with a paraphilic, and you still think there may be a connection to this recent animal theft." Stryker looked like he may explode. Did I mention a frackin' connection, Detective Constable Abbott? Fliss held her ground. Well, not exactly, but even if there is no connection, if the killer is sufficiently psychotic, he could well be one of the debtors on Charlene's list of clients. Maybe he was pissed off with Charlene's telephone manner. People have killed for less. Stryker screwed up his face. Her feckin' telephone manner. Fliss shrugged. Psychotics fixate on many different kinds of issues that we would consider to be minor. Not being served first by the girl at the coffee shop, or maybe the barmaid who overcharged him once. Who knows with these guys? And I wouldn't rule random out just yet. Stryker shook his head. I think we can, Abbott. If Charlene wasn't his intended target and this was an indiscriminate attack, why not kill the woman who opened the door downstairs? No audience? Offered Fliss. Stryker nodded his head in acknowledgement, turned down his mouth. Okay, why not the girl sitting at the first desk? Grover was hopping from foot to foot. He needed to move the body and get to work. Look, guys, as much as I'm fascinated by your intellect and detective work, these things are your department. I'm glad I just deal with the how. The why is your baby. The doc ushered the pair out of his way. I'm going to follow the body to RPH. Stay in touch, okay, chaps? Undeterred by Stryker's disregard for her theory, Fliss took a closer look at Charlene. I still say it could be something as simple as hair colour, boss. The woman who opened the security door was dark. Maybe the girl at this first desk was a redhead. Let's not jump to conclusions. Stryker shook his head. Killed for being a blonde? I don't think so. He knew her. Fliss got in close to him. Did you see something? She hissed. Just then? I mean, both the doc and I saw what happened. You had one of your episodes, didn't you? Stryker blew out his cheeks, shook his head. It was nothing. Well, nothing that made any sense, anyway. Abbott cocked her head. Why don't you let your resident psychological profiler be the judge of that, Stryker? The sergeant grunted, looked around him to ensure his privacy, and then lowered his voice to a whisper. All I saw were 3 men sitting around a dinner table. That and a face. A face? Asked Fliss, unable to hide her excitement. Stryker sniffed and rubbed his crew cut with his palm. Not a face as such. A mask, maybe. We'll talk about it later. Once again he turned to assess the gathered staff members. Have we got everyone I asked for? He said, removing his protective gloves. She nodded. I'll take the girl at the door first, then. Linda Henderson was 37 and a full 10 years older than any other member of the all-female staff at Atlantica. She sat opposite Stryker and Abbott, gripping her hands together so tightly that her knuckles flashed white against her pink skin. Her raven hair shimmered under the fluorescent lights. Fliss considered it had recently been cut, dyed and conditioned by a particularly good hairdresser. Henderson was attractive, yet somehow plain-looking. Abbott thought that the woman was the type that made the best of what she had. And what Linda definitely possessed was a figure that would turn men's heads. I always go out for lunch, she said, a hint of tremor in her deep voice. I'm on a strict diet and exercise plan, you see. There's nothing in the vending machines that I can have on my regime, so I go and buy a salad from the supermarket. You don't look like you need to lose weight, Linda, offered Fliss, somewhat envious of the woman's curves. Stryker thought he saw the merest hint of annoyance in Henderson's eyes. That is a matter of opinion, Detective, she said. I work very hard at my fitness and have no intention of spoiling my efforts by a poor diet. So, do you go to the gym, jog, what? Asked Fliss, unperturbed by Henderson's frostiness. Gym, offered Linda. 4, sometimes 5 times a week. I like to get the most from my membership. Quite, said Fliss. So, Linda, did you leave to get this special lunchtime treat at your normal time? Henderson nodded. I usually leave at 1 o'clock. Usually? Not today?" pushed Abbott. Well, I got my coat and my bag from my locker, and then I went to set off. But as I went to leave, one of the girls, Donna Jackson, she asked me to pick up a Welcome Break magazine for her, and I had to wait for her to get the money from her purse." "And then?" asked Fliss. "Well, then I went down the stairs as usual, pushed the green button and opened the door. That's when he—" Linda swallowed hard and tears pooled in her large green eyes. She held them wide open, head slightly back, and touched each bottom lid with an outstretched, finely manicured finger. Stryker thought Linda's tears genuine. Fliss did not. The young profiler was convinced that Henderson considered her eye makeup to be far more important than any murder, no matter how gruesome, and gave her boss a look to tell him so. Stryker examined the huddle of his other possible witnesses, waiting patiently to be interviewed, and considered that tears, real or otherwise, would be front and centre of events for the rest of his tour. This was a sad and traumatic day, and weeping would be the order of it. "Take your time, Linda," said Fliss, giving Stryker another cheeky eye roll. The woman eventually found a tissue and carefully dabbed her eyes using a Charles Mallory compact mirror to ensure there was no damage. "Nice," offered Abbott. Henderson sniffed. "It was a gift," she said, as Linda pushed the beautifully crafted mirror into her equally expensive handbag. Fliss noticed that she bore the signs of recent bruising just above the elbow joint. A thumb and finger, maybe? Linda caught Fliss's gaze and pulled down the sleeves of her blouse. She gave the detective a look that screamed, "Mind your own business," and bit her bottom lip. "He was a big guy," she continued. "Strong, extraordinarily strong. He nearly knocked me over. I think he'd been waiting for someone to unlock the door. There's a security code to get in, you see. We upset so many people here, with our letters and calls. The electronic door lock keeps the angry ones out of the office." Fliss pursed her lips. Not this time, Linda?" "No," she replied quietly. "Not that it was in any way your fault," offered Fliss, smiling unconvincingly. "I'm sure you were just going about your day. But when you say big, do you mean tall, heavy, what?" Henderson nodded. "Tall, yes. He was over 6 foot, well over. Broad shoulders, powerful. He had military-style clothes on, like some kind of soldier outfit, camouflaged all over, green and brown, not like those grey and black trousers you see the kids wearing. His actually looked like real military gear, but a bit too big for him. The jumpsuit, I mean." "The coveralls," corrected Fliss. "I suppose you would call them that," said Linda. "And a ski mask, a balaclava covering his face." "Did you see his eyes, the colour?" probed the young detective. Linda shook her head. "He was by me in a flash. He ran straight up the stairs. I shouted after him, but then I heard the screaming and—" "And?" said Fliss. "I ran. I'm sorry, I was so scared. I ran into the park to the statue." "Did you ring the police, ma'am?" asked Stryker. "Was it yourself that made the call?" Linda nodded, and tears began to form again, causing the woman to go through the same process of protecting her eye makeup. Stryker held out a large hand. "May I see your phone, ma'am? The one you used to make that call?" "Why?" asked Linda, suddenly in control of her tears and her emotions. "Routine," said Fliss. Linda reluctantly handed the set over. Stryker checked the phone's history. Indeed, the emergency call had been recorded at 13:06 hours, just as the uniformed inspector had said. However, according to that history, Linda Henderson hadn't made another call on that handset. Ever. No names in her address book, no photographs, a blank canvas. Henderson read Stryker's thoughts and offered a weak smile. I lost my usual phone a couple of weeks ago. Just a cheap spare," she explained. Stryker checked over the budget Nokia. "But you've never bothered to input your old contacts?" he asked. Linda sniffed, shrugged. Fliss considered that she bought herself time. Finally she explained. "There was no need. You see, I found my old phone a day or two later, so I've never really needed to use that one." "Until today," offered Stryker. Linda nodded. "Yes, I guess until today. I just grabbed the first thing in my bag and made the call," said Fliss. "Yes," said Linda quietly. "Where was it?" asked Fliss. Linda appeared somewhat puzzled. "Like I said, it was in my bag." Fliss smiled again, her eyes never leaving Henderson's. The detective, calm, composed. "Sorry, I was being vague. I meant, where did you find your old phone? I mean, that was lucky, wasn't it, finding it so quickly? Those things never happened to me." "I suppose it was fortunate," said Linda, her irritation evident. "Actually, if it is so significant, I found it at home down the sofa." "Amazing what gets down there, eh?" offered Fliss, eyebrows raised. Linda looked instantly sheepish. Stryker knew that his young profiler was deliberately baiting Henderson, and he knew why. And in view of Abbott's expertise in the art of mischievousness, he thought it best to leave Fliss to it. Stryker continued to delve in the unit until he reached the drafts folder. There he found a partially constructed text message. There was no number attached to it, but it read, "I'm so sorry I disappointed you. M." He handed the set back to Henderson, with the mystery text displayed. Linda's eyes narrowed. Her earlier sheepishness turned to something approaching defiant discomfort. "Oh, come on. Am I some kind of suspect here? The contents of my spare phone really that important?" She rolled the small black handset around in her hand. "If you must know, I was going to text a friend of mine, but ended up seeing him anyway." "And your friend's name?" asked the sergeant. Henderson remained tight-lipped. Stryker leaned in. "Cat got your tongue, ma'am?" Linda sat up straight and steadied her shot nerves. "Is that really your business, officer? I mean, how has my personal life got anything to do with any of this? I barely knew Charlene. She seemed a bright, bubbly girl from what I saw of her, but that's it. Now, if you don't mind, I've told you everything I know." Stryker eyed the woman. When you mixed normal life with crime, it always threw up infidelities, secrets, betrayals. Was this friend a married man? Or was it Linda who was playing away? After all, she wore a wedding band along with copious other jewellery. Was that the reason for her diet regime? A younger man in tow, scared of losing her new beau to a slim young thing? "I suppose that is all, Linda? Yes," he said quietly. "So I can go?" she asked nervously. Stryker examined Henderson for a moment. "For now," he said, and held up a hand. "Just one thing. How long have you worked here?" Henderson's tone turned prickly again. 2 years? Why?" "And in that 2 years, how often has the security code been changed for the entrance?" "I'm not sure." "At all?" Henderson shook her head. "I don't think so." "And how long has Charlene been here?" "A few months." "And you never socialized, no chats about her life, what she did away from the office?" "I've seen her around, the odd works party. And like I said, I passed the time of day here in the office. But I supervised Bank C. She was in Bank A. Maura Harris's bank." Stryker looked into Henderson's eyes. "Thank you, Linda," he said. "I'll be in touch." Fliss waited until Linda was out of earshot. "Feeling generous," she hissed. "Meaning?" asked Stryker. "Meaning that Henderson is the one who let our killer into the building. Henderson didn't murder Charlene Major Abbott, and she's had a bad enough day without us sticking our noses into her private life." "Abbott wasn't used to us, Sergeant, being so lenient." "No, but If it weren't for her, our killer would have been left standing on the doorstep until the rest of the staff left at 4 p.m. I mean, stop me if I'm wrong here, but don't you think that a 6-foot-plus guy dressed as a stormtrooper might just attract some attention? Especially if he's left standing with his thumb up his backside on the pavement. So far, apart from Miss Designer Gear there, this guy has appeared and disappeared without a single sighting. So my question would have been, did our perp know about Henderson's regular lunchtime purchases, or did she tip him the wink? A long shot, Abbott. Fliss rooted in her bag, found a stick of gum and popped it in her mouth. "Okay, then," she said, chewing furiously. "Henderson said she lost her phone, but found it 2 days later, yes?" She chewed furiously. "So why would she still have this spare phone in her bag, fully charged and ready to go?" Stryker turned his head. "Why do you chew that stuff, Abbott? It's full of sugar." "Boss," snapped Fliss. Stryker sighed. "Because she's having an affair, Abbott. The only people that have 2 personal phones are drug dealers and adulterers. She's the latter, hence the message." Fliss looked furtively around her, removed her gum and stuffed it inside a tissue. "You're the boss, I suppose, but I still say—" Stryker stretched his back. "I heard you the first time, Abbott. Now the rest of my witnesses." Fliss looked deflated. "Who do you want next? Who was at the vending machines?" Fliss checked her notes. "Donna Jackson, the magazine girl, Abby Smith, and Julie Mallinson." Stryker looked over to see 3 attractive young women, all late teens, early 20s, huddled together in one corner. "That them?" "Yep." "Let's go, then." Jackson was too traumatized to be of any help at all. She'd worked for the company for less than a week, didn't know the victim other than to say hello, and intimated that today would be her last day at Alanica. She would never set foot in the place again. Stryker considered that may be the case for many of the folks still waiting to hand out their details to the uniformed officers at the back of the room. Abby Smith was little better. She too had been with Alanica less than a month, thought that Charlene was lovely and gorgeous, but could offer little else to help the team, as she had covered her eyes and screamed throughout the whole attack. However, she did point out that working at Alanica was a shit job anyway, and that the staff were verbally threatened on a regular basis by the people they called. This went some way to explaining the less-than-healthy staff retention level at the company. Obviously, cold-calling people who were desperately in debt in the hope of persuading them to get their debit card and making a payment or two was not only difficult, but came with a level of abuse that wore folks down very quickly indeed. Considering the type of business Alanica was in, Stryker mused that a security lock on the front door was the bare minimum requirement to protect the vulnerable women inside, and wondered why, in the circumstances, there was a distinct lack of CCTV in the building. Finally, Julie Mallinson sat in front of the 2 detectives. She gripped a chipped coffee cup in both hands as if warming them, even though the room was stuffy and hot. "Hello, Julie," said Fliss quietly. "How are you feeling?" The girl pressed her lips together and considered Abbott from under dark, perfectly shaped brows. "Pretty shit, to be honest," she said flatly. "It's an awful day for everyone," offered Abbott. "Awful for Charlene," said the girl, fighting back tears and resting her cup on a nearby chair. "Yes," said Fliss. "Did you know her at all?" Julie nodded. "Since school." Stryker's interest piqued. He leaned forwards. "And you were good friends?" Julie nodded again. As she did so, her lips began to tremble. Then she let her head fall, covering her face with both palms to hide her tears. Fliss lay a sympathetic arm across the girl's shoulders and waited patiently for Julie's sobs to subside. Finally, the young woman looked up and cleared her throat. "We lived 2 doors apart, ever since we were kids, little kids, you know." There was the smallest flicker of a smile as Julie recalled her friend, warm, vibrant, alive. "She's a right laugh." Realising her error, Julie took in a sharp breath and grabbed her cup again. "What's that mean? I still can't believe." Fliss reached out and held the girl's hand. "We know this is really tough on you, Julie, but can you tell us what you saw?" Mallinson looked at each detective in turn, her face pale, eyes etched with the horror that had unfolded. Stryker had seen that look many times before, the terror, the shock that witnesses suffered. It was impossible to conceal. His mother had always said that the eyes were the window to the soul. In Stryker's experience, they were the window to the truth. Julie swallowed hard. "We were just chatting by the machines, you know. It were lunch break. First thing was, I heard these footsteps, real heavy-like, running up the stairs. I mean, no one runs into work, eh? The only person I know who runs up these stairs is the boss. Anyway, I turned to have a look to see if it were him. The owner, I mean, Mr. Gill, but, well, it weren't. Charlene had her back to the stairs. She must have heard the noise too, but she never turned, just carried on chatting. Then I saw him burst through the door. Massive he were." She nodded at Stryker. "About as big as you, I reckon. It were horrible. He just pulled out this big, long knife from somewhere and—" "Can you describe the knife, Julie?" asked Fliss. "Long, I don't know, 20, maybe 30 centimetres. Abbott nodded. "Straight, curved, single or double-sided?" Julie pursed her lips. "Straight, double, I think." "Go on, you're doing great," said Fliss. "Well," swallowed Julie, "as he got closer I could hear him, like he were making weird noises, like an animal, growling, snarling. He were like a madman, crazy, sick. Then he grabbed her, Charlene, I mean, twisted her around, pulled her to him and held the knife to her throat." "Did she struggle, say anything?" asked Fliss. Mallinson shook her head. "No, not at first. She seemed frozen. I remember that her eyes were really wide open. She didn't look scared, more surprised, maybe. It was odd. But then—" "Then?" asked Stryker. "It were hard to hear anything for definite," began Mallinson, "'cause all the other girls were screaming, crying, like. But he must have cut her. I didn't see any blood, but it seemed to wake Charlene up to what was happening, like. As soon as he did that, she began to struggle to try and pull away, and she shouted something at him." "Can you remember what?" asked Fliss. Julie thought for a moment. "It was one word, a strange word to shout under the circumstances. Maybe from the Bible or something, but with all the crying and screaming." "The start of a prayer, maybe?" suggested Stryker. Mallinson shook her head. "No, it was just one word. She shouted it a few times as she tried to get away, but he took no notice. He just snarled like a bloody dog on heat and grabbed her hair, her lovely hair. Then well, you know what he did next." Julie's tears began to run down her cheeks, her voice cracking with emotion. "He cut her. The sounds were just awful. Even the screams couldn't cover those. I don't think I will ever forget the sounds she made." Mallinson darkened. "Oh, him, for that matter, the fucking pervert." "Pervert? What makes you say that?" asked Stryker. Mallinson sniffed and guardedly looked around her. "Because whoever he is, he's definitely a sicko, a pervert." "Go on," said Fliss. "What makes you so sure of such a thing?" "Well, like I said, he was making noises," offered Julie. "You know." Yes, you said growls, snarls, said Stryker, his brow furrowed. Julie looked uncomfortable. That were at first, before he started, like, soaring at her. Fliss came to her rescue. So he made these other sounds as he cut her? Julie nodded. Sexual noises? More nods, Julie's voice almost a whisper. Yeah, you know, the kind blokes make, near the end. Fliss gave Stryker a knowing look. He shrugged his powerful shoulders yet stayed quiet. Like he was ejaculating, probed Abbott. Yeah, agreed Julie. I mean, at first he was making these short, sharp noises, like I said, growling, panting like a dog. But then as he got at her neck and the blood began to... He... Julie couldn't go on, couldn't prevent her tears from falling. Once again she began to quietly weep. The detectives waited. Finally Julie could speak. Anyway, she spluttered, I need to tell you, he were a white man, definitely, she said, matter of fact, teeth gritted. I saw, through the eye holes in his mask, you know. And his eye colour? Asked Fliss. Did you see? Dark, spat Mallinson. Very dark, like something from a horror film. The colour of eyes you'd imagine someone possessed to have. Black as wet coal. Stryker felt a cold shiver. A single image flashed across his eyes. A face, a white face with jet black eyes. He shook off the moment, nodded, changed tack. Did Charlene have a boyfriend? He asked. Julie laughed down her nose. Did you take a look at her, mister? Charlene had half the lads in town chasing her. But no one in particular? He pushed. We grown apart these last months, to be honest, but... Mallinson screwed up her face as if she'd sniffed the milk carton a day too late. And there were one lad, but I heard she dumped him. You have a name? Asked Stryker. Danny, said Julie, that same expression etched on her face. Danny Geddes, right dickhead he is, lives at Wood Plumpton somewhere. Stryker nodded. But no one else on the scene? Julie shrugged. Played the cards close to her chest, did our Charlene. And since her mum passed, she got the party bug and we seemed to drift a bit. If there was anyone she didn't tell me. We get the idea, said Stryker. You've been extremely helpful, Julie. We'll arrange for you to speak to someone later. Someone who will help you. Mallinson quickly wiped her eyes with the back of each hand. I don't need no shrink, she said. Fliss rested her hand on the young woman's knee. Not a shrink, love. Just someone who understands what you're going through. The victim support team are very experienced. Mallinson shook her head. There was genuine aggression there. Both Abbott and Stryker had seen changes in witness behaviour before, the trauma playing havoc with their emotional state, anger, even hatred fighting their despair and anguish. I don't need nobody. Can I go now, please? I want to ring my mum. Mallinson walked unsteadily over to the staff lockers to find her phone, whilst the two detectives stood in the centre of the room, mulling over what they knew so far. This is definitely not a random killing, said Stryker. No, said Fliss. No, I believe our man knew Charlene for two reasons. First, she had her back to him as he attacked her. Look at our witnesses over there. What do you see? Fliss examined what was left of the gathered employees, lips pursed. About 12 women, she offered. And? Asked Stryker, eyebrows raised. All similar age, say under 25? Go on, Miss Expert Profiler. Fliss shrugged. Well, all quite attractive in a... All young, slim, attractive white women, corrected Stryker. I've counted 6 blondes, 2 with hair of similar length to that of our victim. Are you with me yet, Abbott?" Fliss nodded. "You mean our killer knew Charlene well enough to know it was her even with her back to him?" "Correct. The second reason is he didn't just start stabbing her. He held the knife to her throat first. Now that suggests that he wanted to taunt her, scare her, prolong the attack." "Correct, Abbott. So when you start with all your profiling mumbo-jumbo, I need you to tell me this." "Go on." "Why, if he knew her routine, knew her movements, why would he want to kill her in front of an audience?" "Because this was a performance, Abbott. A well-drilled, well-thought-out public execution. Now, what kind of man would need that level of danger and degradation to get himself off?" Fliss looked into Stryker's face. "Good question." 30 minutes later, all the remaining staff had been released to be interviewed at home by the action team. Other than a uniformed constable left to guard the scene, Stryker and Abbott were alone in the building. Both were deep in thought when they heard the sound of heavy, hurried footsteps climbing the stairs at a pace. "Something tells me the boss is here," offered Fliss. The landing door was pushed open by a well-dressed man in his 30s. He was breathing hard. Once he stepped into the office, he surveyed the shocking scene and held his head in his hands. "Oh, my God! Jesus Christ! How can this have happened?" he wailed theatrically. "And you are?" asked Stryker suspiciously. The guy appeared to notice the two cops for the first time. "Oh, I'm sorry, Gill." He offered a hand. "David Gill. I did register with the officer downstairs. This is my business. I've only just heard about it. I came as quick as I could." Fliss looked into Gill's sharp blue eyes. "It's a terrible tragedy, Mr. Gill," she said. He locked onto Abbott's gaze, his face etched with unflustered arrogance. "Yes, Detective, it is terrible. You just don't expect anything like this, do you?" He took another long look at the blood-splattered walls. "I suppose, under such tragic circumstances, it's prudent we remain closed for a few days." "That would seem appropriate there," said Stryker, "and it's probably best you don't wait around in situ right now." Gill was a tall, heavily muscled man, tanned, well-heeled, and handsome. As with many men that owned businesses, he had an air of authority about him. The arrogance Abbott had picked up on was not just thrown in for good measure either. He had it in spades. "Of course," offered Gill. "I just came to see if I could be of any assistance, and to collect some work papers." He smiled to reveal overly white teeth. "Being the boss means my work is never done, no matter how unfortunate the circumstances." Stryker felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. "And unfortunate it is, sir. Not every day you lose a member of staff to such brutality." "No, of course not, Detective. It's terrible, shocking. Poor girl," said Gill, his grin fading in perfect concert with his words of condolence. "However, the documents I need are especially important. I'll just be a moment." "Before you go about your business, Mr. Gill," said Stryker, eyes narrowing, "why weren't you here this afternoon when Charlene was attacked? Where exactly were you at, say, 1 p.m.? Gill's plastic smile had been close to a return, but the question washed it clean from his face. "I beg your pardon, Detective. You can't possibly," he snorted. The sergeant remained tight-lipped, his eyes firmly locked on the overly exasperated businessman. Gill was obviously a man easily riled, simply fine to fiery in one easy lesson. "Really?" he said. You actually want me to?" Fliss couldn't take her eyes from Gill. From the second Stryker had challenged him, Laniker's wealthy owner had displayed the strangest characteristics. Gone was any suggestion of cooperation. Genuine resentment bubbled underneath his shallow facade. Here was a man not used to being doubted. He was wired, thought Fliss. The question was, why? Gill swallowed, nodded. "Okay, well, I suppose you have to ask." "Yes, Mr. Gill," offered Fliss with a perfectly artificial grin of her own. "We do." Gill gave Abbott a derisory look. "I was at my health club. I train there most lunch times, and for your information they use facial recognition on entry and exit." The confidence was back. "So if you're so desperate for an alibi for me, Detective, I suggest you start there." Fliss made a show of removing her notebook from her bag. "And the name of your club, sir?" "Ripped Gym and Spa," said Gill, the resurgence of his impatience kick-starting what appeared to be a nervous chin twitch. "You may not know it. It's very exclusive." Stryker nodded. "Thank you, sir. Just routine, you understand." "I'm sure it is," offered Gill. The sergeant checked his Omega. "Now we'll leave you to your business, sir. We'll see ourselves out." The two detectives began to walk to the door, but Stryker stopped in his tracks. "Oh, just one other matter, sir. I don't suppose that you could let me have Charlene's personal file. We'll return it, of course." Gill had already turned away from the pair and was back examining the blood splatters on the wall. He seemed not to hear. "Sir," nudged Stryker. Gill made no movement. He remained transfixed by the spray patterns of lifeblood. He held out a finger as if to touch them. "Don't do that, Mr. Gill," said Fliss sharply. "Please, we're not finished with our examinations quite yet." As Gill turned, somewhat wide-eyed, Stryker noticed that his breathing appeared to have increased again. "Sorry," he said, swallowing hard. "What was that you said?" "Charlene's personal file," said Stryker. Gill appeared to have most of his head back in the room. "Ah, yes, forgive me, it's just, well, of course, anything to help, Sergeant. I'll have my secretary pull Charlie's file and send it on." "Charlie?" asked Stryker, head cocked, eyebrows raised. Gill rubbed his face with both hands. Stryker considered that the action was to cover his awkwardness, a naughty child hiding his face from an angry parent. "Yes, Charlie," offered Gill, recovering slightly. "Everyone called Charlene Charlie. It was a nickname." "Really?" said Stryker. "Even so, I'd prefer if you could give me the documents now, Mr. Gill. Time is of the essence in these matters." Gill once again struggled to hide his peevishness. "Of course, anything I can do to help." He found keys from his pocket, strode over to his glass-walled office, opened a metal filing cabinet and returned with a thin folder. He held it out theatrically. "There," he said, "as quick as you like, Inspector." "I'm a sergeant, Mr. Gill," growled Stryker, gripping the file. "Thank you for your help. I'm sure we'll talk again soon." Fliss followed her boss down the stairs, out of the door and into a small private car park. "Nice guy," she said. Stryker almost smiled. "Just because you don't like someone doesn't make him a suspect, Abbott." "He's a sleaze. It's written all over him. Did you notice the chin twitch? I'm telling you now, boss, this guy does not take kindly to being challenged, especially by a woman." Stryker shook his head and walked over to a parked car that nestled in one of only 2 spaces in the car park that furnished Alanica's office. "Gills?" she asked. "Has to be," said Stryker. "Nice. AMG, what does that stand for?" "Aufrecht Melcher Grossapasch," he said. "They make very fast Mercs." "Expensive?" "Hell yeah." Stryker dipped his head and looked into the car. On the back seat were 2 child boosters. "You hear any of the other witnesses call the victim Charlie?" he asked. "Nope," said Fliss. "Not even Julie Mallinson, her old school friend." Stryker looked into the rear seat of the car a second time. Infidelities, secrets, betrayals. "5. Sykes checked his map. His feet hurt and his neck ached. He considered that his new role was actually turning out to be worse than being on foot patrol in Hackney on a Friday night. He'd been awake since 3 in the morning, had ridden a packed train from London, suffered the wrath of Stryker, the man-mountain clairvoyant, and had been forced to trudge the streets for just under 6 hours. He'd knocked on 84 doors, 47 of which didn't open, been chased by a truly angry Doberman, and suffered abuse from the local kids. And oh, how they knew how to abuse a cop in the north. Jesus, Beanpole just didn't enter into it. Andy's great height, long spindly legs, and rather cultured southern brogue had brought him a level of insult he'd rarely experienced in London, even during the riots. He stood out physically and sounded funny, and that was enough for the folks of a good part of home slack. Sykes was not having the best of days. As he approached the final address on his list, the very last house in the very last street, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. He'd left the 12 tellers with very mixed feelings about his new job and even more concerns about his new boss. However, Sykes was not a man easily dissuaded from any task. His mother had always drummed into him, if a job is worth doing, it's worth doing well. And just as the old girl would have demanded, he'd worked the area methodically down to the very, very last doorbell. Before leaving the nick, he'd pulled all the crime reports relating to animal thefts in the Home Slack and Brookfield areas. Other than Stryker's recent offering regarding William the cat, there had only been one such crime in the PR16EN postcode area. That said, Sykes' house-to-house inquiries had revealed a different picture. There were at least another 8 possible larcenies of pets that had occurred in the area in recent months. These incidents hadn't been reported to the police, as the owners had either considered that the animals were simply lost, or that the event was too minor to communicate to the authorities. As one charming soul pointed out, if he'd called the cops over a fucking budgie, they'd have sent him to the funny farm. As Andy approached the final semi, he saw that the front door was wide open. On the doorstep, a very harassed-looking 30-something woman was jiggling a screaming baby on her hip, whilst shouting instructions to some other unseen children deeper inside the house. 2 full plastic bags of shopping sat at her feet, and a half-smoked, unlit filter tip dangled from the corner of her mouth. As Andy opened the gate, she turned and eyed him suspiciously. The woman had sharp, hawkish features, small eyes, and an angry countenance. "I've got double glazing, love," she shouted. "I don't want solar panels, and I've already found God, so you're out of luck." She did her best to stuff a soother into the tot's mouth, but the kid was having none of it and continued to bellow. Despite his aching feet, Andy managed a final smile and held out his warrant card. "DC, Andrew Sykes," he said. "Nothing to worry about. I'm just making inquiries into some local thefts." On hearing the detective's voice, the kid instantly stopped screaming, twisted its head, and examined him. The woman studied her offspring a beat, then turned to Andy, shaking her head in disbelief. "He can come here more often, love. He's murder this time of night." "I don't have children," offered Andy, "so I would think that was just beginner's luck." The woman removed her cigarette and pushed it in her jeans pocket. "I'm not fussed what it is, love. It works for me." Just as calm was restored, there was the sound of a rumpus from inside the house. Realizing her parenting problems had not been completely solved, the woman used an age-old trick. As mothers often do when they have both unruly children and unexpected access to a cop, she decided to utilize Andy's presence in an attempt to calm her marauding horde. "Get out here, you two," she shouted into the darkened hallway. "There's a policeman here and he's come to take you away." Moments later, 2 kids dressed as Spider-Man and Batman respectively appeared at the door, somewhat wide-eyed and out of breath. Andy's great height only added to the children's awe. He knelt down to bring himself closer to the kid's level. "Your mum is only joking," he said, flashing her a knowing look. "I'm here because some bad people have been stealing people's pets." Batman, the older of the two, looked like he may explode. He turned to his mum. "See? Told you." And he turned and gave Mum a quizzical look. She rolled her eyes. "We lost Hammy a few weeks back. One of the kids left his cage open and he ran off." "We didn't," complained Batman. "Like the copper says, he was nicked by bad people." Mum examined her youngest, who was now sleeping soundly on her hip, and took a weary breath. "You'd better come in, I suppose. On a brew." Fliss was first to the office, as Stryker had been intercepted by DCS Errol Graham for a debrief. She arrived to find Andy Sykes standing outside. The lanky detective looked flustered. "Please don't tell me that you really don't know the date of the Battle of Hastings," she said with a frown. "Dates were never my strong point," he said meekly. Fliss entered the code and they stepped inside. Andy dropped his carry bag on his desk, slumped in his chair, pulled off one shoe and began to rub his foot painfully. As he did so, he noticed Fliss seemed troubled, haunted. "How was it?" he asked gingerly. "As close to a beheading as I've seen," said Fliss quietly. "Stryker will be here soon. We'll go through everything then." Sykes cocked his head. There was a hint of malice in his voice. "That would be nice, but my inclusion isn't high on Stryker's list, is it?" He began to pull reports from his bag. "Maybe tomorrow I'll be delegated to cross old ladies over the road. Or I could use my criminologist degree to locate lost cats and hamsters while being verbally abused by the local residents." Fliss dropped her elbows on her desk and leaned forward. She looked tired, pale. The horrors of the day had taken its toll, and she was in no mood to appease their latest recruit. "I think you need to pick your battles wisely, Sykes," she said, pushing her glasses up her nose. "And throwing your toys out of the pram won't wash in this office. Granted, Stryker is an in-your-face kind of boss, and you may look down your nose at his so-called eccentricity. But the first time one of his episodes leads us to a suspect, you'll be eating humble pie." She pointed. "And let me tell you, if you don't do weird, you're in the wrong department. I trained for 4 years with the FBI. No, they do weird, let me tell you. They approach all their serial investigations with an open mind. If anything gives them an edge, they'll use it. Never rule anything out." Fliss rummaged in her bag for gum. "And if you're as hot as you think you are, you will know that Quantico were the first to profile rapists and murderers and recognize traits in serial offenders." She found a lone stick, popped it in her mouth and sat back in her chair. "Believe me," she chewed, "if Gypsy Rose Lee walked through that door, they'd use her if they thought it would lead them to a perp." Sykes tapped his desk with a long, thin finger. "I realize that Americans have far more serial offenders than us, but what made you go there to study?" Fliss wasn't about to delve into her private life with a total stranger, or disclose the sordid details of her controlling ex, so she played a straight bat. "I went to America because I needed to be around the best. As you say, they have more cases, more data, more experience." She gave Andy a knowing smile. "That and an open mind." "An expensive way of getting qualified," muttered Sykes. "True," said Fliss, "and as a result I've got a student loan bigger than a national deficit. But hey, DCS Graham picked me for this department. He feels he's chosen the best officer for the job, and I want to pay him back for his faith in me. Errol Graham has stuck out his neck for this unit, and so has Stryker. But believe me, I wouldn't be sitting at this desk if I thought the boss was some kind of crank." Andy sat up. "So that's twice you've mentioned serial offenders. Do you believe this attack is a serial killer at work?" "I believe we are dealing with a man who is certainly capable of such things. More to the point, even though he won't admit it yet, so does Stryker. Hence your slug around the pet lovers of Preston." Sykes sat back and shook his head. "I understand what you're saying about the Americans, Felicity, but I'm a firm believer in the here and now. and we can't run a murder investigation on what our intuitive sergeant may see next." Sykes had barely finished his sentence when Stryker punched the door open so hard it slammed against the wall and bounced back at him. Andy visibly jumped. He was convinced his boss had heard his outburst. "Don't we bother locking our office any more?" he barked. Stryker glared at Sykes, his eyes wild, teeth bared. "How many?" he spat. And he was on the back foot again. He was genuinely scared and confused. How many?" "How many feckin' animals stolen, son?" Sykes began to root through his notes. Well, officially 2. The one you visited this morning, and a second, a reported sneak-in burglary 2 streets away. Even that is tenuous, to be fair." He turned a sheet, running a thin finger under the text. "Offender entered an unlocked rear conservatory and either released or removed a parrot flying loose inside." Stryker stepped over to Sykes' desk. The muscles in his forearms twitching with adrenaline, his fists balled. "Please don't tell me that all you did was look through a few old crime reports. I've just had serious words with our glorious leader on this very same matter, and from what I've seen so far, Detective Constable Sykes, his ideas on recruitment are no better than his thoughts on how to run this murder inquiry." And he leaned back in his seat in a vain attempt to put space between him and the raging detective. "I did complete a number of house-to-house inquiries, sir. Sergeant. I worked the area just like you asked." "How many?" bawled Stryker. "Houses?" whined Sykes. "Stolen feckin' animals, you imbecile!" "Boss," shouted Fliss. "Come on, give the guy a break here. We've all had a hard day." Stryker snarled as he loped back to his chair and dropped in heavily. "Okay. Well now, Andrew," he said, taking deep breaths, "as we are all being nice to each other, are you going to share your findings with the rest of the team?" Stryker managed a worrying smile. "Or do we have to guess?" 11, said Sykes, steeling himself. The 2 I've just mentioned, and speaking to local residents, there are a further 9 possible animal thefts that have either been recorded as lost or not recorded at all. "Go on," said Stryker impatiently, squeezing his eyes closed and holding the bridge of his nose. Sykes reluctantly continued. "In addition to the 2 officially reported thefts, all 9 others fall within half a square mile. Each targeted dwelling has a secluded back garden, and on occasion the animal has been kept in a hutch or cage outside." "Small animals, then?" asked Fliss. "So we aren't dealing with dog-fighters?" Andy nodded. That would be my assumption, Felicity. Gerbils, hamsters, rabbits. The cat would appear to be the largest to date. Also, up until the feline theft, the owners were never 100% sure their pet hadn't just escaped. You see, other than Gladys Dobson, who lived alone, all the other houses were home to young children, further muddying the waters. For instance, the last house I visited, the mother had blamed her kids for letting their hamster out. It was a recurring theme. "Timescale?" asked Stryker. "The last 10 months," replied Sykes, warming to his task. "And they all occurred overnight." "So," asked Stryker, pointing at each of his detectives in turn, "as you were both fond of a good profile, and you both love a good psychopath or paraphilic or whatever you prefer to badge them, is our animal larcenist male or female?" Fliss tapped her pursed lips with a pen. "Climbing over garden fences in the middle of the night to steal a gerbil is the work of a man." "Agreed," offered Sykes. "Age?" asked Stryker. 20 to 40, offered Sykes. "Maybe a year or two younger," added Fliss. Stryker nodded slowly, rubbed his stubble. "Okay, good so far. But tell me this, Mr. Criminologist. Why has our thief got sloppy?" Andy looked puzzled. "I don't catch your drift there, Stryker." Fliss did. What the boss means is, before last night, our thief has always targeted homes with young kids who are prone to forgetfulness. Also, small animals, rodents and the like, tend to be less expensive. So Mum and Dad don't bother to report the incident, they just buy another gerbil for little Johnny. But on this occasion... Ah, said Andy, a light flickering in his head. On this occasion, rather than snap William's leash, our boy had left the unbuckled collar at the scene. Exactly, pointed Stryker. And this is a much bigger animal. What I want to know is, why leave the clue? And is the size of animal an escalation? Sykes turned down his mouth. It's possible he's been leading up to something. And as for the clue, students of human behaviour have speculated that people become careless while committing crimes because on some level they actually want to get caught. Fliss, said Stryker, rooting for a second opinion. She shook her head. That stems from Freud's writings, but his clinical practice was not with villains and has been discarded by modern-day experts. Put simply, criminals don't want to get caught, not at any level. Stryker turned back to Sykes and raised his eyebrows. It seems we have a difference of opinion. Andy's face went the colour of a ripening plum, but was undeterred. Our suspect may not even believe he is a criminal. If, as has been suggested, our thief takes animals in order to torture them and maybe even gain some form of sexual gratification by doing so, he is indeed a paraphilic, a possible psychotic. Each time he executes his plan, his self-worth increases. He begins to believe his power and knowledge are beyond all others. Eventually, grandiose delusions form part of his psychosis. So he grows in confidence with each animal he kills, asked Stryker. Is that it? He believes he's too clever to be caught? He's taunting us? A possibility, said Sykes. Fliss stood and walked to the solitary small window in the office. She looked out over the city as the sun began its descent, turning the buildings orange as it did so. She knew Stryker didn't like to discuss his episodes, but figured now was the time. What did you see, boss? She asked, her back still to the room. What did you see as you stood in that old deer's garden? Sykes studied Stryker, waiting for the revelation. Stryker's eyes darted between the two cops. His gift had always been an embarrassment to him. Fliss had been the first to encourage him to use it, and then, of course, there was Gladys Dobson, that wise old bird. What had she said? Don't fight the visions, son. If you fight them, they'll harm you. Inside. Stryker pursed his lips. Feet, he said. I saw her bare feet. They were bleeding. On the floor next to them was the cat, dead. Sykes came to life. Men's feet, not a woman or a child? Stryker nodded. That was my impression. And crushed? Pressed Sykes. Was the cat crushed? Stryker didn't answer. Fliss Abbott had removed her glasses and was rubbing her eyes with a thumb and finger. Finally she turned to her boss. So, you saw feet and a dead cat. So where is the connection to Charlene Major's murder? I mean, you wouldn't have had Andy here trudging around half of Preston looking for a gerbil thief if you didn't think... Abbott looked into Stryker's face. There was something in his eyes she hadn't seen before. Was it fear? Anxiety? No, she thought. Dread. She watched her boss fight with his demons. She waited. He cut off the head, said Stryker flatly. Fliss put her glasses back in place. With? Stryker raised his brows. A bayonet? She asked. Possibly, offered Stryker. Hard to say. Sykes was wide-eyed. Now this is getting strange, guys. There's a train to London in the morning, son, said Stryker. If you don't do weird, you're in the wrong office. "That's just what Felicity said," muttered Sykes. Then, with more than a hint of excitement, added, "And I'm not going anywhere, Stryker. This is fascinating. Bizarre, peculiar, certainly irregular, but fascinating nonetheless. And anyway, Sergeant, you still didn't answer my question." "About the crushing?" said Stryker. He shrugged massive shoulders. "It's difficult to say, Sykes, as the cat's head was severed. These occurrences that you're so negative about are flashbulb moments. A screenshot. The image is there for a split second. There was blood on the man's feet and blood from the cat's eyes and mouth, but symptomatic of crush injuries, then?" said Sykes. He pulled a large book from his hold-all, leafed through it, and began to read. "A crush fetish is a paraphilia in which a person is sexually aroused when crushing objects with their body, usually under the foot. This typically begins with fruit or other soft items. However, there are some who take this paraphilia much further. The term hard crush refers to instances involving crushing animals with vertebrae, more pain-susceptible animals like small rodents. This paraphilic's preference is usually barefoot." Stryker shook his head. "Where'd you get this shit from?" Sykes held up the tome and raised his brows. "The library, boss." There was the unmistakable sound of the code being punched into the office door lock before D.C. Bob Higgins strode into the room. He threw his jacket onto his desk, then dropped himself into his chair and loosened his tie. "I heard about the murder on the radio as I was driving back. I figured we might get this one. Sounds nasty." "It is," said Fliss. "But I thought you weren't in until tomorrow, Bob." "Figured time was of the essence," he offered. Bob Higgins had been with the Serial Crime Unit since its conception and done sterling work during the Henry Stott case. He was a big guy, tall and broad-shouldered, with a balding head that he shaved. However, over the last months Bob had lost a considerable amount of his bulk, training regularly and sticking to a diet plan that Stryker had formed for him. Gone was the paunch. Now he looked fit, healthy, and younger than his 50 years. Bob appeared to notice Andy Sykes for the first time, stood and offered a hand. "Sorry, pal, Bob Higgins. I take it you were the new guy." The two men shook. "Sykes," offered the lanky detective. "Andy Sykes started this morning." "In at the deep end, then," smiled Bob. Stryker rubbed his hands together. "Okay, now we're all introduced, let's go through what we know." He checked his Omega. "I've got an hour before I'm due to meet the victim's father for the official identification." Bob pulled a face. As the dad of 2 daughters, he understood all too well what the family must be going through. "Poor sod," he mumbled. Stryker nodded. "Exactly. Then at 8:30 tomorrow morning, the circus really comes to town. I've just been informed that we have a press conference complete with a live TV feed. The great and the good will be gathered, complete with our newly promoted ACC crime, Peter Lancaster. According to DCS, Graham Lancaster is determined to have a hands-on approach to this investigation." "All we need," said Bob. There were weary nods all round. "Right," began Stryker. "The murder of Charlene Major took place just after 1 o'clock this afternoon at Alanika's offices on Winkley Square. They are first-floor premises. Entrance and exit are via a full-length glass door secured by a magnetic lock. Staff must punch a code into a digital keypad to enter. This code hasn't been changed for at least 2 years. They simply press a button on the inside wall to exit. Our offender appears to have lain in wait until an employee, one Linda Henderson, exited the building to go buy her lunch. As Henderson activated the door lock from inside, our perp has pushed by her and climbed the stairs to the office. Henderson shouted after him, but was too scared to make any other challenge. It was she who called 999 from her mobile as she stood in the square." Fliss raised her hand. "Go on, Abbott," groaned Stryker. Fliss leaned forwards. "Well, 2 things here, guys. 1, our perp was dressed in full camouflage coveralls and a black balaclava, so lying in wait undetected on a sunny day in Winkley Square would not be easy." "True," said Bob. "And my question would be, how many staff leave for lunch each day?" "Usually just Henderson," said Fliss. "She's on a special diet." Bob nodded. "So our killer didn't know the code, but he knew that this Henderson woman left for lunch each day about the same time?" "It would seem a fair point," said Andy. Fliss screwed up her face. I wasn't 100% happy with Armour's Henderson. She was a cold fish. And then there was her phone." "Phone?" asked Bob. Stryker was in. Henderson had 2 phones in her bag. The one she used to call 999 was she described as a spare. However, other than that one call at 13:06 hours today, there's no history, no text sent or received, no contacts stored. He flashed Fliss a look. "Abbott thinks there's something to it." Fliss was bouldering on exasperation. "Well, after all's said and done, boss, she did let the killer in the gaff. First, she makes the excuse that she'd only bought this mysterious spare because she'd lost her own set. Then she tells another howler about how she found her original phone down the sofa almost 2 weeks ago. I mean, if that's right, why would she have the so-called spare charged up in her bag, ready to use?" Stryker sniffed. "What Detective Abbott is trying to tell us, Bob, in a roundabout way, is that this phone was wiped regularly." "She's at it," offered Bob dryly. "She's got a bit on the side." Fliss was the epitome of disappointment. "That's what the boss said." "And that's what I still say," said Stryker, eager to move on. Andy nodded in agreement. "I do get your point, though, Felicity, the one about the entry," he said. "Our killer would have had to hide out of sight of the public, yet somewhere remarkably close to the door. In view of it, I would suggest. Why was he not seen?" Fliss cheered up some. "Exactly. What's that about? Who is this guy, Spider-Man?" Stryker turned a page. "Okay, we'll come back to that. So, once he's by Henderson, our offender then climbs the stairs, actually runs up them, according to one witness, enters the office and makes straight for the victim, grabbing her from behind. He twists her around and then threatens her, knife to the throat." "Anything on what he said to her?" asked Bob. "Didn't speak," said Fliss. "He just made noises." "Doesn't make any sense," frowned Andy. "I mean, he's in a public space. He's just pushed past a witness who he must presume will ring the cops. Time is of the essence, yet he uses valuable seconds to intimidate the girl before he murders her. What also confuses me," offered Fliss, "is that the victim didn't appear to struggle until he actually cut her. Then, and only then, did she call out. One witness said it was a single word. Biblical, maybe? She looked around the room for help, but got none." "No ideas, then?" "Okay, sorry, boss, go on." Stryker almost smiled. "Thank you, Abbott. Anyway, whatever our victim called out, the moment Charlene is actually cut, she does her best to fight him off, push past him, but he grabs her by the hair and begins to cut her throat. Doc Grover and another witness, Julie Mallinson, both say the weapon is double-sided. Mallinson says long, so the possibility is some kind of butcher's knife." "Or bayonet," added Fliss knowingly. Stryker frowned but ploughed on. "Grover also believes our man is right-handed." He looked around his team and let out a long sigh. "I can only describe Charlene's wounds as horrific. The doc used the word frenetic and as close to a beheading as he'd ever seen. He's attacked her throat with such force that he severed both main arteries and her windpipe." "Another fucking weirdo," muttered Bob. "You ain't heard the half, Bob," said Stryker. "Anyway, our perp has then left the way he came, back down the stairs, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. He could have opted to use a rear fire escape, which would have afforded him some cover, but not our guy." "When you say trail of blood, boss, what do you mean exactly?" asked Sykes. Stryker ran his tongue along his top teeth, sniffed. "As he ran down the stairs, it appears he held out his left arm, I would say at a right angle, dragging his hand along the wall, top to bottom, like a kid with a marker pen. He swallowed. Except this guy used a glove, drenched in Charlene Major's blood." And he nodded as if confirming his thoughts. "That's why he didn't go the back way, boss." "I agree," said Fliss. "He's sending a message." "What kind of blooming message?" asked Bob. "Has he not made a big enough statement by killing this poor kid in front of dozens of witnesses?" Andy shrugged his thin shoulders. "That's for us to find out, once we find him." "Which brings me back to the earlier point," offered Stryker. "Where did our guy hide? He must have concealed himself somewhere close. And how did he get to and from the scene? There's been a full search of the area, and the helicopter was up within 10 minutes with not one sighting by cops or the public. It seems our guy appeared and disappeared without being seen by a living soul." Sykes raised his brows quizzically. "Can I have a look into that, boss?" "Yes, I suppose," said Stryker. "And check other local businesses for CCTV. Alenika doesn't feel the need for any." He returned to his notes. "Okay, despite the balaclava, this same witness, Julie Mallinson, is sure that the offender was a white male with very dark eyes. Mallinson is adamant that the killer's only target was Charlene Major, and that he physically pushed other women out of the way in order to reach her. That would correspond with my theory, as the killer was able to identify his target from behind, even though the office is crawling with young, pretty blondes." "So he knew her?" asked Bob. Stryker shrugged and gave Fliss another sharp look. "That is my opinion. He knew of her. Maybe they even knew each other." "Don't forget the noises, boss," added Fliss. "Oh, yeah," nodded Stryker. "Mallinson is insistent that the killer was making sexual noises as he cut the victim, particularly as he inflicted the fatal wounds. She suggested that he may even have ejaculated during the murder." "Jesus Christ," muttered Bob. "Why did I join this team?" "I think we may have a sexual sadist here, guys," said Sykes, leaning back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head. "This could be a lust murder." "What the hell does that mean?" asked Bob. "A lust murder," began Andy, "is a homicide in which the offender searches for erotic satisfaction by taking a life. It's synonymous with the paraphilic term erotophonophilia." "Oh, come on now," moaned Higgins. "I left school when I was 16, me." "It means sexual arousal or gratification by causing the death of a human being," explained Fliss. "And is this common?" asked Stryker. "You mean, how many lust murders do we know about?" asked Fliss. Andy was feeling at home for the first time. He was in his zone. Fliss allowed him the floor. "Well," he blurted, "some of the ones you may have heard of would be Ian Brady, Ted Bundy, John Christie, Dennis Nilsson, Jack the Ripper. There are over 60 well-documented cases, boss." Fliss wrinkled her nose. "Lust murders usually take place during sexual activity, though. That, and there is typically mutilation of the sex organs, even evisceration, the removal of the stomach or bowels from the abdominal cavity. We have none of that here." Andy wasn't convinced. "Look, we still have an individual who gained sexual arousal from the act of committing murder. Even if the killing itself does not involve mutilation in the way you mentioned, the girl was still hideously maimed. And let's face it, our boy's intention was to shock. My concern would be that lust murders are most common among serial killers." Stryker rubbed his face with both palms. "Do you have any good news there, Sykes?" Andy smiled. "Sorry, boss, no. However, if we are profiling this guy, I would suggest that our offender made a connection between violence and sexual gratification as a young teen, first by practicing on small animals, making me feel a whole lot better about how I spent my day. However, once he decided to make the step up to the real thing, he selects his victim because there is something specific about him or her that he finds sexually attractive. This may be a physical or behavioural trait. These people are known as IVTs, ideal victim types. Our guy may have passed by dozens of potential targets because they didn't meet his idea of ideal. However, once he has selected his boy or girl, he may spend weeks, even months, planning his move before acting out his fantasy. "And could that fantasy involve having an audience, playing to the gallery?" asked Higgins. "Definitely," said Fliss, "and this escalation from animals to humans that Andy mentions is so prevalent in lust murderers that we've started to look at a series of thefts of small animals from an area to the north of the city as a possible connection. It's early days, but it could be that whoever has been stealing those animals could have been doing so to gain sexual satisfaction from torturing and killing them." "Worryingly, though, things have already moved on," said Andy. "Our boy has been feeling less fulfilled and more frustrated. His experience of killing small animals just isn't cutting it for him, so he's generated new and more dangerous fantasies. And Charlene Major was one of those. It's textbook stuff." "And that could definitely mean a repetitive cycle," agreed Fliss. "We're probably looking for someone who has suffered from childhood trauma, has a hatred of his father or mother, maybe." "So he killed a young woman because he hated his old man?" said Bob, exasperation in his tone. "Bloody hell, I couldn't stand mine, but I didn't go round chopping up folk." Fliss smiled. "It's not quite so simple, Bob. But I'd also bet our guy is very clever. By that I mean his intellect could be off the scale. Also, his sexual fantasies will have been fueled by violent pornography, and his drugs of choice will be alcohol, cocaine, maybe steroids or amphetamines. As Andy said, that's the textbook profile. Obviously not an exact science, but so far I believe the key fits." "Anything else?" asked Stryker. Fliss took a deep breath. "This showing off, this leaving his mark, it's all part of the game to him. He was taking his time because he could. We are looking for someone with a serious antisocial personality disorder, maybe malignant narcissism." Sykes was suddenly back in the room. "Yes, now that is definitely true." "Oh, you've lost me again," said Bob. Andy turned to the seasoned detective. "Narcissism is the pursuit of gratification from vanity or egotistic admiration of one's idealized self-image." "You mean the killer loves himself?" offered Bob. "Most definitely," said Andy. "However, malignant narcissism is a psychological syndrome comprising an extreme mix of narcissism, antisocial behavior, aggression, and sadism." Fliss held her head in her hands. "I should have thought of this before, damn it. God, you're right, Andy. And to tell the truth, this guy scares me a bit. The possible delusions of grandeur, the paraphilia." She lifted her head. "It's the Dark Triad." "Never heard of it," said Bob. "What is it, some Chinese gang?" "Go on, Abbott," said Stryker. Fliss took a deep breath. "All three Dark Triad traits are conceptually distinct, but are always associated with a callous, manipulative, and often extremely violent offender. The first, as Andy suggests, is malignant narcissism. That manifests itself as paranoia, sadism, aggression, pride, egotism, and a lack of empathy. Someone who is obsessive about their appearance, for instance, yet finds pleasure in aggression, violence, and sexual domination. The second, Machiavellianism, is characterized by manipulation and exploitation of others, a cynical disregard for morality, and a focus on self-interest and deception. This guy can use his great intellect to persuade others to do his bidding, even if that is detrimental to themselves. And I mean to their own physical well-being. And finally, psychopathy, considered the most malevolent of the dark triad. This is displayed by high levels of impulsivity and thrill-seeking, showing off selfishness. This guy doesn't understand the word remorse. "And do these people function in society?" asked Stryker. "Oh, yes," said Sykes, leaning in. "These guys are often found at the top of the tree, the boss of the company, the head honcho, dictators, even presidents." Stryker lay his hands flat to his desk, eyes closed for a moment. Finally he opened Charlene Major's personal work file. "Okay, enough mumbo-jumbo, let's move to the victim for a minute," he said. Charlene Major was 19. She attended UCLan as an English literature student and worked at Atlantica 2 days a week as a call center operative. "What did they do there?" asked Bob. "Debt collection," said Fliss, pulling up the company's webpage. "Atlantica buy bad debt from finance companies and attempt to collect it, but also work as agents on behalf of other financial institutions and businesses, including councils. The call centre is just one part of their business. They also employ bailiffs and have a mailing department, but these operate from different sites." "Didn't they get some bad publicity recently?" asked Bob, racking his brain. Fliss tapped some more. "Looking at Google, I'd say so. Mainly down to bully boy tactics, heavy-handed bailiffs threatening letters and extortionate fees. And don't let the small office fool you. They turned over just shy of £6 million last year." Stryker blew out his cheeks. "No wonder the owner drives an AMG GTR. "Nice," offered Sykes. 150 grand of penis extension there." "Yes," said Stryker. "But we'll come to our Mr. Gill later." Stryker lifted up a 10x8 picture of Charlene and handed it around. "Our victim was one of some 20-odd female employees at the centre. As you can see, she was extremely attractive and, from our initial interviews, popular with other girls." Bob looked at Charlene's picture. "Popular with the boys too, I'd bet." Fliss nodded. "She had a boyfriend until recently, one Danny Geddes, who her friend Julie Mallinson described as a right dickhead." "And she's right," said Bob, opening his computer terminal. "I've had dealings with that little sod before. Real nasty piece of work he is." Bob typed for a moment before finding what he was looking for. "Yeah, here he is. Daniel Geddes, born the 2nd of the 2nd, 1998. Lives on Moorside Lane, Wood Plumpton. Nice area, nice house, nice family. Unfortunately, Danny doesn't fit into that category. He has 8 convictions for violence. He also walked away from court on a very nasty wounding. A 16-year-old girl, if I remember rightly. She was his girlfriend at the time. He smashed a glass in her face. When the case got to Crown Court, she refused to testify. Draw your own conclusions from that one." Stryker rubbed his chin. "Description?" "He's well over 6 feet, said Bob. "I'd say athletic build, maybe 14.5 stone. "Eyes?" asked Stryker. Bob shrugged, looked to his computer and tapped a few keys. "Says here, hazel." Stryker screwed up his nose. "Hardly dark and demonic. Okay, you and Andy pay him a visit early doors. It wouldn't be the first time a witness got eye colour wrong, I suppose. Drag him in if you have to, turn his house over, see if he has a liking for camouflage gear, eh?" "If it was only so easy, boss," said Fliss. "Never know your luck in a raffle," offered Stryker, standing and stretching his spine. "And before you go, Abbott, have a look through your list of crazy types that might fit the profile, especially anyone with links to the military, guys recently returned from combat, that sort of thing. Oh, and as for our Mr. Gill, I got the impression he likes to look at himself in the mirror and boss folks around. Check out his alibi. I feel the need to shake his tree a little. Bob, Andy, you've both had long journeys today. Get yourself some shut-eye. I get the impression tonight may be the last uninterrupted sleep we get for a while. Now, I'm due at the morgue in 20 minutes. I'll see you in the morning." 6. Dr. Phil Grover sat in the small waiting area reserved for the relatives who were unfortunate enough to be called down to the morgue to identify a loved one. Frank Major was due any minute, and the body of his 19-year-old daughter had been laid out in a viewing room in readiness for the procedure. Mr. Major would not be allowed to touch Charlene, as there were still many forensic tasks to be completed. Phil considered that this was a good thing, as it would ensure that Frank wouldn't accidentally move the delicately placed sheets covering his loved one's horrendous wounds. Yes, Frank had enough on his plate. Next to arrive was a tired-looking Ewan Stryker. He dropped his frame in next to the dock and yawned. "How's it going, mate?" asked Phil. Stryker blew out his cheeks. "I'm surrounded by experts," he said. "Criminologists, psychological profilers. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, my new detective even has a crystal ball on his fucking desk." Phil managed a wry smile. "You might need it, pal," he said. "Sykes seems to be a decent bloke, though." Stryker nodded in agreement. "And then I've got the new ACC crime to deal with in the morning. He's probably having a feckin' spray tan as we speak in preparation for his TV appearance." "You got a bone to throw them?" asked Phil. "Not even a scrap. Bob and the new boy are going to lift the ex-boyfriend first light, a lad by the name of Geddes. He's got some flavour to him, cons for wounding, and Charlene dumped him recently." But it ain't him, Phil. I can feel it in my water. We're just going through the motions, ticking the boxes." "What does Fliss have to say?" "Oh, she and Sykes are like some kind of psychobabble tag team. I don't know what they're even talking about half the time. She said something about a dark triad. That mean anything to you?" Phil raised his brows. "The flavoured mental illness of the rich and powerful, Stryker, or those that believe they are. Also, given the right mixture of the three psychoses, you could be looking at more than one of these incidents." "More stabbings?" "Definitely. Stabbing, strangulation, torture and kidnap." "Thanks for your jolly message, Doc." They also talked about a lust murder. One of the witnesses believes that our perp got off on killing Charlene. Literally. "He orgasmed?" asked Phil. Stryker nodded. "Pretty certain." Phil gave Stryker a worried look. "That really isn't good, mate. However, cutting the victim's throat doesn't match paraphilia exactly. In the documented cases I've read, there's nearly always been disfigurement of the breasts or genitals." Stryker nodded. "Yeah, so the guy said. Sounds sick to me. But we also have this theory of him needing an audience. Does that fit in, Doc?" Grover nodded. "I dealt with a case some years back. It involved a lad just out of the army. He murdered 2 prostitutes in a brothel. The psychologist's interviews were fascinating." "I'll bet," said Stryker. "Look, Ewan, anything that helps us understand paraphilic killers helps us catch the next one. Now, this guy was in his early 30s, a handsome lad too. Looked after himself, always in the gym. He had a pretty young wife, but in interview complained that he just couldn't climax with her. He'd even tried having an affair, but that didn't work either." "So what was his problem? Was it physical?" Grover shook his head. "No, he realised that he needed violence to get him off, and not just role play either. Hence he visited specialist prostitutes. Now, he stated that during these visits a strange anxiety came over him. This unease was because deep down he knew that his craving for violent behaviour may get out of hand. He may go too far, so he paid other girls to watch, and if needed, stop him from causing too much damage." "But on this occasion?" "On this occasion, he strangled his chosen prostitute as he was in the throes of orgasm, then beat the second girl to death with a glass ashtray." "The one watching?" Grover nodded. "That's a cheery tale," said Stryker. "At least our perp didn't set about the rest of his office with his knife." "Always happy to help," said Phil, standing. "Either way, I reckon I hear we have company." The two men stepped from the small room to see Charlene Major's father shuffling along the corridor towards them. He was being half led, half carried by an orderly. Frank Major was just 39, but appeared far older. Wisps of greying hair fell across his forehead, his face pale, lips the colour of ripening blackberries. He gripped a walking stick in each hand. Despite their rubberized tips, Frank struggled to gain purchase on the shiny floor. It seemed he may fall at any given moment. A rasping, gurgling sound emanated from deep inside his lungs as he fought for each breath that propelled him ever forwards. Finally he made it to the waiting room entrance. The orderly gave Doc Grover a look. "I offered Mr. Major a wheelchair, but he refused," he said, shaking his head. "I'll stand on my own 2 feet," said Frank Major angrily, waving away the orderly. "Damned ARDS," he breathed. "Between that and my legs I'm knackered." Stryker stepped forward and offered his hand. "Mr. Major, my condolences. I'm Detective Sergeant Ewan Stryker. I'm leading the investigation into your daughter's murder." Major's hands didn't move from his sticks. Not for reasons of balance, but because he couldn't bear to shake a cop's hand. Unknown to Stryker and his team, Frank Major and his wife had been the victims of a serious car accident involving a police vehicle. The cops had been in pursuit of a stolen car when the accident happened. Evelyn Major had been killed instantly. Frank had been left critically injured. His legs had been badly shattered, and the impact to his chest had ensured that his lungs had been irreparably damaged. ARDS, or acute respiratory distress syndrome, is a life-threatening condition where the lungs simply don't work properly anymore. Caused by injury to the capillary wall, either by illness or, as in Frank Major's case, a major trauma, the walls of the lungs become leaky, leading to a build-up of fluid and the eventual collapse of the lung itself. Frank Major hadn't long to live. Stryker took the hint and stepped back into the waiting room. "Please, sir," he offered, "take a seat. I need to speak to you before we continue." The 3 men sat. "This is Dr. Grover," said Stryker. "He's the police surgeon and will be working alongside my team throughout our investigation." Frank turned down the corners of his mouth. "I don't care who you are. I just want to see my Charlene." "Of course," said Grover, "and you will in a moment, but the sergeant here needs a quick word first." "Get on with it, then," spat Frank. "Won't bring her back no matter what you say, will it?" "No, sir, it won't," agreed the doc. Frank Major grimaced as he shifted his emaciated frame in his chair. "Go on, then," he wheezed. Stryker took a tired breath of his own. "In a few moments we will move to a viewing area. Unfortunately for this procedure, you will not be allowed inside with Charlene, as we need to conduct further forensic procedures, and your presence could contaminate the results." For the first time, Frank Major's angry facade fell from his face, and tears pooled in his eyes. "You mean I can't be in there with her? Hold her hands? Nothing?" Stryker shook his head. "Not today, sir. No. I'm sorry." "Sorry?" blasted Major, pushing both sticks from his hands, sending them clattering against the tiled floor. "Fucking sorry. That's the problem with you lot. You're always sorry. Maybe if you'd spend more time locking up the nutters that do this kind of thing instead of chasing joyriders, my Evelyn and my Charlene would still be alive, eh?" Stryker wanted to say that his mother had been killed by a 16-year-old driving a stolen car, but kept his counsel. He leaned forwards and slowly picked up Frank Major's sticks. "Shall we go and see her now, Mr. Major?" he said quietly. The 3 men made their way to the viewing room. All stood behind a glass partition that separated them from the deceased. A morgue technician dressed in scrubs stood next to the trolley where Charlene lay. Stryker nodded towards him, and he lifted the sheet that covered her face. Stryker turned to Frank. "Is that your daughter, Charlene Major, sir?" Frank's head snapped around. He glared at Stryker, his eyes full of tears and hatred. "Yes," he said. "Yes, that was my daughter." Stryker held Frank's gaze. "I'll find this guy, sir," he said. "I'll find him and send him down for the rest of his days." Frank looked at his feet for a moment. He wiped his eyes, then looked back into Stryker's face. "Almost 3 years ago this happened," he said, pointing to his shattered limbs. "My wife was killed by a policeman chasing a kid in a car, and I ended up like this. One of these days my lips and my fingers will turn blue and I'll stop breathing. If I'm at home, I'll die. If I'm in hospital, some other person will decide whether to resuscitate me or not." He sneered. "Probably not. Next time." Frank Major took as deep a breath as he could and fought back his grief. "All I had to live for was that girl in there. My beautiful, clever girl. She worked in that horrible place because we were skint. And you know why we were skint, Mr. Stryker? Because of people like you. You and the lawyers that protect you. The lawyers that are still fighting my insurance company over who is liable, who is responsible. Charlene and me, we've been forced to survive on benefits and handouts. I had to go cap in hand to the dole. It was embarrassing. We were treated like scroungers. I lost my wife, Charlene, her mother. We lost our house, our home. And all you lot can say is they aren't liable. They aren't responsible." Frank's lips began to tremble. "Well, answer me this, Sergeant. Who is?" Stryker had no words. Frank Major turned and shuffled away, his quiet weeping echoing off the hard surfaces of the corridor. But before he had made a dozen steps, he faltered, one stick slipping on the buffed floor. He first teetered, then fell, his withered legs buckling underneath him, flailing around on the linoleum. Stryker vaulted forwards and helped him to his feet. "Get off me! Get off!" scolded Frank. But Stryker didn't listen. He lifted Major's wasted body up in his arms and strode towards the exit. Frank used what was left of his strength to slap the sergeant's face, once, twice, 3 times. "Bastards! Bastards! Bastards!" he screamed. Yet each blow was weaker than the last. Stryker held firm, eyes front, focused on the door ahead. He took each faltering blow in silence, his only pain that of another man's grief. As he took the final strides, Frank Major, the heartbroken father of Charlene, helpless in the powerful arms of the detective, began to sob, and Stryker thought his heart may break too. Phil Grover sat on a bench outside the entrance to A&E. It was a mild, clear night, and he let his head fall backwards so he may see the stars. He did his best to empty his mind of the images of Frank Major, his broken, shriveled body bouncing in the arms of Ewan Stryker, his uncontrolled cries of anguish and frustration rattling off the tiled surfaces of the hospital corridor as the detective carried him to a wheelchair. Moments later, his view was blocked by the sergeant himself. "You get him to a car?" asked Phil. "Insisted on a taxi," said Stryker, joining the doctor on his bench. "Understandable in the circumstances." Stryker turned to his friend. "You hungry, Phil?" The Liverpudlian sat up. "I could go a beer." Ewan stood. "I'll drive, then." Fliss Abbott closed the highly classified program that gave her the current list of sex offenders walking free in the country. She'd spent so long studying these men and women over time that she felt she knew most of them personally. The same names kept cropping up over and over. Some drop off the list, finding themselves back in custody, but most were living their lives, several with a fair degree of anonymity. She had searched using the various parameters the program allowed, doing her best to narrow down her task. Just as in normal life, those with convictions for rape and other violent sexual assaults, came in all shapes, colours and sizes. However, it seemed that the biggest stumbling block to her endeavours was that none on her list exactly matched the offender's description. Caucasian, great height, powerful build and colour of eyes. Witnesses had been wrong before, of course, but a big guy is a big guy, and Mallinson was particularly specific about the perp's eye colour. After widening the factors of her search to include less violent offenders, even down to peeping toms and underwear thieves, who may have been at the very beginning of their sex crime careers, she was left with just 2 possible suspects, neither of whom had any military connections. Fliss printed out their antecedents and photographs, and with no great sense of anticipation, dropped both thin files in her to-do tray. Abbott then turned her attentions to her next task, the alibi of Alanika owner and all-round sleazeball David Gill. First she Googled Ripped. Surprisingly, the business came up on top of the list. Someone is taking their search engine optimization seriously. The website had a lush and professional look. Under the tagline, "More Than Just Fitness," was a photograph of the imposing building, taken in darkness. The ultra-modern facility was fully floodlit, looking every inch the high-class establishment. As Fliss scrolled to the membership section, she realized why. She let out a low whistle. Abbott had recently joined Stryker's gym in nearby Leyland. It was a nice place with great facilities. In addition to the well-equipped gym, it boasted a pool and spa, all in for £25 a month. However, the basic membership at Ripped, not including classes or the VIP chill-out area and bar, was more than triple that. "Wow," she said out loud. She flicked through the high-resolution internal shots. "Nice gaff, though." Next, under the heading "Our Crew," came a group picture of the staff and trainers. All appeared to be in the peak of physical condition, wore matching, somewhat revealing uniforms and brilliant white smiles. She also noticed that each of the 6 female staff were blonde. "Now what would the odds be on that?" she muttered. Fliss removed her glasses, cleaned them, and checked the time. It was just after 8:30. Another scroll of her mouse told her that Ripped was open until 10, midnight for VIPs. Fliss dialed. The phone was answered on the second ring. The voice was young, bubbly, accentless, and female. "Good evening, Ripped Gym and Spa. Josie speaking. How may I help you?" Fliss put on her poshest voice. "Hi, Josie. Yes. I'm looking at your website right now. I realise it's short notice, but I find myself in the area and wondered if I might be able to have a quick look around. I'm so not happy with my current gym." "Could I take your name, please?" said Josie, her inflective rising at the end of each sentence. "Abbott," said Fliss. "Felicity Abbott." "One moment, Miss Abbott. We don't normally do our Ready for Ripped sessions so late in the day, but I'll check to see if we have a crew member free." Fliss blew air down her nose. She was beginning to wish she'd done this the easy way, rocked up at the front desk, flashed a badge and asked the question. But she, like Stryker, had a gut feeling about Gill, and it wasn't because he pressed all her wrong buttons either. No, best to keep a low profile for now. "I'll hold," she said, hitting the mute button. "It's like talking to a bloody Love Island contestant," she pondered. "But she looks like one too." The line clicked open and the effervescent Josie was back. "You are so in luck, Miss Abbott. One of our most experienced crew members, Harry, has just finished a personal training session and would simply love to show you around. Could you come straight away?" 15 minutes, said Fliss, grabbing her bag and keys. "Super," gushed Josie. "I'll be on reception when you arrive. I promise you won't be disappointed." Fliss edged her Mini into the car park that surrounded Ripped Gym and Spa. Despite the late hour, the place appeared busy. The little red car was surrounded by dozens of prestige marks, Mercedes, BMWs, Lexus, Range Rovers, even a couple of Bentleys. No wonder they can afford £80 a month membership. As she strode to the front entrance, she checked herself over. Bet these guys don't buy the clothes from Primark either. A pair of monogrammed glass doors swished open to allow Fliss entry. To her right was a long black marble reception desk with an extremely attractive young blonde standing behind it. She wore what appeared to be a permanent smile and a name badge confirming that she was indeed Josie, the girl Fliss had spoken to on the phone. Barring the detective's way beyond Josie's station was a gateway resembling something that travellers pass through at an airport or tube station. However, there appeared to be no need for an Oyster card or boarding pass. In order to negotiate through the narrow gate opening, you simply looked into a solitary camera mounted on a highly polished chromium pole, and hey presto. Just as Gill had smugly confirmed, the gym's entry and exit system used facial recognition. Josie caught Fliss examining the camera. "Miss Abbott, I take it?" "Yes," said Fliss. "This is all rather high-tech, isn't it?" "It's easier for our clients," said Josie. "Just look into the camera and there you go. It means there's no membership card to lose. I'm terrible for misplacing things, aren't you?" Fliss raised a smile. "Terrible," she said. Josie held up a digital camera. "So, should you choose to join us, we simply take your picture, upload it into our system, and Brian lets you in and out." "Brian?" "That's what we call the camera on the stick," giggled Josie. "With those 3 little lenses, it looks just like a cute round face, don't you think? Our idea of a little joke." "Quite," said Fliss dryly. Josie's smile never faltered. "It also prevents the sharing of membership cards. We pride ourselves on our exclusivity, Miss Abbott." "I can see that already," said Fliss. "However, my concern is privacy." Josie's near-ecstatic facade slipped a tad. "I don't understand." Abbott ended her examination of the barrier and moved closer to the perfectly made-up receptionist. "Well," offered Fliss, "my concern would be what happens to that information, those images that Brian looks at. Where are they stored? Who has access? That kind of thing." She lowered her tone conspiratorially. "You see, Josie, I'm going through a rather messy breakup right now. It's one of the reasons I need to move from my current gym. My ex is a bit of a stalker, a computer whiz. He'd be hacking into Brian before you could say Jack Robinson." Josie looked puzzled. "Jack who?" Fliss took a breath. "Never mind. What I'm asking is Brian secure?" The light came on. "Oh, yes, very. Brian—" Josie shook her head. "I mean, our system doesn't record. It just knows you and lets you in and out." Fliss was dubious. Why go to all that trouble and expense if Big Bad Brian didn't tell you who your best customers were? How busy you were at certain times, that kind of thing. Either Josie was lying, or, far more likely, just saying what she thought her potential new member wanted to hear. One thing was for certain. Fliss wasn't going to persuade the pretty blonde to confirm David Gill's alibi. Not tonight, anyway. Seconds later, the detective heard footsteps, and her guide appeared. She knew this not only because of the same shiny black badge confirming his name as Harry, but because he held a glossy brochure in his hand, with "Ready for Ripped" emblazoned across the top in gold lettering. Fliss took a long look at her escort. It was like the worst blind date dream ever. Harry was brutally handsome, sort of a laid-back blonde surfer dude with muscles. The gym could have been named after his physique. Once again, Fliss checked her clothes. If only she'd nipped home, showered, fixed her hair, added some makeup and maybe a dab of perfume. She took a resigned breath and blew it down her nose. "Unlucky again, Abbott." "Felicity?" asked Harry, holding out a French manicured hand. I hope you don't mind me calling you that. Surname's way too formal, don't you think? Fliss considered that Harry could have just stepped out of one of those sexy perfume ads that she'd always thought were oh so cheesy. Well, did so, well, until now. Call me Fliss, please, she smiled, feeling herself colour like a giddy schoolgirl. Fliss it is, said Harry, displaying perfectly white teeth. Would you like to follow me? Certainly, said Fliss with a smile of her own, speculating how these 20-somethings could possibly afford cosmetic dentistry on their salaries. Harry began their tour with the wet areas. A stunning pool with waterfall features, 2 themed steam rooms, a full-sized Turkish sauna, and a half-indoor, half-outdoor jacuzzi that Fliss considered a large percentage of Preston could fit into. Adjacent to the pool were private massage cabins for sports and relaxation treatments and a walk-in solarium. This is the only area of the gym where members are encouraged to get naked, smiled Harry. Tan lines are such a drag, don't you think, Fliss? Naked, said Fliss, swallowing her natural prudishness. You mean altogether? It isn't compulsory, of course, said Harry, waving his brochure. We also have 2 private sun shower rooms for those who are a little bashful. Fliss looked at Harry's perfect physique, his skin-tight vest and shorts, hugging every muscle. You don't strike me as the bashful type, Harry. He smiled. I do blush on occasion, but only when I've something to be embarrassed about. He looked her up and down. I don't see why you should be ashamed of your body, Fliss. A few sessions with me and I'd soon have those pounds off. Shall we look at the fitness rooms now? The detective followed, sucking in her tummy as she went. The fitness area was effectively a U-shape, the bottom of the letter being reserved for cardio machines, treadmills, rowers, bikes, elliptical trainers and the like, whereas the 2 uprights were designated as strength and conditioning areas. Harry walked Fliss down one leg to where a few late-night gym fanatics were huffing and puffing their way through their workouts, using resistance machines. The strength training area is more female-friendly, said Harry. The really big guys don't tend to use the machines as much. They prefer the other side, the free weights. Fliss nodded and pointed to a short stairway leading to a closed door. Above the opening was a solitary red light which blinked away merrily. And what's up there? Ah, offered Harry. That is the VIP lounge, restaurant and chill-out bar. I'm afraid I can't take you up there as you aren't a member. Oh, okay, said Fliss. Fair enough, but it would have been nice to see exactly what a girl got for her money. She swallowed her instinctively cautious fiscal nature. I mean, it's only an extra £40 a month, isn't it? Harry nodded. It is, but VIP memberships are currently closed. They're limited, you see. Kind of a one-in, one-out idea. And right now we're full. As if to reinforce Harry's point, a terribly angry-looking and powerful man appeared from behind the door and stood on the short staircase. He wore a black spray-on T-shirt with the words CCS Security plastered across his considerable pecs. I take it he knows who to let in. Harry just smiled and moved on. As they began to walk around the free weights area, Fliss couldn't take her eyes off the closed door. She was not allowed to look inside. Harry noticed. Even though admission is currently unavailable, I do know that some ladies are occasionally specially invited by the management. Fliss looked into Harry's open, attractive face. And just what criterion would a girl have to meet to get that kind of proposal? Harry flashed those teeth again. That I'm not party to, Fliss. Only the owners make those decisions. And I can't even tell you what it's like up there. The health club staff don't have access either. All very cloak and dagger, said Fliss, noticing a pair of huge men training together at the end of the room, one lifting what appeared to be impossibly heavy dumbbells. There was much grunting from the lifter and words of encouragement from the spotter. The pair appeared so similar they could have been brothers. Once the lifter had completed his set, he dropped the weights with a thunderous bang, jumped up from his bench, and the two massively muscled men went through a back-slapping, high-fiving routine any sporting team would have been proud of. They seemed to be having a whale of a time. However, one of the deeply tanned men particularly caught her eye. "Twice in one day, Mr. Gill." Fliss turned on her heels before she was noticed. Well, Harry, I think I've seen enough. I won't take up any more of your time." A quick turnaround seemed to catch the young man off balance. "Oh, well, okay, Fliss." He followed her towards the exit. "But I didn't get the chance to show you the changing facilities or beauty salon. We offer Botox, fillers, dermaplaning, eyebrow tattoos, coloured contacts, lash extensions, a full range of nail work." Fliss was striding now. "It all sounds wonderful, Harry. So can we sign you up tonight, Fliss? If you decide today I can offer you—" Fliss stopped in her tracks and turned. "I'm not the impulsive type, Harry. I'll call you if I decide to sign up." Harry looked deflated. "Oh, okay. That's a shame." Fliss smiled at him, feeling ever so slightly guilty about wasting the lad's time. "I haven't said no yet, Harry. But just one other thing." "Yes?" "Well, looking at you, I see a very fit young man. And if you don't mind me saying, you have a great, some may say, wonderful body." Fliss thought Harry may actually blush, but he didn't. "Well, that's nice of you to say, Fliss, but can I ask, those two guys we just saw, they were massive. How is that possible?" Harry's smile disappeared. He took a breath, looked round him. "Well, either you are a naturally big guy to begin with and work tremendously hard on your body and diet, or... He raised plucked brows. "Or you get help," he said. Grover nursed a pint of Lancaster Bomber as Stryker demolished a large plate of gammon steaks, poached eggs and steamed vegetables. "Are you always hungry, Stryker?" The sergeant shrugged. "Pretty much, Phil. I do burn a lot of calories, though." "Have you always worked out so hard? Or was it just when you joined the force, like?" Stryker wiped his mouth and hands with a napkin and dropped it on his empty plate. "I used to train with my old man. We'd run the streets, parks, tracks, anywhere, really. He loved the outdoors. I never shared his love of the water, though, or the U.S. Navy, for that matter. So you never considered following him into the military?" Stryker rested his hands on the table and, as ever, changed the subject. "Did you see Frank Major back there in the hospital?" "Of course, yes. Very sad." "Sad? I suppose you could call it that. Tragic, disastrous, maybe. How about plain unlucky? Frank and his wife in the wrong place at the wrong time, and now Charlene, his only child, murdered. The sorrow is almost unthinkable. I sometimes wonder just how much heartbreak a man can take." Stryker's eyes became distant. "I mean, can you imagine him now, sitting in his rented rooms, gasping for breath, waiting to die, wanting to die?" Grover took a large gulp of his beer. "Come on, Ewan. How many times have you met a Frank Major? How many times have you comforted the bereaved? I could sit and think about all the dead that I've ever dealt with, and all the living left behind, the pain and the sorrow, the grief, the lack of closure when no answers are found. But I don't. I don't, because I couldn't do my job if I did. You have to have an off switch, a place to go, away from all the shit. The blood, the guts, the screams, the tears, the blame, the guilt. I see it all, but I can't take it home with me." Phil laid down his glass. "Where's your place, Stryker? Is it pounding those pavements? Is that the reason you keep running?" Stryker considered Phil's words. "When my father was first diagnosed, or maybe I should say had his suspicions confirmed, we would still run every night. As his condition got worse, the distances got shorter, until one evening I came home from school to find him sitting on the front step. "Sit down, Ewan," he said. "I need to talk to you." What he told me wasn't so much different from Frank Major's story, except it was he that was the victim, and my mother and me, well, we were the ones going to be left behind. You see, the Navy had been my old man's life. Being a SEAL, he'd done some wild and dangerous things. He'd been part of Team 6, the guys who'd been dropped into Grenada to rescue the Governor-General. But he'd also spent time on subs, USS Michigan and others. Nuclear submarines. Oh, yeah. And that is where the story gets interesting. His team would spend months at a time aboard those vessels. Anyway, seems that one day there was an accident on board one of those subs, and he, together with some other crew, were exposed to radioactive materials. He passionately believed that exposure caused his cancer. That's possible. Iodine-131 would have been released, giving similar results to those we Brits suffered in the late 50s at Windscale. The authorities there reported an increase in cancers then, some 200 plus, if my memory serves me right, particularly cancer of the thyroid. Phil watched Stryker's eyes glaze again as his mind took him back to his childhood. Possible, probable. I'm no expert, and neither was my old man. I was still a kid, and to this day I've never seen the documents, but according to my dad, it was a nailed-on certainty. There were 3 other guys with him on the day of the accident. They all developed cancer and died. As the authorities refused him compensation, he decided to take his beloved Navy to court. We never had much money, and most of what my father had saved went on legal fees. Before the arguments were settled, he was dead. It's a sad story, Ewan. Stryker pursed his lips. My mother was heartbroken, of course, but she had no strength to keep the legal battle going. She never truly settled in the States, and I knew that her greatest wish was to return to Ireland. She was desperate to try and rebuild her bridges with what was left of her family. Of course, she never really got the chance. I think you know the rest. I don't think anyone knows the rest, Stryker, said Grover. However, I do find the similarities between Major's trauma and your own startlingly similar. The hit and run, the fight with the authorities for justice. Don't you find that strange? I find the world strange, Phil. Just before 11 o'clock, Stryker pulled up outside Grover's home. There you go, Phil, he said. Cheaper than a taxi. The doc pushed open the Audi's passenger door. As he straightened himself, he removed his phone from his coat, examined the screen, and opened a text message. The PM is scheduled for 11 this morning, Ewan. Will I see you there? You will, Doc. 11 sharp. Grover walked up his path, found the door key, and stepped into his house. As he looked down the hall, the kitchen door was open, and his wife Jane was standing at the sink, her back to him. Finally, she said, with more than a hint of irritation in her voice. Sorry, hon, said Grover, walking to her and slipping his arms around her slim waist. Got caught up with an idea at the Royal Preston. Jane twisted from his grasp. I didn't realise they sold beer at the hospital these days, Phil. You reek of it. Oh, come on, love, I've just had a fly with Stryker. It was a real tough one, you know. The young girl who was stabbed this afternoon in town. Jane stood in the harsh glare of the kitchen lights, hands on hips. She was a tall, handsome woman with auburn hair and green eyes. She was also terribly angry. There's always a tough one, isn't there, Phil? But what about me? You've been out of this house since 6:30 this morning. Oh, don't go on one, Jane. You knew what? I knew you were a doctor, yes. I knew that. But I didn't realise you were a drunk, too. A drunk that would rather sit in the pub with his mates than come home to his wife. That's not true, Jane, and you know, isn't it? Isn't it, Phil? OK, when was the last time we sat down to dinner together? Jane pointed to a plated meal on the worktop. It was covered in cling film, ready for the microwave. "That's what we do these days, Phil. I cook a nice dinner, lay the table and wait for you to come home as it pleases you. Then, as usual, I eat alone and leave your meal on the side so you at least have some solids in a day." "Oh, now you're exaggerating." Am I, Doctor? Well, answer me this. What did you eat today?" Phil was on the back foot. He knew where this was going. It wasn't about his diet. It wasn't about his drinking. After all, he'd only had a couple all day. It wasn't even the fact that he was late. It was about a baby, a child that Jane desperately wanted, and that so far had not materialized. "Look, honey," he soothed, "why don't I run you a nice hot bath, eh? You have a soak while I eat this fine-looking dinner you've made, then we'll have an early night." But Phil's appeasements were falling on deaf ears. Jane curled her lip. "What, so you can fall asleep exhausted and drunk and keep me awake with your incessant snoring?" She swept from the kitchen. "I'm sleeping in the spare room. There's beer in the fridge. Drink yourself to death for all I care." And she was gone. Phil slumped down in his favourite chair and popped a can of John Smith's. The TV played silently in the corner. He took a drink of his beer and heard the microwave ping in the kitchen. "Dinner's ready, mate," he said to himself, feeling very much alone. 7. Tara Benson lay on her back, the bed covers pulled to her chin, eyes open and unable to sleep. Her husband Kurt was still not home, and every creak of the floorboards, every clang of plumbing produced by the old house made her flesh creep. She was convinced the burglars would return, except this time it was she that they were after, not Kurt's precious stash. Since that young cop had left, Tara had split her day between finishing a full bottle of Jack Daniels and shouting down the phone at insurance companies and alarm installers. Drinking herself into a stupor wasn't a rarity for Tara, although opening a second bottle was. She couldn't bring herself to chastise this litigious behaviour, as on this particular day she felt the circumstances called for it. It had been a shit day, full stop. She'd expected her husband home after he'd dispensed with whatever emergency he'd been called to deal with at the gym, certainly in time for lunch, even dinner. Yet it was now approaching 11, and he was still AWOL, his phone annoyingly switched off. Tara's idea of fixing that little problem was to grip the new bottle on her bedside cabinet, pour yet another bourbon, and drown her sorrows. The burglary had occurred whilst they'd stayed over at Pauline and Mark Warren's. Good friends. Well, actually, quite a bit more than that. Tara and Kurt had met the pair at a fetish club in Manchester 5 years earlier, and they had remained both pals and bedfellows ever since. Tara always looked forward to their special suppers at the Warrens, although it was the post-dining activities that she enjoyed the most. In the world of BDSM there are many fetishes and levels of sadism. Both Kurt and Pauline's husband Mark were doms, the dominant male. They liked to be in charge. Yet each dom comes in different guises, just as subs do, and not everyone finds quite what they are looking for in their own spouse. Kurt's idea of domination was heavy on the pain and light on the sex. Tara's needs, however, were somewhat dissimilar to her husband's. She loved the way Mark Warren treated her, just enough restraint, just a touch of pain, and then plenty of penetration. Kurt, however, was more suited to Pauline's tastes, hard and prolonged punishment, and lots of toys. To him, the sex was way down his list of priorities. Both couples had lived with this arrangement since their first meeting, and it had worked, without a hint of discomfort or jealousy. Indeed, it seemed everyone had the best of both worlds, and neither pair appeared in any hurry to change the routine. That said, Tara had noticed that even before they'd left for their night of food and fun, Kurt had been distant, and throughout their meal he'd been pensive and quiet. To top everything off, he'd made the excuse of a migraine so as not to take part in the couple's usual exchange, and the 4 had gone to bed in their normal pairings, 3 somewhat frustrated. Then, of course, on their return home next morning, they'd found their house devastated. Tara had been a little tipsy even before they departed for their night of passion, and in her haste to pack had absently left 2 nice watches and some jewellery on her bedside cabinet. The thieves had scooped those easy pickings up gratefully, of course, but a few grand in bling had not been the real reason for the break-in, and she knew it. The moment they had returned home, Kurt had flown into a rage at the thought of the contents of his strong-box being discovered by the crooks. But all was well, and the floor safe had remained undetected. Despite this, he'd stayed on edge, and even though the burglary had left Tara on the verge of despair, just after 10 a.m. he'd left her alone to clear up and deal with the authorities, so he may attend to whatever his urgent work problem was. Finally, Kurt made it home. He'd been away a little under 13 hours. The bastard was up to no good. Tara just knew it. Probably one of those little blondes from the gym. Tara listened as he fumbled his way into the room in the darkness before sitting heavily on the edge of the bed. She could smell his aftershave. He was suspiciously clean and freshly showered. "You okay?" she asked tersely. "Fine," he said, pulling a t-shirt over his head. Tara leaned over and switched on the bedside lamp. "You've changed your clothes." Kurt turned, his shaved and moisturized face shimmering in the dimmed light, damp hair slicked back from his forehead. "Needed to, hon. I've been crawling around the boiler room with the gym for hours. The damn thing went down and the jacuzzi was stone cold." Tara looked into his eyes. They were the darkest chocolate, and despite Kurt's naturally aggressive countenance, almost kindly. However, one eye, his left, seemed bloodshot. "What happened to your eye?" she asked. He touched it absently. "Dunno. Why?" "It's red, like you're starting with an infection." He twisted his powerful frame and struck Tara's hair with the ham of a fist. "Must be all that dust and crap in the boiler room. What a hell of a job. But needs must they. Can't have cold bubbles, not at £80 a month membership." Without warning, he drew her to him, his formidable arms dragging her across their super king-size bed. Then he pinned her wrists and sat across her hips. Tara wanted to push him off. She was angry at being left to deal with all the crap of the day. Angry that he deliberately switched off his phone, left her waiting for him, drunk and scared. But of course, that was then. The here and now was quite a different matter. Kurt released one wrist and moved his powerful hand towards Tara's throat. He traced a finger across it, slowly, deliberately, left to right, his manicured nail leaving a fine red trace on her skin. He heard Tara gasp with excitement, her eyes wide, expectant. "Hush," he whispered, his hand now squeezing her neck hard enough to make Tara feel light-headed. "Don't you dare make a sound." They locked eyes. Tara could barely breathe, but she didn't care. Kurt used his free hand to tear at her panties, and seconds later he was inside her. The sex was rough and frantic. As Tara lay bathed in sweat, her sexual tensions released, she watched Kurt slide from their bed and tread towards the shower room. She considered that her husband knew just how to press all her buttons if he wanted to. He knew the balance, always had. However, as time had progressed, he constantly needed more, needed that little extra that she couldn't give. He hadn't fucked her in that way in months, maybe even years. She reached over to the bedside cabinet and found her cigarettes. She knew her smoking in the house would annoy him, but she didn't care. What exactly had caused Kurt's sudden bout of sexual stamina? What had wound his clock so tight that he'd needed an immediate release when he'd returned home? One thing was for certain. It wasn't fixing the boiler at the gym. The kettle bubbled furiously before it clicked itself off, jolting Fliss from her thoughts. She slowly poured steaming water into a mug. It instantly turned the powdery substance that she'd discovered in a packet at the back of her kitchen cupboard to a mulch. Suspiciously, what appeared to be bright green sticks floated to the top. Midnight, and dinner is a cup of soup. She sat cross-legged on her recently acquired rug, scrolling through Netflix in the vain hope of finding anything decent that didn't involve dead people. Failing miserably, she sniffed at her soup before setting the mug on the hearth, killed the set and rubbed her tired eyes. "Something just isn't right," she said to herself, pulling her phone from her bag. She knew she shouldn't. After all, it was late and more than likely he'd be in bed. Ringing him would only piss him off. He'd take it the wrong way. He'd think she was chasing him. But she wasn't. Well, not completely. And it was work-related. Fuck it. Stryker picked up on the first ring. Was he at the gym? Who? Gil, of course. Who the hell do you think? Tonight he was. Yeah. She heard him stretch. He did it a lot in bed. Abbott, it's Gil's whereabouts at 1:06 this afternoon that we're interested in, not his evening social activities. She sipped her soup and grimaced. I know that, but the girl on the reception says Brian doesn't record. You drunk, Abbott? Chance will be a fine thing. I'm having a large cup of soup and it may just poison me. She took on an obstinate tone and changed the subject, confusing Stryker further. Harry suggested I was fat. Do you think I'm fat? Stryker blew her down his nose in frustration. You do realise I'm in bed, Abbott. And who's Harry? Fliss paused. She bit her bottom lip. Sorry, I'm not making a great deal of sense, am I? It's just something's not right and I really don't like the look of our David Gill. I mean, when you gave me the action to check his alibi, I thought, OK, have a quick run up to his big posh gym, ask the question, and be home for soup by 10. But you didn't? No. Instead, I blagged a walk round, you know, the kind of thing, the full potential new member treatment. Jesus, boss, the place is proper posh. It's like something you'd expect to find in Dubai or London, not North Preston. It's seriously stylish and well organised. OK, you sold it to me. What about the alibi? As I said, the girl on reception says the facial recognition system is just that. It lets you in and out. It doesn't keep records. You believe she's for real? I believe she believes it. There was more stretching. Rich folks that run high-end business ventures don't buy cheap and want bang for their buck. Mark my words, Abbott. A system like that will have all the bells and whistles. That system will record how many times a customer visits and for how long, minimum. She's either lying or stupid. She calls the system Brian. Fair point. Anyway, whatever your point is, be quick, Abbott. I need my beauty sleep. OK, keep your hair on. Like I said, I got the full guided tour from the very handsome Harry, even the naked sun shower. And get this, they have a VIP bar and chill-out area that is sold out, and even the gym staff aren't allowed inside for a gander. You were naked with Harry? How well do you know me, Stryker? Yeah, OK. Look, Abbott, it's good to talk to you and everything, but what the hell has any of this got to do with Charlene's murder? Fliss let out a long, slow breath. Something. I don't know exactly what yet, but listen. As I was being shown the free weights area, guess who's there, pumping it with the best of them? Gil, you already said. Fliss chastised herself. Yes, OK, I did. But he was so pumped, Stryker, laughing and joking with his bodybuilder pal. I mean, come on, zero empathy. It's one of the big traits of the Dark Triad. Fliss pushed herself against the sofa and got herself comfortable. And I'm sure he was closer to the victim than he's letting on. You thought it as soon as he called her Charlie. Doesn't mean... I know it doesn't, but even if they were having an affair, she still worked for him. If I'd just had my head cut off, what would you be doing? I get your point, Abbott, but lifting weights is not a crime. Maybe he needed to blow off steam. Maybe that's his way. Fliss felt her frustration building. Stryker always made the point of finding holes in her theories. Not just lifting weights, Stryker. He was acting like he owned the gaff, not a care in the world. That total regard for life, selfishness, callousness, it's the profile, Stryker. He fits it. He could be our man. Fliss could almost hear Stryker's mind at work. Gil is an even longer shot than the kid Geddes, Abbott. I agree something maybe happened between him and the victim, and no doubt Gil is a womanizer. A man like him would get a kick out of giving the prettiest girls in his office a nickname, or maybe more. But just because he's a heartless asshole doesn't make him a killer. For a start, if it were Gil, he'd know the code for the front door, wouldn't he? Fliss narrowed her eyes. I suppose, but... Look, Abbott, if it makes you happy, we'll take a look at Brian. We'd need a warrant. Maybe, maybe not. Stryker, don't be falling into your old ways again. I'll ask nicely. Okay, but before you go breaking any data protection legislation, or worse still, someone's jaw, let me ask this. Gil and his friends are both huge guys. Big as you, maybe even bigger. The guy that showed me around said something about them having help. What did he mean? They'll be the roid boys. You mean steroids? Trembolone, oxydrolone, maybe stanozolo? But from the gym talk I hear right now, the drug of choice is Viramone. It's an injectable synthesized testosterone, the most androgenic of the steroid family. Real heavy stuff. It has some seriously evil side effects, too. Acne on the back and shoulders, hair loss, shrinkage of the testicles, mood changes, and even prostate enlargement. It's psychosis in a syringe. Now you mention it, his pal did have bad spots on his back. There you go. Now, Abbott. Yes? Go to bed. Stryker killed the call, plugged his phone into his bedside charger and slipped his legs from under the covers. He padded onto the landing and traipsed down the stairs to the kitchen. Before pushing a cup under the spout of his Bosch coffee maker, he stretched again. I'll sleep when I'm dead, he muttered. Once the machine steamed and spluttered to its wonderful conclusion, he moved to the lounge, selected an album to aid his thought process, and dropped it onto his linen turntable. Miles Davis' Kind of Blue suited his mood. The album featured saxophonists John Coltrane and Julian Cannonball Adderley, two of his personal favourites, and of course the legendary Paul Chambers on bass. The entire album was a series of modal sketches, with each performer given a set of scales that encompassed the parameters of their improvisation and style. Using this method of musical modality, Davis had produced one of the greatest jazz records of all time. Finally he sat and sipped his espresso as Miles worked his magic. Abbott is right. There's something not right about Mr. Gill. He let his head fall back against the leather of his chair and closed his eyes. As the gentle tempo of So What gave way to the rather odd 12-bar blues of Freddie Freeloader, Stryker's mind turned to other matters. It was nice to hear her voice, too. Linda Henderson sat on her sofa scooping a fat-free yogurt from its pot. Sky Sports News played its second rerun, and she could almost guess the anchor's words before she said them. Linda watched the programme religiously. She wasn't an avid fan of any particular team or sport, but she always felt the need to watch the female presenters at work. Those women were exactly what Linda aspired to. Glamorous, alluring, elegant and desirable. They wore beautiful clothes that showed off their trim figures. Not too revealing, but enough to make the average male drool over the football results, even if their team had lost. Her favourite was Kirsty Gallagher. She was everything Linda wanted to be. Great figure, stunning looks, admired by millions of men. Linda had gone to quite some lengths to emulate her heroine, even taking photographs of Kirsty to the hairdressers so they could attempt to copy the TV star's raven locks. And it hadn't stopped there. She trolled social media and the net for any information on Gallagher's beauty regime, where she shopped for clothes and shoes, even her dentist. Linda stood and walked to her small kitchenette, dropped the empty pot into the trash and washed the solitary spoon in the sink. The small container of creamy goodness had replaced her evening meal, and despite the label insisting the yogurt contained less than 300 calories, she felt instantly obese. A trip to the bathroom scales confirmed that she was exactly the same weight as the previous day, yet Linda just knew, that if she left the offending food in her stomach, by the time she rose in the morning, her clothes would be tighter and she would be well on her way to being the kind of person she dreaded. Fat. And that was not an option. Moments later the deed was done, and the toilet flushed. Linda wiped her mouth with the back of her hand as she trod the stairs back to her TV. She felt instantly better, purged of the evil she had consumed. She checked the time. It was long past midnight. Under normal circumstances she would go to bed. However, she had no work to go to, no reason to rise early. The Lanniker was closed until Monday at the earliest, because of Charlene Major's murder. Linda ran through the horrific events in her mind. She touched her own throat and, for a moment, considered just what it would have felt like to be cut that way. Would the agony have been unbearably stimulating, or would the fear of dying obliterate all the pain, dulling the nerve endings and spoiling the scenario? Linda wasn't sure. However, one thing she did know. Pain and pleasure went hand in hand, and to take a life must surely be the ultimate in sexual dominance. The thought scared and excited her in equal amounts. Henderson had suffered many minor injuries in the pursuit of sexual satisfaction. Pain had been her greatest stimulus all her adult life. Partners had come and gone, yet none had measured up to her desires. However, she now genuinely believed that one man may just be that master, the one to satisfy her every craving. She picked up the phone by her side and opened the screen. Linda stared at it longingly. No messages. Linda had been given the handset by her master, and as instructed had fitted it with an unregistered SIM card. Her master's express orders were for the unit to be used only for contact between him and her. However, this was strictly a one-way street, purely for her master to inform her of his instructions, his wishes, his darkest desires. From the way she was to dress to the location they were to meet, every last detail. Once any contact was made, her instructions were to delete the call registry or text message immediately. She was never to reply or call him herself. That was unnecessary. He demanded her total compliance. Linda turned the phone over in her hand and pursed her lips. She was terrified of losing this man who knew her so well, who understood her every fantasy. She was also well aware that secrecy was of the utmost importance to him, and that, stupidly, she may have compromised that very rule. This was, of course, the same phone that the big cop, the ginger-haired one with the broken nose, had asked to examine. Stryker, wasn't it? Yes, that was his name. Linda didn't care for him, or that bitch that was with him, the pretty one with the cheap shoes who asked too many questions for her own good. Linda had mistakenly snatched the wrong phone from her bag to ring 999 during the attack on Charlene Major, and that meant Stryker and the bitch had seen the partially constructed text she had written to her master. That worried Linda. Even though the message had sat on the phone for several days and had never been sent, it concerned her that if the cops began to dig deeper, to ask more questions, the master may somehow discover her mistake, and that would surely be the end of their relationship. She berated herself that she had ever begun to text him at all, even if it had been at the time of great weakness. During their last encounter she had disappointed him. As her master had acted out one of their ever more risky scenarios, Linda had surprisingly lost her nerve. He had prepared their meeting place with great care, a woodland clearing, almost a perfect circle, with flaming torches surrounding them, marking the boundary. Linda had been made to lie on a makeshift wooden table, her hands and feet bound, unable to move. She felt every inch the Hollywood starlet, playing the role of a human sacrifice to an unseen god. Yet despite all her years of playing the subservient, compliant female, the hook her master had begun to use on her was so dangerous-looking that her fear had forced her to use the prearranged safe word and halt proceedings. The moment was ruined, her master angry, his terrifying black eyes flashing in the torchlight. At the height of his rage, she decided she must be punished. Linda was, of course, both grateful and excited. At first he tore at her clothes, the very dress he'd bought for her, the expensive one he'd insisted she wear. Then he instructed her to remove all her underwear. He watched her do so in silence before standing Linda in the centre of the clearing, shivering with cold and excitement. She was feeling as vulnerable as she was aroused, and thought for one wonderful, solitary moment he may push her to the ground and penetrate her for the first time, something she ached for, still ached for. But he stopped short. Her punishment was to complete the walk of shame. Wearing nothing but her torn dress, hair bedraggled, makeup smudged, she was to walk through the streets, back into town, where a taxi would eventually take her home. That night she had been leered at by dozens of drunken men. A few had approached her, fondled her, yet none had offered help. All were far more interested in the amount of bare flesh she had on show. Her master had ensured she was demeaned, humiliated, and degraded by total strangers. That had been his intention, his penalty for her lack of courage. Now, days later, sitting on her sofa with the set in her hand, her heart yearned for any news, just a word or two to say that her master had forgiven her, or better still, for it to ring so she may be able to hear his dark yet reassuringly disquieting tones. Her greatest desire was to hear him say she had been chosen, that her deepest, darkest desires were to be fulfilled. But the screen remained stubbornly blank and the phone achingly silent. Linda sniffed, rolling the set around in her hand, its silence feeding her own sharp temper. How dare those cops make her show them her personal property? What business was it of theirs? The thought of the police meddling in her private life angered her further. A private life most would never, could never understand. Linda took a deep breath, pushed the handset into her dressing-gown pocket and carried it with her to bed. Once under the covers, she prayed her master would never discover the error she'd made, and vowed never to make the same mistake again. No oversights, and no more talking to those nosy cops. 8. Tuesday morning, Wood Plumpton, Lancashire. Despite the mild weather, Bob Higgins and Andy Sykes zipped their coats against the early morning breeze. The young man reported to have been Charlene Major's ex-boyfriend, Danny Geddes, lived in a substantial detached house in the village of Wood Plumpton, and both men stood for a moment, admiring his family home. "Nice," offered Sykes. "That would be a pretty penny down the smoke." "It's knocking on $1 million here, pal," said Bob, pulling his ID from his jacket. "Danny's folks are well-to-do, good people too. Shame about the lad, really." Sykes shrugged. "I suppose you never really know how your kids turn out, eh?" "True," said Bob, opening the gate to the garden and secretly thanking the Lord that his two girls seemed to be firmly on the straight and narrow. The pair stood at the imposing front door and rang the bell. Despite the early hour, there was an instant movement from inside, and moments later the door was opened by a middle-aged, well-dressed man. He was chiselled for a man of his years, with greying hair and sharp eyes. "Yes," he said, peering around the edge of the door with more than a hint of suspicion. "Good morning, Mr. Geddes," said Bob, holding out his ID. "I'm Detective Constable Higgins, and this is my colleague, DC Andy Sykes. We'd like a word with Daniel, if you don't mind." The man looked instantly deflated. "Oh, no, what's he done now?" "Maybe nothing, sir," offered Sykes. "We'd just like to ask him a few questions. Is he here?" Geddes opened the door fully and beckoned the two inside. "Well, he was when I went to bed last night. Come in, officers, please. I'll go and check his room." "Before you do, sir," asked Bob as they stepped into the lounge, "were you with Daniel yesterday, say, around lunchtime?" The man shook his head. "No, I was at work. My wife and I run a travel business. We both leave early and return about 6 in the evening." As if on cue, an equally smart and striking woman appeared from the kitchen, her face full of concern. "Is everything all right, Stephen?" "These are police officers, darling. They want a word with Daniel." The woman darkened. "Oh, God, not again. What has he been up to?" "Don't jump to conclusions, dear," said Geddes. "They just want to ask him some questions." The woman hugged her coffee with both hands and shook her head. "That's how it usually starts." "When did you last see Daniel, ma'am?" asked Bob. The woman pursed her lips. "Last evening. He came home around 7, had supper with us and went to his room. As far as I'm aware, he stayed in all night. I went to bed around 9. Early starts, you see." Bob's eyes instinctively checked his watch. It was a little after 6 in the morning. "I understand, madam." "He's been working until recently," she said. "A local building firm. We thought he'd turned a corner." "But not now?" asked Sykes. The woman shook her head. "He has a temper, does Daniel. Not good with authority. He had a row with his boss." "So he could have been out all day yesterday until 7?" queried Bob. The woman shrugged. It was a casual enough motion, yet her eyes were etched with worry. "I suppose so," she said absently. Then the mother in her came out. "But he could just as easily have been home all day. Could someone verify that, Mrs. Geddes?" asked Sykes. She narrowed her gaze. "Isn't it rather early in the morning for a visit from the CID? What has Daniel done exactly?" There was the unmistakable sound of lumbering footsteps tripping downstairs. Danny Geddes pushed open the door to the lounge. "What's all the fucking noise?" he offered, his face lined with sleep. Geddes was indeed his father's son, and had inherited the older man's good looks and lithe frame. He had not, however, mastered his father's composure or manners. He screwed up his face. "Oh, man, no, it's the filth." "Morning, Danny," said Bob, nodding in his direction. Geddes flopped in a very comfy-looking armchair, dressed in nothing but his boxers. "More like the middle of the night. I suppose that twat Butterworth has made a complaint." Sykes looked at Mrs. Geddes and raised his brows. "Daniel's old boss, the one I was telling you about," she clarified. Sykes nodded. "A bit more than an argument, was it?" Mrs. Geddes looked sheepish. Danny shrugged muscular shoulders. "I gave him a slap, is all. He came at me first. Self-defence is what I say." "We're not here about some slap," said Bob, losing patience with the petulant youngster. "Although I'm quite happy to lift you for it now and worry about the complaint later." Danny scowled at the bulky detective. He'd had dealings with Bob Higgins on more than one occasion, and had found him to be as hard as nails. Even so, he couldn't bring himself to back down. "Well, what do you want, then? Can't you see I'm a busy man?" "Where were you yesterday? Around lunchtime, say 1 o'clock?" asked Sykes. Danny's eyes flashed between the two detectives, a sneer locked on his face. "Now then, let me think. Maybe I was checking on my stocks and shares portfolio, or meeting with one of my business managers." He held up a hand. No, I was here, exactly where I was until you two came barging in like Dumbo and his twin sister in my pit. I didn't get up till gone to. No reason, see." "Were you in bed alone?" asked Bob. Danny snorted a laugh. "Maybe." "We don't allow overnight guests," offered Stephen Geddes. Danny glared at his father before turning back to Higgins. Yeah, I'm allowed fuck all here. So alone, then, confirmed Sykes. Danny held out his arms. Fuck me, did I forget to change my Facebook status or what? Bang it on Instagram, Danny Geddes sleeps alone. Bob locked eyes with the lad. He'd never had time for men who were handy with their fists around a woman. In his experience, they tended to fade into the background when the real fighting started. They craved control to gain power from their bullying. Their propensity for violence was only matched by their cold-heartedness. Higgins didn't have any formal qualifications like Sykes or Fliss Abbott, but he knew all about men like Geddes. Bob's father had regularly beaten his mother. Tea not on the table, a slap. No clean shirt for work, a punch. Talk out of turn, the hospital. It had gone on until Bob turned 15, when the then 6-foot brawny rugby player Teen had seen enough. Higgins had knocked his father down with a single punch, and the balance of power had changed forever. "When was the last time you saw Charlene Major?" he growled. Bob thought he saw a flicker of something in Danny's eyes. Had she really hurt him by dumping him? Had the all-conquering bully been slapped down? Maybe, but was that enough for him to murder her? Geddes turned down his mouth. "Dunno, maybe a couple of weeks ago when I finished with her." "We understand it was Charlene that dumped you, Danny," said Sykes. The lad snorted. "Yeah, right, stuck-up bitch would say that." "Except she can't say anything now, Danny, can she?" spat Bob Higgins. Danny's father seemed to be losing patience. "As my wife has alluded, officers, just what is this about?" Andy Sykes caught the older man's gaze. "Charlene Major is dead, sir. Murdered yesterday afternoon." Mrs. Geddes clasped a hand to her mouth. "Oh, my God, the poor child, she was such a sweet—"
"Well, it wasn't me," blurted Danny.
"No," said Bob, head cocked quizzically.
"Shame you don't have an alibi then, eh?"
Danny's father stepped forwards. "Now, let's get something straight here, officer. Are you suggesting that my son is somehow guilty of killing that poor girl?"
Higgins gritted his teeth. "What I'm suggesting, sir, is that your son likes to knock his girlfriends about even to the point of sticking a glass in their face."
"I got a not guilty on that," frowned Danny. "Yes, officer," agreed Stephen Geddes. "I'm sure you're well aware of the court's decision on that particular matter."
"I'm well aware that the complainant was too scared to give evidence, and that the CPS lost their bottle on the day of the trial," said Bob.
"This is bollocks," said Danny, lifting himself from his chair.
"Sit the fuck down,"
hissed Higgins, pushing the lad back to his seat.
"If it's bollocks, then you won't mind if we have a look in the room, will you, son?"
Geddes's eyes darted between the detective and his parents. There was a hint of wildness in there. Bob saw it. He nodded to Sykes, who in turn gestured to Mrs. Geddes. "You can accompany me if you wish, madam." The woman looked to her husband for support. He gently nodded his assent. "Go on, Margaret," he said, then turned to Higgins, added sharply, "Just the boys' room, mind." It was Bob's turn to eyeball the father. "For now, sir, yes." For 10 minutes or so, Higgins sat with the 2 male members of the Geddes family in an uncomfortable silence. Finally, he heard the sound of 2 pairs of footsteps descending the stairs. Andy Sykes stepped into the lounge carrying a clear plastic evidence bag. He held it out in front of him. "Balaclava mask," he said. Bob looked at Danny Geddes and raised his brows. The boy swallowed hard and shook his head a little too quickly. "Not mine," he said. "Where was it?" queried Higgins. "Under his bed," said Sykes. "Get dressed, Danny, lad," said Bob. "You're nicked." "Where is he?" asked Fliss Abbott, pouring tea into mugs. "Geddes?" asked Bob. "He's been processed. His brief won't be here until his court calendar is clear. Interview won't be until this afternoon." "Give the search teams time to do his drum, then?" Bob nodded. "They're on it as we speak, Fliss. They've already found some interesting stuff." "As in?" "Something part burned at the bottom of the garden. Someone had set a fire down there recently. Hopefully the forensics boys will be able to tell us what. Fliss sat and opened her computer. Did he have a laptop?
The boss has it.
Stryker?
Bob nodded.
I told him we didn't have the password and it would need to go away, but he wanted to look himself. Fliss remained tight-lipped about Stryker's prowess with computers. She had witnessed his abilities first-hand at his home. She also knew that standard encryption would be child's play to the detective. You know what he's like, she mused, handing Bob his tea. I know he won't be happy if Lancaster tells the press we have a suspect in custody. I hear this new ACC is a bit of a personality. Believes in embracing the media, smiled Fliss. Bob took a slurp. Flyboy Lancaster. Bloody hell, love. I knew him when he was a sergeant. Hasn't a clue about real policing. Spent all his career in an office. No jealousy there then, Bob? I mean, him being the youngest SEC in the country? Oh, I know it takes all sorts, Fliss. But I've always thought that in order to lead an army into battle, you first need to know how to fight. The pair heard the code to the office lock being entered. Who's fighting who? Said Stryker as he pushed open the office door with his foot. He carried a sheaf of papers with a silver laptop in a plastic bag balanced precariously on top of them. Just discussing our glorious leader, boss, said Bob. Brew? Stryker grimaced. I have never shared the British liking for tea. I already had my double espresso, thanks. That's the boy's laptop? Asked Fliss. Stryker dropped his papers and handed the machine to Abbott. Geddes has a liking for violent pornography, but nothing illegal. Fake rape, BDSM, mainly Russian-made. You got in? Marvelled Bob Higgins. Stryker tapped the side of his nose. Not who you know, Bob. Could explain the balaclava, offered Fliss. There are at least 3 short films where the male lead is wearing a similar type mask, agreed Stryker. But we can't charge a suspect for his taste in porn, or the fact he shops at the famous army stores. That's as maybe, said Bob, but it doesn't explain why our man has been burning something at the bottom of the garden. Bob pointed a knowing finger. I think this lad has a bit of a flavour to him. Right height and build, too. Fliss cocked her head and pursed her lips. Is he that big? I mean, muscular, like the boss? You know, a gym bunny? Stryker raised his eyebrows at that one, but remained silent. Wouldn't say that, love. He's a strong lad, though. Bit about him. Maybe 14 stone. And his eyes? Asked Fliss. What about his eye colour? Bob opened his desktop machine. Never did notice eye colour, me. Let's have a look. Here we go. Says here, hazel. Hardly dark and demonic, then, she said. Stryker let out a long sigh and held the bridge of his nose. It isn't him, Bob. I can feel it in my bones. But we have to follow protocol. He looked at Sykes's empty desk. Where's the new boy? Said he was going back to the scene, said Fliss. Something about how the perp made his escape unnoticed. Andy Sykes stood in front of Alanica's offices, hands deep in the pockets of his raincoat. The lone police officer standing guard at the front door looked terribly bored. Andy knew that feeling well. As a uniformed constable, he'd been given some shockingly tedious tasks to perform. Necessary, but mind-numbing. He walked over, introduced himself, and presented his warrant card. The young cop took note of Sykes's details on his clipboard. We've just missed the forensic, boys, he said. They reckon they've done now, though. Was hoping to get stood down sooner than later. I'll have a word with the boss when I'm done, said Andy, feeling the guy's pain. Cheers, I'm gasping for the brew, offered the cop, and punched in the code to allow the detective inside. Andy had visited dozens of murder scenes, some gruesome ones too. Yet as he climbed ever closer towards the place where Charlene Murger had been summarily slaughtered, he felt a chill travel down his long spine. Could a person feel the presence of true evil? He didn't think so, but he shivered nonetheless. He stared at the bloodstain on the wall that ran the length of the stairs, top to bottom. It had been discussed at the briefing. Nevertheless, seeing it in the flesh was a different matter. It wasn't just a smear, and it certainly wasn't an act of someone fleeing the scene, trying to keep his balance with a flailing hand. No, thought Andy, this was deliberate. But why? Why would a killer do such a thing whilst making his escape? He'd suggested to Stryker that it could have been some kind of message, a hallmark. After all, the killer could easily have exited via a rear fire door, making for a simpler, less conspicuous getaway. But he didn't. Now that Andy had the benefit of seeing the killer's work firsthand, he was convinced that this was more than just a message. It was a proclamation, a bold statement of intent. This was, "Look how much blood I spilled today. Look how powerful I am. Look how calm I was. And you still couldn't catch me." Sykes stood on the staircase and held out his arm, the way the killer must have done to cause the stain. "Shorter than me, maybe 6'2". About the height of Geddes, I suppose." Andy shook the thought from his head. He knew Geddes was a violent young man with a temper, and that he was a danger to women, especially those he had a connection to. That said, Danny didn't have the equanimity of this killer. This calm, collected murderer had deliberately taken the time to wipe the lifeblood of his victim along the staircase wall as he'd made his escape. With the cops on their way, the sirens wailing in the distance, the staff upstairs screaming in terror, he'd still lingered long enough to make his mark. That, thought Andy, showed real composure, a clinical confidence, and Geddes just didn't have that in his locker. He slowly climbed to the top of the stairs and turned right into the offices. What moments earlier had felt like a tingle down his back instantly became a full-on shudder. Andrew Sykes was a pragmatic man, plausible, realistic. He was wary of anything even vaguely illogical or technically unsound. Yet as he surveyed the stains left by the fountains of Charlene Major's lifeblood, blood that had sprayed the canteen walls, drying to tell the most grotesque of tales, he was forced to admit to himself that he felt genuine discomfort. "Pull yourself together, Andrew." He trod carefully to the spot where he believed the killer had first taken hold of his victim and steeled himself. "I'm standing in your shoes, sunshine." He turned, and just as a mime would tell his story, Sykes imitated the murderer's movements, first reaching out his long, thin arm to turn Charlene. He envisioned pulling her to him, holding the knife to her throat. Why threaten her? Then, turning his own body, he visually reached for her long blonde hair to prevent her escape. Could he smell her perfume? Andy began to make slow slicing movements, left to right. This is how he cut her, slashed her neck, soaring through those vital arteries. His mind worked overtime. His senses played tricks. He could almost smell the blood. Did the killer feel the warmth of it, the stickiness as it ran from his gloves up his sleeve to his wrists? Did it splatter his neck between collar and mask? Sykes felt his heart begin to pound. The nervous shivers that had engulfed him earlier were replaced by his own sweat trickling down his back, chilling his skin as it ran, adding to his inner anxiety. He shook his head, struggling to clear his mind. Whatever evil had lurked inside these four walls was long gone, yet somehow it had a hold on him that he couldn't shake. He made for the stairs again, this time trailing his gloved hand along the wall exactly the way the murderer had done before him, treading each step in the killer's blood-soaked shoes, gaining pace as he went. The faster he ran, the more his head spun. He felt nauseous, dizzy. Once at the bottom, he hit the green button to open the electrical door mechanism, heard the lock click, pushed his way out into the open and stood on the footpath, hands on knees, breathing hard. "You okay there, detective?" asked the young guard. Andy ran his hand through his hair, took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, of course I am." The cop shrugged. "Right, it's just that you seem a bit flustered like." "It's not good up there, Constable. said Andy flatly, swallowing air and regaining his composure. "Not been in," said the cop. "Not in my remit, like." "Aren't you the lucky one?" said the detective. As Andy's heart rate slowed, he turned his attention to the surrounding buildings and their CCTV cameras. Alanica itself had none, which he considered a little strange, but not that uncommon. He looked at the angles of the cameras on the adjacent buildings. "So, no cover on the front door," he mused to himself. "I were looking at that," said the uniformed cop, listening in. "I reckon he's got straight in a motor parked in there." The cop pointed to the 2-bay parking lot solely for Alanica's use. And he turned down his mouth. "You might be right there, Constable, but—" Andy examined the doorway once again. To the left of the frame was the electronic keypad. He took a closer look. The numbers 2, 4, 5, and 8 had slightly more wear than the others, indicating regular use. But even so, it still left the killer with thousands of possible permutations. One thing was for certain. The perp had been forced to wait for Linda Henderson to leave for lunch, because he either didn't know that code, or he didn't want the cops to know he knew it. Andy pulled out his phone and scrolled Henderson's witness statement. She didn't even leave at her usual time. Linda had, of course, been delayed by a few minutes in order to collect money from another girl in the office. Therefore, any attacker would have been left out to dry in the open for, 5, maybe 6 minutes? Andy spun around again, his back to the door. Office workers scurried to and fro. Shoppers crawled by in cars searching for that elusive free parking space. Families strolled past the square on their way to nearby Avon Park. Where did you hide? The killer had to be out of sight of the public, but needed to be able to see the front door. Andy scratched his head. To the right of the door was a narrow paved area fenced off by railings. No good. To the left, the entrance to the car park. He couldn't see the door from there. He studied the brickwork above the door, ran his hand across the top of the frame. How on earth? To his left, edging the gable, were a series of large square decorative sandstones. As part of the newly built extension, these were modern replicas, but would have been required by town planning to ensure the building remained in keeping with its Victorian neighbours. And he touched one with his hand. It protruded maybe half an inch from the brickwork. Then he allowed his gaze to follow the stones upwards towards the flat roof. And there it was, a black scrape. He raised his hand towards it. 7 feet, maybe? Then further up on the gable side of the building was another similar mark. He touched the edge of one stone again. Could anyone actually climb down that? He pursed his lips. Only one way to find out. Sykes walked into the small car park that serviced the offices. Just 2 empty car spaces were marked out. The yard, walled on 3 sides, had been recently repaved using old stone flags. A large sign pronounced, "Parking for Alanica Management Only." Sykes turned full circle until his eyes settled on the office's fire escape. The metal staircase ran up the rear of the newer extended part of the building and terminated at a set of fire doors. And he did a quick mental calculation and assessed that those doors would be adjacent to the vending machines, close to where the murder had taken place. But you still used the front door. He trod the metal stairs and, purely through habit, checked the exit at the top. He ran his fingers along the gap where the doors met, but found nothing amiss, no signs of any attempt at a forced entry. Then he did the same with the metal rail that ran around the landing. It was smooth and newly painted, apart from one small section. Sykes felt grit on his hand and examined it. He trotted back down the escape to the yard and rubbed his fingers between the recently laid stone flags. He pondered, rose to his feet and climbed the stairs a second time. Taking a closer look at the rail, he lifted his leg and placed his boot where the grit had been. Sykes looked above him, and sure enough, there was an overflow pipe within his reach. He grabbed it and pulled himself upwards until he stood on the rail itself. Andy took a deep breath and steadied himself. He'd never been at his best at height. Again he looked above him, and he saw that if he let go of the overflow, he could just reach the lip of the flat roof that ran the length of the extension. "I reckon you should get a ladder there, mate," shouted the cop below him, as Andy's long thin legs wobbled precariously. "You'll break your neck if you fall from there." Andy scowled at the young officer, bit his bottom lip and made a grab for the edge. He half-pulled, half-scrabbled his frame ever higher, until finally he found himself lying on his back on the flat rooftop, heart in mouth, hands shaking.
You've made it this far. Nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
He lay there a moment. "I should have got a ladder," he breathed. Andy rolled onto his side, towards the edge of the roof, until he could see the metal staircase once again. He allowed himself a moment. After all, had he not just risked his neck to be in this position? From his elevated location, he examined the stairs, the landing, and finally the rail. All he could see was his own boot mark on the black gloss paint of the handrail. Then he saw red. The merest trace of it on the overflow pipe, the one he'd grabbed to lift himself upwards. It was a drop of what could only be blood. He rolled away from the edge, sat up, then stood, ever so slightly giddy from his antics. He began to walk around the roof, peering at his feet as he strode for anything that might have been dropped on the pitch surface. But he found nothing. Once again he pushed his hands deep into his coat pockets, stood still and took in his surroundings. "You were up here, weren't you?" he muttered. He edged himself ever closer to the front of the extension. From there he could see the square in all its Victorian glory. As he looked downwards, he could also see the front door. Andy lay flat on his stomach and peered over the edge. "You waited here, didn't you?" He shuffled his body over to the corner of the roof where the front elevation met the gable, where the coping stones had been so expertly set to meet the brickwork. Once again he examined the black marks. "They have to be footmarks. But how would anyone—" Andy pulled himself to his feet and wandered the roof again. As the minutes ticked by, Sykes turned his attention to the older part of the building, the part with the pent roof. He walked over to where the two structures joined, the gutter of the old property sitting at knee-height to him. The black slated roof had been laid when the property was built in the late 1800s, and it shone in the morning sunshine, polished by almost 200 years of weather. But not all of those slates glistened bright. Some appeared streaked with something. Sykes gingerly lifted his right leg and, using the metal guttering as purchase, climbed once again. His left hand fell on the slates, just where the streaking began, just where the blood-soaked left glove of the killer would have fallen. He examined the slate. The stain left in the overnight elements had dried, but there was no doubting its origin. Sykes almost fell as he turned to make the flat roof again, but he regained his composure and pulled his mobile from his pocket. Stryker answered on the second ring. "This had better be good, son." "He escaped over the rooftop, sir. I mean, Stryker." What? Our killer. He hid himself on the flat roof of the office until Henderson opened the door. Then somehow he's dropped down the corner of the building. That must be, 30, maybe 40 feet? There are boot marks, I'm fairly sure, boss. Okay, and then, to avoid being seen after the event, he's climbed the fire escape back up onto the flat roof, then over the old part of the building. I can't say where he went from there, not without ladders, but there's a trail of blood up here. He heard Stryker let out a breath. Okay, I'll get a forensics team to you ASAP. Oh, and Sykes. Yes? Good work, son. (9) Peter Lancaster was 40 years old. Being the youngest assistant chief constable in the country had its merits, but also its deficiencies. Wherever he went, whomever he met, his age was touted like an accolade, a badge of honour. However, to the old guard, and there were still some of them left, dragging their knuckles along the corridors of power, it was a stick that they couldn't wait to beat him with. Knowing the media as he did, he was fully aware that this youthful depiction of him would stay around for a few years yet, especially if he made chief any time soon, and that was certainly his intention. Lancaster had taken a BA Honours in Communication, Society and Media Studies at his hometown University of Nottingham. After failing to get interviews with not only his home force but Staffordshire and the West Midlands, he joined West Mercia as a constable, moving to Telford. His meteoric rise within law enforcement had been nothing short of astonishing. His undoubted skills in social media, at first derided by his peers, were now being lauded as the innovative way of preventing and detecting crime. Not only had Lancaster shown this to be an effective way of dealing with criminal activities, but a relatively inexpensive one too. There had, of course, been hiccups along the way. The officer's determination to use all the latest digital tools at his disposal, including creating false Facebook and Twitter profiles to obtain information, had brought him some negative publicity. Lancaster had been chastised by the courts on more than one occasion for his intrusive methods. The ACC shrugged off these incidences as no more than the older generation being out of touch. He pointed to his successful prosecutions of traffickers, paedophiles and fraudsters to emphasize this. Despite his undoubted accomplishments, he was indeed an unpopular man. Of course, he knew this. He'd known it all his life. He had never lost a wink of sleep over the issue. He stood in Detective Chief Superintendent Graham's small office and peered out of the window. "So, run this by me again, Errol," he said to the glass. "Just why do we have a detective sergeant heading up a murder case? It's already made the national news, you know." Graham studied his senior officer a beat. "I take it you don't approve?" Lancaster appeared to ignore Graham's reply. He casually turned and walked to the detective's desk, picked up a framed photograph of Graham and his wife, and examined it. "Nice," he said. "Maybe I should marry. What do you think, Errol? Can't do a man's career any harm, eh? The love of a good woman, a couple of kids." Graham stood, took the picture from Lancaster's hands and laid it back in its place. "We were discussing Sergeant Stryker, sir," he offered with more than a hint of irritation in his voice, "and your concern about his ability to conduct this investigation." Lancaster could almost smell Graham's distaste. It amused him. He considered his ability to get under a man's skin within minutes of meeting them a great advantage. He flared his nostrils, pursed his thin lips. "An investigation of this magnitude should be undertaken by a DCS, a man such as yourself, Errol." Graham raised his brows. "And it will be me sitting front and centre this morning, sir, alongside your good self, of course." Lancaster smiled. He'd got the answer he wanted. "So you will take overall responsibility?" Graham knew what Lancaster was doing and why. If things went wrong, a head would have to roll, and a lowly detective sergeant just wouldn't cut the mustard. "Stryker will solve this case, sir. I have every confidence in him, and his team." Lancaster stuffed his hands in his pockets and resumed his window-gazing. "Not a great track record, though, eh? This Stryker chap. I mean, OK, he's solved a couple of high-profile cases, but—" "But what, sir?" "Well, at what cost, eh? 2 big cases, 2 dead officers." Neither man had noticed Stryker standing in the open doorway, his black T-shirt struggling to encase his powerful frame, arms folded across his chest. The sergeant's eyes flashed between the 2 senior officers. "Well, isn't this nice so, talking about a man behind his back?" "Ah, Ewan," said Graham, standing and walking towards the sergeant. "Glad you could make it. I know how busy your team are right now, but I'd like to introduce you to our new ACC crime, Peter Lancaster." The senior man looked Stryker up and down and held out a hand. Stryker's arms remained firmly folded, biceps bulging. "If you don't like my track record, sir," he hissed behind clenched teeth, "then I suggest you find another officer with a better one." Lancaster, realizing a handshake wasn't on offer, pulled his hand away. "I was merely—" "You were merely point-scoring," finished Stryker, taking a cheap shot at a man you've never met or worked with instead of reading the brief. Lancaster took on a smug look. "I read the brief on the train this morning, Sergeant, and I don't need you to tell me how to spend my time." Stryker walked to Graham's desk and lifted a thin file. "You've read this, then?" Lancaster coloured up. "What is that exactly?" he asked, on the back foot and already formulating his plan to blame his DCS for his own shortcomings. Graham managed a pleasant enough smile. "It's where we are, sir. More up to the minute, if you will. Stryker emailed it to us both earlier." Lancaster pulled his phone from his pocket and scrolled. He was shaking his head. "Must have had no signal on the train, damn thing," he muttered. Stryker was about to speak, but Lancaster held up a hand and continued to read. "You have a suspect in custody," he barked, looking up from his handset and glaring first at Graham and then Stryker. "And you didn't think to inform me?" Stryker had already heard enough. "The fact that you're reading the information late, sir, isn't down to me or my team. It's down to you. Besides, the guy we have in the cells isn't our boy." Lancaster read more. "He had a balaclava under his bed." "Yes, sir, but he's burned something in the garden. So could believe it was a handbag." "Someone burned something." "And did Charlene Major carry a handbag?" "I'm not sure, sir." Lancaster warmed to his task. "Was a handbag recovered from the scene?" "No, sir." "So this could be her handbag, Charlene's handbag?" "None of the witnesses report the killer leaving with her handbag, sir." Lancaster got in close. Too close for Stryker's liking. "I wasn't suggesting he took it with him as he cut her throat, Sergeant. She and Geddes were having a relationship, weren't they? Maybe she left it in his car at his house." "Charlene had ended the relationship some time before her death." Lancaster wasn't a big man. He had a marathon runner build, yet did his best to raise himself, drawing back his narrow shoulders and looking down his pointed nose as he spoke. "So, not only was this Geddes chap in possession of a balaclava, but he may have been attempting to destroy evidence, namely Charlene Major's handbag. And if that wasn't enough, now you're telling me that he has a bloody motive. He was a scorned man, and all you can say is that he isn't—" "He isn't our man, sir. Yes, correct." Lancaster was irked. "Does he have an alibi, this boy?" "Not as I'm aware of, sir, but—" "But nothing, Stryker. Geddes has form for violence, no alibi, a motive. He's destroyed evidence and has a balaclava under his bed. How much do you want, Sergeant? A confession?" Lancaster turned to Graham, who had his head in his hands.
"Come on, Edo, perk up. This is excellent news. We have something to keep the press happy."
Stryker was dumbfounded.
"You can't tell the press about Geddes, sir."
The ACC positively snarled at Stryker.
"I will do the hell as I please, Sergeant. Is that clear to you?"
There was an uncomfortable silence as the three men eyed each other. Finally Graham broke it.
"I would consider any announcement of that nature to be prejudicial to the case, sir. Any barrister worth his salt would—"
Lancaster had a thin smile on his face as he played with his mobile. After a moment he raised his head and spoke, his voice dripping with derision.
"Evo, I didn't make ACC without understanding the criminal justice system. However, there is more than one way to skin a cat."
He held out his phone for all to see. It was open on a Facebook post that read, "Danny Geddes got lifted this morning and he used to go out with that Charlene, that girl that got stabbed uptown." Stryker took a closer look at the name of the poster. "And just who is Marie Stubbings?" Lancaster gave Stryker a look that confirmed his suspicions. It was a fake profile. Stryker shook his head.
"I kind of figured that you had learned a lesson the last time you got caught using bogus handles, sir."
Lancaster snorted.
"All's fair in love and war, Sergeant. And this is a war, make no mistake, a war that I intend to win by any means possible."
"The result will still be the same, sir," offered Graham. "Any suggestion that the information came from a leak will damage any chance of a conviction down the line." Lancaster shrugged and collected his coat from the chair back. He looked directly into Stryker's eyes.
"But Geddes is innocent, isn't he, Sergeant? You said so yourself. So he will never see the inside of a courtroom, certainly not on this matter."
He pointed.
"However, it will blow the lid off the press conference this morning, and that, as they say, is priceless."
With his sense of irritation growing, Stryker was forced to remind himself just why he had rejoined the job. He'd always loved being a cop, from busting drunks on a Friday night to chasing terrorists across Europe. He'd enjoyed it all. However, the politics, the behind-the-scenes backstabbing, the ladder-climbing decisions had always made him feel uncomfortable, often to the point of turning his back, walking away. He'd left the two senior officers to argue over the rights and wrongs of ACC Lancaster's chosen tactics, and had taken a quick detour to find decent coffee before returning to the Nick. Feeling slightly better, he took the lift to the conference room located on the first floor of the building. Stryker pushed open the heavy door and was instantly hit by the noise and heat generated from dozens of photographers, TV cameramen, and journalists, who all seemed to be talking at once, just not to each other. One such young hack was shouting into his phone, puffing clouds of smoke from an electronic cigarette and eating a sausage and egg McMuffin. He stood blocking Stryker's path, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was in everyone's way. The sergeant waited a moment. Finally the hack looked up from his multitasking and saw the burly detective. However, rather than move aside, he gave Stryker a derisory glance and remained in situ. The sergeant approached and tapped the hack firmly on his shoulder with a thick finger.
"Move aside, please," he growled.
The hack held up a hand, not in apology, but to instruct Stryker to wait.
"Can't you see I'm on the phone, pal?"
he said in a cloud of nicotine-filled steam. Had Stryker's day been going swimmingly, things may have been different. Unfortunately for the newspaper man, today was definitely not that day. Stryker took hold of the guy, right hand on the collar of his jacket, left on his belt buckle, lifted him off his feet and dropped him unceremoniously on the nearest available chair with a thump. The room went instantly quiet, all eyes on the pair. Stryker snatched the offending e-cigarette from the shocked guy's hand and pocketed it.
"You can have it back after class," said Stryker, giving the guy his best death stare.
The hack opened his mouth in protest, took another look at Stryker's bulging biceps, and thought better of it. The silence was broken by one of the Sky TV crew. It was a small laugh, no more than a giggle, really, but it spread like a wildfire until the whole room was in uproar. Just in time for the arrival of ACC Lancaster. He shuffled over to Stryker, puzzled.
"Been telling them a joke, Sergeant?" he said.
"Just laying down some ground rules, sir," he said, as the room began to return to its standard rumble of activity. A long table had been set up on one side of the conference room. It sported just 3 seats. On the wall behind those was a large banner which read, "Tackling Crime and Delivering Justice." Lancaster was at Stryker's elbow.
"Nice touch, don't you think? My idea kind of snappy, eh?"
Stryker spoke out of the side of his mouth.
"I'm surprised your picture isn't on there, sir."
Lancaster was not a man to stare irony in the face. He raised his brows, turned down the corners of his mouth and nodded.
Not a bad idea, Sergeant."
By the time the 3 men had taken their seats, Lancaster's fake post had been shared dozens of times. Stryker scrolled the comments. There were hundreds, and they ranged from those that were sympathetic to the bereaved, "What a terrible shame, that poor girl," to those who had already decided Geddes was guilty. "String the fucker up. Hope he rots in hell." Stryker looked to see if there were any words of support or restraint, maybe even offering an alibi to Geddes, but there were none. No matter what the outcome of the investigation, young Danny would be tarred with a very nasty brush indeed. Graham sat between him and Lancaster. Stryker saw the older man trying to read what was on the sergeant's phone.
"Is it so bad, Ewan?" he whispered. "Depends which side of the fence you're sitting on, sir," he said quietly. "But if Geddes is found dead in a ditch next week, mark my words, that fool sitting next to you will be answerable. I'll make sure of it."
Graham simply nodded. He knew all about Stryker's prowess with technology. No matter how clever Lancaster thought he was, he would have left some form of digital footprint by his actions. Graham sat back in his chair and thanked the Lord that Stryker wouldn't be coming looking for him any time soon. The ACC waited for the room to settle. He slipped off his jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves and loosened his tie. It was an old trick used by politicians, the psychology of the action saying, "Here I am, ready for work, ready to get my hand dirty, a man of the people, a man just like you." He cleared his throat, held up a hand and waited for the silence that he knew would eventually come.
"Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "my name is Peter Lancaster, and I am the Assistant Chief Constable in charge of the detection of crime here in Lancashire. In this county we pride ourselves on our low crime rate, especially offences of a violent nature. Indeed, since the beginning of my tenure, there has been a significant fall in the numbers of violent incidents, particularly knife crime. I'm sure that you are all aware of this terrible scourge on our society, which kills dozens of young people each year. Elsewhere, the instances of these shocking offences are rising, yet Lancashire has seen a significant fall in serious assaults, robbery and sexual offences. Therefore, I must congratulate the brave officers of this force for their dedication in tackling such difficult issues."
He stood and thrust his thin hands into his trouser pockets.
"However, I am here today, in the midst of you good people, to ask for your help in solving a terrible attack. The vicious and senseless murder of Charlene Major. Charlene was just 19, a hard-working, intelligent young woman just at the beginning of her life. Yet on an ordinary day, as she went about her business at work, a cold-blooded killer, a sadistic, cruel and extraordinarily violent man, entered her offices and took her life for no apparent reason."
Stryker leaned over to Graham, covering his mouth with his hand.
"Did he just tell the press, and the killer for that matter, that we have no motive?"
Graham shrugged and shook his head. Hands began to wave all around the room. Lancaster pointed at one attractive anchor.
"Introduce yourself, please," he said. "Kelly Wright, Sky News," said the woman. Lancaster nodded. "And your question, Kelly? Can you confirm that the killer attempted to behead the victim? And if so, have you ruled out any terrorist connection?"
Lancaster surprisingly turned to Stryker and gave him a perfunctory nod.
"This is Detective Ewan Stryker. He is the lead investigator on this case. He is better placed to answer that."
The detective sergeant took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. "Charlene did suffer significant trauma to her neck," said Stryker. "And, of course, we can't rule anything out. However, historically, those radicalized offenders that are politically or religiously motivated tend to select numerous victims and remain at the scene until the arrival of armed officers. Martyrdom being their aim, ma'am. This offender went to great lengths to make his escape undetected."
"And has the weapon been recovered?"
asked Kelly, sliding in a follow-up.
"No, ma'am, it has not. We believe the knife to be double-sided and around 12 inches long. However, as yet it has not been found." "That would go along with the killer's clothing and mask, then," said another hack.
Lancaster was in.
"Please, folks, don't jump in there. Introduce yourselves before you state your question."
"Sorry," offered the guy.
"Steve Jones, the male. What I meant was, if the knife was a bayonet, which the description suggests, then that may go with the combat clothing and balaclava. Could the killer be ex-military?"
"It is a line of inquiry that we are following," said Stryker reluctantly. Lancaster was scanning the room for his next question. However, sitting front and centre was a rather large guy. His guts spilled over the top of his grubby trousers, and he dabbed his forehead with what looked like a McDonald's paper napkin. Stryker considered that the fast food outlet had done rather well out of the massed press this morning. The heavy guy cleared his throat.
"Or it could just be the guy you have in the cells, Danny Geddes."
Stryker expected Lancaster to admonish the overweight reporter, but he didn't. In fact, he thought he saw the ACC stifle a smile. He got what he wanted. The room fell into uproar as the remaining reporters all shouted questions at the same time. Lancaster held up his hand again and waited. Finally he spoke.
"I am, of course, aware of the Facebook post which you refer. However, I must be clear that this investigation is in its infancy, and that the arrest of any persons at this early stage can be purely routine. Mr. Geddes is in custody and will be interviewed later this morning. Nevertheless, I cannot make any further comment on the matter at this time."
10. Bob Higgins sat in the canteen stirring his coffee. He was deep in thought. This was because he was to lead the interview with Danny Geddes, and that particularly sensitive task would begin as soon as his solicitor arrived. The job wouldn't have been at all sensitive had ACC Lancaster not thrown Geddes to the lions at the press conference. Now every red top in the country was all over Charlene Major's merger like a rash, and Danny's lawyer would be screaming foul before they'd even asked the first question. Hardly surprising, as one of the dailies had already obtained a picture of Geddes and had posted it on their online publication with the headline, "Police Make Early Arrest in Slasher Murder." Very fucking helpful. He took a sip of his brew, grimaced at the shocking quality of it, and replaced the cup in its saucer. As he did so, a young kid with floppy blonde hair dropped in opposite him.
"D.C. Higgins?"
asked the boy. "Who's asking?"
Yeah, sorry, P.C. Willis. Steve Willis."
"You new?" said Bob. "Not seen you before." Steve felt himself colour slightly.
"Been on section about 4 months now, I reckon."
Bob, much to his better judgment, tried his coffee a second time. It hadn't improved. "What can I do for you, son?" After his traumatic visit to the Benson burglary, Steve figured he needed a bit of help. He'd been told to search out Higgins due to the aging detective's legendary encyclopedic knowledge of Preston burglary teams. However, he'd also been warned about Bob's lack of patience. He took a breath and hoped for the best.
"Well," offered Steve somewhat nervously, "I went to this house burglary earlier and—"
"I'm losing the will to live already, son," said Bob, forcing a smile. Steve pulled a face. He was fucking up and he knew it. He steeled himself and leaned in.
"OK, look, I'm sorry to bother you when you're having your brew and all, but this break was a funny one. The house was alarmed, but it was an old system, maybe 1980s. The ones with the ringer in the metal box on the wall outside, you know."
"I do," said Bob.
Steve nodded. "Yeah, of course you do. Sorry."
Bob leaned back in his seat. "Why don't you stop apologising, son, and get on with the tale? I haven't got all day." Steve went a darker shade of pink.
"Well, the thieves climbed up to the alarm box, drilled it, and used expanding foam to silence it. I've never seen that done."
"I have," offered Bob, "but not since Adam was a lad. Resourceful little bastards, aren't they?" Steve nodded.
Yeah, I suppose they are. Anyway, entry was gained using a jemmy to the back door. They ransacked the gaff and, took it to pieces. The woman of the house was so traumatised I found her in the back garden burning her underwear."
Bob had seen serious distress from simple house burglaries before. Crime was intrusive in many ways, and an intruder going through personal belongings such as clothing or old photographs could cause genuine long-term issues. "Have you called victim support, son?"
"First job, Mr. Higgins. She was a right mess. Husband had gone to work and left her to clear up. It didn't seem right."
Bob agreed with the kid on that one. "What was taken?" he asked.
"Jewellery, watches, good stuff too, Rolex and Mega."
Bob nodded. "Were they making a mess for the hell of it, or were they looking for something?"
Steve looked puzzled. "I don't get your drift. They stole—"
"Yeah, I got that bit, son," interrupted the ageing detective. "But you said they took the place apart. Did they need to do that to nick these watches and stuff?"
No, it was all in one place, on a bedside cabinet."
"So what were they looking for? Is there a safe?" Steve wanted the canteen floor to open up and swallow him.
"I didn't ask that," he said, cursing his lack of experience.
"OK," said Bob, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "What does the guy do, the man of the house, for a living? The one who had mysteriously disappeared to work to leave his missus in the shit. He must be one important guy, or he had something very pressing to do, don't you think?" Steve remained silent. Bob rubbed the stubble on his chin. "Sounds to me like you didn't ask anyone anything, son. You need to go back to the scene and ask some bloody proper questions." Bob pushed his cup away and stood. "Where was this gaff, anyway?"
"Cromwell Road," offered Willis meekly.
"Does the house back onto Brookfield Woods?"
I think so."
Higgins pulled on his suit jacket.
"Thinking only solves crimes once you've asked all the right people all the right questions, sunshine. Once you've been back to the scene and asked those questions, go and see a guy called Fred Granger. He lives up that way, Watling Street Road. He's a retired cop, worked Brookfield most of his service. He knows all the boys up there. My guess, this is an old salt. Foaming the box like that hasn't been an M.O. since you were in nappies. As for the ransacking, it's possible the older guy had some younger faces with him and they went a bit over the top. But my bet would be they were looking for something in particular. You need to know what that is. So, like I said, find out some more, then go see Fred. He'll even make you a brew." Bob gestured towards his half-full cup. "Be a damn sight better than this dishwater and all." 11. Stryker was banging about the office like an injured bull, the events of the press conference still playing on his mind. That and the fact that he was about to sit through a procedure where a 19-year-old girl was sliced to pieces. Phyllis Abbott watched him in silence. Finally he dropped into his chair and gave her a fierce look. "What?" she asked. "It's not my fault that Lancaster is an arse, Ewan, so don't take it out on me." "How many times do I have to say, don't call me that?" he said sharply. Phyllis looked around the empty locked office and raised her arms. And who can hear me?
She snorted a laugh.
Shoot me, why don't you? I dare call you by your given name, Ewan.
You know what I mean. We agreed.
We agreed to keep our relationship out of the workplace, and we did. And it's over. But that surely doesn't prevent us from calling each other by name in private, does it?
Stryker opened his laptop. It's a slippery slope, Abbott.
Slippery slope, my arse. You're just a grump.
Stryker looked up from his machine. He cared far more for Abbott than he'd dare admit. Indeed, it was the sole reason that he'd broken off the relationship. For Stryker, getting close meant getting hurt, and he'd had quite enough of that, thank you very much.
"What are you actually doing right now, Abbott?" he asked.
"Actually, I'm just sending Andy and Bob copies of 2 more witness statements we took. Then I'm off to see Charlene's father and have a good look at her room." Stryker scratched his crew cut with the fingers of both hands.
As soon as I have a window, I'd like to pay David Gill a visit. At home, have a snoop, maybe meet the wife."
"Good idea, boss," said Fliss, giving Stryker a dry smile. "So you were awake enough to remember some of what I was saying last night, then?" He took a jibe on the chin.
"Awake enough to know that David Gill makes my teeth itch. Anyway, I'm not sure who has the worst deal this morning, Abbott, me or you. Frank Major is not particularly pro-police."
"Really?" asked Fliss. "I didn't see any previous convictions flagged against Charlene or the family."
"You wouldn't. Nonetheless, he has a very sharp axe to grind with the service. His wife was killed by a cop chasing a joyrider. He was seriously injured and has been left severely disabled. He blames the police for the accident."
Fliss nodded.
"It's happened before. That's why the rules were changed for pursuits. I'm aware of that, Abbott, but if you want my advice, stay off the subject. Get what you want from the bedroom and get out again."
"Okay, boss, I'll do just that. How are you getting to the post-mortem?"
"Doc Grover's picking me up. In fact, he should be downstairs right now."
Abbott locked eyes with him.
"That's one tough gig, boss. Makes my visit to Mr. Major look easy in comparison."
Stryker took in Abbott's pretty face, her natural beauty, her kind expression. Even though he'd chastised her, he secretly liked it when she called him Ewan. It made him feel human, wanted. For a brief moment he was able to look away from her. Then, as he always did, he shook those feelings off and mentally closed the door.
"Someone has to do it, Abbott. And mark my words, dealing with Frank Major won't be a walk in the park."
He tapped the desk with a thick finger.
"We'll reconvene here after the PM. By that time, Higgins and Sykes should have completed the preliminary interviews with Geddes. Who knows, maybe he'll confess."
Fliss managed a smile.
"And maybe pigs will fly, boss."
The pair locked eyes for a second time. Sometimes words just aren't needed to convey a message. Seconds later, Stryker was gone. Fliss gazed at the closed door for a moment, listening as his heavy footsteps trod the corridor to the lift. She tapped her front teeth with her pen. Stryker wasn't the kind of man she'd ever imagined would be her type. The muscles, the tattoos, the weird taste in music, the nose. It was a challenge without doubt, but worth the effort.
"It's not over just yet, Ewan. I don't give up that easily."
Frank Major lived on the Greenlands estate in a small 2-bed ground-floor council flat. Fliss Abbott pushed open the rusty metal gate that led her down its narrow paved pathway. Over many untended seasons it had become littered with weeds. As she trod carefully to the front door, she noticed that it had once been painted red, but even that had faded and peeled. This was one of the few remaining publicly owned dwellings on the estate. Most had been bought up in the Thatcher Revolution, and were either owner-occupied or in the hands of private landlords. Fliss considered that Preston Borough had long forgotten they owned this particular forlorn place. She knocked. There was no bell. After a few moments there was the sound of shuffling feet, tapping sticks, As the noises drew closer, she could clearly hear the laboured breathing of Frank Major. Like an eager toddler sucking out the last dregs of a McFlurry, he drew in fluid with each precious gulp of air, each arduous step a momentous struggle. The sound made Fliss feel instantly short of oxygen. She took in a deep breath of her own. It was a strange reaction, but a human one. Finally the door creaked open. Frank Major was thin to the point of emaciation. His greying hair was prematurely thinning. What was left of his fringe was stuck to his brow with perspiration. Abbott imagined that the effort needed to negotiate the few steps to the door had been enough to cause Major to break sweat. There was a sweet, almost sickly smell emanating from the space behind him. It carried itself outwards on the oppressively warm air escaping from the flat. Despite his withered frame, shattered legs, and gurgling lungs, Frank had sharp blue eyes. He looked Abbott up and down. "Copper?" he asked with more than a hint of derision. Fliss produced her ID from her bag. "Abbott," she said. "D.C. Fliss Abbott.
"You're not welcome,"
snarled Major, doing his best to straighten himself, levering his withered torso upwards, gripping his sticks, his knuckles white with the effort. Stryker had prepared Abbott for some negativity.
"Really? Is that so, Mr. Major?"
"It is." Fliss was undeterred.
"Then I should point out that I'm part of the team investigating your daughter's murder," she said, her tone forthright enough to make her point. "Don't you think it may be counterproductive to hamper my progress? Time in these matters is of the essence, sir."
She waited. Frank remained tight-lipped and pensive. Fliss ploughed on.
"However, if you wish to turn me away, maybe another officer could—"
Frank wrinkled his nose, sniffed, checked the street for nosy neighbours, and nodded sharply.
"Get in, then. You're letting the heat out."
He turned awkwardly and began the slow, bubbling shuffle back to his small lounge. Once inside, Frank pointed a stick at an empty chair adjacent to his own. Both were pushed close to an old-fashioned tiled fireplace. Fliss noticed an array of framed photographs that took pride of place on the mantel. Smiling faces. Better, happier times.
"There," he said. "Sit down."
Despite the mild day, the gas fire raged. Fliss peeled off her jacket, folded it and laid it across her lap.
"I feel the cold," said Frank. "About the only thing I do feel these days."
"I don't believe that, Mr. Major," said Fliss quietly. "I can't imagine what you've been through, what you're going through." Major's face instantly contorted with anger.
"Don't fucking patronize me, girlie. If it weren't for your lot, I wouldn't be in this state, wouldn't be sitting in this stinking hellhole, and my Evelyn and Charlene would still be alive."
There was little point in discussing what might have been with Frank Major. There were scarcely any words that Abbott could think of to say, and sorry just didn't cut it. Practicality was the only way forwards, and Fliss knew it. Pragmatism had always got her through when sympathy had either failed or felt somehow inappropriate. This was one of those cases.
"I need to see Charlene's room, Mr. Major."
Frank wheezed in a sharp breath.
"No, definitely not. You're not rooting through her things, walking around in a private life."
Fliss leaned forwards.
"Mr. Major, in order to have any chance of catching Charlene's killer, we need to know her. Know her not as you did, but maybe how her killer did. We believe she may have had previous contact with him, possibly even had a relationship with him. We're pretty certain that she was his chosen target. This was not a random attack."
Major shook his head.
"Nonsense. My Charlene was a good girl, hard-working, kind. She wouldn't associate with anyone who would do such a thing."
"Somebody like Danny Geddes?" asked Fliss, head cocked. Major furrowed his brow.
"What? Who?"
Once again Abbott caught Frank's eye.
"She was seeing him until recently, Frank. Danny has form. He's a violent lad." "Well, arrest him, then."
Flissie's eyes were drawn to the blank TV in the corner. She looked back at Frank Major quizzically.
I can't afford the licence, can I? Are you trying to tell me this Danny is locked up?
She nodded slowly. It's early days, Frank. He's not even been interviewed yet. So far it's just procedure.
Procedure?
Bawled Major, causing him to hack into his hand for a moment.
That's all I ever hear from you lot. No results, no apologies, no compensation, no fucking nothing.
Fliss couldn't hide her frustration any longer.
Mr. Major, this is getting us nowhere. You must let me do my job. I can't bring Charlene home to you, but I can find the bastard that killed her. That's what your pal said.
I'm sorry?
The big ginger yank.
You mean Stryker? Sergeant Stryker?
Aye, that's him. He said the same, that you'd catch him.
Fliss took a long look around the small grubby room. A verbal jousting with Frank had caused her to close her mind to all else. But now she bit her lip. She started with the swaying bare bulb that lit an otherwise dark space, day or night. The ceiling paper had come down in one corner and was black with mould. The fungus ran down the wall to the floor where the damp was rotting the wooden skirting. Damp and a man like Frank Major just shouldn't go together. Anyone would know that. You didn't need to be an expert, a social worker or a health professional. Frank had not only slipped through the net, he was going down for the third time and was never coming back. The problem was no one cared enough to make the change happen. Fliss knew how the system worked. Her mother had left home when she was 6. Her father, although studious and educated, was not the kind of man to grab life by the horns and make things better. It would have been unfair to call him weak. Moreover, you would say that he was vulnerable to the realities of the world. His delicate emotional state was ill-equipped to deal with a young daughter and the loss of his spouse, and before long he discovered that his wife was not the only thing he'd lose. 2 months after Kathleen Abbott walked out with her second-hand car salesman, her father was made redundant, and he and Fliss were thrown into the hands of the benefit system. Fliss had lived in places just like this. No money for the meter, no carpets on the floor, no food in the cupboard. She remembered all too well. She knew all about the misery that poverty brought to family. She knew what it took to escape, too. The hard work, uni, 2 jobs, cooking, cleaning, and the anguish of watching her father spiral out of control into mental illness. She'd felt helpless, powerless to change anything. During those times her only sanctuary had been her tiny box room. There she found solace, surrounded by what small personal things she could afford. Then she thought of the pictures she'd seen of Charlene Major. The hair, the makeup, the clothes. She took one last look at her surroundings and then eyeballed Frank Major. I really do need to see Charlene's room now, Frank. And I mean now. 12. Constable Steve Willis had taken Bob Higgins' advice. He parked his control car outside the Benson house on Cromwell Road, this time armed with a set of questions for the occupants. Unlike his earlier visit, the gates to the driveway were closed, and a Range Rover Vogue sat gleaming in the afternoon sunshine, almost touching the double garage doors. Out on the road, parked in front of Steve's car, was a white Mercedes van. As the young cop stepped from his Astra, he could see 2 men in carrot-coloured overalls tearing out the house's aging alarm system, the one the thieves had so easily disarmed. After the horses bolted. Willis pressed the bell at the side of the gates. He waited a moment before the unmistakable shape of Tara Benson strode down the drive. Gone were the jeans and T-shirt from the previous day, a change of attire more suited to a night on the town. Revealing didn't come into it. She caught his gaze, read his thoughts. Before you say anything, Blondie, it's the only thing those beasts haven't had their mitts on. I bought it last week. Pretty colour, don't you think? "Fetching?" offered Steve, who couldn't help but wonder if the bright yellow skimpy number was for the benefit of the 2 young alarm contractors currently watching Tara's every move. He gestured towards her 5-inch spikes. "Matching shoes, too?" he smiled. Tara pouted. "I'm only out in the open because my husband's too tight to install electric barriers," she said. "It falls to me to let guests in and out, welcome or unwelcome." Pulling one of the ornate cast-iron gates open just enough to allow the cop inside, she examined him again, just as she had in the garden the day before, head cocked. "I thought you had all you needed, Blondie." Just a few more questions, Mrs. Benson," said Steve, "and a chat with your husband, if I may." "He's inside," she said. "You'll find me in the summer house if you need me." At that she turned and strode away, the visiting contractor's eyes following her back the way she came before she disappeared through the side gate. Steve stood and scratched his head. One of the workmen, who was up a ladder removing the old alarm box, looked down at him and nodded. He was of similar age to the cop, with a shock of sand-coloured hair and a cheeky expression. "All right, mate," he said jovially. "Not bad, pal," offered Steve. "Bang tidy, that, eh?" he smiled, nodding in the direction of the now closed garden gate. "Cracking tits and all." "I hadn't noticed," said Steve with a smirk. The guy lowered his voice. "Tell you what, though, she's a fucking nightmare. Been going off in there all morning," he said, thumbing towards the house. "She's been giving him plenty ever since we arrived." Steve shrugged. "She's just upset." On his previous visit, Willis had felt a great deal of sympathy for Tara Benson. Despite her rock-hard facade when speaking to him, he knew just how traumatic the burglary had been for her. Fortunately for Steve and his family, their household had never been broken into. They'd been lucky enough never to have suffered that level of violation. Surprising, given the area that the family lived in. The closest he'd ever come to be a victim of crime was having his motorbike stolen. It had been recovered intact, yet he'd sold it soon after. Some things are never quite the same, are they? He considered that Tara may feel the same way about her home, and that was a shocking thing for anyone to endure. Despite his concerns for Mrs. Benson, he'd found her to be an extremely self-centred woman, who, notwithstanding her distress at the turn of events, had deliberately attempted to make him feel uncomfortable. He understood her anger and why he'd been the brunt of it at that moment. However, her openly sexual remarks had embarrassed him, and she'd revelled in his discomfort. Willis squared his broad shoulders and rapped on the front door. Moments later, Steve found himself face to face with Kurt Benson. Just like his wife, he obviously had a love of the gym. He was a bull of a man, around Steve's height, but a good 15 kilos heavier. He sported a zero crew that the young cop considered was to hide his pattern baldness. Just like his spouse, his forehead was one solid shiny slab that remained wrinkle-free no matter what his expression. There was some scar tissue around his dark brown eyes, which suggested he'd either played a contact sport or liked to fight. Below his thick neck, he was dressed in the very latest sportswear. In his right hand he carried a heavy-looking holdall. Benson simply ignored Willis's presence, stepped around him, blipped his remote at the Range Rover, and opened the driver's door. "I've no time for this, Constable," he said in an educated accent, somewhat flattened by his time in the North. Steve had just about had his fill of the Benson family's propensity for rudeness. He walked to the car, pushed the driver's door closed, and slid his frame between Tara's husband and his pride and joy. Benson dropped his sports bag with a rattle. "You need to step aside, officer. I have pressing business to attend to." "Really, sir?" said Willis quietly. "I take it you mean bench pressing?" Benson sneered. "A funny chap, eh? Well, may I remind you that you're on my property, officer, and you appear to be preventing me from going about my lawful business. Maybe I should call the station? ACC Lancaster is a personal friend." "Really?" said Steve, unimpressed. "Yes, really," sneered Benson.
So why don't you just go and deal with the paranoid bitch out back and leave me to find ways of paying for her new wardrobe?
Steve didn't take his eyes from Kurt's.
I'm here on the invitation of your wife, sir. That means I'm here legitimately. Here to help, not hinder. I may even be able to recover some of your stolen items, those of sentimental value, for instance.
Benson allowed himself a brief smile.
Of sentimental value to whom? Not to me, Constable. Anyway, if they were so precious to my dear wife, maybe you should ask her why she left them in plain sight for the thieves to steal.
His eyes widened, yet his brow stayed firmly put.
Look, I'm well insured. We needed a new alarm system anyway. Shit happens and then you die. Now, if you don't mind...
Kurt went to push past the young cop, but Willis stayed firmly put.
What is it you do for a living, Mr. Benson? He asked. I'm a businessman. That's all you need to know and all I'm required to tell you. I'm the aggrieved here, if you hadn't noticed.
Steve nodded slowly.
A businessman, you say. May I ask if you have any current financial difficulties?
Kurt curled his lip.
I don't like what you're suggesting there, Constable.
And I don't care for your
attitude,
hissed Steve. The cop pointed in the general direction of the back gate.
Yesterday morning I found your wife so traumatized by events that she was burning her clothing in the garden. Yet you can't find it within yourself to answer some basic questions.
Benson looked surprised by Steve's tenacity, but quickly regained his composure.
Look, I've told you, I'm busy. And don't be fooled by Tara. She's an actress with a host of Oscars for overreaction. You're a cold fish, Mr. Benson. Where's your empathy?
Benson glared silently. Steve examined him and didn't care for what he saw.
Before you go about more of your urgent business, sir, answer me this. Why did the burglars make such a mess? Why ransack your house when, as you say, the jewellery was in plain sight?
Benson bent down slowly and recovered his hold-all without taking his eyes from the cop.
That's your job, Constable. You know, investigation, arrest, charge, imprisonment. Isn't that what I'm doing, Mr. Benson? Investigating? What you are doing, Constable, is wasting my time.
Kurt jutted his chin towards the garden.
Like I said, go and see the drama queen. Go ask her your questions.
Willis reluctantly stepped away. He watched Kurt Benson climb into his car and reverse slowly to the gates, where he hopped out and opened them.
You could do with some of those electric jobs, Mr. Benson, Steve shouted.
Kurt gave the young cop a thunderous look and drove off with a screech of tyres. The workman up the ladder looked down again.
He's a nice bloke and all, eh?
He said.
Lovely, offered Willis. Sends flowers to his mother, I hear.
Both men chuckled as Steve made his way towards the back garden. Once through the arched gate, he negotiated the narrow stone path and stepped onto the well-tended lawn. A pile of charred clothing still smouldered in the barbecue that had blazed its way through Tara Benson's underwear collection the day before. She had obviously continued her clear-out before Steve's visit. He first walked to the back fence, peering over. He confirmed one answer to Bob Higgins' questions. The house did overlook Brookfield Woods, the most likely entrance and exit point for the thieves. He made a mental note to find a way around to that location and have a snoop about. Next, he turned his attention to a rather grand, pale green wooden structure that took up the whole of one corner of the large garden. The summer house, as Tara had called it, had a small veranda, complete with a pair of stainless steel rocking chairs. Steve stepped by them, pushed on the half-open entrance, and peered inside. Tara was perched on a small chrome stool, staring out of one window, eyes unfocused. She held a long brown-coloured cigarette in one hand and gripped a glass of amber-coloured spirit in the other. Hearing his entrance, she looked towards Willis, offered a wry smile, and swept the hand that held the booze around the room.
"Welcome to Kurt's cabin," she said. "It's like sitting in a fucking dentist's waiting room, don't you think? My dear husband's idea of interior design. When you come from privilege, from money, you think you know it all. Still, it gives me a place to drink in peace. I take it you met the man of the house?"
Steve nodded but kept his counsel. Tara screwed up her nose.
"He likes to play the hard man, but just like the muscles, it's all fake. A public schoolboy who thinks that a few stitches from Rugger make him a tough guy."
"What does your husband do for a living, Mrs. Benson?" She caught his eye.
"Does he not say?" "Well, of course he didn't. These days he runs my businesses."
"Yours?" She took a long pull on her cigarette, followed by a gulp of spirit, then grimaced.
"Yes. Does that surprise you?"
Steve shrugged and pulled his notebook from his shirt. "And what exactly are those businesses, ma'am?" Tara sat up. She was incredulous.
"Ma'am? Oh, and look, he's got his little book out. Must be getting fucking serious now."
She pulled a tiny yellow strap back over her bare shoulder to save her modesty.
"Either way, ma'am, you make me sound like your mother. Don't call me that."
Steve waited for his answer.
"Okay, not that it makes any difference."
She took a deep breath.
"When I met Kurt 10 years ago, he'd been working in the city with a couple of his old Oxford buddies. He was a hedge fund manager. The big I am. Pots full of confidence and lots of spare cash, and I mean lots."
"A hedge fund manager? Must be a clever guy," offered Steve.
"Oh, yeah,"
said Tara, taking a long pull on her cigarette.
"These Oxbridge lot often are. Anyway, he and his buddies decided that us northern types didn't know shit. Property was cheap and there was a killing to be made. Around the same time, my shops needed a refresh, and Kurt offered to breathe some life back into them."
She took another drag, then a drink, licked her lips, crossed her legs.
"They were just hairdressers back then, but he transformed the business model, took charge."
Tara became suddenly distant, detached.
"You know, I hardly noticed it happen. Before I knew it, he'd altered everything, and of course I let him. I found it sexy. Can you understand that, Blondie? Then we began to make more and more money. Kurt's determination to be filthy rich, becoming all-consuming. That and sex. He's obsessed with sex. His own incredibly special brand of it anyway. He's what's known as a dom. Do you know what that is, Blondie?"
Steve raised his brows.
"Of course you do," said Tara. "And I'm his little sub."
She looked Steve in the eye, just as she had the day before.
"He only has to click his fingers and I'll do anything he desires. Anything at all."
Was she just hoping for a reaction, hoping to embarrass him again? He thought not. Not this time. Tara took another drag.
"One of my shops is now a gym, a fitness centre. You've probably seen it. Kurt bought the 2 buildings either side and demolished the lot. Then he and his old university roommates spent just shy of $3 million building the new place. It's called Ripped."
"Yeah," said Steve. "I've seen it. A bit pricey for a guy like me."
"Full of Preston's beautiful people," said Tara, sipping more of her drink. "The gym that offers more than just fitness."
"If you like that kind of thing," said Steve. "You said businesses, as in plural?"
"Yeah. The other 2 still offer hairdressing, but the real money is in beauty. Botox, fillers, tattooed brows, that kind of thing. Kurt employs ex-nurses, ones that are still registered. They're leaving the NHS in droves, you know. They perform the procedures, earn good money too."
"And you stay at home?" Tara stood unsteadily and found her bottle of bourbon. She waved it at Willis.
"I have issues."
Steve made some notes in his pocketbook, then looked up.
"And despite those issues, are the businesses doing well?"
Tara gave Willis a sideways glance.
"Very." She poured a second Jack Daniels. Anyway, just what has all this got to do with us being broken into?
Steve tapped his pocketbook with his pencil.
Well, ma'am, I said don't call me that.
Mrs. Benson, he corrected.
Tara,
she countered. Steve took a breath, nodded.
Oh, okay, Tara.
It's just that I can't understand why the thieves trashed your house when they'd already found your jewellery and watches. Not that they were hard to find. Tara found her cigarette packet and lit a second long brown number.
That was my fault, she said, exhaling. I'd intended for us to wear the watches. The ring and the necklace were for me, of course, but I forgot them last minute.
Tara held up her replenished glass as if to prove her point.
Occupational hazard.
Steve nodded.
Expensive mistake. Expensive habit, said Tara.
Willis wandered the small sitting room. The pure white walls were littered with black and white photographs. Some were artistic nudes who were tied, shackled, or cuffed. Others pictured Kurt Benson himself on top of various mountains. He turned.
Your husband looks a real adventurer.
Tara sniffed.
Not anymore. His knees won't allow him to climb.
She gave him that look again.
He can barely climb on me these days.
Steve ignored the jibe.
I still don't understand the ransacking. It's as if the thieves were looking for something in particular. As in?
He shrugged and went for broke.
As in the keys to a safe? I mean, you do have a safe, I take it.
Tara Benson went ever so slightly pale. She wiped her plumped lips with her fingers.
We have a safe, yes.
So they could have been...
Tara's tone was sharp. No, and there are no keys. It's a pad, you know. You press the numbers, only Kurt has the code. And they didn't find it anyway.
So you don't have access? She sighed theatrically.
One of my husband's many dirty little secrets.
And where is the safe? Asked Willis. Tara cocked her head, as was her habit.
Are you here to investigate the burglary, or a private life officer?
Steve pushed his notebook back into his pocket. Something wasn't right about the whole job, but he just couldn't work out what that something was. As a wealth of information tumbled through his brain, he inwardly cursed his inexperience.
Have you got everything you want then, Blondie?
Asked Tara, snapping Willis back into the room. Had he?
No, he had not. Surely there was another question he needed the answer to. What had Higgins said?
Racking his brains, he examined Tara Benson again. Her revealing dress, the way she sat exposing just a little too much thigh. The outfit wasn't for his benefit, that was for sure, as she hadn't known of his visit. But she had flirted with him. He deliberately caught her eye.
Actually, Tara, no, I haven't got everything I want.
She squirmed on her stool, uncrossed and crossed those legs again.
Well, ask and you'll probably get it. There's never any fun in this house anymore.
Steve held her gaze.
Okay, he swallowed. As we were discussing your private life, I was wondering about something else.
Tara licked her lips.
What was that?
Willis didn't have an arsenal of chat-up lines he could pluck from a hat, nor had he ever attempted to seduce an older woman. However, from what he could see, he was doing a surprisingly good job of it. Either way, he went for broke.
Well, what I haven't been able to understand ever since I saw you yesterday is why your husband would leave you on your own at such a horrible moment in your life. He must have known how upset you were about the break-in, yet he wasn't there for you. What was so important to him?
Steve saw Tara's eyes change. Gone was the sultry seducer, the confidence, the flouncing. Smoke drifted from between her open lips as she sat, fixed, momentarily motionless. She blinked once, twice, then came back to life.
"It was work," she said softly. "I thought I'd told you that."
"What was the emergency, Tara?" asked Steve.
"I mean, you've already said how successful the businesses are. You must have managers."
Tara closed her mouth and ran her tongue across her top teeth. Steve could see her mind working. Was she formulating a lie, or was she simply too scared to tell the truth?
"As we were driving back from our friends, Kurt got a call. It was almost as soon as we set off."
"From?" Tara swallowed, stubbed out her cigarette, and regained some composure.
"He didn't say exactly. Just that he had a work problem."
Steve frowned. "And you didn't ask?"
Tara allowed herself a wry smile. "As I said, my husband has many dirty little secrets. I wasn't party to the call. He pulled the car over and stood in the road to take it." "But surely when you arrived home, saw the devastation."
Tara looked inside her cigarette packet, decided against the third, and closed it again.
"He was like a bear with a sore head as soon as he walked inside. I was in shock, I think. When Kurt is in one of those moods, you quickly learn not to aggravate him further. The moment we got home, he checked the safe hadn't been touched, told me what he wanted me to do, jumped in his car and was gone. He didn't get home until late last night, 10, 11-ish.
No explanation?"
Tara shook her head. "Other than the stupid boiler."
"Boiler?"
"He said the call was from his manager at Ripped. The boiler was apparently broken and the jacuzzi was cold."
Steve was sceptical. "Your husband pays £3 million to build a health club and he still fixes his own boilers? That's unbelievable." She shrugged and gave him that look again.
"Whatever he was doing, Blondie, it excited him enough to fuck me when he got home. Now that is unbelievable."
Steve moved on. "What did he take from the safe?" She gave another shake of the head.
"I didn't see him take anything. I was upset and on the phone to the police. I think he was just checking that they hadn't found it. The burglars, I mean."
"The contents must be important," said Steve, almost to himself. Tara changed her mind about the cigarette, opened the pack and lit up. She seemed instantly back to her old self. Steve wondered if it was a play for time.
"Must be," she purred with a fake beaming smile. "But I have no idea what he keeps in there. You'd need to ask him yourself. Good luck with that."
She stood, staggered slightly, and once again found her bottle.
"I think I've answered enough of your silly questions now, don't you?"
Steve was not going to be put off so easily. "Always handy to have some background, Mrs. Benson. Do you think your neighbours may have seen or heard anything?" Tara gestured over her shoulder.
"That side, the Greens are away in France. That way, the Wissetts are home, but I doubt they would have noticed anything. The husband Archie is rarely there. Kurt tells me that he's a member at our gym. She's agoraphobic, I believe. Can just about take the kids to school."
"I had a dream no longer to be free. I want only to see four walls made of concrete," said Steve absently. Tara did a fair impression of a frown.
"Sorry?"
The young cop managed to smile.
"A song, it doesn't matter."
Tara filled her glass again.
"Anyway, the trees between us and the Wissetts mask both houses. You can't see anything, even from upstairs."
Steve Willis found himself back at his car, frustrated and a little wiser. It seemed to him that neither partner in the Benson household was that keen on catching the thieves. Certainly not in assisting the police to do so. He strolled to the gates of the occupied neighbour's house, which, if anything, was even grander than the Benson dwelling. Tara was correct. A row of mature trees and shrubs blocked out any line of sight between the two houses. He couldn't help but notice a woman at an upstairs window. She was watching him.
one hand on the pane as if pleading to be released. Agoraphobic, that's what Tara had said, wasn't it? "Feed me twice a day, I want to fade away, away," he said to himself, finishing the verse from the Deer Hunter's song.
"13. Simon Greaves Stewart had been a solicitor for 11 years and partner in his firm for 6 of those. If he was honest with himself, he preferred to deal with the family law side of things. Divorce, custody, battles, and the like. Criminals, even the so-called white-collar variety, were trouble in his book. More importantly, they rarely had money, and with the government pulling in the purse strings when it came to legal aid, criminal law had lost much of its sheen. However, Daniel James Geddes was a different kettle of fish. Firstly, he came from money. His parents were independently wealthy. Maybe not in the multi-millions, but their coffers were sufficiently full to make Simon's somewhat reluctant visit to Preston police cells worth his while. There was, of course, a second string to this particularly lucrative bow, in that this case was already drawing the attention of the national media. Should it transpire that young Geddes was indeed a killer, at least the firm would be in the headlines. Greaves Stewart leafed through the disclosure files that the cops had given to him until he came upon a photograph of Charlene Major. It was a fairly candid picture, taken in a bar somewhere in town. She had been in the company of others who, for legal reasons, had been cropped from the shot. She was smiling and holding a bottle of what looked like Prosecco towards the camera. Charlene was indeed stunning. There was no other word Greaves Stewart could think of to describe her. From her flowing golden locks to her astonishing figure, she had it all. Well, she did. He delved deeper into the file. The more he read, the more he realized that this was little more than a fishing exercise by the cops. Danny had a bit of form, had been Charlene's boyfriend for a while, and had no alibi for his whereabouts at the time of the killing. The detectives had discovered a balaclava mask under his bed, some rather unsavoury pornography on his laptop, and what forensics believed to have been a burnt handbag and contents at the bottom of the garden. What the cops didn't have was a single shred of evidence putting Danny at the scene, or, despite the suggestion that Charlene had finished the relationship, any real motive for Geddes to practically behead the girl in front of her workmates. Greaves Stewart closed the file and knocked on the door of the custody suite. "You ready for him?" asked a rather young-looking sergeant. "As I'll ever be," replied the brief. "I'll pop you in room 3, offered the cop, "and I'll leave a lad outside the door, just in case." "I can't see that being necessary, Sergeant," said Greaves Stewart. "Thanks all the same." The cop shrugged and walked the solicitor to the empty interview room. "I'll go and get your man," he smiled. Moments later, Danny Geddes sat opposite his legal representative. Greaves Stewart could already smell the sour odour of cell life on the lad, that mixture of sweaty socks and living in the same room as a toilet. The brief had removed his suit jacket and had turned up the sleeves of his shirt, just 2 turns, as he preferred. Geddes lolled in his chair, all testosterone and bad attitude. Greaves Stewart introduced himself and told his client exactly what was in the disclosure file. "Sully got nothing," said Danny. "What I need to know is, what more might they get, Daniel? I don't like surprises." "What do you mean?" "I mean a blood-stained knife with your prints all over it." Geddes snorted. "Don't be fucking stupid. I didn't kill her. You know it, they know it." "An alibi would be helpful, Daniel. Do you think you could do better than 'I was in bed'?" Geddes glared at his brief. "Not without getting myself in even more shit." "Would that shit involve a life sentence?" asked the lawyer, already irritated. Danny shook his head. "Not life, no." Greaves Stewart waited. He twirled his fountain pen between his fingers and mentally worked out his hourly rate. Mummy and Daddy would need deep pockets if he was forced to spend too much time with their loathsome offspring. "Well," he asked,
The last time I looked, Daniel, you were the one locked in a cell, so the sooner I were with a bird, weren't I? And the issue is? Danny shifted slightly in his seat, paused, considered his answer, and blurted, "She's still at school, isn't she?" Grief Stewart dropped his pen onto the table, more to make a point than out of shock. After all, young Geddes would neither be the first nor the last to make such an error of judgment. However, consensual, he clarified. Danny licked his lips. "She fucking loves it." "I see," offered the brief stoically. "And just how far out of the sell-by date is this young lady?" "She's 16 on Friday, why?" "So you were, what, 4 days premature, so to speak?" "Been seeing her for—" Grieve Stewart leaned in and raised his voice slightly. "We don't need your fucking sexual history, Geddes, just your alibi for yesterday. You see, things that I'm blissfully unaware of I have no need to lie about." Danny let his jaw drop open and he nodded his understanding. Grieve Stewart recovered his pen and leaned back in his chair. "Now, as this young lady is so accommodating, do you think she may be able to omit the fact that you were balls deep in her at the time of the murder?" Danny raised a smile at that. "And say what? Or helping her with her homework?" The lawyer's face remained the epitome of seriousness. "If you think for 1 second I'm going to fuck around finding this little tart, then coach her in the art of criminal deception while you sit here with your dick in your hand and a smile on your face, you are much mistaken. Understand, sonny?" Danny let his eyes drop. "Sorry, boss." The brief took a breath and turned the pages of his file. "Good. Okay, so all this helps our cause. However, until we speak with—" "Beyoncé," offered Danny. Grieve Stewart could barely hide his mirth. "Beyoncé? Mum and Dad big Destiny's Child fans, were they?" Danny didn't see the irony and simply shrugged. The lawyer shook his head. He'd already made his middle-class assumptions about the girl, purely on her name. He could see her now, probably from one of those dreadful council estates in the city, part of a single-parent family, no doubt living on benefits, scrounging on the taxpayer, allowed to run wild, undoubtedly opening her legs long before young Danny decided to dip his wick. Worst-case scenario was that Geddes's parents would have to cough up a sweetener to the mother to keep her quiet. Grieve Stewart tapped the table. "Okay, what's in a name, as they say. However, until we speak with the young lady in question, just stick to a full no-comment interview today and allow me to do the talking." Danny liked the way his brief put things, the confidence, the swagger. He didn't much care for the pompous lawyer as a man, but his demeanour made up for that. The man put on a performance, and he was just the type to keep the bastard D.C. Higgins and his lot in check. That made him feel much better about his situation. He sat up, sniffed, and ran his hand through his hair. "Okay, boss, I can do that. No danger." "Quite," offered the lawyer. "No danger." Andy Sykes sat alongside Bob Higgins. Across the narrow grey table from them was Danny Geddes and his brief, Simon Grieve Stewart. Sykes went through the legal preliminaries required before any criminal interview could begin. The lawyer made notes as Andy spoke, ticking off each essential criterion. Andy noticed that Geddes seemed overly confident throughout the process. Bob wriggled in his seat. He'd already made his opinion perfectly clear in the office prior to the interview. To him, this was a waste of time. Andy agreed, in part, but information was key to any investigation, and Geddes had known the victim intimately, and that could only assist the team in their task. Finally, the tape ran, and the introductions were concluded. Higgins was the first to speak, his deep, gruff voice filling the small room. "How long were you and Charlie major an item, Danny?" he asked. Grieve Stewart looked up from his legal pad and into the seasoned detective's face. "My client has been advised to make a no-comment interview, Detective." Bob ignored the brief. He'd seen it and heard it 1,000,000 times. "Come on, Danny, lad. You've already told us that you were seeing the girl."
Danny shrugged and looked to his solicitor. Greaves Stewart shook his head. Bob eyed the lawyer. He hated the way that the system seemed loaded in favour of the criminals and despised the self-righteous arrogance that the legal profession displayed during these interviews. The victims were of no consequence to these men and women. They lived and breathed on freeing their clients, innocent or guilty. The more serious the crime, the better for their reputation. "Where were you yesterday afternoon between the hours of 12 and 2, Danny?" asked Bob. Geddes slouched down into his chair and pushed both hands into his tracksuit pockets. "No comment." Sykes was in. "You do realise that if you make no comment now, you may be unable to use any—" "My client is fully aware of his rights in the law," interrupted Greaves Stewart. "However, I can say that Mr. Geddes will be offering a detailed account of his whereabouts during those hours, but not until a third party has been traced and interviewed in the presence of an appropriate adult." It was Bob Higgins' turn to sit back in his chair. He interlocked his fingers and rested both palms behind his bald head. There was a hint of a smile as he looked into Danny's eyes. Greaves Stewart had let just a little too much information slip. "So, your alibi's underage then, eh, son?" Danny shot his brief another look. There was a further shake of the head. "No comment," said Geddes, without the same degree of confidence. "What's her name?" "No comment," said Geddes. Bob turned down his mouth. "So is it a girl, then, eh? You like 'em young, don't you, son? Easier to control. Is that why you fell out with Charlene? Wouldn't do as she was told?" Danny stifled a laugh at that. "No comment." "Thinking about it," said Bob. "Karen Hart was only just 16 when you pushed a broken glass in her face." Danny darkened. "I told you this morning I'm not guilty on that." Greaves Stewart shot the lad a look that had "shut up" written all over it. "Not exactly not guilty, was it, Danny, lad?" pressed Bob. "Young Karen was too scared to give evidence at court, eh?" Geddes screwed up his face into a sneer. "Like I said, not guilty." Bob smiled again. It didn't reach his eyes. He unlocked his fingers and rested both powerful hands on the desk. "So, if you can pressure a 16-year-old not to come to court, it must be easy to persuade some kid, some schoolgirl, to give you an alibi, eh?" "You can't prove any of that," blurted Danny. "My client is correct, detective," added Stewart. "This is pure conjecture on your part, with no evidence to support your line of questioning. Therefore—" Bob ignored the lawyer again. "How long had you been seeing Karen Hart, Danny?" Geddes shrugged but remained silent. "Were you her first?" asked Bob. "Get a kick out of that, do you? Underage girls. More pliable, are they? Do as they're told." "No comment," spat Geddes, irritation creeping into his tone. Bob nodded slowly and changed tack. "What did you burn at the bottom of your garden, Danny?" Geddes looked to his brief. Once again he was given a signal to remain silent. Geddes folded his arms, sniffed, and did exactly as he was told. "Our forensics team say it was a handbag," pressed Bob. "They're running further tests as we speak. DNA and the like." Greaves Stewart leaned over the table. "So, detective, when you actually have any firm evidence, you can disclose that to me, and I will discuss it with my client. However, until then, this line of questioning is—" "So why did you have a balaclava under your bed, son?" asked Bob, ignoring the lawyer yet again. "No comment," said Danny, the first signs of discomfort appearing on his face. Higgins reached down to his feet and produced a laptop computer. "For the benefit of the tape, I am producing a Huawei laptop recovered from the suspect's bedroom." Bob opened it, pressed a key, and the screen burst into life. Danny would not have expected the cops to have gained access to his private files, at least not so soon. A pornographic video played silently. A young blonde girl was being held down on the floor, arms pinned, whilst a balaclava-clad man roughly entered her. "This is your laptop, isn't it, Danny? Hardcore stuff, this. Is that how you like your sex? Hard, fast, rough? You like them to struggle a bit?" Bob watched Danny squirm. Right on cue, the masked star of the film let go of the girl's wrists and grabbed her by the throat as he continued to pound her. She was red in the face and struggling for breath. Stryker had described the films he'd discovered on Danny's computer as fake rape. Bob found them disturbing at best. "Is this how you get off, son? You wear that mask and strangle the poor girl till you're done?" Geddes shook his head. He gripped the edge of the table. His lips trembled.
"Look, I weren't into that. Never was, never will be. It weren't my idea either. It was Charlene's."
Greaves Stewart was in.
"Daniel, what did we discuss earlier?"
Danny ignored his brief.
"She bought the masks. She downloaded them films too, not me. She showed them to me, told me that's what got off. It were her fantasy, not mine."
Higgins shook his head. Now he'd heard it all. "Yeah, right, Danny."
"It's true, I tell you,"
whined Geddes. Greaves Stewart grabbed Danny by the elbow.
"Now remember what I told you, Geddes. Remember what I said about not making any comment until we trace your alibi."
Danny tore his arm away from the lawyer's grasp, his eyes wide.
"Get the fuck off me," he shouted. "Look, I'm telling you, boss, I did nothing. Charlene dumped me because I wouldn't—"
He rubbed his face with his palm.
"Couldn't do the stuff she wanted. She were right weird. You'd think butter wouldn't melt her. Everyone saw that pretty face, saw how fit she were, all sweetness and light, eh? But let me tell you, it were all an act. She wanted it rough. And the rest."
"The rest?" asked Bob.
"Pleasure and pain were the same to her, boss. That bag you're talking about at the bottom of the garden, yeah, it were hers, and I burnt it. I burnt it to... Oh, I don't know, I just wanted rid."
He looked Bob in the eye.
"See, each time we... well, you know..."
"Had sex," clarified Sykes.
Danny nodded. "Yeah, well, every time we did it, like, well, she made me tear off her knickers."
Danny was flushed. He licked his lips, his mouth suddenly dry.
"And I mean, ripped them off like I were forcing her. Then, well, when it were over, like, she'd put her torn pants in that bag and leave it in me room. She said they were to remember her by."
Bob didn't take his eyes from Danny's. "So if what you're saying is right, what exactly made her break off the relationship?"
Danny scoffed. "It weren't no relationship, boss. It was all on her terms. She knew what she had. The looks, the body, the sex. I mean, it were like having a porn star in your bed. What man wouldn't chase that?"
Geddes lowered his voice.
"Well, you'd want it till she showed her true colours, that is. Once anyone found out just how fucking off her head she really was, I'm not so sure many would want to play her games."
Bob shrugged. "I'll ask again, lad. If what you're saying is right, what was it she wanted you to do that made her break it off?" Danny considered his answer, examined his hands as he picked at his nails. Higgins watched the lad's every move. Over the many thousands of hours spent interviewing hundreds of suspects, he had become an expert at reading the signs, understanding the formula villains use to concoct a lie. Yet when Danny looked up, his eyes were no longer sharp. Instead, he looked through Higgins, transported to a place the detective considered he really didn't want to go.
"She wanted me to pretend to be a burglar," he said quietly. "Well, actually a robber. She wanted me to dress up, wear the mask. She asked me to threaten her, proper like, rough her up, knock her about."
"And did you?" asked Sykes.
Danny shook his head. "No, well, not enough to satisfy her anyway. She wanted the real thing. That last night she even brought a knife with her, a big long thing like a bayonet. She begged me, boss, and I mean begged me, to hold it to her throat whilst we did it."
He swallowed.
"I mean, how fucked up is that?"
14. Stryker sat alongside Phil Grover in a quiet corner of the 12 tellers. Phil nursed a soda and lime, whilst the detective tore the skin off half a roast chicken.
"How can you eat right now?"
asked Phil.
"I eat when I'm hungry, Doc." "Hungry? Really? Did I not just watch you stuff 6 boiled eggs down your neck in the car on the way to the PM?"
Stryker dropped the offending skin of the bird on the side of his plate and began to cut into the meat.
"Phil, I was up at 5:30 in the gym for 6, then ran to the station on nothing but a protein shake."
Stryker flexed a massive bicep.
"I'm virtually wasting away."
Grover shook his head, took a sip of his fizzy drink and grimaced.
"I can't cope with this stuff,"
he mused. Stryker chewed, swallowed.
"On the wagon, Phil?"
Grover gave his colleague a look. There was pain in there somewhere, sadness even.
"I'm having a few issues at home. It's a long story, pal. When we have a bit more time, or less going on, I'll tell you."
Stryker shrugged.
"When do we ever get time, Phil? One thing I've learned is that as each day passes, I seem to have less of it."
He gave Grover a hard stare, cocked his head, waited. Grover pushed his drink away, took a breath.
"Okay, it's Jane, the missus. We're having an hard time of it of late. You know the kind of stuff. Rows over nothing, sniping over the smallest thing. But really it's all about a kid. You see, we've been trying for a baby for over 2 years, but so far, no joy."
Phil pressed his lips tightly together, holding in his emotions.
"We've both been tested and there's no medical reason for it. The body's a strange thing, Stryker. There are lots of imponderables, stress being a factor. And Jane is stressed, or is it you, Phil? She thinks I work too hard, too many hours. But you know me, mate, I love my job. I couldn't cope with the mundane stuff anymore. If I had to work in a GP surgery, then I would be stressed."
Stryker gestured towards Phil's soda.
"And does she think you drink too much? Does she think that's an issue?"
Grover managed to smile at that.
"Always the perceptive one, eh, Ewan?" "Yes, she thinks so, but I don't. Certainly not enough to cause a problem in that department. No, the difficulties are late nights, the early mornings, the weekends. You must know all about that, pal. After all, I don't see you with a ring on your finger."
Stryker shoveled the last of his selection of vegetables onto his fork.
"No, and it's not likely either." "Really? A little bird told me that you and the very tidy Miss Abbott were hopping on the good foot and doing the bad thing."
Stryker frowned, which gave him the look of an angry hippo.
"I'm not quite sure what that means, Phil, but whatever you may be insinuating, you're barking up the wrong tree." "She's a pretty little thing, though, eh?" smiled Phil knowingly.
Stryker squirmed in his seat. It wasn't the kind of conversation he relished.
"She's a good detective." "Oh, come on, Stryker, you can't kid a kidder."
The pair's conversation was interrupted by Stryker's mobile. He answered and listened.
"We'll be there in 10 minutes, Doctor. Thank you."
Grover eyed Stryker quizzically.
"Well?" "Seems we left the PM a little early, Doc."
"Meaning?"
"Meaning they found something else."
Within the hour, Stryker, Grover and the rest of the team were gathered in the Serial Crimes Unit office. With only 4 available seats, the detective sergeant paced the small space, eyes darting between each member of his squad.
"Okay, Mr. Sykes, let's start with you and your theory of how our perp got to and from the scene undetected."
And he turned his laptop around so all could see the screen and hit the spacebar.
"This video was taken by Socko using a drone."
"The what?" asked Bob.
"It's a kind of miniature helicopter with a camera attached," said Grover.
Sykes nodded his thanks.
"So my theory, backed up by forensic finds on brickwork, downspouts and roof tiles, is that our perp is a climber, a good climber too. He's first scaled an empty building that faces onto back Starkey Street. If you watch now, the drone will follow his route."
All gathered around the screen.
"Jesus," said Bob. "Lucky he didn't break his neck."
"Lucky for who?" chirped Fliss.
"So finally," pointed Sykes, ignoring the quip, "he ended up lying on this flat roof. here, directly above the front door of Lanika's offices. He waits for Henderson to open the door, then scurries down the edging stones and makes his entrance."
"That must be 40 feet, said Bob.
"That's what the boss said," offered Sykes, "and he only had a split second to make the approach. But the boot marks confirm it. For such a big guy, this is a feat in itself. May explain why one witness described his coveralls as baggy, so his movements weren't restricted," offered Fliss.
"Or maybe he had another set of clothes underneath, for his getaway," said Bob.
"Both possible," said Sykes. "Either way, as we know, he then exits down the stairs onto the street. But the reason nobody saw him is that he then turns sharp right into the small car park, uses the rear fire escape to get back up onto the flat roof, then back the way he came. He'd have been visible for, 2 seconds max?"
Stryker watched until the video ended.
"Okay, Andy, I want all the available CCTV checked for vehicles or persons entering or leaving back Starkey Street, Camden Place and Ribblesdale Place between, say, 12 and 2 yesterday. This is good work, Sykes."
Andy smiled. Stryker looked at Fliss. She sat at her desk with a number of items in clear plastic evidence bags placed in front of her.
"Okay, Abbott," said Stryker. "You're up next." She rubbed her face with her palms. Stryker thought he saw a hint of melancholy in her eyes, as if something or someone had upset her. "Okay," she began quietly. "I went to visit Charlene's home address this morning. She's been living in a council-owned 2-bed flat on Greenlands for the last 18 months. She stayed there with her father, Frank Major. Her mother is deceased. Frank himself is disabled and in poor health. I'm sure you have all read the boss's report on the how and why the family ended up in this precarious position, so I won't bore you. However, seeing the consequences firsthand were quite disturbing. Frank's animosity towards the police is more than understandable, believe me."
Fliss absently played with one of the plastic-covered items on her desk and blew air down her nose.
"The living environment is poor by any standards. In fact, I would go as far as to say that to put a man like Frank Major, with all his underlying health conditions, in a house in such a poor state of repair is criminal. He should be rehoused immediately." She curled her lip. "I wouldn't put a dog in that damp rat-infested shithole." She caught Stryker's eye. "You've seen him, boss. Seen how ill he is?"
Stryker saw that glimpse of sadness again.
"I have, Abbott, but our remit is to find his daughter's killer. We're not social workers."
Fliss nodded resignedly.
"I know that, but we are human beings, and I know just what it's like to be part of the forgotten ones, the left behind. And it was glaringly obvious to me that if things don't change, Frank could well be dead before we solve this thing."
She pursed her lips and visibly pulled herself together.
"So I've called the council, his GP and social services, and given them all a rocket."
"Good lass. That's all you can do, love," offered Bob Higgins. Fliss gave the ageing detective a thin smile, took a deep breath, and continued.
"Thanks, Bob. So another thing struck me as I sat in that appalling front room, and it was this."
She held up a photograph of Charlene. It was the same one from the disclosure file. She was in a bar, smiling, holding a bottle of wine.
"This shot was taken in Venue 52 in town, Preston's most exclusive cocktail bar. And this dress, well, I actually know this dress because I looked at the same one a month or so back."
She gave Stryker another sharp glance.
"For a special occasion."
"I'm sure you look great in it," offered Bob, still feeling ever so slightly sorry for Fliss, yet not knowing his reason why. Abbott took the compliment with a pinch of salt.
"Well, I certainly wouldn't have carried it off quite the way Charlene did. However, that is not my point. Actually, I didn't buy the dress because it was 600 quid. So if I balked at the price tag, I had to ask myself why Charlene did not. That very dress is still sitting in her wardrobe right now, ready for the next cocktail party, professionally dry-cleaned with the cellophane still on it."
Bob whistled.
"Quite," offered Fliss. And then there's the hair, the nails, Jesus, the shoes. It just didn't add up. Before I visited the home, I just thought that our victim was just another spoiled teen, Mummy and Daddy spending all their hard-earned on their little cherub.
"What are you suggesting?" asked Sykes, his old job in Vice turning over in his mind. "Are you implying that Charlene was a prostitute or a thief?" Fliss looked at each of the men in the room in turn.
"Not a thief, and no prostitute either. Not in that sense. You see, the kind of guy that can afford that dress, those shoes, well, he wants a trophy on his arm. It isn't all about the physical act, you know."
"But he probably expects that too," offered Sykes. Fliss turned down her mouth. There was a sudden edge to her tone.
"Some expect it after they've bought you half a lager, Andy."
Sykes coloured and went quiet. Abbott tapped her desk with her nails.
"I believe Charlene led a double life. Through no fault of her own, she and her father were thrown to the wolves by the authorities and forced to live in abject squalor. Yet despite all her trauma, she continued her studies, worked hard at uni and took on a part-time job to try and help out where she could. According to Frank, she was the perfect daughter."
"We all think that," said Bob. "I wouldn't have a word said about my two, but you never really know, eh?"
"I suppose not," offered Fliss. "However, once Charlene was away from her studies, her squalid home and her minimum wage job, she became someone else. Something else. Charlene Major was obviously popular with young men her own age, men like Danny Geddes."
"We'll come to him," offered Bob. Fliss nodded.
"Yes, I'm sure you will. However, there was definitely another side to Charlene, a secret, darker side."
Abbott held up a plastic bag containing a mobile phone.
"This was in her bedroom drawers, hidden beneath her underwear, some of which, by the way, would make your hair curl if you had any, Bob. Anyway, the handset is fully charged but locked. I've checked with the search teams at the murder scene and they confirmed that Charlene had another mobile phone in her locker at work."
Stryker looked to Sykes.
"I want both those phones forensically examined."
Sykes nodded, made a note. Fliss picked up a second, smaller bag. It contained a shiny metal item with what looked like beads attached.
"What's that?"
asked Stryker. Fliss raised her brows.
"Well, I have to say, even I had to do a little research here. It's a clit clamp."
"What?" spat Bob, reddening. Fliss appeared to enjoy the older man's discomfort for a moment. She allowed herself a cheeky smile.
"Well, it works the same way as a nipple clamp, Bob, except for, well, you know, it's for down below."
"Bloody hell," said Higgins.
"Whatever next?"
Stryker gave Abbott a look. She bit her lip, pushed some hair behind her ear, and pressed on.
"A quick search on the net tells me it's sold by a company called Love Bunny."
She was stifling her mirth.
"The official name for it is a 50 Shades Greyer clitoral clamp."
As Bob shook his head in disbelief, Stryker produced an evidence bag of his own. He dropped it on Fliss's desk.
"As you appear to find amusement in such things, Abbott, what do you think of this?"
The item was pink, rubberized and egg-shaped. At one end it had a cord covered with the same waterproof material. Fliss examined it before opening her computer.
"Here," she said. "Same website, same seller as the clamp. It's a love egg vibrator."
Stryker scratched his head.
"This was found during the latter stages of the PM, Abbott, meaning that our victim went to work with that inside her. Is that feckin' normal?"
She eyed her boss for a moment.
"Just what do you class as normal, Stryker? Missionary position once a week with the lights out?"
"That's my missus if I'm lucky," said Bob. Fliss turned around the screen on her computer. The vibrator was pictured next to a mobile phone. Higgins leaned in. "I'll take it for 140 quid you get the phone with it," he growled. Fliss shook her head.
"No, Bob. However, the unit can be controlled by an app on your partner's mobile from anywhere in the world. The idea is he or she can decide when and where the wearer gets their pleasure."
"Even at work?" asked Stryker.
"Even at work?" said Fliss, catching his eye yet again.
Stryker resumed his pacing of the room. Abbott watched him for a moment, then held up another bag containing a plastic card.
Now, this was with the phone. It's a prepaid post office travel money card. It can be loaded with any currency and used around the world by anyone who knows the PIN number.
"Whose name is in it?" asked Sykes.
"That's just it," said Fliss. "It doesn't have one on the card, and it can be topped up at any post office using cash or online using plastic via their app. My guess is that Charlene funded her luxurious extras using this card."
"So the question would be, who topped it up?" said Sykes.
"Who indeed," said Fliss.
"Traceable?" asked Bob.
"Everything is traceable," said Stryker. "It just takes time."
He paced some more.
"It would appear that our victim had some rather unusual sexual tastes."
The room fell silent for a moment. Bob found his handkerchief and wiped sweat from his bald head. "Have you ever heard of someone's sexual taste involving having a knife held to their throat?" 15. Sandra and David Gill lived in a grand 7-bedroom converted barn on the edge of the village of Garstang. The property boasted 3 acres of well-tended arable land, half an acre of manicured lawns, and a newly refurbished stable block. However, David Gill had no love for equines. When Gill wasn't running his business at Alanica, the only horse that floated David's very expensive boat was sandwiched between the words break and power. Therefore, the block, which featured the latest in temperature and humidity control, currently housed his collection of sports cars. Sandra Gill watched her husband from her chair in the conservatory. He was supposedly vacuuming his work car. Of course, Sandra knew only too well that David Gill took his Mercedes AMG GTR to be valeted every Friday, and that the car was always returned to him in immaculate condition. She also knew exactly why her husband was feverishly rooting around in the back seat on this particular day. She held the offending 22-carat gold earring in her closed palm. Jack, their youngest boy, had found it as they had driven to school that morning, and had given it to her, thinking it his mother's. Of course, it was not. She knew this, and obviously so did her husband. Sandra steeled herself, lifted her slim frame from the chair, and stepped out into the afternoon sunshine. As she trod the path towards where David beavered away, she considered her options. It was something she'd done so often this last 10 years. Ever since her husband had finished his doctorate at Oxford, she'd spent much of her time watching from the sidelines as he found one sweet young thing after another to serve his lust. He'd left clues before, been sloppy in his infidelity. Yet so far Sandra had remained tight-lipped. She'd told herself that it had been a phase, then blamed her 2 pregnancies. After all, David's sexual demands could hardly be fulfilled by a woman carrying a child. But this time, with a girl from his office lying dead in the morgue and her husband sweating cobs with the Hoover in his hand. No, this time Sandra needed answers. She stood by the car as the vacuum howled away, gripping the offending earring in her palm so hard that it hurt. "David," she called out above the whine of the machine. "David, switch that off, please." Her husband prized himself from his position, found the button on the vacuum, and stood upright. His face was flushed and his eyes flashed, irritated by the interruption. Sandra had seen this behaviour many times. His petulance, his peevishness. It was David's defence mechanism. The slightest chance that his duplicities may have been discovered resulted in the only form of vindication he knew: attack. "What on earth do you want, Sandra? Can't you see I'm busy?" He gave her a resolute stare, chin jutted, fist clenched tight around the tube of the Hoover. "Oh, yes, I can see that," she said, her voice as level as she could muster. "I could see that from the conservatory." David cocked his head. "Really? Well, that is fascinating now, isn't it? So how about you go back to what you were doing and leave me to my work, huh?" Sandra managed a thin smile. Air escaped down her nose.
There's no need to be cross, David. I was merely—"
"You were merely sticking your nose in where it isn't wanted, Sandra, as ever." She gritted her teeth. He wasn't going to get away with this one. She had tried everything she could possibly think of. She had her figure back after Jack had been born and had spent a bloody small fortune on that gym and the beauty salons that David's friend Kurt owned. Men still looked at her when she was out and about. She'd even been propositioned a time or two. And she was no prude in the bedroom either. However, none of this seemed to be enough for her husband. Finally, she plucked up her courage. "You won't find what you're looking for," she said. "What? I beg your pardon," said David. "I'm hoovering my bloody car, for Christ's sake. I'm not looking for—" Sandra opened her palm and produced the fine earring. She looked her husband straight in the eye. It was the first time in their marriage that she had ever confronted his disloyalty. "This is what you're looking for, David?" Gil went pale. "I don't know. Jack found it," she said, swallowing down her emotions. "Your son, your fucking son, found it down the side of his child seat." David shook his head a little too fast. "That doesn't mean—" Sandra stepped in close to her husband. She was consumed by fear, yet determined to fight for her marriage. "Don't fucking lie to me, David. I've swallowed your untruths for years. I've ignored the smell of sex on you as you climbed into my bed at night, the payments on your credit card to the whores, the clubs, the fetish shops. And for what? So I can raise your sons in the lap of luxury? Is that it? I'm supposed to be grateful?" Sandra held out the offending piece of jewellery. She noticed her hand shook. More to the point, for the first time she noticed a speck of red on the post of the ring. Was that what she thought it was? Sandra pushed the unthinkable from her mind. "You really wanted to find this, though, didn't you? Why were you so desperate to find it?" She was almost nose to nose with him, her face contorted in anger, hatred, disgust. "Why is that, David? Why is the great David Gill cleaning his own car? Let me guess, I've seen the news, read the papers. It's hers, isn't it? The dead girl. It's Charlene Majors." Gill swallowed hard. He could taste the bile in his throat. His reflexes, however, were excellent. He trained like a professional athlete 6 days a week. He worked hard and ate right. That, along with the special supplements that Kurt Benson seemed to have an endless supply of, ensured Gill was not only immensely strong, but possessed an ostensibly unquenchable sexual desire. His confidence was all-consuming, and women couldn't get enough of it. He snatched the earring from Sandra's hand and pushed it into his pocket. With his free hand he gripped her hair and pulled her downwards. She cried out in pain, buckling at the knees. Gill held Sandra in position, towering over her. "Now you listen to me, you paranoid bitch. Don't ever question me again, do you understand?" Tears streamed down Sandra's face. All her bravery was washed away in an instant. It had always been the way. She had always submitted to him. After all, those had always been the rules. And why would they change now? He was who he was. "Sorry, yes, she managed. "Yes, what?" spat Gill. "Yes, master," she said. 16. Steve Willis was tired. It had been a long and busy shift, and he still had 2 arrest reports to finish before he could go home. Even so, the burglary at the Benson house had preyed on his mind throughout the day, and wouldn't let him rest. He needed to see the man Bob Higgins had told him about, the ex-copper Fred Granger, and that was exactly where he was headed. As Steve drew up outside the tidy 3-bed semi, set back from the main Watling Street road, he noticed a tall, wiry, grey-haired man busy tending his garden out front. Steve stepped from his car. "Mr. Granger." The man paused from his pruning duties. "Last time I looked, son, aye. What's up? Not coming to give me bad news, I hope?" "No, sir," smiled Steve. "Actually, I've come to pick your brains. D.C. Higgins said that you might be of help." Fred laid down his shears and rubbed the small of his back with both hands.
Bob Higgins, you say? I thought he might have retired himself by now.
Fred pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his nose, gave Steve the once-over, and broke into a broad smile.
Why, heck, they say that you're getting on when the coppers all look like bairns. Looking at you, lad, I feel all of 90.
Granger seemed anything but. He appeared trim and fit, and his pale eyes sparkled with intelligence and a hint of mischief.
I wouldn't say that, sir, offered Willis. Push that gate open, gestured Fred. Get yourself inside and I'll get Mary to put the kettle on.
Minutes later, Steve sat nursing an overly milky coffee as he recounted his 2 visits to the Benson house on Cromwell Road.
They sound a right pair, said Fred, sipping tea. That's the trouble with folks these days. They get a few bob in their pocket and lose all sense of reason. That house you're on about used to belong to a family who had a warehouse down on the docks back when Preston was a proper port.
When was that, Mr. Granger? Asked Steve.
Fred rubbed his chin. Oh, now I'd be young in service myself then. 1973-4, I reckon.
Steve smiled. I wasn't born till 1998.
You're just a baby then, lad, eh?
I suppose so, yes. Fred laid his cup down.
Well, for a start, less of this Mr. Granger and Sir business. Call me Fred, everyone else does. Now, this breaking. Up until the mid-80s, not many houses around here had alarms, but that all changed when video recorders became popular. House burglaries went through the roof. There was no work about and lads could get a good drink out of nicking a decent top-loader.
I thought they were a band, said Steve.
Fred shook his head. Never heard of 'em. Anyway, one thing I'm certain of is that the idea of drilling their boxes and filling them with expanding foam to silence the mechanical ringers started in Liverpool, early 80s. Thing is, once you got a few lads on remand, they all swapped tails, and before we knew it, the MO had spread all over Lancashire, and we were inundated with similar jobs. Houses, shops, you name it. Anyone who couldn't afford an alarm that sent a signal to the police got hammered. Now, what you want to hear is who these inventive wee boys were, I presume.
That might help.
Well, if my memory serves me right, Mick Fortune was the main man on my patch. Lived on Garsdale Road. If he's still there, his house backed onto Brookfield Wood. Nice easy access to the houses on Cromwell. I think he had a kid, called him Mick too, or Mickey. I'd start with them, lad.
Abbott and Sykes were huddled together around a quiet corner table in the 12 Tellers. They were arguing about how the psychological profile of Charlene Major's killer may have changed. Ever since Bob had divulged Danny Geddes' testimony back at the Nick, they'd been at it hammer and tong. All the team had watched the video of the interview in full, and all considered Geddes truthful. The victim's sexual preferences had been laid bare. Add that eye-opener to the items Fliss had discovered in the girl's bedroom, together with what the pathologist had found deep inside her, and what was already a complex and psychologically challenging case, just got really complicated. Stryker stood alongside Bob Higgins at the bar. Both leaned tired backs against the rail, watching the pair of experts as they became ever more animated.
"Oh, I'm glad I don't understand it," said Bob. "I don't think I'd sleep at night if I knew what they knew."
"You know a great deal, Higgins," said Stryker. "You can't buy experience."
"No, I see you to say, boss," said Bob. "But listening to them two gives me an headache."
Stryker smiled and took a drink of his juice. "Okay, what's your theory then, Bob?" The aging detective laid down his pint. "You want my opinion?"
"Yours is as good as any, Bob."
"All right. The way I see it, the job's changed. I know you might slap me down for putting it like this, but if Charlene had been—" Bob searched for the right word.
"Less adventurous in the bedroom, shall I say? I reckon we would be looking for some kind of stalker, or maybe a casual acquaintance.
Someone who had admired her from afar. Stryker nodded. I'm in the same ballpark. A totally crazy son of a bitch that either knew her or wanted to. But, said Bob, with what we know now, you have to ask the question, is it a plan gone wrong? I mean, her fantasy about the knife to her throat, the vibrator pushed inside her for whoever to set off as and when they pleased. I know it sounds odd, but... Stryker raised his brows. So let me get this straight, Higgins. You think Charlene and this guy planned some outrageous role play in front of all her work colleagues, and the perp got so excited he cut her feckin' head off? Bob pulled his face. I know it sounds bizarre, boss, but this whole job is bizarre. Stryker nodded. You can say that again, Bob. Let's go see what this psychobilly lot have come up with. As Stryker slid in alongside Abbott, she fell instantly quiet. Bob sat beside Sykes. He gave both young detectives a nod. Me and the boss have decided it was a role play gone wrong, he said. Stryker shot Bob a look. That's not exactly true now, is it, Higgins? I didn't agree to anything. Sykes sniffed, looked across to Fliss. To be fair, we have discussed that possibility. However... Stryker shook his head. Now I'm really going crazy here. Hear him out, boss, said Bob, inwardly preening himself for being right for once. Or at least on the same page. Stryker snorted. Go ahead, Sykes. Andy opened his mouth to speak, but Fliss beat him to the punch. She turned to Stryker and blurted, Autosassinophilia. That's what Bob is talking about. Auto what? Said Higgins. Jesus, are you making these words up just to make an old man feel bad? It's like talking to me daughters. They don't speak English either. Fliss lay her hands on the table. Autosassinophilia is a paraphilia in which a person is sexually aroused by the fantasy of being killed. Drowning or being strangled are the most common choices. What about the ones that involve having your throat cut? Asked Higgins. Sykes leaned in. Before you get overexcited, Bob, autosassinophilia is just one of a number of theoretic paraphilia that can overlap with other dangerous activities. It's simply a hypothesis, nothing more. Abbott didn't agree. Not exactly true, Sykes, she said, taking a drink. A guy called John William Money, a New Zealand sexologist, defines some lust cases as erotophonophilia, meaning a person who is aroused by stage managing and carrying out the murder of an unsuspecting sexual partner, this being the reciprocal condition of autoasassinophilia. So are you saying Charlene was unsuspecting, or was she in on this? Asked Stryker. I think she agreed to the fantasy at least, said Fliss. Maybe even instigated it, but she got cold feet. Remember the witness, Mallinson? She said that she heard Charlene shouting out something biblical during the attack, and that she didn't seem at all scared or even struggle until she was actually cut. Go on, we're all ears, said Stryker. Well, what if she was shouting her safe word, said Fliss. Bob drained his glass. What the hell is... Abbott couldn't hide her smile. You've never read 50 Shades, then, Bob? Neither have I, growled Stryker. Care to enlighten us? In BDSM circles, a safe word is a code word, offered Fliss. It's used by a person to communicate their physical or emotional state, typically when approaching the edge of their limits, when their partner is crossing a boundary. You mean when some bloke goes too far? Asked Bob. Yes, sort of, said Fliss. Some safe words are used to stop the action outright, but others can communicate a willingness to continue, maybe at a slower pace. Stryker shook his head in disbelief. Let me get this straight here, Abbott. You're suggesting that an intelligent, socially aware young woman actually agreed to let this guy murder her in front of her work colleagues. Not only does that seem unlikely, but even to suggest it is bewildering. Sykes leaned across the table, took his opportunity. Which is why we don't agree, boss.
I think D.C. Abbott gives far too much credibility to Money's findings. His is an interesting theory, but as I said earlier, it's just that. A theory.
Stryker sat back in his chair.
Hold that thought there, Sykes. Bob, stand another round, would you? I think this may get complicated.
Minutes later, Higgins was back with more drinks.
Sykes took a deep breath. Right. Money believed that there were people out there that genuinely wanted to die during a sexual encounter, whereas many other experts in this field considered an auto-assassinophiliac to be more interested in enjoying the fantasy, the build-up, the planning, rather than their actual demise. This often results in a compulsion to stage-manage the possibility of their death, rather than the actuality of it. I think Charlene falls into that category.
Bob took a long slurp, wiped his mouth. But our guy with the big fuck-off knife didn't read the script. Is that what you're suggesting, Andy?
Sykes shrugged narrow shoulders. Well, the research suggests that the erotophonophiliac, the one doing the killing, is driven by the act of homicide rather than the fantasy. More importantly, for him to be satisfied with his work, his victim must be unaware of his real intentions. So by definition, this effectively precludes consent. He's a murderer, full stop.
Stryker held the bridge of his nose, closed his eyes.
So, are we suggesting that this guy in some way groomed Charlene? Played on her darkest fantasies?
Fliss shrugged.
Depending on whose research you believe.
She took a drink.
Take the case of Sharon Lopatka, for instance. Sharon was heavily into BDSM and was active on pornographic websites and chat rooms. She met her master online, one Robert Bobby Glass, a divorced computer analyst from North Carolina. One morning, Lopatka left her husband a note saying that she was leaving him for Glass, that she wouldn't be back, and off she went. The note also read, "If my body is never retrieved, don't worry. You know that I'm at peace."
"Fucking hell," muttered Bob.
Fliss pressed on. "You haven't heard the best, Bob. Lopatka's husband found the note and immediately notified the cops. They examined his wife's computer and found 6 weeks of email conversations between the lovers. In those lengthy messages, Lopatka explicitly demanded Glass torture her to death. They found her body parts a week later buried in Glass's back garden."
Stryker looked over to Sykes.
"Anything to add to that?"
Andy swallowed his beer, nodded.
"I have," he said. "The Lopatka case is believed to be the first and only genuine occurrence of auto-assassinophilia ever recorded worldwide. For what it's worth, I don't believe we are dealing with the second."
"Go on," said Stryker.
"I believe that Charlene found the fantasy of being killed or robbed or kidnapped sexually exciting, and the public nature of the event was all part of the thrill. I believe she had been groomed, as you put it, but then duped, if you like, into granting the perp his fantasy rather than hers. It's our killer that is the erotophonophiliac."
"Abbott," said Stryker, eyebrows raised.
"He pays the money, boss," she smiled. "You take the choice. It's not an exact science," finished Stryker, "so you keep telling me."
Bob had listened to all the arguments and sat, forehead wrinkled, staring into his pint.
"Okay, so answer me this. If Charlene had been in on this thing from the beginning, and she and this nutter planned it all, why didn't the bloke know the code for the front door? She would have told him, surely."
Fliss finished her coke and laid down her glass.
"Maybe because she figured he knew it anyway."
17. Wednesday morning, Buckshaw Village, Lancashire. Stryker slapped his alarm clock just that little bit too hard, knocking it from his bedside cabinet. He reached down, picked it up, shook it, checked the display and returned it to its rightful position. It was 5 a.m., yet he'd barely slept, his mind awash with information, theories, ideas. Slipping out of bed, he arched his back and rolled his neck. the tendons cracking and creaking, reverberating inside his skull. He yawned as he pulled on tracksuit bottoms, a t-shirt and hoodie, then sat heavily on the edge of his mattress and began to lace the old US Navy issue boots he always ran in. Working steadily, he allowed his thoughts to turn to his father. As he yanked the laces taut, tucking in the loose ends, he examined his work and considered that rarely a day went by without him thinking of his parents. He closed his eyes for a second and savoured the moment, remembering the good times. Most mornings, especially in the summer months, when the rising sun crept under his blinds to make patterns on the white walls of his bedroom, he simply pulled on his treasured footwear, lifted his backpack, and was out of the door without a second thought. But not this morning. Today was a different matter. As Stryker looked from his window, the usual early sunlight was obscured by rolling summer storm clouds. There was a flash somewhere over Rivington Pike before thunder rumbled long and low. He waited for the next strike and counted the seconds between the fork and the clap, just the way his father had taught him. Stryker had never considered how his loss had shaped him. After all, he could no more change the past than change his ginger hair or broken nose. And he wasn't the kind of man to apportion blame for those or any other shortcomings, especially on any lack of parental guidance. After all, had he not enjoyed an abundance of riches in that department? Indeed, he considered he had been blessed. His parents' time may have been cut short, but time itself was, of course, relative. So, on this squally morning, as he trudged downstairs to his front door and took his first tentative steps out under the threatening skies, not for the first time recently, he felt the warm, reassuring presence of his dad close by. As a teenager, Stryker had become so used to hearing his father's feet pounding the streets alongside him that after his death he couldn't bear to run alone. He'd change into his kit and pull on those boots, but then find himself sitting on the edge of the sidewalk, wiping away tears of sorrow. Rather than prolong the pain, he would slope back inside his home, overcome by sadness. But time heals, and as the heavens opened with puddles forming by his stride, he could swear he could hear the echo of a second pair of boots at his side once again. "Empty your mind, son. Lift your knees, relax your shoulders, and breathe. Let the ground beneath your feet take the strain. Don't look down at those old boots. Look forwards to the horizon, to the place you need to be. Head up, eyes open, and all will become clear." Sykes was the first in the office and doing his best to open his desk drawer. Unfortunately, it had stuck just a mere inch open and refused to budge either way. He secretly envied men with real physical strength. It was something he'd never had. Always the spindly kid, Andy had grown up into an even lankier adult. As he made one final attempt to dislodge the wayward drawer, Stryker bounced into the room. He stood behind Sykes, appraising his latest recruit's dilemma. "Have you tried lifting it up a wee bit there, Sykes?" Andy's head spun to see Stryker dressed in a jacket and tie. "Very smart, boss. Didn't have you down as the Brooke Brothers type." Stryker dipped his frame, grabbed at the offending desk drawer and tore it open. Andy looked at his sergeant in awe. "Thanks, boss," he said, peering inside for the first time. Sykes reached to the back of the drawer and pulled out 2 packets of Embassy Regal. "A present left by the previous occupant, I presume?" Stryker took the cigarettes from Andy's hand, and his eyes lost their focus for a moment. "As I recall," he said quietly, "Maureen was doing her best to quit." "Did she forget them, then?" asked Andy in all innocence. "I take it DCS Graham didn't enlighten you?" "Enlighten me to what, Stryker?" "Maureen was murdered, stabbed on duty." Sykes didn't have the words. He looked into Stryker's ever-sharpening eyes and did his best to read his thoughts. "I see," he said. "Must have been hard on the team. I mean, I know I've only been here a couple of days, but you all seem close." Stryker considered the remark for a beat.
"I suppose we are, Sykes. Yeah. Maureen was an excellent detective. The case we were working on was the first I'd ever encountered where human beings used others as a weapon. Actually coaxing, cheering them on like a corner man at a boxing match. It made me realize just what kind of hold a person can have on another."
Sykes was curious to know more, but the office lock clicked, breaking the moment, and both men turned towards it. Abbott pushed open the door with Higgins in her shadow. "Morning, all," she breezed, then noticing Stryker's smart apparel.
"Now then, don't you scrub up well, boss. What's the occasion?"
"Bloody hell," added Bob, allowing himself a cheeky glance in Abbott's direction. "Anyone would think that you're on a promise."
Stryker screwed up his face. "What's that supposed to mean?"
Higgins shrugged sheepishly. "Nothing, boss. It didn't mean nothing."
"Good," said Stryker with a forced smile. "So, if we're all finished with comments about my attire, maybe we can get on with the matter at hand. Abbott, as you failed so miserably at your task of confirming David Gill's alibi, I spent a couple of hours looking through the facial recognition system at Ripped last night."
Sykes seemed puzzled that Stryker could have obtained such information so swiftly. "How did you get into—" Stryker tapped the side of his nose.
"Not what you know, Andrew," he said.
Abbott shot Stryker a look. She knew he'd probably spent half the night hacking into the security system of David Gill's preferred gym and spa. She cocked her head.
"And his alibi stands up," said Stryker. "He arrived at Ripped at 12:30 hours and left at 14:28 hours. If my mind serves me right, he made it back to Alanika's office 15 minutes after that."
19, actually," said Fliss. "Maybe there's a back entry, another way in and out." Stryker shook his head.
"My first thought, Abbott. But the gym's facial recognition system is fitted and serviced by CCS Security. Now, I happen to train with the owner occasionally, so I gave him a call first thing. He says all fire escapes and delivery doors are alarmed and security sealed. So even if someone switched off the alarm system for someone, and when the guard does checks on opening or closing, the numbered seal would be broken, and they would know the door had been opened."
"Oh, I've seen those," said Andy. "They look like a tie wrap, don't they? They have a serial number stamped into them. The guard checks the number off from a book morning and night. Simple, but effective." Fliss looked a little downtrodden. She opened her computer and began to type.
"Okay, but yes, here it is. When he arrived at the scene, running up the stairs and out of breath, he said, and I quote, 'I've only just heard. I came as soon as I could.'"
Stryker shrugged. "And your point there, Abbott?"
"Well, how exactly had he heard about Charlene's murder? Who called him? Did you see any of the staff on the phone? It certainly didn't make the news until after 4.
"It's a fair point, boss," said Sykes, opening his own machine. "Worth a quick check anyway." Stryker took a moment, then nodded.
"Okay, Abbott, if it makes you happy. Get permission to access his mobile records."
Andy tapped some more.
"Not to put a further dampener on proceedings, but local CID say there's no CCTV of any vehicles entering or leaving back Starkey Street between the times you specified, boss. Looks like our guy just disappeared into thin air."
Stryker tapped his desk, his sense of frustration building.
"No one vanishes, Sykes. Organize uniform to conduct another search of the back streets, especially back Starkey Street. Maybe he dumped the camouflage gear and balaclava and simply walked home in whatever he had underneath."
Sykes wrinkled his long nose.
"He's too clever for that, boss. He wouldn't gift us his DNA."
"Just do it, Sykes," snapped Stryker.
"Or maybe," offered Bob, "the guy had balls of steel and he hid in some backyard or dustbin for a few hours until the coast was clear."
Stryker pushed a finger between his neck and his shirt collar. He pulled at it, doing his best to stretch the material and give himself some breathing room.
"More questions than answers, Bob. The story of my life right now.
He twisted his head and gave Sykes a nod. "Let Doc Grover in, would you?" All three of the team looked confused. There hadn't been a sound. "Go on, Sykes," insisted Stryker. "Don't keep the guy waiting." And he sighed, stood and pulled on the heavy door. The corridor behind it was empty. Sykes turned and shrugged. "Party piece gone wrong then, boss?" Stryker raised one brow and motioned towards the opening lift halfway down the passageway. Seconds later, Phil Grover stepped out. The Scouser gave Sykes a smile. "All right there, Andy, lad," he said. "You're the welcoming committee, are you?" Sykes turned to Stryker. "How the bloody hell—" The sergeant tapped the side of his nose for a second time. "Yeah, okay," said Sykes. "Not what you know." "Morning, Phil," said Stryker, brushing off Sykes' sarcasm. "Give us some good news, will you?" The doc dropped his briefcase between his feet. "Well, I have two things of interest. I'm not suggesting that either are good news, though." "I'm all ears," groaned Stryker. Phil sat on the end of Sykes' desk. "OK, first I have Charlene's toxicology report back. I'll not bore you with all the technical stuff, but she had traces of cocaine, amphetamine and ketamine in her blood." "That was some night," said Fliss. "And how long ago did she take all this stuff?" "Ketamine residue stays in the system for a while," said Phil. "I would suggest she took all 3 drugs over the course of last weekend." Sykes pushed out his bottom lip. "She might not have knowingly taken the ketamine. It's been used as a date rape drug before now." "Fair point," said Grover. "But she wasn't shy of medicating herself. She was using steroids too. That six-pack had some help." Fliss nearly jumped from her seat. "That's exactly the phrase Harry used, the guy who showed me around ripped. As we were watching Gil train, he suggested that he and his pal might be using." "Well, Charlene's help was Vitamone," said the doc. "So when you add ketamine and the other recreational stuff, makes you wonder just how much of a party girl our Charlene really was." Stryker nodded. "I think we already got that, Phil. But just because we have a young girl that was falling off the straight and narrow doesn't change the fact that she's the victim here. From what Abbott says about her home life, the squalor she's been living in, the death of her mother, it's no surprise she fell off the perch some." He rubbed his stubble, deep in thought. "OK, Sykes, check Charlene's bank statements for any payments, direct debits, standing orders to Ripped. Maybe Gil was sharing the love when it came to his chosen steroid. That said, I still think he's a non-starter. In the end, we can't change the fact that he was pumping iron when Charlene was murdered." Sykes made a note, lifted his head. "Can you leave me access to that facial recognition program too, boss? Just thinking if she did have a sugar daddy, it's possible he paid for her membership and nothing will show on her statements." "Well, she'd struggle to afford it on her wages," offered Fliss. "I'd have a look through the program first." Stryker turned to Phil Grover. "You said you had two things of interest, Doc." Phil nodded. "Yes, well, more of a mystery than a revelation. We went through all the clothing and other items taken from Charlene's body, and she's missing an earring." Grover lifted his briefcase, opened it, and produced a photocopy picture. He handed it around. "On first look, I'd say solid 22-carat gold." "Nice," said Fliss. "Looks handmade." "It didn't just fall off during the attack, did it?" asked Bob. Phil shook his head. "Search team say not. Nothing at the scene." "Maybe our boy took it," said Sykes. "He could be a trophy hunter. Not unusual, fits the profile." "This guy seems to fit all your profiles," said Stryker, standing and turning to Fliss. "How many possibilities did you pull up from your list of sickos on Monday night?" "2, she said, "and neither inspired me." Stryker rubbed the top of his head. "OK, Abbott, free yourself up and give those actions to the local CID to chase and eliminate. Instead, have a wander around the higher-end jewellery shops and show that earring to the staff. If it is bespoke, they may know who made it, maybe even who bought it.
Bob, have a chat to Drug Squad, see who's knocking out Viramone. It's an injectable synthetic testosterone substitute. Very big on the bodybuilding scene right now. And check if any of their boys are sitting on intelligence related to Ripped or its management. Maybe the DS knows something we don't. There were nods all round the team. Stryker straightened his tie. In the meantime, the Doc and I have an appointment with the Lord and Lady of the Manor. I still don't understand why you need me to be here, said Phil Grover as Stryker nosed his Audi up to the double electric gates of the Gill residence. And I have no idea why you're dressed up like a turkey to do it. Well, Phil, firstly, I want you to meet David Gill firsthand, get a medical opinion, so to speak. You see, despite me giving our psychobabble tag team a hard time, I do believe this guy fits the dark Triad profile, and that in itself is reason to take a closer look at him. So why are you on such a downer when it comes to Abbott's suspicions? Stryker turned and offered a rare grin. I don't want her to get too excited. And then, of course, there's his alibi. Grover turned down the corners of his mouth. Just because a guy walks in the front door of his house doesn't mean he leaves the same way. We'll make a detective of you yet, Phil, said Stryker as the gates began to slowly part. That aside, I really want to have a chat with the wife, Sandra. Sometimes you learn more from the person with less to lose. In the suit? Why are you dressed up like a scally at a bail hearing? 17 years today, said Stryker. I lost my old man when I was 16. It's a habit, Phil. I can't visit him, so I do this. He turned and eyed the Doc. Keep it to yourself, though, eh? As the pair alighted from the car, the willowy figure of Sandra Gill opened the front door of the impressive property. The other half? Asked Phil out of the corner of his mouth. Must be, said Stryker. The woman walked steadily towards the two men. She was tall, slim, and attractive. Her raven hair was cut into a bob, and since the early morning storm had given way to ever-clearing skies, it shone in the intermittent sunlight. I'm sorry, officers, she called out. My husband has had to leave as a matter of urgency. He sends his apologies. As they drew closer, Stryker held out a huge hand. I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. Gill. We were hoping to speak with him. Sandra, please, she offered. Dr. Philip Grover, announced Stryker, pointing at Phil, and I am the officer investigating the murder of Charlene Major, Detective Sergeant Stryker. Of course you are, said Sandra, her eyes darting between the two men. My husband mentioned you, Mr. Stryker. Oh, I bet he did, murmured Grover. And I realise you went to the trouble of making an appointment, she gushed, but I'm afraid David had an urgent issue at work. I thought Alanica was still closed, Mrs. Gill, asked Grover. Sandra smiled. Stryker thought it well practised. Of course it is. David wouldn't hear of opening, certainly until after the weekend. Nevertheless, the office on Winkley Square is just one of our sites. I see, said Grover with a smile of his own. What a shame Mr. Gill didn't think to call and cancel. We're rather busy ourselves right now. Sandra Gill gave the Doc a sharp look. Stryker watched her carefully. There was a modicum of strength there, no doubt, but he considered that to be an asset in short supply and easily overcome. It was all very last minute, Doctor, she said, and I'm sure he'll rush back to see you if he can. I'm sure, said Grover. So, began Sandra. Stryker got the impression that they were about to be shown back through the gate. Maybe you can help with a couple of background questions, Mrs. Gill, he said. Save a wasted journey. The beaming smile dropped from her face. I don't really see how I can be of any... Just a couple of questions, Mrs. Gill, said the Doc, ushering her back towards her front door. It'll only take a minute or two of your time. Grover made himself comfy on a huge leather sofa that he considered could seat Liverpool's first 11. Stryker stood with his back to a period inglenook fireplace that had obviously been around for hundreds of years longer than the rest of the building. Both men sipped good coffee. Above the fire was a framed photograph of the couple on their wedding day. Stryker examined it. Were you married locally, Mrs. Gill?"
Sandra padded over to his elbow and took in the image herself.
"Heavens, no.
That was taken outside St. Mary the Virgin Church in Oxford. We met whilst David was at university there."
"Clever guy, then,"
said Stryker. Sandra put on that smile again.
"It's all relative, Mr. Stryker. David was a sportsman rather than an academic. Don't get me wrong, he is extremely bright, but his prowess was always on the track."
"I thought Oxford only turned out rowers?" asked Grover, getting himself comfy. Sandra turned. She was relaxing a little. Simply talking about what had been good in her life was straightforward, uncomplicated.
"I suppose everyone remembers Matty Pinsent, don't they?"
"I think folk know who Roger Bannister was too, ma'am," said Stryker. "I was fond of track and field myself, but I just grew too big."
"A bit like my husband," she smiled. "He was always a powerful guy, but these days he's obsessed with the gym. Not unlike yourself, Mr. Stryker."
"Just Stryker is fine, ma'am, and I wouldn't use the term obsessed."
"Yeah, but you are," laughed the doc.
Sandra was a lot happier. She'd expected the third degree, but the two men sipping coffee in her lounge were actually quite nice. And in her totally rational moments, she knew that they had no way of knowing that she had discovered a blood-stained earring in her husband's car. Since that shocking find, she had been falling apart inside. David had never even tried to explain it. Indeed, he'd barely spoken to her, until he received the call from Stryker, that was. And that call had caused a major row. He'd told her she would have to deal with the cops alone. They knew nothing, he'd done nothing, and he had plans. Well, Sandra had countered she had fucking plans too, and they didn't involve dead blondes with their heads cut off. David had pleaded his innocence and insisted he'd been training that lunchtime, as he always did, so how could he have anything to do with it? Sandra knew that she could find out for certain, as David rarely trained without his big buddy Kurt Benson. She could, of course, simply ring the rude, overbearing arsehole and ask. But Sandra knew that she wouldn't. Sandra didn't really want to know the truth. She had a life, a reputation. She also had 2 boys, and those boys needed their father. So Sandra wouldn't question anything. Nothing at all. Ever.
"Before he put on so much bulk, David ran 21:12 for the 200 metres, she said, exiting her thoughts with a bump.
"That is quick," offered Grover, then quickly changing tack.
"Oxford is a lovely part of the world, Mrs. Gill. What made you move north?"
A cloud of discomfort passed over Sandra's face before the smile returned.
"Ah, yes, well, David loves it here. The people are so friendly, you know," she said, failing to answer the question.
"Aren't we?" said Phil. Sandra cocked her head.
"I can't quite place your brogue, though, Doctor."
"Well," offered Phil, laying down his coffee,
"like your good self, I wasn't privy to private elocution lessons, so my Liverpool accent is still quite pronounced."
Sandra looked like she'd used the wrong fork for the salad course.
"Oh, my, no, I'm sorry, Doctor, I didn't mean any offence."
"None taken, Sandra," said Phil, then moved the conversation on again.
"Has David always been in the debt collection business?"
Sandra's permanent beam began to slip again.
"Well, in a way, I suppose so. It was our first real business venture. He'd worked in the city for a while, then David and his partner saw a gap in the market up here and—"
Stryker's mind began flicking through thousands of pieces of information. He brought up a picture of a Lanniker in his mind.
Of course, there were 2 offices at the back of the room. One for Gill. 2 car parking spaces outside. One for Gill.
He cursed his lack of attention to detail.
"I should have realized that David had a partner, ma'am," he said. "When I saw the layout of the offices, I mean."
Sandra was a little wide-eyed.
"Well, Stephen doesn't actually use that office. I mean, he's kind of a sleeping partner, if you like. He and David roomed at Oxford together, and as I said, they saw an opportunity up here, pooled some resources, so to speak. The beam was back, and here we are."
Stryker gestured at the lavish surroundings.
"Well, it was obviously the correct decision, ma'am. You must be incredibly happy here in Lancashire."
The smile slipped ever so slightly as Stryker pressed on. "However, that does not take anything away from the terrible events you have endured recently.
Did you know Charlie?"
Sandra appeared puzzled.
"Charlie?"
"Yeah," said Stryker.
"Charlie, Charlene. It was her nickname. It's what your husband called her, so I figured, a small office like that, the odd social gathering, maybe you'd—"
Sandra Gill visibly straightened herself. She pursed her lips together as she spoke.
"Actually, Detective, I've never thought it necessary to attend David's social gatherings, and I've certainly never heard David mention that poor girl, either in terms of Charlene or Charlie."
"Still, David must be gutted, eh?" said Grover, pulling himself towards the edge of the sofa. "Must have been a terrible shock." Sandra gave a sharp nod.
"Of course, David was beside himself. I'd go as far as to say inconsolable. I'd been out to pick up the boys from school when he called to say he was on his way home. I'd even made him a special dinner, but when he finally got back, he just couldn't face anything."
She wrinkled her nose.
"He was in pieces. Went straight to bed."
"Where do the boys go to school, ma'am?" asked Stryker.
"There must be lots of good ones around this area."
Sandra perked up again. This was a simple enough question.
"Actually, they go to Moorland in Clitheroe. It's a bit of a trek, but an exceptionally good school."
Stryker pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket.
"This may seem a little strange, ma'am, but I can see that you are the kind of woman who likes her jewellery."
Sandra ran a finger across a row of expensive rings on her left hand. She smiled coyly and considered that David had been quite wrong about Stryker. He may not be an oil painting, but there was something about the cut of his jib she liked.
"Yes, Mr. Stryker, I simply love gold, and my husband is very generous."
Stryker unfolded the paper and handed it to Sandra Gill.
"Maybe you could help us, then. Where would I go to buy an earring like that one?"
18. Steve Willis had driven around the Brookfield estate until he felt dizzy. He parked across from Mick Fortune's last known address on Garsdale Road for the 5th time and gazed at the front door, confused and frustrated. It was all well and good old Fred Granger giving him a tip-off, but now he was puzzled as to exactly what to do about it. He had no evidence to arrest any of the Fortune family or search their house or cars. His supervisor certainly wouldn't contemplate paying overtime so officers could mount observations. After all, his so-called proof consisted of nothing more than a hunch from a retired cop. They'd laugh him out of the nick. As he sat mulling over his options, his radio crackled into life. It appeared that a female detective had been making some inquiries in the city centre when she'd stumbled across 2 men attempting to sell a Rolex watch in one of the flashy Main Street jewellers' shops. The suspects had done a runner, and the detective, Abbott, was now giving chase on foot, somewhere off Church Street. Could this be the same watch stolen from the Benson burglary? Well, there was only one way to find out. Steve was a good couple of miles from the Shout, a relatively short hop in one sense, but a lifetime away when it came to a foot chase. He slammed his Astra into gear, hit the blues and twos, and hoped for the best. As he screeched into Ribbleton Lane, Abbott's radio transmissions came thick and fast. He listened to Abbott breathing hard as she chased down her prey. Steve could actually hear the detective's feet pounding the pavement. Add that to her shortness of breath, and her directions became almost incoherent. Steve floored the Astra and made towards Avenham Flats. After all, they were close to the detective's position, and he considered that the area was as good a place as any for a criminal to lose himself. As the control room directed patrols towards the pursuing officer, he could still hear broken staccato bursts from Abbott herself. She sounded close to exhaustion, but Steve still made out one word: Lincoln. He swung his car hard right. Lincoln House was one of many high-rise buildings on Avenham Estate, and he was seconds away. Lincoln, Richmond and Carlisle blocks were grouped closely together, the former being at the end of a short narrow road, Arundel Place. As he pulled his car to a halt, Willis found Fliss Abbott standing in the middle of the road, hands on head, gasping for breath.
"They tried to get in the flats, but the door's locked," she managed. "They ran between those parked cars over there. I think they've gone to ground."
She moved her hands from the top of her head and rested them on her hips.
"Bloody Jim is doing no good at all," she breathed. "Where's the bloody dog handler when you need him?"
Steve examined Fliss Abbott. His first impressions were that she was an extremely attractive woman who chose to hide behind conservative clothes and traditional spectacles.
"Do you want me to call for one?" he said. "Or should we just keep looking? What do these two look like, anyway? I couldn't make out much on the radio."
Steve smiled.
"With you being so out of breath like."
Fliss eyed Steve.
This was all she needed, a cheeky young sprog.
And peering down at her feet, she realised that she'd lost the heels from both her shoes.
Marvellous.
Her day was going from bad to worse. She'd spent the whole morning visiting jewellery shops with not a single sniff of recognition of Charlene's earring. Frustrated, thirsty and hungry, she vowed to make one last inquiry, and now she'd ended up chasing two villains, ruining one of her favourite pair of kitten heels in the process. Fliss glared at the young probationer as she got her breath back.
"Two IC1 males, one late teens, early 20s, the other older, maybe 40s, both dark-haired. The younger one is wearing a white T-shirt, the older one a navy jumper or sweatshirt."
Steve pulled two mugshots from his back pocket. "These lads here?" Fliss looked at the pictures, then frowned at Willis.
"Yeah, that's them. How did—"
Steve puffed out his chest.
"I'm investigating a burglary up Cromwell Road, and these two are my main suspects. Rolex and Omega watches stolen, together with other good quality stuff."
Fliss gave Steve another sly glance.
"Let's go see if we can flush them out then, eh, Columbo?"
The pair split up, crouching low so they could see under the vehicles parked along both the street and in the car park that serviced the flats. As the minutes ticked by, there was no sign of Mick or Mickey Fortune. Steve stood still, his impatience growing. He took in his surroundings, looking, listening for any signs of movement. As he did so, out of his peripheral vision, he noticed a young girl leaning out of one of the windows of the high-rise. She would be no more than 10, with long white blonde hair. She looked straight at Steve, raised her arms slightly, and gave him a wave. It was the slightest of movements, just a rocking of her hand from the wrist. Steve was about to turn away when the girl stopped the gesture and pointed a finger downwards towards a red Mondeo car parked almost directly under her window 6 floors below. Steve cocked his head quizzically. The girl smiled, nodded.
"Detective,"
hissed Steve. Fliss looked over. Willis pointed to the car. Abbott nodded and the pair began their approach. Steve shuffled along as quietly as he could, then stopped and lay flat on the ground. There was no one under the vehicle. He looked over to Fliss and shook his head. Abbott pushed her hand into her jacket and pulled out her police-issue ASP extendable baton. With a flick of the wrist, the tensile steel weapon made an unmistakable snapping sound and was ready for action.
"Do you think you'll need that, Detective?"
asked Steve.
"No, you won't," said a muffled voice from inside the car.
The rear passenger door of the Mondeo swung open to reveal the 2 members of the Fortune family, the younger of the pair lying across the footwells, whilst the elder, Mick, was lifting himself up from the back seat.
"I'm getting too old for this shit," he said.
"You're nicked," said Abbott, "and your little mate there." She turned to Willis. "You better caution the prisoners there, pal." Steve pulled out a set of cuffs.
"Thanks, Detective," he said. "I think I can manage that."
Alison Grimshaw blipped the remote towards her Nissan Micra, opened the tailgate and dropped her gym bag inside the boot. She'd worked so hard in the session that her muscles ached and her hands shook. But it had been worth all the effort. She felt strong, fit, and ready for anything. Alison was 23 and lived a short drive from ripped gym and spa. Despite her obvious beauty, she cut a lonely figure for one so attractive. That said, Alison had always done her best to shy away from the norm, the culture of common attraction. She loved the fact that other women often ignored her because of her gothic style. Her jet black spiked hair, black lipstick and eyeliner, her torn fishnet stockings and Doc Marten boots. Even as a young teen, she had followed the cult bands, The Cure, Joy Division, Sex Gang Children. Being a goth empowered Alison. More importantly, it freed her from her staunchly Catholic upbringing, liberating her from the traditional standards of sexual propriety. She had embraced, even celebrated, what others may have considered to be unusual, bizarre, or deviant sexual practices. Alison resisted passive femininity at all costs. She revelled in the dark arts, the pagan rituals, the queer culture. Alison believed that her true sexual empowerment came from bondage discipline, sadomasochism, and sex play with multiple partners. She saw no stigma in her behaviour, only strength. Giving her body to her master was far from a weakness. Indeed, she ensured that he had to fight her for it. She knew her master had dark traits, knew him to be dangerous, yet she couldn't stay away from him. She was drawn like the moth to the flame, the lethal fire warming her in readiness for the burning. She had passed all his tests, even the circle of fire. Now it was his turn to give her what she desired, her ultimate fantasy. And today, finally, he had called. She had been chosen. Stryker sat at his desk. He was planning out a timeline of events, especially those relating to David Gill. Higgins sat close by, putting the final touches to his report on the known dealers of Viramone and other anabolic steroids in the city. He'd formulated the list using intelligence from both local and regional drug teams. However, it appeared that the misuse of prescription medication was low down on Drug Squad's list of priorities, making the catalogue of possible suspects both lengthy and tenuous. Sykes was still waiting for any news from the search team currently on their hands and knees in back Starkey Street, and was filling in his time scrolling through the hundreds of faces entering and exiting ripped gym and spa. Fliss sat at her desk rubbing her sore feet. All stopped what they were doing when they heard a quiet knock on the office door. Stryker gave Sykes the nod, who had come to realise that letting folks into the serial crime unit office was part of his remit. "Ah, hello, sir," said Sykes, door in hand. ACC Peter Lancaster was standing in the corridor, gripping his briefcase. He pushed past Sykes without speaking and stepped into the office wearing a grim expression. "A word, Sergeant, if I may," he barked. Stryker looked up from his screen, then gestured towards his team. "Get yourselves a coffee, guys, please," he said. The three detectives stood, gathered a few possessions, and shuffled from the office in silence. Once the door was closed behind them, Lancaster stepped over to Stryker's desk, hands behind his back, eyes flashing. "I've just finished speaking with DCS Graham. He has briefed me on your progress, or should I say lack of it. I have to say, Stryker, I'm more than a little disappointed." "In our progress, or in me, sir?" asked Stryker, closing his screen and resting his back against his chair. "Don't be flippant, detective," snapped Stryker. "Since our last conference, there has been a virtual press blackout relating to this case. This is a peach of an investigation, Stryker, a jewel in the crown, a story that the public needs to read about. How do you expect to solve this despicable slaying without the help of the press?" "Would you like us to arrest another suspect so you can plaster his name all over social media, sir?" asked Stryker, unimpressed by Lancaster's bluster. "I understand the press have been active at his home address the last day or two, keeping themselves busy." The ACC gave Stryker a derisory look and shook his head.
You have a lot to learn, detective. Using the press as an investigatory tool is an art, something else that you seem lacking in.
That may be true, sir. I leave those decisions to people like your good self. Lancaster looked down his nose.
I have to say I was expecting better from this team. I mean, at least some movement towards a conclusion.
It's been 2 days, sir, and the case is more complex than we first thought.
By that, I presume you mean your findings around the victim's sexual preferences?
It alters the profile of the offender somewhat. Lancaster dropped his palms on Stryker's desk and leaned in just a little too close for his liking.
I don't give a flying photograph about the offender's profile, Sergeant. I want a result, and soon.
And we are working on...
What you are doing, Sergeant, is relying on a mixture of unproven science and your so-called gut instincts. Now, what about the victim's family? The father? I mean, maybe he found out what his tart of a daughter was up to. All these sex games and the like, eh? Maybe he decided enough was enough.
Stryker could feel his temper rising. Frank Meeker can barely walk, sir, and to refer to a young woman who has tragically lost her life as a tart, just because you fail to understand her lifestyle, is at best unhelpful.
Oh, come on, Stryker. What kind of woman goes to work with a sex toy inside her?
Probably more than you think, sir. However, I fail to see the relevance of your moral outrage. Lancaster tapped Stryker's desk with a thin finger, his face now inches from the massive detective.
My morals, detective, come from a God-fearing upbringing, as do many of the good souls of this city. Therefore, when the time comes for you to need the press to help you find your killer, as you most definitely will, I suggest you keep the victim's preferences to yourself, or we will lose the public's sympathy in a heartbeat.
Lancaster straightened himself and brushed imaginary dust from the sleeve of his suit jacket.
Charlie Major may as well have been a common prostitute,
he sneered. Stryker could feel his body begin to shake.
Is that all, sir?
He asked quietly.
As I am very busy right now.
Lancaster snorted.
A week, Stryker. You have 7 days. Then I'll make the call and bring in someone less reliant on...
He nodded towards Sykes's desk.
Crystal balls.
You think the boss is getting an earful? Asked Andy, stirring his tea. Defo, said Higgins. He's got broad shoulders, said Fliss. It won't be the first time he's had a grilling from the suits, nor the last. All nodded in agreement. Sykes changed the subject. I believe you had a collar yourself yesterday, Fliss. A pair of blaggers? Fliss took a drink, shook her head. Just a couple of scallies selling some knock-off jewellery into a shop in town. I walked in at just the wrong time. I ended up chasing the buggers all the way to Avenham. Did in a good pair of heels in the process, too. Turns out the gear's from a break-in up Brookfield way, big house on Cromwell Road. Fliss looked up as a line of uniformed cops filed into the canteen. It's actually that lad's collar there, the blonde kid. Higgins twisted his head to see Steve Willis at the back of the line, waiting to be served his meal. "Stevie, lad," he shouted, "come here a sec." Willis edged between the tables to where the 3 detectives sat. "Bit of a result for you there, kid," said Higgins. "Who are these 2, anyway?" Steve looked downtrodden. "Mick and Mickey Fortune," he offered, "but I'm not getting anywhere. Those 2 know the script off by heart. The son has given a straight no-comment interview, and Dad has come up with a tale that he found the gear in Brookfield Woods. I'm stumped, to be honest. I'm going to have to let 'em go, I reckon." "Like fuck you will," growled Higgins, resting his teacup in its saucer. "I know Mick Fortune. Let's go and have another word." "But the briefer's left now, Mr. Higgins," whined Steve. Bob stood and rested a ham of a hand on Steve's shoulder. "As me gaffer would say, son, it's not what you know, it's who you know." Higgins and Willis rode the lift down to the custody suite. Bob smiled to himself. "Mick and Mickey Fortune, eh?" he pondered.
I've only dealt with Mickey the once, but his dad, Mick, Jesus, he was one of my regulars back in the day. One of me snouts, too."
Steve twisted his head.
"An informer? Is that what you mean, Mr. Higgins?"
The lift doors opened and the pair stepped out.
"Firstly," said the senior man, "my name's Bob, and second, yes, snout means informer. Mick's all right, really. He's a thief and was a bloody good burglar in his day, but there's no harm in him. To be honest, I should have thought of him as soon as you said about the box on the house being formed. It was one of his favourite M.O.s.
Bob raised his brows.
"But he's also a family man. He'll do anything for his lad, and therein lies his weakness."
Higgins pushed open the heavy door to the cell block.
"And that includes giving yours truly information in order to keep his youngster out of jail. Have you got young Mickey's previous with you?"
Steve held up a thin file.
"Good," said Bob. "Let's have a gander."
He scanned the document and found what he was looking for.
"Ah, right. Mickey Jr. is already on bail for possession with intent to supply. Says here he was arrested last month with 10 wraps of cocaine in his motor. He might be looking at a custodial just for that. If he gets charged with burglary too, well, who knows?"
Higgins approached the desk and spoke to the custody sergeant.
"I need a quick word with Mick Fortune, Sarge," he said.
The officer gave the detective a wary look.
"His solicitor just left, Bob. You know the rules. I can't let you speak to him without his representation being present."
Higgins pulled a face.
"I just want to ask him a few questions, Sarge. I'm sure he'll be prepared to speak to me without his brief. You can come with me if you like." "Come on, Sarge. He's an old snitch of mine. He likes me."
The custody officer examined Bob Higgins, his broken nose, his cauliflower ear, busted knuckles.
"I'm sure he loves you, Bob," he said wearily. "2 minutes max, and if you're questioning him without his lawyer, I want his signed consent first, in my presence. Understand?"
Bob nodded.
"It's in number 11, said the sergeant.
10 minutes later, Bob Higgins and Steve Willis sat opposite Mick Fortune in a private interview room. All Steve's hard work in becoming a cop was flashing before his eyes. No tape ran, no cautions had been given. Bob was even allowing Fortune to smoke. Willis could see his P45 being posted that very evening. Higgins rested his powerful forearms on the table.
"Long time, Mick, eh? How you keeping?"
Fortune was a wiry man with narrow features. He was balding and, as with many men in such a predicament, chose to offset this with a full-set beard. Mick stroked it as he spoke.
"Was doing okay, Mr. Higgins, to be fair. Keeping me head down and everything. Even got me a job working at B&Q, in the timber yard, like."
"Until you went back to burgling houses," said Bob. Mick flashed Steve Willis a look. Bob shook his head.
"Don't worry about young Steve here. He knows the crack, Mick. There's no tape running. I'm just looking to see if we can sort out this mess, for old time's sake, like.
What with your Mickey looking at a stretch and all?"
Mick blew out his cheeks and gave his story one last go. "Like I said to the young officer here, I was walking through Brookfield Woods and I saw something shiny in the bushes and—"
"And my dick plays tunes," snapped Higgins.
"Come on, Mick, it's me you're talking to here. If you carry on with this silly tale, I'll just tell young Steve here to charge you both with handling stolen goods. Soon as the judge looks at the file, he'll see right through your story and you'll both end up in Walton." Mick looked pained. "Oh, come on now, Mr. Higgins. I've always seen your eye, haven't I? The lad can't do time. The kids these days ain't got it in them. He wouldn't last 2 minutes with all them scousers. He's a United fan."
"Sounds to me he's a fan of sticking the old Bolivia marching powder up his nose too," said Bob. "Maybe 6 months tucked up in a cell with a nice bloke from Knotty Ash'll straighten him out." Mick sat back in his chair. He looked at both cops in turn, his mind working overtime.
"What's it going to take?" he said.
"We want all the gear back for a start," said Bob.
"Consider it done," said Mick. "The rest of it is at me mum's gaff."
Bob nodded. "And this young lad here needs a nice collar to his name," something to make his boss sit up and take notice. Mick played with that beard again.
"If I give you this guy, we both walk?"
Bob shrugged. "It would have to be good, Mickey, lad." Fortune nodded.
"It is, but this definitely didn't come from me. Understand?"
"Go on," said Bob. "I've a murderer to find." Mick took a deep breath.
"All right. Our Mickey has been doing a bit of dealing on the quiet. Just small time stuff, a bit of weed, a few E's and that."
"He had 10 raps of Charlie in his fucking motor, Mick," said Bob, tiring of Fortune's rose-tinted tail. Mick held up a hand.
I know. OK. They'd been moving some powder as well. These kids get these big ideas, don't they? Just like this burglary job on Cromwell Road. That was all on our Mickey. It was his info, his plan. All he needed me for was the alarm. He went inside and searched the place."
"Ransacked, you mean?" said Steve. Mick nodded.
"Well, that's just it. The reason he picked that gaff was because the owner had ripped him off on a deal. He was one of Mickey's regulars. Mickey delivered but never got paid. The lad proper sore his arse. I told him to leave it, but he wouldn't listen. Anyway, the word was that this bloke had all this jewellery, Rolexes, all the best gear, but he also had a safe full of drugs. Not just the few raps our Mickey sold him. He's amphetamine, barrel loads of prescription stuff, even that fucking horse tranquilizer that they take these days. This guy's a walking chemist shop. Anyway, Mickey decided to teach him a lesson."
"Hold on a minute," said Bob. "What you're saying is that you did this break-in on Cromwell Road to steal drugs?"
Mick nodded. "Partly, but Mickey couldn't find the fucking safe, could he?"
Steve was wide-eyed.
"So you're saying Kurt Benson is a drug dealer?" "He holds these parties for his rich mates. Lots of young girls there, too. Feeds them date drugs and that. I hear bad things about him. And his pals."
Steve Willis and Bob Higgins were riding the lift back to the 5th-floor canteen.
"They make you laugh, these villains, eh? Expecting to get off by giving up a guy they sell to."
Bob shook his head. "There's certainly not enough to lift this Benson guy, lad. He'd never get a warrant just on Mick's info. That said, there's no evidence to tie Mick and Mickey to the break-in. Drop the intel about Benson to the drug squad and charge the Fortunes with handling. Let the CPS decide and put the whole job down to experience."
"Will do, Bob. And thanks for everything. I appreciate it. I'm also starving," said Willis.
"I was always hungry when I was your age," said Bob. "Anyway, what did I tell you about there being a safe in that house, eh?" The detective nudged Steve in the ribs. He looked ever so pleased with himself. "If you stick with me, kid, you'll go far."
"I did ask Tara Benson about a safe," said Steve, "but she was a bit off with me, a bit defensive-like. That said, she was quick to point out that no one had access to it except Hubby. She said it had dirty little secrets. Maybe it was the drink talking, but I got the impression there was more to it than marital differences. And now we know why."
Higgins was still curious. "Did you ever find out why the husband left his missus to clear up?" Steve looked puzzled. The lift doors opened. Bob held them open on the button. "You told me that the husband, whatever he's called—"
"Kurt Benson,"
said Steve. "Right, Kurt Benson," mirrored Higgins. "Well, you said that he had left his missus to clear up and deal with everything, and that she was so upset that she was burning her smalls in the garden."
"Well, she was."
"So where was he?"
Steve shrugged. "Not sure. Tara said it was a business issue. Apparently he runs his wife's old companies, beauty salons and all that. They have that big gym too. That real expensive place. Ripped. Ever heard of it?"
Bob took his finger off the hold button and pressed the 2nd floor. The doors closed.
"Where are we going, Bob?" pleaded Steve, his stomach rumbling. "The canteen closes in half an hour."
"I need you to come with me to our office and tell the team everything you know about the burglary and Kurt Benson."
"Me?"
asked Steve, slightly concerned. "You," said Bob. Steve walked cautiously into the Serial Crimes Unit office, just one step behind Higgins. He was surprised how small it was, just 4 desks with minimal furniture and facilities and one tiny window. The attractive female detective who had chased down the fortunes sat facing the door. She looked over the top of her glasses at him as he entered, smiled, nodded, but remained silent. A tall and extremely thin man sat to his right. He was busy stuffing what appeared to be a crystal ball into his holdall. On the left wall was a storyboard recounting the murder of Charlene Major in words and pictures. Steve couldn't help but stare at it. He had been shown some gruesome images of crime scenes during his training, but nothing that quite matched up to those displayed here. The unmistakable figure of Ewan Stryker sat just feet to his left, back to the door. He turned his massive frame, looked straight past Higgins, and examined the young uniformed officer.
"I take it we are not adhering to our rules on visitors today then, Bob?" he said.
Steve was obviously unaware that the sergeant was still smarting from his earlier encounter with ACC Lancaster. He just figured Stryker was angry most of the time. "This young man has some interesting news for us, boss," offered Bob. Stryker cricked his neck.
"Well, unless he has the name of our killer, may I respectfully suggest that he submits an action like everyone else rather than making a house call?"
"Boss," pressed Higgins, "I think you need to hear this." Stryker held Bob's gaze for a moment.
"As you wish, detective," he said, waving an arm. "Pray, officer, enter."
Steve edged further into the room. Fliss tapped her desk.
"Park yourself on here, Steve," she smiled. "The sergeant won't have another chair in the office in case it encourages lodgers." "How's the cycling going, young man?" asked Stryker. "You and I have met before, I recall." "Yes, Sergeant," said Stryker cautiously. "In the locker room. It's going okay, I suppose."
"Good," said Stryker.
"So say what you have to say, son, and we can all get on."
10 minutes later, Steve had finished briefing the team about the burglary at the Benson house, the subsequent arrests, and the revelations gleaned from Mick Fortune's off-the-record interview. Stryker had stayed quiet, rubbing his chin between fingers and thumb, eyes unfocused. Sykes had been scribbling notes the whole time. He looked up from his pad and into Steve's face.
"Thanks for that, Constable. My name's Andy," he said. "DC Andy Sykes. Tell me about Kurt Benson, would you? What does he look like? What were your first impressions? What do you know about him?"
Steve considered his reply.
"He's a big guy, my height, say 6'3", but quite a bit heavier, maybe 10 or 20 kilos. It's the gym big time, not unlike Sergeant Stryker here. He also uses the same beauty treatments his wife does, Botox, eyebrow shaping, that kind of thing, so I'd suggest he's vain. He has a crew cut, dark brown like his eyes. He doesn't care for the cops, that or authority in general. He's rude to the point of aggressive. And he's from the south. His accent is a bit like yours, Mr. Sykes. Educated, I'd call it."
Stryker snorted. Steve ploughed on.
"He comes from money and he went to public school. When he met his wife Tara, he worked in the city. But they decided to move north when they married and he took charge of his wife's existing businesses. She's a big drinker, I would suggest alcohol dependent at best. Apparently, he and his partner used the money they made on the stock market and upgraded the beauty salons, then put £3 million into rebuilding Ripped Gym and Spa. That's a big posh place."
"We know about the gym," muttered Stryker. "Move on." Steve swallowed nervously.
"Well, I suppose that's it. I can't think of anything else. Other than he was once very sporty, did a lot of mountain climbing, and Tara says he's obsessed with his particular kind of sex."
"Meaning what?" asked Fliss. Steve looked a little uncomfortable.
"Well, alongside all his Everest pictures, there was a lot of black and white nudes on the walls. They were all tied up in some way, and Tara described him as a dom."
There was silence around the room as the team took in this new information. Stryker stood.
"Okay, Steve, you've been extremely helpful. We'll take it from here."
Willis looked disappointed, but stayed put on the edge of Abbott's desk. Stryker eyed him.
"That means thank you, Constable. You can go now. We'll look into your information and keep you informed of the result."
"Hang on, boss," said Bob. "The lad's put a lot of time and effort into this job. He should be in on any—"
Stryker turned his head and scowled. "What does it say on the office door, Higgins? What's written outside?"
Bob looked a shade uncomfortable. "It says Serial Crimes Unit, boss."
"And is this young probationer here part of the Serial Crimes Unit?"
asked Stryker, his temper rising steadily. "No, but—" began Bob.
"No, Higgins," said Stryker, eyes narrowing. "P.C. Willis here is not part of our team. He has less than a year's service and is still finding his way. He is far too inexperienced, and besides, his section sergeant will require his services."
"You've used young officers before, boss," said Bob, quietly fighting his and Steve's corner. Fliss Abbott knew exactly why Stryker was reluctant to allow Steve Willis to get involved, and it had nothing to do with the young cop's lack of experience. It was all about Tag Westland, the uniformed officer who had been killed by a political activist whilst working alongside Stryker on the Abu al-Zakari case.
"Well, I won't be doing so this time," said Stryker. "The kid is too green. We need to move on, and Steve here needs to report back to his section."
The words of ACC Peter Lancaster were still ringing in Stryker's ears. The senior officer had cast doubt on the competence of his team. It even questioned Stryker's own capability. To make any kind of move on Benson, Stryker knew he needed more than just hypothetical links to the deceased, more than just a coincidental list of drugs in a victim's system. Men in Benson's position carried clout, both financial and political. Under normal circumstances, Stryker wouldn't care one jot what anyone thought, but he knew Lancaster would crucify him and his team if the intelligence turned out to be nothing more than the ramblings of a drug-addled burglar. The last thing he needed was more grief, or, for that matter, a young probationer to babysit. Stryker's eyes darted between each of his team.
"So now we have Mr. Willis's career path ironed out. Ask yourselves this question. Given the revelations about our victim's lifestyle, are we that astounded that she had those particular drugs in her system on a Monday morning?"
"The steroids, maybe," offered Fliss.
"Okay," said Stryker. "That's one possible connection to this Benson guy. But are you really that shocked that a millionaire gym owner is on the roids and that he gives them out to his friends at his gym? What if Benson supplied Gil and Gil supplied Charlene? Doesn't put Benson in the frame for a murder. All you guys are giving me is a bunch of maybes and possibles, and fascinating though they might be, I don't see any evidence linking this man to the offices of Atlantica at 1 o'clock on Monday afternoon. Do you?"
"Well, Benson wasn't at home," said Steve. "He was at Ripped all day till after 10 p.m. or so, he told his wife. Even she didn't believe that."
"That's interesting," said Sykes, sitting back in his chair. Stryker waved that away. "More coincidences, Sykes. Let's talk about reality and the job I gave you. How did you get on with the uniform search team?"
And he turned down his thin lips.
"The second sweep of Back Starkey Street turned up zilch, so that's a dead end. However, if you want to talk about coincidences between our two bodybuilders and our victim—"
He turned his computer screen towards Stryker.
"Our Charlene was definitely a member of Ripped Gym and Spa. This is her entering the premises on the Sunday night before she was murdered. Also, there are no payments from her bank account to Ripped, or should I say the holding company that owns it, either annually or monthly."
"So some rich guy paid it for her," muttered Willis.
Stryker glared at him. "Are you still here?"
"Sorry," said Steve. Higgins went to save the lad. "As we are discussing our respective tasks, I looked into the steroid game like you asked. Drug squad gave me dozens of names that could be selling that kind of gear around the town, but as you say, they tend to be bodybuilders who sell to friends, small-time stuff. Bob leaned forwards on his desk. Look, boss, I know you're under the cosh with this new ACC and all, but I've known Mick Fortune for 20 years or more. He's an old snout, and he's never let me down yet. If Mick says this Benson is a wrong 'un, he is. Now, young Steve here forgot to mention these parties that Benson puts on.
What parties? Asked Fliss. Bob's eyes widened.
Well, apparently there are some private rooms above the gym. He runs them from there. Evidently he dishes out drugs like sweets on those nights, even using this ketamine stuff as a date rape drug. There was pleading in Higgins' voice. Sarge, this Rip place is at the centre of this investigation. In my mind, that gives Benson some proper flavour. It's more than just a coincidence. He should be on our list of suspects.
Form? Asked Stryker, squeezing the bridge of his nose. Tell me he has previous.
Kurt Benson is as clean as a whistle, said Bob. The sergeant lay his hands on the table and took a moment.
Okay, the way I see it is this. Charlene was a party girl with at least one admirer who had deep pockets. The main focus of our investigation so far has been on David Gill. Again, this was tenuous because of his apparent alibi.
Again ripped, said Bob.
True, said Stryker. And despite that alibi, I was warming to the idea, so the Doc and I interviewed Gill's wife, Sandra. For some reason, she decided to lie about David's whereabouts on the evening after the murder. D.C. Abbott states she definitely saw Gill training at Rip Gym that night, but Sandra was insistent that her husband never left the house after he returned home for dinner and was, quote, inconsolable.
Yeah, right, said Fliss. He was definitely pumping iron and laughing and joking with his mate. And for what it's worth, from Steve's description, that guy could have been Benson. Stryker pushed out his bottom lip.
So I do ask myself, why would Sandra lie? It was totally unforced. She offered the information, no question was asked.
She thinks or knows her husband is up to something, said Willis. She wanted to make him look like he had a heart, even though he doesn't. Stryker gave the young cop another dark stare and continued.
We also showed Sandra Gill a picture of the earring that is missing from Charlene's body. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, I thought she was going to collapse on her carpet. Her story? She'd never seen one like it before in her life.
Stryker tapped his desk.
She was lying, again, 100%. So here is my problem. Just when I'm beginning to like the notion of Gill as a suspect, you guys want to throw this Benson guy into the frame.
The desk tapping turned into more of a slap.
Well, if that is the case, you need to sell him to me, people. And I'll tell you why. You're asking me to search a millionaire's house, turn it upside down just days after he's been burgled. And this millionaire, who has no previous convictions, not so much as a feckin' parking ticket, will not be happy. He will run straight to the powers that be, screaming foul. And you expect me to do all this on the off-the-record say of the guy who actually broke into Benson's house in the first place?
But there's a pattern here, boss, said Sykes. The profile fits both Gill and Benson, and I have a feeling that we shouldn't separate the two.
Stryker let out a long, pained sigh. Meaning?
Meaning they both fit the dark triad, said Abbott.
Come on, Stryker, you must be able to see it. The aggression, pride, egotism, the lack of empathy. Obsessive about their appearance, sexual domination. They could be brothers, they're so alike. I know it's tough, boss, but I'm with Andy here. We've just got to run with Benson too. It's more than just a coincidence.
I agree, said Higgins. Steve Willis had wandered over to the storyboard. He was scanning the eyewitness reports.
What colour eyes has Gill got? He asked.
Blue, said Fliss.
So neither of them has eyes like the devil, do they? Said Steve, turning.
Stryker pointed a finger in agreement.
Bingo, son. First sensible thing you've said all evening. Gill and Benson may well be friends. They may train at the same gym and take the same steroids, which may account for their aggressive ways. But does that make either of them a killer? Maybe they both knew the deceased. They may even have shared in her particular sexual preferences. But it's not enough, guys. There's too much wriggle room.
One thing we do have, said Sykes. Young Steve says that Benson was a climber, and whoever killed Charlene Major could climb. Steve nodded.
A building like that would be a piece of cake for a man of his talents. Stryker sighed again. I now have a child prodigy, he moaned.
Steve ran his hand through his blonde hair. All the information he had scanned from the storyboard was washing around in his head. What had he to lose? He was going to get kicked out anyway. He took a breath.
The way I see it, if you search Benson's house now, you could frighten both suspects off. I mean, my old man always said, comfortable men make costly clangers. I reckon, right now, these two men feel pretty secure. Both are clever, and because of the burglary, Benson may have already moved his stash. I'm not being funny, but you'd look pretty stupid if you rock up and the safe is empty. What about just putting some pressure on?
Pressure, said Stryker.
I'm gonna regret this. I know I am, but pray tell me your solution, oh great one.
Steve was beginning to regret opening his mouth, but pressed on. Well, you said that just by speaking to Mrs. Gill you found her to be lying. What about a visit to the Benson house? See what you turn up? I mean, I've got the perfect excuse to go around. He smiled. After all, I've just recovered the stolen jewellery. 19. Stephen Stanford was 34 years old. Standing a little over 6 feet, he was not the biggest of men. Neither did he sport a powerful physique, weighing in at just 12'4". However, this belied his brutal disposition. He possessed poker-straight, centre-parted jet-black hair, which he deliberately allowed to grow long to his shoulders. His natural glossy mane framed a face of model looks. He was indeed classically handsome, square of jaw, Roman-nosed, with a full mouth and a 6 o'clock shadow whatever the time of day. However, his most prominent features were the near translucent paleness of his skin and the inky blackness of his eyes. His irises were the darkest brown, yet they were overtaken by his overly large pupils, giving any onlooker the impression that Stanford's eyes were pure jet. He had often joked with some of his hordes of female admirers at Oxford that he had been a vampire in his previous life. His violent temperament had first shown itself as a small child. Hailing from the Highlands of Scotland, he'd attended a small village school where children of all year groups from 5 to 16 were educated. Due to the diminutive size of the establishment, this wide range of age groups were often found sharing the same classroom and teacher. Stanford's pale skin and jet-black mop ensured he came in for some name-calling. However, it was not his looks, but his freakish intellect which made him a genuine target for abuse. Children can be cruel, and he found himself being taunted regularly by the older boys and girls. He regularly offset their infantile name-calling by beating his tormentors, hospitalizing one child, a boy almost double his age, with a fractured skull. His behaviour was a concern to his mother, but his father, who, to Stanford's detriment, was also the headmaster of the school, had decided early on that Stephen's issues could be beaten out of him. His puritanical patriarch would take great pleasure in caning him, not just for fighting with his teasing classmates, but for any minor error in his schoolwork, and sometimes, if it pleased him, for no reason at all. As Stanford matured, his peers found it best to placate him for fear of his regular vicious outbursts, yet it was his overtly sexual nature that worried his teachers most. The girls in his class quickly learned to avoid being alone with Stephen at all costs. He carried his sexual deviances and brutal nature from school to college, and then on to university. Stanford quickly found he was able to use his great intelligence to cover his depraved tracks, ensuring his regular wrongdoings went unnoticed by the authorities. By the time he was rooming with Kurt Benson and David Gill, he had discovered ways of controlling other human beings, known only to the darkest of minds. On leaving Oxford with a first in economics and management, Stanford began to make money. Lots of it. And, of course, he took the small group he had named the Echelon along with him. The joy of discovering there were others in the world that desired the same things as he was a revelation. The three men, always under Stanford's direction, trolled the BDSM clubs of Soho, owning their talents. He'd even allowed both his minions to marry. That suited Stanford, the appearance of normality shrouding what was anything but. It was he who had seen the opportunities in Lancashire. It was he who had bankrolled both Alanica and the improvements to Benson's health and beauty business. It was he who had identified the poor working-class northern girls that were so easily pliable with money and drugs. And it was he who had formulated the ultimate fantasy: to take a life for sexual satisfaction. Stephen sat at the head of a table for three. David Gill and Kurt Benson were seated opposite each other, 2 place settings from the head. It was the way Stephen insisted they dine. It had always been this way ever since Oxford, and unless Stanford himself decreed it, there would be no changes to the equilibrium. The meal had been cooked by his personal chef and served by 3 of his current slave girls. The 3 private rooms within the VIP area of Ripped Gym and Spa were Stephen's preferred indoor haunts. They were a place to partake of the finest cuisine, drink the most exceptional wine, and torture the most delightful women the city could offer. "The second gull is prepared," he said, dabbing his chin with a pure linen airy napkin. "So soon?" offered Benson. Stanford cocked his head sardonically. "As the only man here who has tasted the blood of his chosen one, your lack of urgency is noted, Kurt." Benson bowed his head. "Please forgive me, Master. I did not intend to question you. It's just that the police—" "The police what?" snapped Stanford. Gill went to his friend's aid. "They have been asking questions, Master." Stanford looked up from under jet-black brows. He slowly lifted his top lip into an evil sneer. "Of course they have been asking questions, you pair of imbecilic fools. A beautiful woman has been murdered in broad daylight, and the killer has miraculously vanished into thin air. The police are dumbfounded. The public are scared." He leaned forward, a sudden broad grin on his face. "Did I not say what a triumph my plan would be?" "Yes, sir," said Benson and Gill in concert. "And did we not expect questions?" asked Stanford, frowning while stabbing a slice of beef with a Villeroy and Boch fork. "Did I not say there would be queries?" He chewed quickly, dabbed again. "And there shall be more questions as the clues we leave become more and more obvious. You must be prepared for those. You must stand firm, be brave. If the plan is completed as per my instructions, without deviances, then we will all remain free men. The world may judge us guilty, but sufficient proof will evade those that seek us harm." He raised his crystal glass and checked the legs of his claret. "Sweeter wines are more viscous, you know. Notice how the tears flow slower down the sides of a glass." His smile returned. "Did Charlene's tears fall so gently as you cut into her, Benson?" Kurt swallowed. "I shall take great pleasure in describing the event in detail after dinner, Master." Good, excellent. said Stamford, exhaling through his nose and appearing immensely pleased with his lot.
Is this not all part of the fun, gentlemen? I believe with just the correct mixture of guile, intellect, privilege, and power, we shall prevail, shall we not?
He touched his glass to Gill's and Benson's in turn. There was a flash in his dark eyes, and his apparent euphoria disappeared.
I will not deviate from my strategy. Gill's chosen one will die tonight, as planned.
Both men nodded. Stamford sat back and dropped his cutlery onto his plate. He licked his lips.
These events have been many months in the planning. To simply murder, rape, or torture is commonplace, crass, and not deserving of a gentleman. But to lure your chosen prey to her demise, to cajole her into actually allowing her life to be taken in exactly the way a gentleman desires, well, that is an art form, one which is rarely mastered.
He eyed his echelon and sensed discomfort. A problem persisted. He just knew it. His tone hardened.
However, gentlemen, before I order pudding, allow me to use a sporting maxim, something you two blues may grasp. It would be such a shame, at this late hour, if someone on the team were to drop the ball, so to speak. In other words, what is the fucking problem?
Gill looked across the table, directly into the eyes of Benson. It was impossible to decide which man looked more afraid, the one who had made the error or the deliverer of bad tidings. To attempt to hide anything from Stamford was not an option, and anyway, the result would be far more terrifying.
"Benson left something behind," blurted Gill.
"An earring. It was left in my car and Sandra found it." Stamford pursed his lips. He was silent a beat.
"And?"
Gill ran his hand across his mouth, his nerves getting the better of him. "And the police know it's missing. They showed a picture of it to Sandra earlier." Stamford's eyes flicked left and right.
"And where, pray, is this item now?"
Gill rummaged in his pocket, produced the solid gold earring, and laid it on the linen tablecloth.
"I bought those for Charlie," said Stamford bitterly. "So tell me this, David. What did Sandra tell the police?"
"Nothing, master," said Gill nervously. Stamford sniffed.
"Excellent. So they're not wiser and we have the goods. That said, the question is, what do you do about the delightful Sandra?"
Stamford's eyes widened.
"Does she still crave a good strapping, your girl? Fine buttocks, if I recall."
"Yes, master," said Gill quietly. "She favours that punishment regularly."
"And you believe in her? Trust her implicitly? You have total control?"
"I do, master."
"Then," said Stamford with a beaming smile, "there will be no need to slice her throat."
Gill forced a smile of his own, unsure if Stamford was teasing him. Stephen slapped the table with a jolt and laughed heartily.
"I jest, David. I believe in you, of course. There'd be no need to murder your wife. Quite yet."
Stamford couldn't take his eyes from the earring, his shark-like pupils glistening in the candlelight. Head cocked, he slowly tapped his own temple.
"Now, what the master wants to know is how this little item happened to find its way into David's car for the delightfully soft-buttocked Sandra to find."
"Benson left it," began Gill. Something snapped inside Stamford.
"I recall that part," he roared, slamming his fist on the table. "I asked why."
Breathing hard, he turned his attention to Kurt and fought to lower his voice.
"You took it, didn't you, Benson? You always did like a trophy, I recall. The odd pair of fragrant panties, a lock of hair. And now," he pointed, This...
Benson squirmed in his seat, his botoxed forehead dripping in sweat.
Yes, master, he mumbled. I took it. It must have dropped out of my pocket. I'm sorry,
Stanford held up a hand. He took a deep breath in through his nose, calming himself further. Finally he spoke.
Apology accepted, Benson. Of course, I understand. You were obviously very fond of the item, as you were of Charlie, so I think you should keep it.
He looked to Gil.
What do you think, David? Kurt should hold on to his little trinket, don't you think?
He held up a solitary finger as a bright thought entered his twisted mind.
Actually, if you like it so much, my dear brother-in-arms.
He gave Benson a scathing look. The malevolent sneer was back.
I think you should wear it.
Benson looked puzzled, wary, a little scared.
I'm not sure I understand, master. Wear it, snapped Stanford. You like it so much? Let me see you wear it.
Benson tried to smile.
But I don't have pierced ears, master, and...
No matter, shrugged Stanford.
Just pop it in.
He looked to Gil again.
Can't hurt that much, can it, Gil? I mean, the working classes have the procedure done all the time, eh?
Benson appeared rooted.
Oh, fiddlesticks, said Stanford, leaning over the table and grabbing the item. Let me show you.
Stanford pushed back his heavy chair and stood, holding the earring in his hand. He strode around the table until he reached Benson's seat. Then, with the speed of a striking snake, he grabbed Kurt's earlobe and plunged the stem of the earring through his flesh. Blood poured through Stanford's fingers down onto Benson's neck. The bigger, heavier man struggled in vain, crying out in agony.
"Keep still, you big gal!" shouted Stanford.
Moments later he stepped away and admired his work.
"There, now don't you look the belle of the ball, Benson."
Kurt went to touch his ear.
"Leave it," barked Stanford.
"I think you look pretty.
Maybe you should wear it throughout dinner. To please me. You do like to please me, don't you, Kurt?"
Benson had no choice but to nod his agreement.
"Yes, master,"
he managed, blood seeping down between his collar and neck, his face pale. Stanford retook his seat, picked up a small silver bell and rang it.
"Now, pudding," he said. "Pavlova, my favourite."
Kurt Benson had been home just long enough to change when his doorbell rang. His ear still smarted from Stanford's assault, yet he'd been unable to resist keeping the earring itself. He had secreted it alongside his many other special trinkets in his safe, away from Tara's prying eyes. He peered at the newly installed CCTV monitor by his front door to see who might be visiting him at such a late hour. Moments later he sneered. It was the same young cop that had been sent to deal with his burglary. Alongside him at the gate was a bull of a man who, from Gil's lengthy description, just had to be the detective in charge of Charlene Major's murder inquiry.
"Stryker, so what do you want?"
Kurt pulled open the heavy door and strode down his drive. Once at the gate, he glared at his visitors.
"Do you realize the time?" he snapped. "It's well after 10. Surely whatever brings you here can wait until tomorrow."
"Good evening, Mr. Benson," said Stryker, unmoved by the discourtesy. "I'm Detective Sergeant Stryker, and as we currently have 2 suspects in custody for the burglary at your home, I thought you might furnish us with a short witness statement. The law, as they say, like time, waits for no man." Benson turned his attention to Steve Willis, who was smiling pleasantly.
"I don't know what you're looking so pleased about, Constable," Benson fumed. "I still say it could have waited until the morning."
"We won't take too much of your time, sir," said Stryker pleasantly. "We'll have you tucked up in bed before you know it." Benson screwed up his face and slid open the lock on the gate.
10 minutes,
he retorted,
Any longer and I shall be making a complaint to ACC Lancaster. We play golf regularly."
"That would be the first time I've ever received such a complaint, sir," offered Stryker, easing his frame through the opening.
"Reprimanded for solving a crime too promptly."
Benson glared at the detective.
10 minutes, he repeated.
Willis found himself standing alongside Stryker in front of a large open fireplace, his feet sinking into a rather ornate Persian rug. He'd failed to notice either feature on his previous visits, but was more surprised to see that the huge living room appeared to have been returned to normal so quickly, with not an item out of place.
"You must have spent a lot of time clearing up, Mr. Benson," offered Steve.
Benson let out a breath.
"Can we get on with the formalities, rather than indulge in small talk?"
"Of course," said Stryker. "We realize that you're a busy man, Mr. Benson. P.C. Willis here will take the written statement from you now." Stryker faltered. "But I'm forgetting you weren't present when officers arrived, were you? You'd left the house, so—"
"Yes, I had an issue at one of my businesses, an urgent issue. Now,
so it would be best to take the statement from your wife, then, sir," said Stryker. "Formalities, you understand. Is she in?"
"Of course she's in," said Benson, unable to hide his rising irritation. "It's damn near 11 o'clock. Most people would be—"
There was a stumbling sound, and a door burst open at the far end of the room. Tara Benson staggered through the opening, holding a glass of amber liquid. She wore a white silk robe, and her hair was wrapped in a towel. She appeared both devoid of makeup and the ability to stand straight.
"Oh, my," she slurred, doing her best to focus on her two visitors. "It's my birthday. Have you booked me a stripogram, darling?"
Benson eyed his wife with a mixture of disgust and embarrassment.
"Well, you would think that might be the case, the amount of Jack you consumed, my love," he seethed.
Tara pulled an ugly face.
"Shut up."
She stepped closer to Stryker and Willis, eyes narrow.
"It's Blondie, my favourite slip of a boy."
She turned to her husband.
"He calls me Mum, you know. Makes me feel fucking old."
Tara got a little too close.
"Still, I wouldn't mind playing the MILF for you, given half the chance."
"I've recovered your jewellery, Mrs. Benson," offered Steve, taking a safety-first step backwards.
"Your mother's engagement ring and grandmother's ruby necklace, and the watches, of course."
Tara's eyes widened. She turned to her husband.
"Did you hear that, darling? Mummy's ring. Oh, my God!"
Stryker removed the bag from his jacket pocket. "If you could just formally identify the items, Mrs. Benson, then Willis here can take a quick statement from you and we'll leave you to your good selves." Tara looked up into Stryker's face.
Well, well, now you are a big boy, aren't you?"
She lowered her voice theatrically.
"It's nice to have a real man in the house."
Kurt stepped forwards, his face etched with irritation. He grabbed his wife by the arm and roughly sat her on a nearby chair.
"Sit down before you make an even greater fool of yourself," he growled.
Tara's dressing gown had fallen open, revealing some classically expensive blood-red underwear. She appeared to ignore her husband's overzealous aggression, seemingly far more fascinated by where Stryker's eyes had been drawn. Slowly she covered herself, feigning as much diffidence as she could muster.
"Show me,"
she purred, patting the chair next to her.
"I need to take a closer look at what you have."
Stryker remained discreetly upright, unwrapped the jewellery from a soft cloth and laid the items on a small ornate occasional table. Tara touched both the ring and the necklace lovingly, ignoring the watches that were 10 times the value. She turned to Willis. Stryker thought he saw tears welling.
"Thank you,"
she said with a flicker of a smile.
"No, really, thank you. You are very kind."
Willis sat next to Tara and lay a statement form on the table.
"I'll just get a few lines, Mrs. Benson, and we'll be on our way."
Stryker turned his attention to Kurt.
"Where are you from originally, Mr. Benson? I can't quite place the accent."
"I have the same trouble with yours, Sergeant," he parried.
"I can understand that," nodded Stryker. "I suppose I'm a bit of a mongrel, unlike yourself."
"Welwyn Garden City is my hometown," he offered.
"Hertfordshire," said Stryker. "Commuter belt, yet you settled here in Lancashire."
"Business knows no borders, Sergeant."
"So they say," agreed Stryker. "And I believe you own a gymnasium?"
Benson snorted at that.
"It's a little more than that, Stryker. Ripped is a holistic experience, a fine mixture of health, beauty, and relaxation." "Straight from the brochure," said Stryker.
"Maybe you should try us," offered Benson, relaxing slightly. "We have a fantastic free weights room." He flexed a bicep. "I use it regularly myself." Stryker went for the throat.
"In that case, you may have known Charlene Major. She was a member of your establishment. She trained regularly."
The sergeant watched for any sign of recollection. It was instantaneous. Benson looked away at nothing in particular. There was a twitch of his nose and the merest shake of his head. Finally, he forced himself to look Stryker in the eye.
"Charlene who?"
he said, his voice and gaze lacking their earlier composure.
"Charlene Major,"
said Stryker, furrowing his brow. "The girl who was horribly murdered this week? Killed on the same day you discovered your burglary?"
"Come on, sir, you must have heard about it. Read about it?"
Benson was defensive.
"I might have heard it on the news, I suppose, but I don't recall the girl. We have hundreds of members."
"She worked for David Gill, sir," pushed Stryker. "He trains at your gym, too."
"You must know Mr. Gill, a successful businessman, similar age and build to your good self."
David, well, yes, I do know David." Benson was getting edgy, and it showed.
"Look, Sergeant, I understood that you were here regarding our burglary."
"David and Sandra Gill?"
turned Tara, brows raised.
"We've known them for years, ever since Kurt's Oxford days."
Benson went a little pale.
Well, yes, now you mention it, maybe David did say something that evening. Terrible business. But I've been so busy."
"Yes,"
said Tara, signing her statement with a flourish.
"He was so busy fixing boilers, weren't you, dear? Now, as for this Charlene girl, if she were blonde and busty, Kurt would definitely have known who she was."
She pulled a smile.
"Wouldn't you, darling? There isn't a brunette on the staff."
Stryker watched Kurt's eyes flash and narrow.
"Just shut up, Tara. This is just stuff and nonsense. I said I didn't know her, and I meant it."
He turned back to Stryker.
"Now, can we finish up here?" "Of course, sir," smiled Stryker. "If I could just trouble you for one small matter, though."
"If you must," snarled Benson. "Our inquiries reveal that Charlene was a regular visitor to your gymnasium. However, we can't seem to find any record of her membership or any payments to your company at all." Benson shrugged, thinking on his feet.
"Maybe she paid cash."
"Maybe," said Stryker.
"Even so, there would be a record, wouldn't there?"
"Well, yes." Stryker found his least scary smile.
"That's what I thought. So if you wouldn't mind recovering that transaction from your system, I'd really appreciate that, Mr. Benson."
Kurt swallowed.
"I'll see what I can do."
Stryker nodded slowly, his eyes locked on Benson.
"I'm sure you will, sir. Tell me now, just how much does an annual membership at your club cost?"
£1,200 with the joining fee,"
chirped Tara. Stryker turned down his mouth and raised his brows.
"That's a lot of money for a young girl working part-time on the minimum wage, isn't it?"
Benson was close to losing it.
"I fail to see what this has got to do with me, or the fact that my house was burgled. Now, as I've asked many times, can we get on?"
Stryker had him on the ropes, and he knew it. The guy made every hair on his body twitch. He couldn't work out if Benson was a killer, an arrogant arsehole, or both.
"You appear to have some anger issues there, Mr. Benson," he said, stepping in closer to Kurt's personal space. "Maybe it's the pheromone."
Benson stepped away.
"What? I have no idea what you're talking about, Sergeant, and if you continue—" "I'm talking about the acne on your neck. Does it go all the way down your back? Are you waxing more these days? I mean, are you growing more hair, yet thinning on top? Looks that way to me. How about headaches, depression, stomach upsets, nausea?" "I think you should leave," spat Benson.
Stryker ignored him. It was time to play the game, push the boundaries.
"What happened to your ear?"
he said, reaching out to touch Benson's lobe.
"Get off me!"
blasted Benson, slapping Stryker's hand away.
"But you're bleeding, sir." "Just get out," bawled Benson. "Out of my house now." "Do you know a man called Mickey Fortune?" pressed Stryker. "He dabbles a bit in the drug trade. He says he knows you very well."
Benson pulled his phone from his pocket.
"That's it. I'm calling ACC Lancaster right now. Give him my regards, Benson. Tell him we'll have a long chat in the morning."
He turned to Willis, who was open-mouthed.
"Come on, kid," he said. "Find me somewhere that sells chicken and doesn't smell of bullshit. I'm starving."
"That was amazing," said Steve as he pulled his seatbelt across his body. "What you did in there? How did you do that?"
"What's that, kid?"
"Well, you found so much out without asking any questions about the things you really wanted to know about."
Steve looked confused.
"That didn't make any sense, did it?"
"Kinda," said Stryker. "You hungry?"
"I missed my evening meal, Sergeant, so yes, I'm famished."
"You like spicy?"
"Love spicy."
"We'll go to Java, then."
Steve pointed out his uniform.
"It's past 11 and I'm dressed like this."
"You got a jacket or something at the station?"
Willis nodded.
"We'll swing by and walk from there."
20 minutes later, the pair sat at a corner table in Java, a lively Middle Eastern restaurant nestled just a short hop from Preston Nick. Stryker ordered for them both. Chicken shawarma, baba ganoush, tabbouleh, and brown spiced rice. The place was bustling with energy. Steve felt instantly comfortable. He liked places like this, the melting pot of life sharing conversation and simple food. He counted at least 4 different languages in earshot.
"What made you apply to be a cop?" asked Stryker, peeling off his jacket.
Willis considered his reply a beat.
"Because I didn't want to be a steel worker."
"Those were the options?"
"Pretty much. My dad and brothers all work in the same plant back in Sheffield."
"But not you?"
Steve shook his head.
"What about you, Stryker? What brought you to sunny Preston from the..."
Hey friend, you've been listening for a bit now. Let's take a tiny break. Here's some music to unwind. This is a free audiobook experience, and we're glad you're here.
Accent, I'd say, all the way from East Coast, USA.
"Observant," said Stryker. "Chicago, Illinois, via Belfast, that is. My mother was Irish, American father."
"Sounds complicated," smiled Steve.
"Life is, Willis," said Stryker, pointing. "But the food is here, so it saves me the trouble of telling you about it."
Both men devoured their meal in silence. Full to the brim, Steve sat back in his chair,
"I was ready for that," he said. "So, as you obviously don't care to talk about yourself, what did you think to Kurt and Tara Benson?"
Stryker wiped his mouth with a paper napkin.
"Kurt Benson and David Gill are hiding something. But who knows, it could be as simple as—"
He shrugged.
"that they are both having affairs, and a word their respective wives may discover their infidelity. Maybe they're simply covering their extramarital backs."
Steve grimaced.
"I don't think Kurt Benson would give a shit if Tara found out."
Stryker almost smiled.
"I think you're right, and neither would David Gill, for that matter. Sandra's too worried about how the school fees get paid than which new office girl he's giving a ride home."
"You think Gill was shafting Charlene?"
"Succinctly put, Willis," said Stryker. "Yeah, maybe."
"Maybe both of them were," offered Steve. Stryker shrugged again.
"Nothing shocks me any more, Willis. When you work with Fliss Abbott, you learn stuff every day. And now her new sidekick Sykes has joined. Weird. Just doesn't come close."
The sergeant's mobile began dancing across the table. Stryker checked the screen.
"Hold that thought," he said.
Stryker took the call on the street. From his table, Steve could see the detective's enormous frame pacing the pavement, holding the set to his ear, head bowed. Steve watched him close the call, then step back inside.
"I'm sorry, Willis, I have to go," he said, lifting his jacket from the back of the chair.
He paused and looked into Steve's face.
"You did well today, Willis. You have a knack, son."
Willis felt a good inch taller.
"Thanks, Stryker." "Try not to gush," he said. "Anyway, I need to run."
Steve nodded.
Before you go, boss, can I ask you something? Has it anything to do with helping us out with our investigation?"
Steve held his breath a moment.
"Yeah,"
he blurted. Stryker stood stock still, eyes narrow.
"Be at the office for 0700 hours. Jacket and tie." Steve thought he may burst.
Stryker turned.
"And pay the bill, son."
Jack Holdsworth had called. He was the landlord of the 12 Tellers, and he had a problem only Stryker could solve. He met the burly detective at the front door, his face a mixture of concern and embarrassment.
"Thanks for coming so quickly, Sergeant," he said. "I wouldn't have bothered you, but—"
Stryker held up a hand.
"No problem, Jack. I'll fix this one."
As they stepped inside, what was left of the bar staff were cleaning down and bottling up. All the customers had gone, with the exception of one, and he was slumped at the end of the bar, gripping a glass of what Stryker presumed to be Jameson's.
"You drinking the bar dry tonight, Phil?" he asked.
Grover slowly turned his head, his eyes no more than slits. There was a hint of recognition.
"Ah," he said. "Now you come to have a drink with the old mate. About fucking time."
"I didn't realize there was a party," said Stryker, nodding to the landlord that he was okay to deal with the problem alone.
"Oh, yeah," slurred Grover. "Big fucking celebration. Well, I'm sorry I missed out. And I can see that you've had a real good kick of the ball there, Doc. But the bar's closed now."
Phil frowned and did his best to focus on what was going on around him.
"Rubbish. It's still early and you've just got here."
Stryker lay a hand on Grover's shoulder.
"Why don't I give you a lift home?" he said. "Come on, Phil. Jack wants to close up."
Grover lifted his glass to his mouth and knocked back the last of his whiskey. As he returned it to the bar top, the glass hit the polished wooden surface a little too hard, and it shattered.
"Oops, sorry," he said.
Stryker checked Grover's hand.
"You're fine, Doc. It's just a glass. Jack has hundreds of them. Come on, pal. Let's get you out of here."
He put a powerful arm around Grover and helped him from his stool. Phil managed to stand. He looked up into Stryker's face, eyes full of sorrow.
"She's gone, mate. She's only gone and left me."
Stryker took a breath.
He knew exactly how that felt. "Come on, Doc," he said. "You can stay at mine tonight."
Just after 1 in the morning, he lay Grover on his sofa and covered him with a duvet. Even when you possessed muscles like Stryker's, carrying a grown man the size of Phil upstairs to the spare room was not an option. Happy that his friend was comfortable, Stryker wandered to the kitchen where Felix and Tom were waiting patiently to be fed. They wound their bodies around his ankles, purring quietly as he dished out their food.
"You guys spend more time at my neighbour's these days," he said, giving each a scratch of the head.
Leaving the furry pair to their late dinner, he made coffee, selected the album Wine Light by Grover Washington Jr., laid carefully on his linen turntable, and sat in front of his laptop. As Phil snored quietly, Stryker began scrolling through Ripped Jim and Spa's entry system, searching for Kurt Benson's image. As he clicked through each framed face, he did his best to free his own mind of memories of when he too had slept on other folks' sofas, with too much drink inside him. Bad times. Just as Bill Withers began to sing Just the Two of Us, Kurt Benson's face appeared on screen. Surprisingly, he was dressed for a formal dinner. The time clock showed 20:03 hours, just 5 hours ago. 6 minutes later came David Gill, similarly attired. Stryker was about to concentrate his efforts on printing both images when a third face came on screen, again dressed in a formal black suit, white winged collared shirt and bow tie. Stryker froze the frame and examined the man. He was handsome, yet strangely pale-skinned, with long straight black hair to his shoulders. So far as Stryker could judge from the system's pictures, he was slight of build and shorter than Gill and Benson. However, it was the colour of his eyes that spiked Stryker's attention. They were the darkest colour, black as raven's wings. The data box in the corner of the screen announced the man as Stephen Stanford, membership number 3342876.
Right colour eyes, wrong build.
He flicked back to Gill and Benson.
Right build, wrong eye colour.
Stryker rubbed his tired face with both palms. Nothing made sense. Nothing felt right. He had suspects, but they either had alibis or they were the wrong physical description. He sipped his coffee and continued to scroll with little expectation. At 22:21 hours, Benson exited alone. He scrolled again past image after image, even after the time the gym officially closed. Finally, at 23:48 hours, Gill and Stanford left together. Stanford was smiling broadly into the lens, but it was the look on Gill's face that Stryker couldn't quite read. Stryker examined that expression for the longest time, gave up, stood and stretched. He turned Washington's album over and rested the lin-candid cartridge he had saved so long for gently back on the vinyl.
One more coffee, then sleep.
Stryker padded quietly around his lounge and checked on Grover. He was dead to the world, lying on his side, knees pulled up. He speculated if Phil's marital issues would be long-standing, or, as in many cases, a temporary measure. Maybe he would be back in his own bed tomorrow night. Maybe not. As he looked down at the dozing doctor, his relationship issues temporarily solved by a drunken stupor, Stryker's eyes were drawn to Grover's ear. At some point the rebel scouser had made the decision to have his earlobe pierced. There was no sign of a stud or ring, but the tiny hole remained. He studied the tiny incision. As he did so, Stryker began to feel his neck and shoulders stiffen. He took a step away from the sofa, swallowed hard and rested an arm on anything to steady himself. The flare of data pouring into his head was relentless, pounding his skull. Electrical impulses hit the space behind his eyes. Dazed and disoriented, he staggered towards his chair and landed heavily in his seat. Dozens of images flickered through his head. He gripped the arms of his chair, his body seized by the episode, until finally one single frame remained. It was the burst of extreme clarity that always came. The picture, as sharp as the finest blade. And this particular image shocked him to the core. It was of Kurt Benson, proudly wearing Charlene Major's missing earring. He let his body fall forwards at the midriff and locked his huge hands behind his neck, stretching the tendons, pulling his chin to his chest. Holding that position until his breathing returned to normal, he then looked across to Grover. The doc hadn't moved a muscle. Stryker shook his head ruefully and returned to his computer, scrolling back to 20:03 hours and Benson's arrival at the gym. Working swiftly, he found his exit shot almost 2.5 hours later. After downloading both images, he reopened them in a photo editor and expanded the pictures, concentrating on Benson's right ear. He examined them both, eyes narrow. Sure enough, on Benson's exit picture, he had a plaster on his right lobe and there was blood on his shirt collar. Stryker shook his head, unable to shake the image of Benson preening himself, the golden item dangling from his lobe. He returned to Stanford's smiling exit picture and saved that image too, again cropping and enhancing the shot as best the program would allow. He sat gazing back at those eyes. After a third coffee, he decided he wouldn't be able to sleep anyway, and began to search the net for the mysterious Stephen Stanford.
I really don't like the look of you, son.
Just before 3 a.m., Stryker picked up his mobile and rang Fliss Abbott. She picked up second ring.
You're awake?
You sound disappointed, boss. Hoping to disturb my beauty sleep?
He mused. So what exactly are you doing?
Well, right now gorging on hot chocolate with pink marshmallows. Very yummy.
The devil's food, Abbott.
We can't all be health freaks like you, Stryker. Anyway, I've just finished looking into the financial affairs of both Rip Gym and Spa and Elenica's debt recovery services.
They are both partly owned by the same person,
said Stryker. He could almost see the face Fliss was pulling.
How did you know that?
Same as you, Abbott. The wonders of the World Wide Web.
Stephen Stanford, she offered, multi-millionaire and entrepreneurial genius of this parish.
Who roomed with David Gill and Kurt Benson at Oxford, said Stryker.
Did he now? Said Fliss. Well, with his help and expertise, Gill and Benson both made a killing on the stock exchange before moving north to get more bang for their buck.
Have you found any trace of him having any female company in your search, Abbott? Asked Stryker.
Nope.
Me either, he said. Good-looking rich guy with no girl.
No suggestion he bats for the other side, though, boss.
No, none. Did you realize he's a Scot?
I knew he was schooled north of the border in some Highland village.
Fliss paused.
You okay, boss?
I'm fine.
You don't sound fine. You sound like you've had...
Did you check Stanford's convictions?
Asked Stryker, quickly changing the subject.
Stryker, I'm at home. You know I don't have access to the CRO system.
I do.
I didn't hear that.
Well, hear this, Abbott. Stephen Stanford was fined as a 15-year-old for animal cruelty and banned from keeping a pet for 5 years.
Do I want to hear this?
He decapitated his own cat.
20. Thursday morning, Newhall Lane, Preston. Selina Stewart rooted in her handbag for her purse. It was 5:30, dawn was breaking, and she was already late for work. Again. After a heavy night with the girl she'd slept in, felt like death and was now desperate for a reviving coffee. Selina often called into Malik's mini-market on Newhall Lane and used the Costa machine. It was easy to park, rarely busy, and coffee plus a blueberry muffin was under $5. She stood behind 2 other tired-looking workers queuing for the till, gripped her latte and gazed longingly over the shoulder of the customer in front at the array of fresh cakes on the counter.
Maybe a cinnamon roll today.
Finally, Selina was at the till.
"Morning," she said, pulling her face, just knowing she looked rough as. "More like afternoon for you, love," joked the girl on the counter. "Late, was it?"
Selina blew out her cheeks. A word to the wise, darling. Don't ever drink dirty martinis on a school night. Can you take for this latte and—" She had a last-minute change of heart. "My usual blueberry muffin, please."
The assistant lifted the clear glass lid that covered the cake display, found a pair of plastic tongs, and popped the delicious-looking cake into a paper bag. Selina opened her purse, pulled out a £5 note and paid.
"See you tomorrow,"
said the girl, handing back change.
"Yeah, on time, I hope,"
smiled Selina, opening the door to the street. She stepped into the chill of the morning, turned left and left again, sipping her coffee as she went. A Beetle was parked in Redmayne Street, a narrow cobbled road that ran down the side of Malik's. As she balanced her coffee on the roof of her Pride and Joy, she noticed a dim light coming from a nearby alleyway. Selina peered over the roof of her VW and looked down the narrow ginnel that ran behind Malik's, dissecting Redmayne and Cave Street. The source of the light was a green Golf, parked about halfway down, blocking the passage completely. It was a GTI, the model that Selina had always wanted but couldn't yet afford. The driver's door had been left wide open, with the interior light illuminating the car's steamed rear window and a few glistening dew-covered cobbles. As much as Selina liked to stop off at Malik's, she would never leave her Beetle open anywhere nearby. Not on the edge of Callan Estate. Wrong place, wrong time. So whoever owned this sporty beauty was taking a big chance.
"Best close it, Selina. Good deed for the day. Dib, dib, dib."
Stuart lifted her coffee from the roof of her car and walked slowly into the alley. At this early hour it was neither dark nor daylight. Sun and fun were about somewhere, but the night and the creatures of it had yet to completely release their grip. In other words, the crazies were still awake. Selina was a Grange girl, streetwise and tough as the next. Even so, she felt a chill as she sidled carefully forwards. She knew the local prosies sometimes took their johns to these narrow backs, and with her stomach, the last thing she needed was the sight of some sweaty bloke humping his skank in the back seat. That said, there was no humping-type noises emanating from the car. Selina told herself not to be soft, and edged ever closer to the Gulf, craning her neck to see if there was indeed a humper, or anyone else inside for that matter.
Maybe he's nipped for a pee in one of the backyards.
"Hello?" she called out nervously. 2 more steps. Selina stopped dead in her tracks, eyes wide. She instinctively held her hand to her mouth, but couldn't prevent the whole of her stomach contents spraying her shoes and the cobblestones around her. She was doubled over, spitting God knows what from her mouth, gasping for air. Finally, despite her uncontrolled retching, she found enough oxygen to fill her lungs. As she stood upright, head back, staring at the full moon that hovered above her in the ever-bluing sky, Selina began to scream. She thought she may never stop. Stryker sat in his Audi alongside Fliss Abbott. They were parked directly across the road from the crime scene. Weather Report's Heavy Weather played on the car stereo. Fliss had heard it before. It was one of Stryker's favourite albums.
"This is Teen Town, isn't it? Jake Cohen fretless bass?" she asked, knowing the answer.
"You do listen sometimes then, Abbott," said Stryker, turning up the volume slightly. "It's a triumph, one of the greats. Helps me think."
"And what do you think, Stryker? First gut feeling?"
He thumbed across the street.
"This? Are you asking me if this is connected?"
Fliss nodded. Stryker let his head fall back against the rest.
"As I understand it, a lust murderer likes to strangle, stab, mutilate, torture, and kidnap."
He eyed her.
"Did I miss anything there, Abbott?"
"You got the big 5, boss?"
"Then yes, I do think we may have a connection here. But right now it's too early and I need more coffee."
The 2 detectives watched as, for the second time inside a week, the circus came to town. The alleyway behind the small corner mini-market was cordoned off, and dozens of officers clad in white forensic suits went about the painstaking business of searching the ginnel and the streets either side. In his rear-view mirror, Stryker could make out Bob Higgins and Phil Grover walking towards the car, carrying trays of drinks. Stryker thought his senior detective looked pale, and the doc still a little drunk. He turned to Abbott. "Where's Sykes?" he asked. "He took Charlene's 2 phones to be examined," she said. Stryker nodded, then turned his gaze back towards his rear view and the shuffling pair.
"I hope this isn't instant,"
he grumbled. "Does it matter so long as it's warm and wet?" countered Fliss. The rear door of the car opened and Bob dropped his frame into the back seat. "Freshly ground," he announced. "Just for you, boss." Grover slid in alongside Higgins, looking like a man who had spent the night on his friend's sofa. "We got 2 each," he said. "Could be a long day." Stryker twisted his body and took a cup gratefully. He sniffed it, nodded his approval, and took a sip. "What do we know?" he asked. Bob took out his notebook and flicked over a couple of pages. "Call came at 05:37 hours from the counter-assistant at Malik's. She reported screaming from the alley behind the shop. Turns out the woman doing all the yelling was one Selina Stewart, who had just bought her breakfast. She's currently sedated in the back of that ambulance over there, making no sense. I've spoken to the shop assistant, one Linda Gerard. She's been on since 1800 hours last night. She didn't hear anything out of the ordinary, but does say that the alley is regularly used by the local streetwalkers." "So our victim could be a prostitute?" asked Fliss. Stryker sipped more coffee. "You don't pick up a girl in your own car and leave her mutilated corpse in the back seat for the police to find. Speaking of which, what do we have on the vehicle, Bob?" "VW Golf GTI in green. Registered owner is a guy by the name of Brian Epping. Lives in Ford Avenue, Accrington. Uniform have already been round to his gaff, and his VW Golf GTI is on his drive." "A ringer?" asked Fliss. "So she could be a hooker?" Bob took a drink of his own tea. "The stolen vehicle squad will have a closer look once we move the car from the alley. So far we have no ID on the girl." "It's pre-planned," muttered Doc Grover from the back seat. "Stolen car, has to be." Before Stryker could pick the doc's brain, there was a rap on the Audi's roof and a uniformed sergeant leaned into view. "Morning, guys," said the remarkably cheery cop. "Just to let you know, we have an eyewitness that puts the car in situ as far back as 11 o'clock last night." The sergeant opened his notebook. "He's one Peter Stefanovich, lives on Callan. Bit of form, but a genuine enough bloke. He works shifts at a food processing plant on the docks. Says he always calls into Malik's after work to buy himself a brew before bed. Always parks on Redmayne Street. He says the golf was definitely down the alley then." Stryker nodded. "Thanks for that, Sergeant." "Oh, there's more," said the cop. "He says, just as he was about to drive off, around 10 past, he sees this massive bloke dressed in full camouflage gear, staggering out of the ginnel. Now, this Stefanovich is no pussycat himself. He's a big, strong lad. So I asked him why he didn't make any attempt to stop this guy or have a look at what he'd been up to, like." "And?" asked Stryker.
"Well," said the cop, pulling his face, "I mean, I don't go in for any of this mumbo-jumbo kind of stuff myself. I mean, a man is a man, eh?"
"Go on, Sergeant," said Stryker, irritation creeping into his voice. The cop looked a little hurt.
"OK, keep your hair on. Well, this Stefanovich fella, he's telling me this tale, and he suddenly crosses himself and starts with all this Hail Mary stuff. He says that even though this guy had a balaclava on, he could still see his eyes."
The sergeant checked his book again.
"And I quote here, he had the eyes of the Shining One. Whoever that is. Anyway, it scared him enough to scamper home and neck half a bottle of Grey Goose instead of calling us. When he woke up, he nipped back for a paper, saw the circus, and thought it best he mention it."
The sergeant shrugged.
"Better late than never, eh?"
Stryker groaned and closed the car window. He sat back in his seat, gripped the bridge of his nose between thumb and finger, and let out a long, painful sigh.
"How you have fallen from heaven, morning star," he said. "You were brought down to the realm of the dead, to the depths of the pit. The man who shook the earth and made kingdoms tremble."
"What are you talking about?" asked Fliss. Stryker turned, his expression flat calm.
"The Shining One, Morning Star, or Son of Morning are all names for Lucifer, the devil himself."
"I didn't have you down as a religious sort, Stryker," said Doc Grover as he pulled on his own forensic suit.
"I'm not,"
said Stryker, grimacing at the sight of the dead girl in the back of the Gulf.
"Churches don't sit well with me. However, we now have 2 people describing our perp's eyes as having demonic qualities."
Stryker thought back to the image of Stephen Stanford he'd downloaded earlier.
"Right eyes, wrong build." "Well, if this is the same guy as Alanik," said Phil, picking up his case, "he isn't hanging about."
Stryker scratched the stubble of his beard.
"I know that, Phil, but from what I hear about lust murderers, they tend to have a specific type. According to Abbott and Sykes, they can discount dozens of victims simply on hair color or body shape, even personality."
Grover nodded.
"That is the case, I believe, and I have to admit the 2 women couldn't be more different." "Exactly. So how come?" "You're the cop," smiled Grover.
He rested his hand on Stryker's huge shoulder.
"And thanks for last night, pal. I'll find myself somewhere temporary later."
Stryker shrugged off the comment.
"Always room for you, Phil. I rattle around in my place anyways."
The doc began to remove Kit from his case and change the subject.
"And do you still believe that there's a link to these animal thefts you mentioned?"
Stryker's internal filing system opened Stanford's picture again.
"Cut off the head of his cat."
He shook himself from his thoughts.
"Let's just deal with what we have in the here and now, Phil," he said, looking at Fliss Abbott, who was already kitted up and ready to go. "I'm sure my team of psycho cops will put all their profiling ducks in a row once we're done here."
Fliss managed a wry smile but remained silent. Phil nodded, took a breath.
"Shall we?"
he said, dipping his head inside the car. The battered body of Alison Grimshaw was propped up on the back seat of the Gulf, her lips swollen and blue, her open eyes bloodshot. She had been sliced open at the abdomen. The vertical cut ran from her pubic bone to her sternum, causing her intestines to spill out into the footwell of the Gulf, the carpet stinking and sodden with her blood. The driver's seat had been pulled forwards, either on the pretext of allowing Alison out or the killer access. As if to suggest the former, the girl's right foot was stretched out towards the door. Fliss knelt by her black leather-clad foot.
"Nice shoes for a street hooker," she offered. "I wouldn't know the difference," said Phil. "You'd know the difference on your credit card statement if your missus was out buying these babies," said Fliss, taking a closer look. "Christian Louboutins, so caked collection. Hardly the kind of heels you'd wear for pulling a 20-quid punter."
"Expensive?" asked Stryker.
500 of the Queen's minimum," said Fliss.
Doc Grover let out a low whistle, manoeuvred himself closer to the body and began his preliminary inspection.
"What do you think, Doc?"
asked Stryker almost instantly. Phil gave the detective a look that had "Don't be so impatient" stamped all over it. Stryker scratched his beard and paced, as was his wont.
"Another pretty one," offered Fliss.
"Very," said Phil, examining Alison's neck and pulling a torch from his back.
"As the boss said, though, nothing like Charlene. What would you call her style? Gothic?"
"Goth punk, maybe," said Fliss.
"It's more than a fashion to some, more of a lifestyle choice."
Grover took a closer look.
"Well, despite the horrific injuries to her abdomen, my first thoughts are that those were inflicted post-mortem."
Fliss leaned in.
"Well, at least she didn't watch her guts spill out. One thing, though, Doc, she looks posed to me. See the blood-stained prints on her cheeks and shoulder of a leather jacket? Looks as if he's sat her upright. I would suggest this is him showing off, making a splash."
"Well, he's done that," offered Stryker, peering over shoulders.
Grover raised his brows. Well, whatever the psychology of it is, she's been soundly beaten and strangled. You see these incised, curvilinear abrasions. Speak English, Phil, barked Stryker. Fingernail marks, offered the doc. When a victim has been strangled, they often appear either singularly or in sets. In this case, all 4 fingers have marked the skin in a single pattern.
So he'll have her DNA under his nails? Asked Fliss. Grover shook his head.
Sorry, no. Fingernail marks are rarely associated with the assailant's hands. They're more commonly associated with the victim's own fingers.
He delicately picked up Alison's right hand and examined her perfectly manicured jet-black nails.
She has some skin under here, which I would suggest is her own. I think she struggled to pry our man's grasp off her throat and caused the scratches herself. Maybe some fibres too, hard to say until we get her on the slab.
The doc turned his attention back to Alison's neck again.
However, these darker solid patches here are what's known in the trade as finger-touch pad contusions. These are caused by the assailant's grasp. The thumb generates more pressure than the other fingers, so this singular impression here is the darkest. However, this group of contusions on the opposite side show the complete hand grasp.
He strangled her with one hand, Phil? Asked Stryker. Grover blew out his cheeks.
Obviously the PM will tell us more. We'll need to complete a full dissection with the removal of the larynx, including the hyoid bone. But
what, Doc? Asked Stryker. Phil straightened, pulled off his surgical gloves and stepped away from the car.
Stand in front of me, Fliss, he said.
Abbott warily did as she was asked.
Now, said Grover, gripping Fliss's neck one-handed, strangulation causes death how?
By cutting off the air, said Fliss.
Sometimes, said the doc. There are 4 ways of taking a life by strangulation. 1, you cause the victim to have cardiac arrhythmia by applying pressure on the carotid artery nerve, causing cardiac arrest. 2, pressure obstruction of the carotid arteries themselves, preventing blood flow to the brain. 3, by applying pressure to the jugular veins, preventing venous blood return from the brain. And 4, as you so kindly pointed out, pressure obstruction of the larynx, cutting off airflow to the lungs, producing asphyxia.
I did not know that, said Fliss.
If, as you suggest, it is the latter that killed our victim Felicity, for a man to do so with one hand is a physical feat in itself. He must be extremely strong.
Fliss stepped away and pulled off her own gloves. The eyewitness used the word massive to describe this guy. Same clothes as the Alanica killer, same mask, same eyes, must be the same perp.
So how do you explain the different physical characteristics of the victim? Asked Stryker.
You told me...
I know what I said, boss, but as I've told you before, this is not an exact science. Charlene and this girl, whoever she is, could both have had traits that aren't physically viable, yet still attract our perp.
Stryker shook his head.
No, this isn't right. We're being played here.
There was a commotion at the end of the alley. Stryker looked up to see Steve Willis dressed in his forensic suit, arguing with the uniformed guard at the top.
"Let him down, please," shouted Stryker.
"New recruit?" muttered Fliss.
"Quiet," snapped Stryker.
Willis appeared flustered.
"Sorry, Sergeant. I went to the office, but of course you were here."
Steve's eyes were instantly drawn to the corpse in the car.
"Oh, Jesus," he said. "Before you add more vomit to our crime scene, son," said Stryker, "I suggest you go and find Higgins. He's in Malik's mini-mart, checking the CCTV. Go on, we'll be finished here soon."
Steve rather gratefully wandered back away from the horror inside the green Golf.
"Nice kid," offered Fliss. "Bright," said Stryker. "There's something about him."
Steve Willis found Higgins hunched over a small black and white monitor behind the counter of Malik's. He stood at the burly detective's shoulder and eyed the screen. The snowy picture flicked from camera to camera.
"Bloody hell," said Willis. "When was this installed? When Noah had a boat?"
"So all we've got, son," said Bob. "I've worked it out. There are 4 cameras, and it takes 20 seconds for the system to flip between each of them."
5 seconds on each, smiled Steve. "You got O-level maths then, lad," growled Bob.
"Tell you what, why don't you make yourself useful and find us another brew, eh? And not that Costa crap from the machine either, a proper cup of tea." Willis resigned himself to being the new boy and did as he was asked. Moments later, Bob found what he was looking for. The camera that was fitted to the corner of the building looked directly down Redmayne Street and had caught the rear end of the Golf as it disappeared down the alley. The timestamp was 22:52 hours. Frustratingly, the system then switched cameras until exactly 20 seconds later it returned to the scene that Bob was interested in. By that time, the street was again deserted. He ran the system forwards to 23:05 hours, then let it play back in real time. Stefanovic had stated that he'd seen his camouflage-clad devil around 21:10 hours, so any time now. As the timer clicked past 23:12 hours, out of the alley came their man. But once again the camera shifted, first to the front door, then to the storeroom, and finally to the till. By the time the system clicked over to the Redmayne Street camera again, Bob was convinced the perp would have disappeared. Anything but. The hugely powerful man stood directly under the camera, dressed exactly as the witness had described, in camouflage overalls. He was staring up at the lens, breathing hard, arms punched upwards like a striker celebrating a last-minute winner. In his right hand he held a long blade that glistened in the streetlights. Higgins couldn't take his eyes from the killers. Of course the man's face was covered, yet the egg-shaped eye-holes in his balaclava gave a clear view of his eyes. Even on the small grainy screen, those jet-black orbs disconcerted the detective.
"Oh, Lord,"
Bob muttered. The shop door opened and Steve trotted in with 2 mugs of tea.
"Telly's best, Bob," he said.
"Get me something to record this on, son," said Higgins, unable to take his eyes from the frozen image of the killer on screen.
"Go on now, quicker than that."
Stanford waited. It wasn't something that came naturally to him. He and Gill had been seated for their breakfast meeting since 7:25 a.m. Benson was late.
"The eggs will be firm,"
he sniffed, checking his Breitling Avenger for the umpteenth time. Gill was still so hyped from murdering Alison Grimshaw that he could barely speak without a tremor in his voice.
"They will, master. Let's face it, Kurt was never the best timekeeper."
There were footsteps from the connecting room.
"He's here, I think,"
managed Gill. Benson rushed into the dining room looking somewhat dishevelled. After Stryker and Willis had left the house, he'd hit the single malt a little too hard. By 1 a.m, he'd been just that bit too drunk to resist opening his safe. Once he'd added a couple of lines of rather good cocaine to his bloodstream, he'd spent some private time stroking and sniffing his collection of trophies, lying out the panties, stockings, locks of hair, and other intimate trinkets he'd taken from his subordinates over the years. 2 further lines ensured he was unable to stop himself benefiting from Stanford's piercing skills, and he'd pushed Charlie's earring painfully into the hole in his lobe whilst admiring himself in every mirror he could find. Benson pushed that ever-so-exciting thought from his mind as he watched Stanford tap the face of his watch with a solitary finger. He instantly realized not only was he late, but he'd forgotten the dress code.
"Shit, I forgot about playing the back 9 at Birkdale," he said.
Stanford curled a lip.
"It was made truly clear-cut. 7:30 for Eggs Benedict."
He pointed at Gill.
"Didn't I make it clear, David?"
"Yes, master," said Gill, restless as a 4-year-old at a long movie.
"And it is all of 25 too,"
snapped Stanford.
"So sorry, master," said Benson. "Could we sweep by mine and I'll pick up my golfing gear? I'll be in and out in a jiffy."
Stanford blew air down his nose in disgust. He slapped the table hard enough to make both his minions jump.
Truly clear, Benson. 7:30 Eggs Benedict. 8 a super talk by Gill about how he gutted young Alison, and 9 sharp on the links. Properly attired.
Benson sat warily.
I apologise for my lateness. We had visitors at home last night. The police. They've caught the little shit that broke into my house.
Excellent news, said Gill.
Well, it would be, offered Benson, if it weren't for the fact that the culprit was none other than young Michael.
The Fortune boy? Asked Stanford, head cocked.
Yes, it's one and the same.
Stanford leaned in.
Why would young Michael Fortune do such a thing, Benson? Why would a man who makes a good living providing you, and us for that matter, with narcotics, want to go and spoil that special relationship?
Stanford waited, eyes black as wet coal.
You didn't pay him, so he robbed your house, and now he's in a police cell. That's how the story goes, isn't it, Benson?
Kurt kept his head down and his mouth shut. Miraculously, Stanford calmed himself.
Well, I'm not going to let such trifling matters spoil what is to be a splendid day.
He unfolded his napkin, laid carefully across his lap, and rang the bell for service.
Now, where are my eggs? I'm absolutely famished.
The three ate quietly until Stanford turned to his favourite subject.
Tell us, David, he asked. How was it? Did the bitch scream? She fought as I'd expected her to, said Gill, pushing the last morsels of his breakfast into his mouth. She'd anticipated that I'd try to fuck her.
But of course you didn't, said Stanford, eyebrows raised.
Of course not, smiled Gill, although Sandra was at her most accommodating when I arrived home. Probably won't sit for a week.
All three men chuckled.
And the disembowelment?
Asked Stanford, eyes wide with excitement.
Purely for show, as suggested, said Gill. For me, the thrill is in the strangulation, the look in the eyes.
He laid down his cutlery.
My God, it was the best day of my life, and all down to you, master.
Stanford waved away the praise.
Nonsense. Finding the right woman at the right time and having the right plan is what this is about. That and teamwork. Your exit and escape last night were exceptional, David, as was yours Monday last, Kurt. Thank you, master, they said. So, began Stanford, with all this in mind, and with things moving on apace, it's finally my turn to taste victory. Gill will select a suitable clean vehicle from Alanica's garage, and we shall collect the delicious Mrs. Henderson this afternoon after golf.
Stanford gave his minions a beaming smile.
Linda will have her ultimate fantasy, and I mine.
He leaned across the table, lowered his voice.
Today we shall act together as I remove her beating heart on this very table. Sheer brilliance, master, said Benson. It will be an honour to assist you.
Stanford smiled. It was a look that a proud father may offer to a favourite child.
It shall be the pièce de résistance, he said, before we move to pastures new.
21. Stryker gripped the black and white image of the killer in his hand as he strode to the lift. Before he made it to the doors, he could see that ACC Lancaster had beat him to it.
Just the man I want to see, Sergeant, said Lancaster, turning. I really don't have the time for one of your pep talks about social media right now, sir, said Stryker, pushing the call button. Lancaster was livid. Let me begin with reminding you of your rank and mine, Sergeant. Now, not only are you dragging your feet with the major case, But we now have a second victim, a real prostitute this time, I believe."
"You believe wrong, sir. Unless our local streetwalkers can afford designer shoes and handbags as well as their crack habit." Lancaster furrowed his brow and lowered his voice.
"And to add insult to injury, you visited Kurt Benson's house last night. I understand it to be on the pretext of taking a witness statement, yet you went on to suggest that he was involved with some kind of drug dealer and questioned him regarding the Charlene Major murder."
"He told you, then?"
"He's on his way to Birkdale to play the back nine as we speak, and not a happy man, I'll tell you. What were you thinking of, Stryker? Benson is a very wealthy and powerful man who has the ear of the Police and Crime Commissioner."
"And he's a villain," said Stryker, stepping towards the opening lift. "So you might suggest to the Commissioner that he distance himself from Mr. Benson. I believe things are about to get sticky." And with that, Stryker was gone. Minutes later he was back in the SCU office, wishing he had more control of his temper. Even so, winding Lancaster up had been worth it, just to see the look on his face. Fliss was pinning yet more photographs and statements to the storyboard. Stryker slumped in his chair and spread the picture of their killer out in front of him. He gazed at the shocking image of the blood-drenched figure.
"We need this guy, and quick, Abbott. Lancaster is on my back. I reckon we've got days at best."
He lifted his head.
"Do you have an ID on the victim yet?"
Fliss nodded.
"Yes, boss. She is one Alison Grimshaw, 23 years, lived alone in a flat on the docks. Sykes is at the home address now. We need everything he can find on her. Work, friends, lovers, vehicles, likes, dislikes, the full 9 yards. And yesterday would be too late."
"Well, I can tell you that she liked the good things in life. You do know the search team found her handbag?"
"Yeah, I heard. Expensive, wasn't it?"
"Very. It's a Bottega Veneta cassette bag. I'm guessing $2,000 at least."
Stryker shook his head.
"Well," offered Fliss, "the bag does tie in with Charlene's expensive wardrobe and lifestyle. Even that earring she was missing was high-end work. According to one jeweller who we showed the picture to, the pair would have cost thousands rather than hundreds."
Stryker blinked as the image of Kurt Benson wearing Charlene's earring flashed across his eyes. What did that flashbulb moment tell him? Did Benson kill Charlene? Because if he did, he certainly didn't kill Alison Grimshaw. He shook his head and grimaced.
"The girls are too different. It's all just that little bit too different."
Fliss shook her head and pinned the picture of the dead girl to the board. It was an enlarged passport-style photograph. In it, Alison was hardly recognizable from the battered and bruised corpse Stryker had seen mutilated in the back of the VW Golf hours earlier.
"Pretty," he said. "Whoever it is, he likes them pretty."
Stryker heard the office door open. He turned to see Bob Higgins step into the room, closely followed by Steve Willis, who was red in the face.
"And where have you two been?" he asked.
Higgins held up a DVD. "Working out just how our killer disappeared into thin air again," he said, then pointing to Willis. "With the help of Linford Christie here, that is."
"Go on," said Stryker. "I need some good news."
Higgins pushed the DVD into the side of Stryker's laptop. "So," he said, as the screen came to life, "first we have the car turning into the alley. Here. Then, at 23:12 hours, out staggers our perp."
"He looks exhausted,"
said Stryker, pressing pause and taking a closer look at the heavy-set figure. Fliss joined the team to watch the show.
"There might be a reason for that," she said. "Doc Grover has emailed a preliminary med report. He's played a blinder too. It would seem that our victim didn't go down so easily. He thinks Alison put up a bit of a fight. So far, as well as her own skin, Doc says he's found up to 3 different sets of fibres under her nails."
Stryker rubbed his chin as he examined the man on the screen again.
"So if that's a woolen mask, we may have our boy's DNA."
"Long shot, boss," said Higgins. Stryker turned his head.
"I'll take any shot at all right now, Bob. Anyway, where does Linford Christie coming."
"OK," said Higgins. "Press play again and watch." Stryker hit the button, and the image of the killer was instantly replaced with 3 other aspects of Malik's mini-market. He frowned.
"What's this?"
Bob snorted. "Patience, boss. The system is old school. It flits from camera to camera every 5 seconds. It'll be on again soon." Bob slipped off his jacket and draped it over his chair. "Now, bear in mind, this cheeky fucker knows he's on film. You'll actually see him look up to make sure he's front and centre in a minute. Sick bastard. He wants to be the star of the show. I mean, you'd expect him to do one, eh? But not our guy. Our perp does this." The frame changed, and there was the killer, standing under the CCTV camera, arms raised. It was the exact shot Bob had saved and printed off for Stryker, the one that lay on his desk. "You can see why witnesses described him as the devil, can't you, boss?" said Higgins. "Those eyes. Scary fucker, him. But watch." The killer turned quickly and began to run back the way he came, down Redmayne Street, past the Ginnel, but of course the shot changed again, and the killer's image was replaced by the mundane. 15 frustrating seconds later, the camera caught one final glimpse of him as he disappeared around the corner at the bottom of the street.
"And your point is?"
asked Stryker.
"Well, my point would be," blurted Fliss, "is that this crazy behaviour, this showing off, this victory stance is the same as the long bloodstain down the stairs. You know, the Alanica murder, when he'd let his hand run along the wall. This is just a different kind of fuck you message."
Stryker shot Fliss a withering look.
"What if it's not the same guy?" he said.
Steve Willis leaned around Bob's broad shoulder.
That may well be, boss. This guy's no climber, that's for certain. This bloke is rapid. I paced it out. From where he turns, there to the corner is 168 yards, give or take."
"Aye," said Bob, "and I had the young lad try and run it in the same time as him. 15 seconds, like."
"And?"
said Stryker.
"Took me 3 attempts, boss," said Steve.
The sergeant did his best to remove images from his mind of 2 of his detectives running a sprint trial at a murder scene.
"The point, Willis," he growled. "Well, boss, I'm in my 20s and fit. Plus I used to run for Sheffield Harriers. This guy must be mid-30s, 18 stone. He's just murdered someone and he's wearing boots and coveralls. All told, he must have been an exceptionally good sprinter in his day."
Bob gave Stryker a beaming smile.
"And David Gill used to sprint for Oxford."
As Stryker was taking that in, there was the knocking behind him.
"Door, Willis," he snapped.
Steve did as he was told, and in stepped a tired-looking uniformed cop carrying a yellow folder.
"Oh, Sergeant Stryker?" he asked dully.
"Here."
"SV report on your golf, Sarge," he said, holding out the paperwork. "It's confirmed a ringer, but a clean pro job. Text says it could be one of near 200 possibles. Hope you've got a lot of bodies to do the legwork. Oh, and I don't know if it's any help, but I put the reg number through ANPR, and your car was clocked on camera at 22:40 hours last night, skipping a red at the prison lights."
Stryker snatched at the report.
"Is the picture in here? Can we see the driver?" "Camera shoots from behind on that side, Sarge. You won't see anything."
Stryker dropped the file on the table, his face etched with disappointment. Dancing images, bolts of clarity are all well and good, but no substitute for hard evidence.
"OK, thanks for your help, Constable," he said.
The cop didn't move. He stood scratching his head, risking a glance at the shocking story of 2 murders pinned to the board on the far wall.
"One thing, though," he began. "I were thinking, like, if your suspect were looking to pick up a prosy, he'd be crawling round the back of the prison, eh? And the council have had CCTV put up to try and calm it down round there. It's a community project, like. Might see more on their cameras."
Once the cop eventually left, Stryker stood and walked to the small office window. He looked out over the city, pensive, brooding.
"Okay, Bob, you and Steve Cram here get over to the council offices and see if our guy was actually curb-crawling. It wouldn't be the first time that a woman faked being a prostitute purely for kicks, and as we're in the realms of weirdness personified, nothing would surprise me. Fliss, run every vehicle that we know Gil, Benson, and Stanford have use of through ANPR from Monday morning to right now."
Stryker began to pace the small office, rubbing the top of his head with both palms.
"Now, as Willis and I were actually in the delightful company of Kurt Benson at the time of Alison Grimshaw's murder, I think he can be discounted. However, before we had that dubious pleasure, Mr. Benson had been in the company of David Gill and one Stephen Stanford."
"Who is this Stanford?" asked Bob. Stryker turned to Higgins and Willis.
"Abbott has a basic file on him. He part owns a Laniker and Ripped, and if you want to see the eyes of the devil himself, check his picture out."
Stryker cleared his throat.
"That aside, all three men were clocked on Rip's door entry system around 8 o'clock last night, all dressed up for dinner, so I presume they were going up to the VIP rooms. For some reason, Benson left early, but Gill and Stanford stayed on and didn't leave until near midnight."
"So both our suspects have alibis again," said Steve.
Bob gave the rookie a look that told him to keep his ideas to himself for once. Stryker ignored the comment. As he blew out his cheeks, his phone rang. It was Sykes.
"You're on speaker, Andrew," said Stryker. "We're all listening. Give me something good for feck's sake."
"Hello, folks," said Sykes. "Well, the victim's flat is clean and tidy. Very tidy, OCD tidy. Our Alison spent her money on good quality home comforts. Nothing is cheap, and she loved the Gothic culture. Lots of expensive shoes and clothes, all black, of course. And I found a payslip. She works for Lancashire County Council and brought home £1,457 last month, which wouldn't even scratch the surface of her lifestyle. Her movie collection is interesting. 120 Days of Sodom, Itchy the Killer, The Bunny Game, The Story of O. All very art house sadomasochistic stuff. She doesn't appear to drink, but there's some drug paraphernalia in the kitchen that suggests she likes a line or two. Oh, and there is a wet gym kit hanging on the maiden. Neighbours say she was quiet, no visitors that they saw. However, some of her sex toys would make your eyes water."
"Does she have a car?"
asked Stryker. "There's a logbook in her name for a Nissan Micra, PE62WKD, but her dedicated car parking space is empty."
Stryker rubbed his chin. He was deep in thought.
"Run that Nissan too, Abbott," he said, his mind awhirl. "Oh, and Sykes."
"Yes, boss?"
"Any sign of a mobile phone?"
"There was one in her bag," interrupted Fliss. "Top-of-the-range iPhone."
Stryker shook his head.
"Andy?"
"There's a cheap and nasty thing here, but—"
"Make, model?"
snapped Stryker.
"Nokia 105, said Andy.
Stryker felt the age-old tingle creep up the back of his neck.
"Sykes, what makes with Charlene's phones you took to be examined this morning?"
The team could hear Andy rooting through his notebook.
A Samsung Galaxy 8 and a Nokia 105.
Stryker pursed his lips.
"Okay, Andy, get back here with that phone. Leave the rest of the bagging up to the forensic boys. When you make the nick, I want all the info you can find on Laniker Debt Recovery Services and Ripped Spar and Gym, from HMRC and planning applications to their social media pages."
"That will keep the ACC happy," chirped Sykes.
Stryker pressed on. "Just get me the whole 9 yards. Liaise with Abbott. She has some info on the ownership which will get you started."
He cut the call and turned to his team.
"Do we all know what we're doing?"
he asked, standing and pulling on his jacket. There were nods all round.
"Good," he said. "I'm going to pay Linda Henderson a visit."
"Who?" asked Higgins.
"She's a supervisor at Atlantica," offered Fliss. "She was the one who let our killer in the door."
Stryker pointed.
"And she made the 999 call on a Nokia 105, would you believe? Call me old-fashioned, but 2 is a coincidence. 3 is downright unlucky."
Henderson lived a good 30 minutes from the nick. Stryker started his Audi and selected some tunes. As he pressed play, the Branford Marsalis Quartet filled the car with their latest offering, The Secret Between the Shadow and the Soul. Complex yet chilled and mellow, it was the polar opposite of Stryker's mood, a necessary calming influence. The mid-afternoon Preston traffic slowed his progress, elevating his anxiety even further. Finally he made it out of town, across the river and onto the A59, which would eventually lead him along the coast to the Victorian town of Southport. As he checked his Omega, Fliss Abbott rang.
"Go," he said, his hands free. "Tell me you love me, Stryker," she said. "Have we really time for this?" "Probably not," she said. "But remember David Gill claimed he'd been contacted by some mystery person about Charlene's murder, and I quote, came as soon as he could. Well, he was lying. I got the mobile records back 10 minutes ago. No calls. 0.
Stryker blew air down his nose.
"So he's a liar, just like his wife. Send them both to jail now, Abbott."
"I have more, boss."
"I was hoping you'd say that," he said. "Please make it better news."
"It is.
I have a very clear picture of David Gill driving his AMG on the day of Charlene's murder with none other than Kurt Benson in the passenger seat."
"So what?" said Stryker, the irritation in his voice now ever present.
"Even you said that they trained together that night." "The car was caught on a static camera, Junction Queen Street, London Road, at 15:17 hours, boss."
"Run that timescale by me."
"Okay," said Fliss, unable to hide the exhilaration in her voice. "Gill enters Rip to train as usual at 12:30 hours and leaves at 14:28 hours. He then drives from Rip to Atlantica, where he's booked in by the uniformed guard at 14:43 hours.
And we left before him."
"We did. According to the guard sheet, Gill stayed until 15:04 hours.
"Okay, then where did he go?"
"Well, here's the rub. Andy has been looking at Atlantica's business dealings, as you asked, and he discovered that they own several other premises, including a lock-up used by their bailiffs for storing reclaimed goods on none other than Back Starkey Street."
"You have my undivided, Abbott."
"I thought I might. So we rechecked CCTV for Back Starkey Street, except this time working back from 15:17 hours.
And
Gill's Merc is on film driving out of there onto Camden Place at 15:10 hours.
Fliss took a deep breath.
"I think the reason Charlene's killer disappeared into thin air was because he climbed over the rooftops to Back Starkey Street, where he was able to hide in Gill's warehouse until his best buddy collected him."
Fliss swallowed her excitement.
"Boss, Kurt Benson, the climber, murdered Charlene Major. I'm certain of it."
"But Benson was in
Ripped, fixing a boiler, yeah, right. So we checked him out on the facial recognition system. He enters at 10:31 hours, but doesn't leave until 20:17 hours.
Stryker sat up at that.
"So you're saying he bypassed the security system?" "Clever guy," said Fliss. "All 3 of them are bright as they come. Don't forget Mr. Stanford, the cleverest of them all."
"Yeah, he's clever enough to know we'd have to prove it too," said Stryker, pushing his car hard.
"As of right now, we still have lots of theory, a few white lies and a photograph. Look, I'm almost at Henderson's. You and Sykes get a warrant for this storage place, turn it over and get forensics inside. If Benson did hide in there, we may find fibers, maybe even some DNA."
Fliss lowered her voice.
"Stryker?"
"Go on."
"I always said that Gill and Benson could be brothers, that they both fitted the dark Triad profile. Well, now both their alibis are in doubt. What if it was Gil the Sprinter that killed Alison Grimshaw last night? What if it's all part of a plan between the pair of them, the three of them?
"Get that warrant, Abbott," he said. "Pull Higgins and Willis from their CCTV duties to help you. Then find me some hard evidence. And Abbott?"
"Yes, boss."
"Good job." Fliss laid the phone in its cradle, her heart pounding.
"Not quite I love you, but it will do for now."
Stanford helped Linda Henderson from the back of his car. He was dressed in a fine suit and tie. Around his neck was a stethoscope. Linda was clad exactly as he had directed, in a simple white cotton nightgown. She was barefoot and bare-legged. Holding her by the arm, he helped her gently up the rear fire escape that led to the VIP rooms at Ribbed. Linda, playing the ailing patient, faltered from time to time. He smiled at that.
"Just enough to make the game look and feel real. To her, at least."
Linda, just as Alison and Charlene before her, had been specially chosen from hundreds. Alanica and Benson's gym and beauty shops had produced a plentiful supply of attractive, sexually willing women. Yet despite the numbers, locating 3 incredibly special submissive females was a mammoth undertaking. They were a rare and valuable commodity. Stanford and his minions had first used old-fashioned good looks, money and power to bring together the city's beautiful females. Then, just as the pool parties, the banquets, the private gigs, the drugs, the booze and the promises all began to wear thin, the wonderful gang of 3 that he had dubbed his echelon began their selection process. They were 3 men of great intellect, each with their particular skills. They spent months discovering their selected submissive sexual preferences, tolerances, and limits. Backgrounds and emotional weaknesses were investigated. Then, once the final 3 were chosen, the parties stopped and the real games began. It was the most complex of grooming processes. Shockingly corrupt, horrifyingly expensive, yet, considered Stanford, one of life's great pleasures. Benson had selected Charlene, Gil, Alison, and Stanford himself, who preferred a more mature victim, had chosen Linda. This despite the fact that she and Charlene had worked in such close proximity. The discovery of 2 women with such profusely submissive tendencies was a rarity, and Stanford was determined to hold on to both assets, no matter the complexities or risks. Indeed, it had added to the sport. And once the real game began and blood started to flow, oh, what a sport it was! Of course, Linda had no way of knowing that by following Stanford's strict dietary instructions and leaving Alanica to purchase a low-calorie lunch each day, she'd been unwittingly complicit in Charlene's near decapitation, just as she had no way of knowing Charlene had been one of the chosen. Stanford's tremendous ability to mould the weak and convince the gullible was nothing short of perfection. Women like Linda could no more say no to him than stop breathing. His plan had been an act of pure genius and guile. Once the game began in earnest, Stanford made sure each of his minions ploughed their own private furrow, and their extramarital affairs were kept strictly confidential at all costs. Should a submissive deviate from any of their instructions, they were to be discarded instantly. Success was dependent on secrecy. As the echelon's amusement grew, Stanford ensured that they raised the sexual stakes. Each of the chosen were invited to partake in beautifully organized role-plays, conceived around their most secret desires. Even more grand and luxurious scenarios were imagined, and trials of bravery bested, until finally each submissive would reveal their perfect sexual fantasy. Each master then decreed that no matter how debauched or dangerous, no matter the cost, the submissive would have their ultimate dream. Charlene longed to be kidnapped at knife point, penetration apparently unimportant to her, preferring a sex toy to do the job. Alison craved to play prostitute for the night and partake in asphyxiation games as she was forcibly taken, and Linda ached to be driven to a secret hospital where her world-class surgeon lover would save her life on the operating table before taking his payment in kind. Stanford was amused by the simplicity of the women's desires. He found them all so tame, all so very 50 Shades. However, in Linda's favour, she'd shown such a special relationship with pain and sharp objects that Stanford had found her hard to resist. Only once had fear overcome her and cut proceedings short. That said, no safe word, no matter how loud she screamed it, would save her this day. He and his minions had far darker secrets than any of the submissives could ever imagine, far more wanton desires. The Echelon had shared their most secret confidences since Oxford, but it had been Stanford, the master of the group, who had first broached the subject of actually taking a life for pleasure. It was he who had made that wonder happen for Benson and Gill already, not only to conceive the idea, but to see it through. And for that he deserved to be revered as the living god that he truly was.
"Hello, Linda," he smiled as they reached the landing. "My name is Dr. Stanford, and I'm going to make you all better."
Andy Sykes examined the roller shutters that blocked the team's way into Alanicus' store on Back Starkey Street and shook his head. Fliss opened her phone.
"I'll find out how far away the search team are. They'll have all the tools we need."
As she dialed, the pickup truck turned into the street and pulled up alongside the gathered detectives. A young lad with a Zero crew leaned from the driver's window. He wore a faded England football shirt and a dazed expression. "What do you lot want?" he said, doing a fair impression of a confused bulldog. Bob held out his warrant card. "Police, pal," he said. "We have a warrant to search these premises. Do you have a key?"
The guy didn't seem too convinced.
"I might do." Bob strode over to the truck, pulled open the driver's door, took hold of the guy by his made-in-Turkey number and dragged him out onto the pavement. He held out a powerful hand. "Give it to me now," he growled. Minutes later, the team were inside. The building was used by Alanicus bailiff teams to store goods that had been repossessed before they were disposed of at auction. Everything from sports cars to widescreen TVs filled the space. Along the far wall, 2 large safes sat under a narrow staircase. Steve Willis edged over to Fliss and lowered his voice.
"Was that allowed?"
"What?" asked Fliss.
"You know, what Big Bad Bob, a.k.a. Gene Hunt from Ashes to Ashes, just did to get the keys for this place, frightening that poor bloke to death."
Fliss spoke quietly out of the corner of her mouth.
"Get gloved up, Willis," she said. "You have a lot to learn."
Abbott turned and pointed to a pile of what appeared to be old hi-fi separates, computer consoles, video recorders, boom boxes, and the like. Most appeared broken, covered in dust, and had been simply thrown into one corner. On top of those were a dozen or so black bin bags.
"What's all this lot?" she asked the England-shirted youth.
"It's what I come for," he said, still sulking. "I pick up all the scrap, all the old chat they don't want."
"And the bin bags?"
"That's what the lads clear out of the cars they snatch back. You know, people's crap. I just dropped them at the tip. Should have been here Tuesday morning, really, but I was throwing up. Bad curry, I reckon."
Fliss rolled her eyes. "Andy, Steve, have a look upstairs. Bob, we'll go down here."
Higgins nodded, but first walked over to England's biggest fan. He held out a hand. "I'll be needing your mobile for a short while, son," he said. "Best we keep this little job to ourselves, eh?" The team split and began their search. Within a few minutes, Sykes and Willis were back downstairs, looking happy.
"Each office has a skylight," said Sykes, "and the far room nearest the square, that one's been left open. Our boy could have easily dropped in through there, no problem. We need forensics here ASAP." "They're on the way, Andy," said Fliss, clambering over the England supporters' pile of scrap and grabbing the first bin liner. "Hey, come on," shouted the kid. "Don't be breaking out, making things any worse. That's my living, that is."
"What's in the bags again?" asked Fliss.
The lad shrugged. "I told you, things folks leave in their car, in the glove box and that. Like I said, I just take them to the tip."
Fliss opened the first bag and began to root. It appeared the lad was on the money. The bag contained all the items you would imagine: air fresheners, de-icer, chewing gum, fast food cartons, coffee cups. Willis clambered up the pile of junk to help. As he untied his first bag, he drew his head away from it and screwed up his nose.
"Jesus, that stinks,"
he said, risking a look inside.
Guys, I think you need to see this."
Stryker hammered on the door of Linda Henderson's tidy semi. He looked through the lounge window, pushed open the side gate, walked around the back and peered into the dining room. There was no sign of the woman. A bright red Mini was parked on the drive, all locked up as it should be. Indeed, there was nothing out of place. As he wandered back to his Audi, pondering his next move, Linda's neighbour risked sticking her head from her own doorway.
"Hello,"
said the pensioner.
"Can I help you? Linda's gone out."
Stryker didn't risk a smile. It only seemed to frighten people. Instead, he pulled his ID. "Police, ma'am," he said. "Nothing to worry about. Miss Henderson just happens to be a witness in a case I'm working on." The elderly lady seemed to accept that information and stepped gingerly out of her door.
"Well, a chap came for her about an hour or so ago."
She pulled a face.
"Funny job all round, if you ask me."
"What makes you say that, ma'am?"
"Well, I don't like to gossip."
"But you're going to."
"I'm not. Well, yes, but I mean, you don't go out for a date dressed in your nightgown, now do you?"
Stryker cocked his head. "What did this man look like, ma'am?" he asked, with a growing sense of unease.
"Oh, you couldn't miss him," said the woman. "Posh as they come. Lovely suit, big car, too."
"But what about the man himself, ma'am?" The woman tapped her chin with a withered finger.
"He were tall and slim, very pale-looking. He'd have been handsome, too, if it hadn't been for that long black hair of his. And why would a bloke be wearing sunglasses on a day like today?"
"Why, indeed," said Stryker, turning for his car. "Thank you, ma'am. You've been very helpful." Fliss peered at the rancid contents of the sack. Inside were camouflage coveralls, black gloves, boots, and a balaclava. All were soaked in Charlene Major's blood. The first white maggots wriggled amongst the fetid mess. She swallowed down bile and looked up towards Higgins and Sykes.
"We've got the bastard," she said. "We've nailed him."
Bob clambered alongside Fliss and peered in the sack. He poked around with his gloved finger for a moment, until he spotted something else. "What the hell?" he asked, gently picking the item out from the mass of blood-stained clothing. He held the tiny, oily black item up to the light and peered. Fliss let out a small, cynical laugh and shook her head.
"The eyes of the Shining One," she said. "It's a contact lens, Bob. A coloured contact lens."
Higgins let the item fall back into the bag. "Well, now I've seen it all," he said, feeling in his jacket as his phone began to ring. It was Stryker. Bob could hear the engine of his Audi screaming over the noise of his sirens.
"Bob," he shouted, "meet me at Benson's gym ASAP. Get a support unit scrambled, too. Stanford has taken Linda Henderson."
"Okay, boss."
Listen, we found the perp's clothing in here, the camo gear, the lot."
"Good work," said Stryker, fighting to keep his car on the road.
"Tell Willis to stay put and guard the scene until Shockoe get there. Abbott and Sykes can jump in with you. Henderson just has to be ripped."
"You sure, boss?" asked Higgins.
"No, but have you any better ideas?"
Stanford had settled Linda down. She lay on her back on his makeshift operating table. The beautiful mahogany dining suite where he and his minions had dined so heartily had been completely covered in plastic sheeting, and a hydraulic surgical lamp had been rolled in for added realism.
"Relax, my sweetest one," he purred, prepare yourself for the ultimate experience of your life."
Linda smiled nervously, her excitement bringing her out in goosebumps. She watched as Stanford stripped himself naked, admiring his beautifully proportioned body as he carefully lay his tailored suit over a plastic-sheeted chair. Then he began to open freshly laundered blue medical scrubs from plastic bags. Finally, he was suitably attired, complete with hood and face mask.
"How do I look?"
he said, spinning his body around, arms above his head.
"Wonderful, master,"
whispered Linda. Stanford leaned closer.
"Doctor," he corrected. "Today you will only refer to me as Doctor."
He then walked to the fire door they had entered through, ensured it was closed, removed the connecting wire that Benson had so cleverly fashioned from either side of the magnetic alarm switch, and using a perfect copy of the security seal, numbered 667334, returned the door to its former state.
"There," he said, "all set, and no one is the wiser."
Next, Stanford found his roll of medical instruments. They were a mixture of sex toys and the real thing. Some items could simply be purchased from any adult store. A selection of pinwheels of various sizes and sharpness, designed to run across bare flesh and dapple the skin. For the less faint of heart, extra pressure could be applied, and the spikes would pierce the flesh and blood would flow, creating an adrenaline spike and rush of sexual desire. Alongside these and other more mundane toys were genuine surgical instruments. 3 scalpels, numbers 10, 11, and 15 blade sizes, Mayo scissors, Adson forceps, Cocker clamps, everything he required. He lay out the shiny array of tools and selected the scissors. Carefully lifting the hem of Linda's nightdress, he began to cut slowly upwards, his black gaze never leaving hers, gently paring the fine Egyptian cotton of the garment with razor-sharp blades. As the final snip cut the neckline, he allowed his gloved hands to slip inside the cloth at Linda's breasts. Like a child unwrapping a cherished Christmas gift, he carefully revealed her stunning, gym-honed body.
"Perfection," he said.
Linda was breathing hard with anticipation.
"Can you cure me, doctor?"
she whispered. Stanford took hold of one of his pinwheels and began to roll it from Linda's knee, ever upwards along the top of her thigh, towards her pelvis, the tiny, sharp spikes awakening her nerve endings. He exerted slightly more pressure, yet not enough to break the skin, rolling the wheel ever closer to Linda's pubic bone. She gasped with pleasure, her legs shaking involuntarily.
"You are making me better, doctor," she said. "I can feel your magic."
Stanford laid down the wheel, stroked Linda's face, and looked deep into her eyes.
"Of course you can, my love." "Heal me now," she begged. "Please, doctor."
He raised himself and clapped his hands sharply.
"Assistance,"
he snapped. The door off to Linda's right opened, and 2 hugely powerful men entered. They too were dressed in scrubs, their faces covered by surgical masks. Yet their eyes needed no introduction. Indeed, they could have been Stanford's own, black as night and devilishly horrifying. One of the men grabbed at Linda's ankles, whilst the second gripped her arms, their tremendous strength ensuring she was unable to move. Stanford removed his mask and hood. He gave Linda a wicked smile. In his right hand he held a scalpel, the blade flashing under the strong medical lighting. Stanford exhaled down his nose.
"Now, my cherished one, it's time to give me your heart."
Stryker was first through the door. He made a beeline for Stanford, who stood unmoved by the appearance of the massive detective, a broad smile on his face. He allowed the surgical scalpel to slip quietly through his fingers to the floor, before holding up his hands in mock surrender. The support unit were in next, dressed in full entry kit, batons drawn. Benson and Gill made to run, but it was pointless. Within 10 seconds all 3 men were prone and cuffed. Linda Henderson had jumped from the table. Seemingly indifferent to her nakedness and position, she flew into a rage.
"What are you doing, you idiots?" she screamed. "This is a private meeting, nothing more than a game. You're ruining everything."
Stryker reached down between his feet and lifted up the scalpel dropped by Stanford. He showed it to Henderson.
"What do you think your boyfriend here was going to do with this?"
Linda sneered as a uniformed cop tried to cover her with the remnants of her nightdress.
"I don't know," she spat, "and now I'll never know. That is the whole fucking point, you moron."
Stryker shook his head in disbelief, then gestured towards Bob Higgins, who was blocking the door with his huge frame.
"Take her down to the Nick, Bob. Get her version of events for what it's worth."
Henderson sneered at Stryker.
"Fat chance. I won't be giving you shit," she said.
As Bob led Linda away, Stryker turned his attention to his prisoners.
"Stephen Stanford, Kurt Benson, David Gill," he began. "You are under arrest for conspiracy to murder. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence."
22. Saturday morning, Preston Police Station. Stryker sat on a comfortable leather chair in the centre of Detective Chief Superintendent Errol Graham's office. Graham sat behind his desk. To his left was ACC Peter Lancaster. To his right, John Stephen Phillips of the Crown Prosecution Service.
"Are all the interviews complete?"
asked Lancaster, playing with his phone.
"They are, sir," offered Stryker. "Other than to confirm their identity and request legal representation, not one of the prisoners has spoken a single word since their arrest."
Lancaster nodded.
"So where do we stand? I need to update the press post haste. This case has gone viral." "I'm sure it has, sir," said Stryker wearily.
"You win," prompted Graham. "Play nice." Stryker gave Lancaster a cheeky wink.
"It would appear that the Police and Crime Commissioner's golfing buddy is looking at some serious time, sir."
Lancaster shot Stryker a fierce look, but quickly returned to typing on his handset. "Go on, Stryker," said Graham, hiding a smile of his own.
"Okay, first up, Kurt Benson's DNA is all over the clothing found at the back Starkey Street premises. We have hair inside the balaclava, and the contact lenses have traces of his bodily fluids. A search of his house revealed the missing earring belonging to Charlene Major concealed in a safe. Not only did that have the victim's blood on it, but Benson's too. Just to add spice to that particular piece of evidence, we have Stephen Stanford's prints on there as well."
The CPS bod wriggled in his seat.
"We understand from Mr. Stanford's legal team that he will admit to handling that item during a private dinner. Both Benson and Gill's advisors intimate that they, too, will testify to that fact. The print is useless."
Stryker swallowed and ploughed on.
"Also in Benson's safe were various other items, locks of hair, underwear, jewelry, and the like. My profilers believe these to be trophies taken from other victims. They're currently searching databases to match these items to other offenses, but we're still awaiting test results."
"So," said John Phillips, "on the basis that there is no evidence connecting him to the Grimshaw killing, we are looking at a solitary charge of murder for Benson." Stryker shook his head.
"Oh, come on. It's obvious that all three men were acting in concert. The meetings, the bypassing of the gym security system, the black contact lenses, the matching coveralls. This has been a complex conspiracy where three women have been extensively groomed with the intention of gaining sexual satisfaction from murdering them in cold blood. The girls all possess the same phones, the same post office cards. What about the designer clothes, the lifestyle?"
Lancaster looked up from his handset.
"There is nothing to suggest that any of those items were used by the other suspects, Stryker. You really do need to listen to expert advice. Now, let's move on. What about Gill?"
Stryker let out a long, pained sigh.
"Gill and Grimshaw's role play was based on a prostitute John scenario. We have the golf on CCTV picking Grimshaw up from behind the prison, a well-known haunt for streetwalkers. However, before Alison Grimshaw showed up, 2 other prostitutes approached the parked car. One of the 2 girls positively identified Gill as the driver. The man from the CPS was in again. Yes, one Magda Gavici. Convictions for fraud, theft, and possession of a Class A substance, nominally crack cocaine. The defence would tear her apart, Stryker. Her testimony has been discarded. Stryker let his head fall for a moment before looking Phillips in the eye. She picked Gill out just fine, sir. She's been clean 6 months. As I said, move on, Sergeant, snapped Lancaster, finally pocketing his phone. Stryker took a breath. Okay. Forensics have just confirmed that it was Gill's saliva that was found on the shoulder of Alison Grimshaw's leather jacket. For those in the room that don't understand that little snippet, that means he dribbled on her as he murdered her. Or shall we discard that? Lancaster looked over at Phillips, who nodded his assent. So we charge Gill with the Grimshaw killing, said Lancaster. And conspiracy, offered Stryker. We have him collecting Benson from the back Starkey Street address in his car. It's not enough, mumbled Phillips. Stryker was losing it. Look, it's blatantly obvious that these 3 men have been conspiring together for years. Stanford... We have nothing on Stanford, said Phillips flatly. Nothing to tie him to either the Major or Grimshaw crime scenes. His legal team would admit he knew both girls socially, which would make any subsequent DNA findings a moot point. Stryker felt his head may explode. Do you realize just how many hours' work has gone into connecting the movements of these 3 men? Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, as we burst into that room, Stanford was about to slice a woman open with a scalpel. That is not what Linda Henderson will say in court, Sergeant, said Phillips, sitting back in his seat. On first disclosure, we believe that Henderson will be a hostile witness. She will state that what you saw was no more than a sex game, and that the doctor-patient scenario you interrupted had been planned for months. At no time did she feel threatened by Stanford. Indeed, she openly admitted to being angry that you disturbed the proceedings. Lancaster walked around the desk and rested his hand on Stryker's shoulder. I'd prefer it if you took that hand away right now, sir, he said. Lancaster snorted and did as he was asked. Stryker, cheer up, man. You and your team have had a fine result. The chief is happy, which makes me happy, which in turn makes DCS Graham happy. Doesn't it, Errol? Graham studied his sergeant. He knew just how Stryker was feeling. He also knew that he'd lost his best detective once before over a similar result. Ewan, he said quietly, you know as well as I do that we have no choice here. Had you burst into that room moments later, there is no doubt in my mind that you would have had your man. But we'd have had another dead woman too. You saved Linda Anderson's life. She may not want to admit it, but it's true. Whatever twisted notions she has in her head are of no consequence. We know the truth, Ewan, and I'm proud of you. And your team. Lancaster checked his phone again. He smiled at the screen. Excellent. Things are progressing well. I've informed the press on our intentions. He waved an arm theatrically. Like the song, say, Stryker. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Now, why don't you nip downstairs and release Mr. Stanford before his legal team hit us with an unlawful arrest allegation? Stryker glared at Lancaster. You want me to release that animal? Yes, smirked Lancaster. Escort him personally from the building, if you please, Sergeant. Stryker stood, nodded towards Graham, and left the room. Lancaster found his coat, slipping it over his narrow shoulders. He has a problem with authority, your Sergeant Stryker, Errol. A loose cannon. A man like that can damage a career. Mark my words. Stryker stood at the custody desk and watched Stephen Stanford collect his belongings.
He strapped his Breitling Avenger to his wrist and gave the detective a thin smile.
"I see you preferred the Omega Seamaster," he said.
Stryker looked Stanford in the eye.
"Collect your things and less of the small talk,"
he growled. Stanford shrugged and signed for his property.
"Lead the way," he said.
Stryker climbed the stairs with Stanford behind. He didn't think that he could stand to be in a lift with such a man. He didn't trust himself. As they reached the first landing, Stryker stopped in his tracks.
"What?" said Stanford. "Is it police brutality time? I didn't think even you, stupid Mick, would be so reckless."
Stryker lay a massive hand on the centre of Stanford's chest and pushed him against a concrete wall. He leaned in, with just enough weight to hold his man where he wanted him. With his free hand, he grabbed Stanford's trouser legs and lifted them one at a time. And there they were, just as he had known they would be. The scratches around his ankles that William had given him in his final throes of life.
"Boating accident," said Stanford smugly.
Stryker drew back his fist and buried it into Stanford's midriff. He cried out and dropped to his knees.
"That's for Gladys Dobson,"
sneered Stryker.
"Now get up. I need to escort you from the building."
Stanford coughed, moaned, and complained for the next 2 flights, but once he was outside he appeared to recover his composure, and his manner changed again.
"Did that make you feel like a real man, Stryker?" he asked, "assaulting me that way?"
"I like cats,"
he said. Stanford managed another smile.
"Well, as we are alone and out of earshot, and as whatever I say to you now is inadmissible in a court of law, I like to fuck dead women."
He appeared to wait for a reaction. When he didn't get one, he continued.
"I like to pick them, play them, appeal to the worst in their nature, their greed, their materialism, and then," he said as he took his first steps down towards the pavement, "I like to cut them open and fuck them."
Stryker hadn't noticed Frank Major, hadn't seen the wheelchair. He'd failed to spot the shotgun hidden under his warming blanket. Stanford took both barrels to the head. The whole left side of his face disintegrated in a split second. Stryker was close enough to be splattered by his blood, to feel the shards of bone prick his skin. He watched Stanford's legs give way, and his body slither down the remaining concrete steps to where Frank waited. Major calmly lay his gun across his lap and produced a mobile phone. He held it up.
"I read about it all here, Stryker," he shouted. "Facebook, about how he was going to get away with it, how there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute him. I knew who he was, you see. He used to pick up our Charlene in his big fancy car, invite her to these parties, invite her to, well, you know, don't you, Stryker?"
Frank began to cry. They were silent tears that he wiped with the back of his hand.
"He killed my Charlene, didn't he, Sergeant?"
Stryker nodded. "They all killed her, Frank." Major smiled briefly.
"Then that's justice," he said. "I finally have some justice."
The team had celebrated that night, the way detectives often do. Even Stryker took a rare drink. It had been a good result. Frank had been taken to hospital as he wasn't fit enough to be held in the cells. Stanford's body was on a cold slab in the morgue where he deserved to be. As Higgins, Sykes, and young Steve Willis wobbled out of the 12 tellers, Fliss Abbott drove Stryker home. Just before midnight, she pulled into his road and looked over into his tired face. "I don't suppose you fancy some company?" she asked gently, pulling her car up to the curb. Stryker looked through the passenger window at the lone figure sitting mournfully in the dark on his doorstep, a small suitcase at his feet.
"Think fellas beat you to it, Abbott?" he said.
Fliss smiled and stroked his face.
"Maybe another time,"
she said.
"Maybe," said Stryker.
End. You've been listening to Dark Triad by Robert White, narrated by Nicholas Cam. Published by Whole Story Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted 2017, Robert White. This recording is copyrighted 2020, W.F. Howes Limited.